Welcome to Volume 2 of 99.9% of the universe. You can find the link to Volume 1 in the description below. Volume 3 will be out soon and also linked in the description so you can find the follow-on story very quickly. Now back to the story. Olivia's arms stretched over Sam's chest. He laid awake petting Miss Mishy at his side, while Olivia snored softly into his neck. The room lit up in a purple glow as Orbit appeared at the foot of the bed. Sam stared at her, motioning for him to talk with his eyes. "Pardon my intrusion, sir. Spitzlittle has sent word." "What is she needing?" Sam eased out from under Olivia and sat on the end of the bed. "Is she all right?" "She is fine. She is asking for something. Something that both Novacor and I feel needs your approval." Sam sighed. "There's a Senate now. There are numerous other people who could field an approval question." He turned back toward bed. Orbit stepped closer. "Sir, she is asking for you to negotiate for 2 more of the cerulean crystals." Sam stopped and looked back at Orbit. "The processor crystal? Like the one in your data center?" Sam raised his hands. "Crackletooth and his daughters used one of those to power up 3 of you AI. What does Spitzlittle need with 2 whole crystals?" "Novacor and I agree, sir. That is why we feel someone physical who has a grasp of the situation needs to sign off on it." Sam stood up, unashamed of his nakedness in front of his AI. "Has she submitted anything about her project?" Orbit pulled up 2 holograms in front of Sam, 2 mechs glowing in amber light. One was similar in body shape to a human, the other was definitively in Finnegan. "She has deemed it the Omega Deus project. Grease seeds are already growing in the frames. Each will have a neutronium power core and a QRF shield coupled with Margot heat dampeners." Orbit stepped closer to the holograms. "The Infinigan mech has taken the name Raga, and the one designed after your form is called the Grendel." Sam stared at the 2 Omegas. "The Gree aren't digital. What does she want the crystals for?" Orbit zoomed in the holograms. "She has overlaid an interface throughout each mech. Every Gree node will be grown around a sensor and input array. She is wanting to mind map the Gree and couple it with bioreactive AI." Sam manipulated the hologram, looking at the wiring. "I don't understand. It's entangled with the Gree branches. This doesn't make sense. Look at this node here. What is that doing?" Orbit nodded. "It seems chaotic and nonsensical, but Nova and I ran the simulations. What she has developed is a symbiotic AI. It would not be able to operate without the Gree growing through it, but it will be a distinct entity. It would be a bonded construct, and it would increase the capability of the ship Gree significantly." Sam took a breath. This has danger written all over it." Sam paced, looking at the holograms. Olivia started stretching in the bed. She crawled over and looked at the floating mech schematics. "I heard parts of that. Oh, wow." She sat up and zoomed in on the swords. "Look at those output cables. Holy crap." Olivia spun the Grendel hologram around, touching different parts and reading the schematic notes. "I don't know half of these components, but they make sense. Oh, wow." She looked at Sam. "The Posar is built to dissipate the massive charges the Oblivions build up. The fighters themselves are built for speed, contact, and temporary storage. No one has ever built a system combat capable that can do both. The dissipation load needs massive conductors, but what she did here. She's made a discharge-capable fighter." Olivia looked over the Raga. "These things will glow like fucking suns." She spun it over and inspected the arms. "Holy mother of smart. Look at this layered grav plating, with this cabling config." Orbit stepped up beside Olivia. "Exactly. Fully charged, these creations could rip apart moons." Olivia released the hologram. "You're making monsters with this one, Sam." Sam shook his head. "I've taken these people in as mine. Just because they are dangerous doesn't make them any less. If anything, it makes them have to be more." He looked at Orbit. "Run it through the TARPA Council for approval. Let them know I approve personally, but they need to sign off before I authorize the funding." He slipped on a pair of underwear. "Olivia, you're a pilot." She looked at him. "Yeah. You did basic, but you weren't trained to be face-to-face. You weren't trained to feel the killing. You've always been a step removed. She stood up in front of him. Yeah, I get it. Infantryman. You're a killer. He looked into her eyes. These grease spits Little is raising are going to be killers, but I don't want that to be all they are. They need more. They will need grounded, or else they will be only monsters. He pulled a shirt out. Orbit, send Spitz Little a directive to build in toolkits. I want these Omega Deus to be capable of more than just wrecking things. Orbit nodded. Message sent, sir. Dam walked into the control room. He stood beside the white glowing hologram of Erebus. The two looked out the tower window at the half-complete ship floating next to the Starlift station. We have revenue from the last shipments? Erebus looked at him with a half-smile. Yes, and 2 more freighters left this morning, sir. Profit is rising, as is our immigrants' population. Any word from Shineless? She sent a 3D card. She and Caroline are staying in her old room in the Infinigan habitat. Her parents even forced a smile for the picture. Erebus pulled up the picture for him. Good. She looks well. Did she mention when she will return? She said soon, and that she misses you, sir. Dam slowly nodded. How is the recruiting standing? We have several potentials, sir. Interviews for the Brumus captain position have been set for this afternoon. Good. And pilots? Erebus pulled up 20 holographic faces. An experienced pilot named Judith is training a class on Kaworu Prime. I have made our intentions known to them. Dam's breathing eased as he relaxed some. Good. I don't want Sparrow caught off guard. We need a strong navy. Callie watched through the viewfinder as a Fuimos piloted their rigger through the debris. She raised her hand. Grape juice, Cookie, be ready. Knight's weapons armed. She watched as the rigger got closer to the ruined ship. Curator, you got the mag arms ready. Curator moved her arms. The rigger ship's arms extended and slowly grabbed the wreck. Arms are good. We're in contact. Extending ramp now. The ramp extended into a large wound in the ship's side. Curator looked through 24 cameras. No sign of movement. No life or energy signs. Boarding is a go. Callie left the viewfinder and walked over to her helmet. She lifted it onto her head and snapped it into place. She holstered her capacitor revolver and went down to the cargo hold. She looked over her assembled team. She smiled at them. Looking good, Cookie. You ready? Cookie grew taller. I am Preserver. I do not like your names. Callie stepped up toward the door. Curator, induce vacuum in the hold. The air hissed out of the hold. Callie looked over at the purple Preserver. You okay with grape juice? The purple Preserver bobbed on its 3 legs. I am okay with your names. Cookie is just in refuse orifice. Callie nodded. But he is our refuse orifice. She smiled as the door opened to the derelict ship and stepped out onto the ramp, her mag boots clicking down firmly with each step. Out on the large strut designated East, a newly constructed cube, financed via loan and built by box spiders, was made to house the new Tar pub. Betsy stood in the door welcoming her fellow Tar into her establishment. Asterion stepped through the door and nodded to the shorter female. Betsy smiled back at him. A human female attempted to follow him in. Betsy held up her hand. Hold yourself, human. What you think you're doing? Asterion paused. She's with me. Betsy looked at him for a moment, glaring. All right. She got a name? Micah stepped past Betsy and winked. Micah, you got a nice place here. Lots of headroom. Betsy huffed through her big nose, turning to the next tower in line. Get in here. First round is on the house. The tower in line cheered and filed inside. A crowd formed around Micah as she sat on a stool telling a story about her vacations to Earth. Moose leaned next to her. What were the cities like? Her eyes widened. Large, full of lights. Everywhere you went was a new smell, a new sight. New people everywhere. Buildings as tall as this station sprouting from the ground. A female Tar oohed. Asterion walked over with a plate of drinks. He lifted a shot and handed it to Micah. She looked around at those gathered. Bruja! On 3. Everyone reached to the plate and grabbed a shot. She raised hers once, twice, and the third she threw it back. The Tor all followed suit. Micah hissed, Oh, good shit, that'll clean me out. Moose shut his eyes as he forced down the burn. Fuck. Yeah. That hit. Asterion leaned in and kissed Micah on top of her head. Go on. I want to hear of your safari again." Micah laughed, animated as she started. "Yeah. Oh my God. You all will love this. So I landed in the city of Nairobi in the country of Kenya. Beautiful city. I got a suite over in the Westlands. My girlfriend and I stayed there for a couple days before we went out." She leaned toward Moose. "You see, I watched this video about baboons. I wanted to see a baboon, so we left to go stay a week at a lodge." Asterion stepped away back toward the bar. Betsy stared at him as he walked up with a tray of empty glasses. "You're doing my job for me." Asterion sat the tray down. "You need to let go of whatever madness you have towards the humans," Betsy huffed. "I'm not mad." Asterion grabbed a new brew beer off the counter. "You are, and I don't blame you. I feel it too sometimes." He took a sip. "I can see you've been feeling quite a bit of it," she said, looking over at Micah. Asterion looked at the woman. He could tell from the faces of concern around her that she was at the part where the elephant charged her land cruiser. "I pulled each of you from your birth chambers. I helped design you." He looked at Betsy. Betsy stared back into his brown eyes. "You see us as your children." He nodded. She filled another glass. "I get it. I'll ease up on her. I'll tell the other cows to play nice too." Asterion smiled. "Thank you, Betsy." He started back over to the group. She was getting to his favorite part. Sam and Olivia were lounging in the atrium, looking out at the faraway stars. Sam pointed at a blinking light outside off to their left. "That there is the North Strut. Orbit was telling me earlier today that it is nearly 20 kilometers already." Olivia saw the blinking blue light. "I love this place. It's a toy box out here. You can build anything you want." She looked at Sam. "You were really thinking on giving that up?" Sam nodded. "Still might. It's getting noisy here. Too many people, too many problems, and everyone wants me to solve them." He looked at her. "I'm shit at solving even my own problems. I don't think I'm the prime person to solve anyone else's." She pinched his leg and looked back out into space. "No one is. Everyone just follows whoever pretends the best. And so far, you're the front runner out here." "Maybe. What would you do with this place?" Olivia leaned into his shoulder and thought. "I'd make that racetrack a priority." Sam laughed. "It's already funded and lined out to be built into the new outer ring." "The vertical axis ring or the horizontal axis?" Sam pointed at the blinking light again. "The horizontal. It'll go in with the rings and then Orbit will begin constructing the outer sphere." "That's going to be a shit ton of space," she said. "Can you make me an ice skating rink?" Sam smiled. "We will have to make custom skates large enough to fit the tour. And some small enough to fit the scribblers." She laughed. Sam started adjusting on the couch. "I need to walk around some. You want to go with me down to check on the farms?" She held out her hand as he got up. "I'd love to, Mr. Clemens." Sam pulled her up out of the couch and they walked over to the elevator. Sam and Olivia stepped through the protective airlock into the strawberry fields. The ceiling was lit up with long rows of UV lights that stretched the entire length of the field. Olivia shielded her eyes. Sam reached over to the box near the door and pulled out 2 sets of human-fitted light visors. He put hers on, and then his. "I'm going to grab a basket. You want your own or share mine?" "I'll help fill yours. I plan on eating mine." Sam laughed. "The grazers are anal. They will send you a bill for any you eat." She laughed back. "Seriously? They're watching?" Sam shook his head. "Not them. They hired a team of Fuimos to monitor the fields. They really like being efficient." "It sounds like you lucked out in finding them." Sam started walking through the rows of strawberry plants. He knelt down and started picking the bright red fruits and putting them in his basket. Olivia knelt beside him and started picking too. "I did," he said. "I lucked out with most of the species here." He looked up at her. "I think it has something to do with them being uplifted." She put a handful of strawberries into the basket. "Modifications?" "Maybe. I haven't asked the preserver. He'd know, but I figured he was uplifted too." She got up and moved over a row. Olivia knelt back down and started filling her shirt with more strawberries. She took a plump one and popped it into her mouth. "Oh, that's good." She pointed at Sam and spoke while chewing. "You said the great arm species thought we were uplifted." Sam nodded as he popped a big one into his mouth. "That is pretty good." He laughed. "They actually breed plants for taste." She nodded and ate another. "You can tell. These are badass." Sam chewed the strawberry down. "Yeah, they think we are too social. We bond too easily or some shit." "I can see that." She sat on her heels. "Weird they look down on that, though. They're starting to see through it, though. I'm worried what they'll think when they see our history." She laughed. "If they're smart, they'll let us join their club. Orbit runs loops around their AI. I don't think they're smart." Olivia threw a strawberry into the basket. "I talked to Smell. He's pretty fucking smart." Sam dropped a handful into the basket on top of the one she threw. "Yeah, you're right there. You can just feel it." Olivia nodded. "Yeah, he puts of old gray-beard wise vibes, right?" Sam nodded. "Yep. I can't tell if he's helping us or spying on us." She shrugged. "Probably both." A grazer walked down the row towards them. Both the humans looked up as it approached. The grazer got within speaking range and squatted down to talk to them. "Sorry to interrupt you two, but I was told to inform you that you are being docked for each berry you eat." Sam looked at the basket. "How many do we have to pick to pay for one we eat?" The grazer shut its eyes as it did the math. It opened them and gave its response. 27. Sam laughed. "All right. Guess we will get to work then." The grazer stood up. "It is no problem, Sam. Just keeping honesty." Sam waved as it walked away. He looked over at Olivia. "Told you." She laughed. "How many times they come over to keep you honest?" "I've been coming down here more and more as I get stressed. I get a bill before bed every time and it's spot on." He laughed. "I kept count once to make sure they weren't screwing me over." He started picking a handful of berries. "They keep good books." Olivia started picking more. "So, what do you want to do before bed tonight?" Sam paused and looked at her, giving her a wink. "We've already got plans." Sam had Olivia wear a dress he had custom grown for her. He stood in the entry of his suite as she stepped out. It was a form-fitting red and black dress with matching shoes. She flicked her hair at him. He was dressed in a matching suit. She laughed. "Where are we going?" He pulled her hand and led her out the front door into the misty hallway. "You'll like it." The two walked across the station and into the current outer ring. Sam led them past the trading quarter and past the arcade. Olivia noticed a line of creatures waiting. Sam led her to the front of the line where a Craddock was guarding a door. The Craddock nodded at him and motioned him inside. "Seating is just now starting, Mr. President. You can go on in and get situated." Sam nodded. "Thank you." Sam led Olivia inside the ornately decorated room. A large chandelier hung from the ceiling 3 stories up, illuminating the entry area. Sam led her over to an usher. Olivia looked and saw the posters. She laughed. "Diesel shop?" Sam laughed as he led her into the dark auditorium. "Best musical ever written." "Really?" Sam looked at her credulous. "Yeah, it's why I decided to be a mechanic. Bunch of guys fixing things, dealing with women drama." She chuckled. "You all while singing and dancing around giant prop locomotives. Seriously, did you? Did you get people to do this?" Sam smiled. "A few of your crewmates petitioned for a loan to fund a troupe. The tubers didn't want to give them a loan. They don't understand musicals, so I bankrolled it." An usher Craddock pointed her to a seat. "So they came to you asking for a loan to put on Diesel Shop the musical?" Sam sat down in his proffered seat. "No, I read about them in my morning report being denied. I went to them, and my condition was Diesel Shop." She adjusted herself and sat beside him, looking out over the now filling hall. "Your own personal toy box." He pinched her leg. "Shut it, or I won't build that ice rink." She pinched him back. "I'll build it myself. Don't worry about it." On Kawaru Prime, Spitzlittle was crawling through the inner corridors of the Grendel, pulling a large sack behind her. She entered into the Gree chamber and walked over to the young fellow. "Are you ready for me to start it?" The Gree stared at her with its red eye. I am scared. What if it works improperly? Spitzlittle stared at it. The Tsar has 17 cannons aimed at you. It will work properly, or we will cease existing. You will stay inside me during it. Spitzlittle bobbed her ears. I do not want to die alone. Make sure to touch one of my branches when you do it. Spitzlittle tilted her head. We've done the math, and I don't want to die today. She reached up and patted his upper branch. I'm going to go install it. The Gree Slow blinked. I will be waiting. She adjusted her breather and took off down one of the corridors. She darted through tiny rooms built for scribblers and leapt over a small rotator chasm joint. She maneuvered down the hallways. The large sack hung over her shoulder like an alien Santa. Spitzlittle reached the inner cradle. The wiring was all done and the cores were prepped. She opened the sack and pulled out a custom-cured cerulean crystal. Beautiful. She licked her lips with her bifurcated tongue. So pretty. She looked at the cradle and spun the crystal around so it would fit into its custom mount. She set the crystal in, and it immediately started drawing power. The Gree imprint uploaded instantly into the processor. Spitzlittle touched the nearby branch. Are you feeling it? The Gree of the Grendel replied over her comms as everything shook. I feel everything. Novacore and the entirety of the Tsar's camera capability was focused on the now moving Omega Deus. The cannons adjusted, prepping for fire. The Grendel opened comms. Hello, Nova. Hello, Gree. Are you okay? The mech adjusted and sat up slowly. I am still me, but it is like I can think and do things at the same time, like there is a shadow me, moving behind my thoughts. It is curious. But does it feel safe? Nova asked. It feels like... The Grendel mech moved its hands, flexing and releasing. It feels amazing. It feels like a body. Spitzlittle joined in the comm channel. System stable. Mirroring took as predicted. No rejection. The Gree of the Grendel stood up. I am ready for my knights, Novacore replied. Informing them now. Going to open channel. Nova switched over to the Tsar open comm. Grendel designated knights, report to the field. Your ride is waiting. Spitzlittle typed a message to Sam on her display and sent it. Thank you for believing in me. The cell of the Harvester food shipment from Sparrow left Shineless with a heap of clams in her account. She walked through the trade quarter while her mother watched over little Caroline. She went through shops and loaded up on fabric, tech, and a couple Hummer bracelets just in case. She paid a Stygian porter to take her good back to the Harvester freighter. She then left the trade quarter and walked over to the restaurants. She approached an open bar with a grazer cook behind it. Hello, human female. Are you hungry? She nodded and looked over the menu. She sniffed the air. What smells so good? The grazer raised his snout in pride. That is Sonu-soaked miffer. Would you like to purchase a dish? She looked over at the pot. I'll taste it first. He wiggled happily over to the pot and pulled out a hunk of meat. He reached over and offered it to her. Try. You will like it. Many of the soldiers from the human ship have tried it. They all liked it. She took it into her mouth and started chewing. Oh, wow. That is really good. What's a miffer? He looked around and thought. It digs in the ground. It eats under plants. We stab them, pull them up, put in basket, put in pot. You are eating one. She nodded. I like it. Give me a bunch to go. He wiggled back over and began filling a Togo bucket. He filled it halfway, then looked over at her. That good? She shook her head. Fill it to the top. He looked over her, noting her dirt-stained overalls. You have money? She nodded and sent over some. He checked the amount and retallied it, giving her back change. You're good. He handed her the bucket of miffer meat. Enjoy, little one. She smiled. I will, thank you. Shineless walked around the current outer ring until she got to the dark side hall she had heard about. She looked down the corridor. Dark mist moss hung down from covered-over lights. This is the hall for sure. She held onto the bucket and started walking in. She pushed aside the hanging moss, ducking under some of the heavier clumps. A cluster of rabbit rats darted back into a vent as she neared. Several of the circle gnats buzzed in her face, and she swatted them away with her free hand. She moved more moss and could finally see a door at the end of the hall. Then she heard a low growl. "Found you," she said, as the hagfish's guardian stepped out of its alcove. Shineless stared into the massive, contorted version of her face. The guardian stared back, mandibles starting to squeeze out from its version of her mouth. Shineless noticed its musculature shifting. She lifted up the bucket and pulled out a chunk of miffer. She tossed the meat lightly at the guardian. It fell at the tips of its pointed legs. It stared at her, but the scent of the cooked meat caused it to slowly lower to the ground. The guardian sniffed the lump and then lashed out with its unfurled mandibles. It devoured the lump and then stood back up staring at her. She smiled and pulled another free. She held it out for it. The guardian tilted its giant head, slowly re-extending its mandibles. As one of its pedipalps touched it, it pulled back. It then brought the pedipalp back into its lips, tasting the sauces. Shineless didn't move. "It's okay, girl. You can have it. Take it." The guardian extended its mouthparts back out, pedipalps slowly coddling the meat hanging from her hand, and then in an instant the meat disappeared into its mouth. Shineless smiled. She pulled another piece free from the bucket and held it out. The guardian started for it, but Shineless walked over to the wall and sat down, still holding it out. The guardian slowly followed her and reached for it. "Sit," she said. The guardian kept reaching for the meat and she pulled it back. "Sit down and you can have more." The guardian looked at her, then at the miffer meat in her hand. He clawed its way closer, and then lowered its armored body down next to her. "Good girl," Shineless said as she handed the guardian another lump. About 20 minutes had passed when 3 hagfish stepped out the door and stopped. The hagfish turned their heads in their cloaks, teeth rippling, as they tried to ascertain what they were seeing. Their temple guardian was on its side, letting the red-headed human female whose visage it shared scratch its soft underbelly. Shineless looked up at them, lips partially parted and teeth showing. "Sam told me about her. He made her sound horrible, but she's a sweetie." The 3 hagfish slithered over and knelt down, watching as her fingered hand scratched the beast. "The guardian enjoys her touch," one said. "It is fond of humans. It helped protect the Sam." Another said, "Curious." The third said, "We wish to know how you did this. You lack the chemical emitters we use. This should not be. You should not be able to pacify it like you are." She reached over and scratched its stringy head of red hair. "I can teach you, but you gotta do me a favor first." The hagfish looked at her, and the first replied, "Name it. We wish to know your secrets." She looked at the guardian as it clicked with contentment. "Go down to the little grazer cookpot hole in the wall and get me 2 more buckets of miffer meat." One of the hagfish turned to the other 2 and waved a tendril. "Go. She needs more miffer meat." The other 2 scurried off through the mossy hallway. Shineless reached out her hand, taking one of the hagfish's tendrils and guided it to the guardian's tummy. "She likes it if you rub here." The hagfish swirled its tendril as Shineless instructed. "You're doing good," Shineless said. "She likes that." Shineless checked the time on her arm display. The allotted time had passed, and she changed her walk to take her to the zoo. She entered through the main arm doors and continued through the enclosure area and into the back garden. She saw the preserver waiting, and he motioned her to come over. "Hello, Shineless. We are all ready. Please follow me." She nodded and followed him, watching his 3 feet do their circular walk. She chuckled. He led her through an opening in a wall of yellow, flowering, purple-leaved plants. She gasped. There was a long table covered in a white, shining cloth. On one end of it was a pile of cubes with ribbons and bows tied on them. Across the rest of the table was a spread of plates of food. Numerous women were clapping and smiling at her. Sam and Asterion were on the back wall watching. 3 women approached her, as did her mama Pouchcheek. She scanned and saw Sam was holding baby Caroline, and her adrenaline started lowering. A dark-haired woman reached out with her hand. "Hi, I'm Olivia. Sam told me all about you. I helped him put this together for you." A short woman smiled with her hand out. "Micah, nice to finally meet you, Shineless." Shineless smiled at them, and shook their hands in turn. "What is this?" she asked. Olivia pointed around at everyone. "This is your baby shower. It's a party we're throwing for you and Caroline." Pouch Cheek bobbed her ears and dove in and hugged Shineless. "They are proud of you, girl. We love our grandbaby." Shineless hugged her back and started crying. "I was worried. I didn't know you'd do something like this. This is so nice of you." Olivia motioned she wanted a hug. Shineless kissed her mom's bald, glimmering head and moved over to hug Olivia. "You give parties for babies?" Olivia squeezed her in a quick hug. "We give parties for women who are becoming mothers." Olivia looked into her eyes. "Because they deserve it." Olivia led Shineless over to the head of the table and sat her down. Micah went over to the drinks. "Shineless, did you want anything particular to drink? We got tea, lemonade, water, milk, and Moose has made a honey soda. It's pretty good." Shineless was beaming. "I'll have Moose's soda." Moose walked away from the crowd and gave Asterion a light punch in the arm. "She's trying my soda." Moose then offered Sam and Asterion the cups of mead in his hands. The three stood next to the wall and watched as the group of women sat around Shineless and started bringing over the gifts. Sam took a sip of his mead and smiled. Shineless spent the afternoon opening presents, holding and feeding Caroline, and chatting with the women from the Posar. Crunch Crunch arrived later, bringing a large sheet of lemon squares from the cornucopia. The men started hauling the presents to the harvest freighter. Asterion shouldered the box containing the unassembled crib. Sam carried several food preparation devices. Pouch Cheek walked over to Shineless as she talked to Olivia, bouncing baby Caroline on her shoulder, patting the baby on the back. "Daughter, your dad and I will watch little girl tonight. You go out with the ladies. You need to socialize with your kind." Pouch Cheek held out her hand. Shineless looked at Olivia and Micah, then to her alien adopted mother. "You all talked about this? What are you planning now?" Micah patted her on the shoulder. "Your mom is letting you have a ladies' night. Come on, you're going to have fun." Shineless handed over the child. Pouch Cheek took her in all four arms and hugged her close to her shoulder. "We will get her to her bed. She will be fine." Shineless leaned over and kissed her mom on the cheek. "Thank you, Mom." Pouch Cheek walked over to Crunch Crunch, taking one of his hands in one of hers while still holding the baby tight. Shineless watched them walk out of the garden. Olivia walked over to the table to one of the few boxes still left. She brought over a black dress and some platforms. "You gotta get out of your overalls for tonight." Shineless looked at the clothing with a grimacing face. The three women walked out of the new hot dam with drinks in hand. A grazer walked close, and they pointed at him. Olivia shouted, "Move yourself, 4 legs! We're walking here!" The grazer quickly scurried out of the way. The three women watched it and laughed. Micah grabbed Shineless' shoulder. "It's almost time. You ready for where we're going next?" Shineless shook her head. "I don't know where we're going, and I'm whooshy." Shineless held up her hand, laughing, moving it like a wave. Olivia leaned her head back with her eyes shut, laughing with her. "I'm whooshy too." She leaned into a punch and hit Micah's right shoulder. "You're whooshy too." Micah nodded. "I am. We got seats though. We gotta go." Shineless shook her head. "I don't want to see the musical. That doesn't feel fun." Micah laughed. "Come this way. We're not going to see that dumb musical." She led her down a hall toward a red door with 2 Kratuk officers guarding it. She held her display and sent the 2 guards a file. "We have tickets." The officer on the right opened the door. "Go on in, ladies." Micah led them down through the rows of seats to the front by the center ring. Micah squeezed past a group of Young and Finnegan, a tray of floating scribblers, and sat down in the only 3 open seats. She pulled Shineless down to sit beside her. "You're going to love this. He's been practicing all week for it." The 3 women got seated and waited for a few minutes when the lights dimmed. A large bright light directly over the ring came on. A web creature in a tube floated to the center of the ring. It broadcast over the arena's speakers. "People of the Twain, visitors from afar, we welcome you. Tonight we have a special treat." Another light came on, illuminating a large Kratuk walking in from a side door. We have Captain Kill-All, the liberator of its people, the pirate lord and villain turned whiskey merchant, the oldest of the Craddock. Kill-All entered the ring with its 4 arms raised. Its mating spears leapt out of its 2 large upper arms and then retracted. The Webbian turned as another light came on. Coming in now is Asterion, battle commander of the Battle of Kawaru, savior of the zoo, the human hybrid. The crowd cheered as Asterion Slow walked in with his massive arms raised. He entered the ring and stared at Kill-All. Micah grabbed Shineless. "That's my man! Look at that beast!" The Webbian referee continued. "Combatants, touch fists!" The 2 fighters extended their large fists and patted knuckles. Asterion then bounced back onto his heels. Kill-All threw an arm down to the ground and launched kick. Asterion blocked it and grabbed one of Kill-All's arms and threw the creature. Kill-All found its footing and cartwheeled to the other side of the ring, right in front of the women. Micah shouted, "Get him, Asti!" Asterion grinned and charged forward, head down. Kill-All accepted charge and grappled. Asterion lifted his head. His protective capped horns helped lift Kill-All. Asterion thrust his massive neck back and dropped Kill-All onto its lumpy head. Kill-All roared and rolled in pain. Asterion knelt on the back of its hinged knee and punched 3 times into Kill-All's back. Kill-All grabbed with one of its small arms, its 4 fingers clenching onto Asterion's leg. Asterion fell down beside Kill-All. Kill-All rolled on top of the Minotaur and began punching with all 4 of its fists in a rotating order. Asterion brought his arms up to block. Asterion bucked, using his core to lunge his head forward. He cracked Kill-All across its face with his thick forehead. Kill-All fell off backward. Asterion got back to his feet and jumped. He wrapped his arms around Kill-All's neck and arms. Asterion maneuvered his legs, pinning Kill-All's legs in place. Kill-All struggled, squirming, but Asterion held firm. The Webbian ref floated over in its tube. 1, 2, 3. Shineless was gripping Olivia's leg, rapt at attention. "Is he dying?" Olivia laughed. "No, he's got it pinned." Olivia pointed as the ref kept counting. 10. Asterion let go and stood up. Kill-All crawled and sat up. Asterion lifted both arms up and roared. Micah squealed, "Fucking animal, you fucking beast!" The girls left out back through the guarded door. Micah leaned into Shineless. "It was an awesome night, Shineless. We have to do this more." Shineless leaned back. "Thank you both again. I had a blast tonight." Olivia hugged them both. "Shineless damn good to you?" Shineless nodded. "Yeah, he's been super worried. He texts every few hours to check on me." Olivia looked at Micah. Micah stood straighter. "Is he okay with you hanging out with us?" Shineless smiled. "Oh yeah, I told him I was going out. He sent a happy face and some drinks. He's mostly missing us, I bet." Olivia smiled. "Good. He supports your visit then?" Shineless looked at her. "Not at first. He thought Caroline was too young to travel, but he gave in. I had to yell at him." Micah laughed. "Good. Don't let him walk all over you." Shineless shook her head. "Definitely not." Micah hugged her again. "I have to call it a night. My man needs me back home." Olivia hugged them both. "Take care of him, Micah. Thank you for helping me set up today." Micah backed off, smiling. "It was awesome." She turned to Shineless again. "It was good to hang out with you, Shineless. We're going to have to do it again." Shineless waved as she stepped away. "You're welcome on Sparrow any time." Olivia walked Shineless back through the current outer ring toward the trade quarter. Olivia heard movement behind them and turned. She screamed. Shineless turned and was face to face with the twisted, mirrored visage of the Guardian. Shineless laughed. "Come here, girl!" The Guardian shivered and crawled over to her. Shineless ran her hands through its hair and found its big ears. She began scratching. "Did you miss me, girl?" Olivia took a step back. "That thing has your face. What the fuck is it? What the fuck is that? Holy shit!" Shineless laughed. "The hagfish made it. They think I'm scary, so they modeled it after me." Olivia stepped over. "Will it bite me?" Olivia kept an eye on the appendages moving around its teeth. "It's huge." Shineless grabbed Olivia's hand and put it on the side of the Guardian's head. "She likes it if you scratch there." Olivia began scratching the giant insect-bodied monstrosity. "Is this the thing from the report? When the first Galak attacked the station?" Shineless nodded. Yeah, that was Perry. Shineless looked at the Guardian and slowed her scratching. Girl, you want some more Miffer? Miffer? Olivia asked. Shineless nodded. You're going to love it. It melts in your mouth, but it's clumpy. Olivia shrugged, and the three started walking back down towards the restaurants. Sam stepped into his office and sighed. He walked over to the coffee brewer and got a pot going. He yawned as he stretched awake. The pile of messages motivated him to throw on clothes and come straight into work. He stood staring for a moment, his mind still foggy, as the coffee brewer filled the pot. He paused it and poured himself a cup. He then unpaused it, went to sit at his desk. Sam smiled at the thank you note from Spitzlittle. He then looked at the data feed coming from both the Raga and the Grendel. Both mechs were operational and running ground to space tests around Kawaru Prime. So far so good. No rogue signatures yet. Sam clicked over to the next message. Damn, had Erebus construct an Oblivion carrier of his own. The Brumus was near completion, and he wanted to petition Twain residents to join the crew. Sam marked a confirm on it and sent it to orbit. Next was a tall list of reports from numerous TIA excursions. The Senate had approved sending numerous scouts across the Rim worlds, looking for peoples to join or trade with. Sam clicked on the first report. A set of scribblers had snuck aboard a visitor's ship and absconded to a world 5 sectors out from the Rim edge. It was a great arm world, owned by the Goadur. There were 7 uplifted subservient species, and they had started a wall on the world. They had 7 recruits already and were planning on a propaganda campaign. Nice. Stay safe, brothers. Sam sent funds to purchase a freighter to run supplies to the world and start trade using clam coins. The next message was a detailed report of TARPA research at the Kawaru prison platform. 17 Galak clusters had shown progress in reformation. Perry was teaching them the basics of all the casino floor games. Self-control tests using pigs and cows had proven successful with the exception of one subject. That subject was reprimanded and put in isolation. Orbit. Yes, sir. The purple holographic boy appeared. How can I help you? Do you have any information on the incident at the Kawaru Galak holding facility? The one about the reprimanded subject and the pigs? Yes, sir. Nova sent me video. I'd like to see it. Orbit sent the file to his display and Sam opened it. The Galak-controlled bodies were lined up against a wall as a series of farm animals was walked past them. Sam noted many had tendrils seeping toward the animals, but pulled them back in, showing restraint. One of the prisoners in the middle couldn't pull a tendril back and latched onto a large sow. The Galak's bodies opened up and enveloped the pig, absorbing it into its bodies. 3 Scribbler Knights fired at it with their Hummer guns. 3 Galak prisoners were caught in the area of effect, including the one lacking self-control. The Knights then pulled Humstunners off their hips and discharged the melee weapons into the already grounded Galak. They then pulled it up and locked it onto a floating containment cart. Sam turned off the video and sighed. Well, some are learning. Still, I find it hard to even trust Perry, let alone these enemy combatants. I agree, sir. It would be a high risk letting them work on any Twain world. Sam took a long sip of his coffee. Orbit, I want you to run simulations. See if there are any tasks they could perform that doesn't involve them being amongst the general population. Yes, sir. Running through potentials now. Sam clicked over to the next message. TIA scout ships had scanned several of the worlds from the Great Arm Mythos report. One after another was showing glass status, a total of 25. The next batch were Galak harvested worlds, their native populations devoured. Those totaled in the hundreds, all on the edge of totemic space. There were 7 moons containing ruins that were dated to pre-Great Arm organizational era, some 17 million years ago. Then there were the dozen of death worlds, marked with large warning signs. Sam looked over the TIA scans of the 12 death worlds. The worlds were teeming with life signs. Each world had a large energy focal point emanating on the world's equator. Orbit. These death worlds in the TIA scout report. What is this energy signature? It has a resonation of a water-fueled fusion reaction, sir. Sam looked at it. Each of these worlds has an active fusion reactor on them. He looked at their locations. They are scattered all across the rim, and they are deep into the galactic clusters too. Are they all from the same culture? Orbit walked up beside him. They all have identical energy signature patterns, and their location is a match on each world. I think you are right in them having a singular originator. Sam looked a detailed report from one of the scouts. Numerous predatory species, terrestrial and airborne threats. Chemo indicators indicate advanced biological pathogens. Sam flipped through the file. One of the death worlds was deep in the Gallic-harvested regions. Orbit, this world is odd. Orbit looked over the file. I agree, sir. Sam leaned back. A world full of life that the Gallic are leaving untouched. Why? Unknown. From the scan of the world, it is just as dangerous as the other death worlds. Any mission there would be a high risk, and then you have the Gallic in the region on top of that. Sam nodded. We should investigate one of the better located death worlds, get an idea on what is going on there. Agreed. Sam clicked the next file. I didn't want to deal with this mess, he said after reading the title. The Senate's dealings on the topic of healthcare. Sam read through it. Oh wow, they actually did something good. Sam read on, and the Kawaru collective running the factory on the upper levels of Twain Station had created a trust, funded by a percentage of the profits, that was allocated to paying the heir to take care of any who needed medical aid. The Margot, Scribblers, Craddock, Grazers, and Fuimos all agreed to it and gave similar funding. Sam looked over the numbers, and the trust was fully funded. The heir had been grateful for the enhanced funding, and are now requesting a larger hospital be built. Sam clicked the approve button. Nice. Sam leaned back and finished his coffee. Yay, work done for the day. Asterion grabbed a hunk of raw meat from the bucket and tossed it into the Ralk Toll enclosure. The water rippled, and several small creatures shimmied onto the shore. Their backs were covered in spines and ridges. They sniffed the air, and then attacked the meat chunks. Micah stood near the railing. I love those things. Man, look at them. They're viscous. Asterion clicked the button on his chest device, and the shield field closed back shut. If you or I fell in there, we would be flensed within minutes. I am not a fan of them. Micah stepped away from the rail and moved closer to the tower. You still like working here for the Preserver? You seem kind of down lately. Asterion shrugged. It pays. We have our apartment. What else would I be doing? Micah spun around with her hands out. We have the entire universe to do whatever we want. We could go anywhere, do anything. Asterion walked over to the cart and refilled the meat bucket for the next enclosure. My classes show me all I want to know of the universe. He looked at her. It's mostly void, radiation, and death. I'm happy well enough here. He looked back down to check the fill of the bucket. I don't need anyone else trying to kill me. She grabbed a hunk of meat. I'm not saying we go anywhere else. There is lots to do within the Clouder worlds. We could go to Sparrow, get some fresh air, see the greenhouse valleys. Asterion walked over to the shark tank. He started tossing in meat, causing a commotion as the bull shark started a frenzy. Micah tossed her chunk in. The Preserver paid me 10,000 clams for my shark tooth necklace. I thought he was stupid, but... She looked at the fully grown shark swimming inside, darting after the meat. I was wrong. Asterion looked at her. These are Earth creatures? Micah nodded. Yeah. Sharks are common in the Earth's oceans. There's lots of different ones. Bull sharks are my favorite. They can go into freshwater too. She grabbed several more chunks and tossed them into the tank. He should really label these enclosures. Make it feel like a real zoo. She smiled at Asterion. Let the people going through actually learn something. Micah rubbed her hands on the cart cloth. It's amazing he makes so much just from selling info and specimens. I'm surprised he hasn't thought about advertising and charging admission. Asterion paused and looked at her. Zoos on Earth do that. Micah nodded. Yeah, there are zoos throughout the Hue, and they all charge admission. It's how they pay to take care of the animals. Asterion smiled. I like your ideas. I will get him to give us more info on these creatures. You can make the info labels? She smiled. Of course. You going to start selling tickets? Asterion took a deep breath. Yes, and I will give my people jobs here. The preserver is content in his lab. This area is just a side hobby of his. We could run this zoo. Micah headbutted his chest. You oaf. Took you all of a minute to find something you want to do. He hugged her. I'm lucky I have an idea, woman. If you're already one of our Patreon supporters, you can now access the latest chapter of 99.9% of the universe 24 hours before its YouTube release. If you're interested in early access, follow the link in the pinned comment below. Your subscription also supports the author who receives a share, enabling them to keep writing the story you love. Thank you for your support. A skeleton crew brought in the Brumus from Sparrow, docking at the lower ports. It was still minimally outfitted. Getting rigged out and manned were its primary goals while docked. The Infinigan mechanics were already at work installing weaponry and filling ammo bays. Callie walked through the hallways of Twain with Sam. So far we have brought in 24 derelict ships. We cataloged the salvage tech as you requested. The preservers found the remains of 14 previously unencountered species and are conducting behavioral gene mapping currently. Callie looked over her notes on her holographic display. The scrap metal was bought up by Kawaru Guild. That sale alone covered the operational costs. We calculate the sale of the tech will give you triple profit when all accounted. Sam nodded at that. I have profit already. This is about the history and science. Did you find anything interesting? Callie looked at her notes. Most of the ships were found to have been destroyed by the rift and ejected here in the hole. 3 were self-detonated, and there were Gallic remains on those. They killed themselves rather than be taken. That is our educated guess as well, Callie said. The two turned at a junction. Sam swatted at some circle flies. Anything else interesting? Callie nodded. Well, I found lots interesting. I don't know your standards. Sam smiled at her. My standards coincide with yours. Go on, share. Callie perked up. We found a metal. We don't know what it is yet, but one of the ships was made primarily out of it. We kept that ship and are testing it. It's bendy and rigid at the same time. It's a metallic non-Newtonian solid, very interesting. And oh my God, one of the alien species, it was desiccated mind you, but it was shaped and looked like a flamingo. Well, a flamingo with 10 arms that ended in 2-fingered graspers. But still, I was like a flamingo. The Scribbler Knights jumped when I shouted. It was funny. They almost shot the corpse. Sam chuckled. The species you found, do you think they are all the builders of the ships? Callie brought up a display of 14 different creatures. 8 appear to have been on ships not built for them. We have orbit scanning through the remaining files we gathered, looking for points of origin. These 6 here, however, they appear to fit the ships they were on. Sam stopped walking and looked at her display. The 3 that were attacked by Gallic? She honed the display to 3 potential uplifted. These species here, we do not know who built their ships, but they definitely didn't fit them. The halls were too large and the controls didn't fit their appendages well. One chair on one of the ships could seat 10 of the piloting species. Good notations, I like this. You're finding clues. Sam started walking again. Send me all of this. Keep me in the message chain, I want to know all findings. Callie kept pace beside him. Yes, sir. Definitely. I wanted to thank you. These expeditions have been incredible. Sam laughed. You're welcome. She put up her hand. No, seriously. Every time we step on a ship, I get to document something new to humans. It's freaking mind-blowing. The amount of novelty I encounter in one cycle. Discoveries. Hell, we found one species that operated on a previously unknown sugar cycle. It had to have had a super high metabolism. The food stores on that ship, well, they were long since bad, but they had a cargo bay full of food just for their crew. Seriously, this is amazing. The two approached the bank. Sam looked at her. You're welcome. Send me the files. Get your game face on. We're about to get you a few years of funding. Sam walked Callie into the meeting room. Numerous Clouder senators were seated around the table. Sam sat at the head of the table with Callie sitting to his right at the last open seat. Hello, everyone. Sam looked around the table. I'm shocked how many of you were interested in this project. Thank you for attending. Sam looked at Perry. I'm happy you made it in Perry. How is the Reformation project going? Perry, standing in the corner, occupying 3 bodies, responded with the bodies speaking in unison. They are not ready. I do not know if they will be. They are wilder than me and my progeny. I will keep trying to get through to them. They do like gambling, though. Greyfweck interrupted from the speakers built into her tube. We are not here to discuss prisoners of war. We are here to talk about the findings of the archaeology mission. Sam looked at Callie and then at the table. You have all looked over the mission debriefing? Sam looked around the table, noting the nonverbal cues of affirmation. Good. I wanted to talk some about the success we have had, and our proposed next venture. Sam stood up and had Orbit pull up a hologram of a graph. Sam pointed at it. You can all see plainly the profit this one debris field mission has accumulated. The metal salvage alone paid for the mission. The knowledge and tech recovered is still being researched, with the profits coming from those ventures predicted at 1,000% mission cost. Callie snorted. Sam pointed at Tweeda, the Kawaru senator. The metal recovered? What quality was it? Tweeda fidgeted. Well, ship grade, of course, all pure and refined already. And are your people turning a profit off of it yet? Tweeda clacked his beak. Yes, of course. It is ship grade. We are making parts, selling them. We are making profit. Tweeda looked around the room. Why wouldn't we be making a profit? Sam looked at the hologram of the Gree of Twain. Do you and the Kawaru wish to further help the venture? The Gree blinked. Of course. We are appreciative of the metal purchases, but I am more intrigued by the engine renderings Callie and her crew have provided. We are curious about the idea of a library that Orbit mentioned to me. These rendering will be available to everyone? Sam nodded. Everyone in the Clouder, yes. Sam looked around the room and then at the purple hologram of Orbit. Yes, a library. We could have a digital library and have it linked to the market app. Anyone in the Clouder can access public domain knowledge. Orbit, can you start that up? Orbit nodded. Easily, sir. Sam thought for a moment. Put a Library of Alexandria rule in. One has to share some knowledge in order to gain access, Orbit asked. Yes, I like that idea. It would promote sharing. Rendering app now, sir. Sam looked around the room. Sorry about that sidebar. Back on topic. Sam pulled up a display of a planet. We have found a world we would like to investigate. The Fwybmo senator shivered and turned to dark blue. That is a bad world, it said. Several senators looked around agreeing. Grack stood up and pointed at the hologram. That is a known death world. What do you want from there? Sam looked at it and spun it around to the energy signature at the equator. There is evidence of a civilization on it. There is a massive fusion energy reading here. We want to know what it is doing, and who built it. Grack hit the table. You want to send this woman to her death, gain nothing? You have profited. Continue with the debris fields here in the hole. Why go to a world full of monsters? Sam nodded. I believe her and her team can complete the mission. Sam pulled up an image of the Brumus. I have contracted with my brother Dam and hired out the Brumus to aid in the mission. We are assembling a crew and training teams as we speak. The Preserver spoke up. I am putting my savings toward this mission. The knowledge living on that planet is invaluable. My compatriots would sell their arms for access to the data collected from that world. I wish to buy those arms. Heckletooth spoke up. The Infinigan are in agreement. We have numerous new weapon designs we wish to test. This planet would be the perfect testing platform. We feel our armament is more than sufficient to hold off any hostile predators. She looked around the table. The Infinigan will invest. A hagfish stepped away from the room's corner. Many of my brothers and sisters have given their lives to that world. It is a holy death. We would like to accompany the Kali to her doom. Such a holy rite would bring glory to our sect. Sam looked at them. You think it is suicide? The hagfish extended a row of teeth as it spoke. Yes, most certainly. The leader of the scribblers spoke up. I have 200 knights ready to serve, Sam. They are older and welcome whatever findings the mission brings. Callie stood up. I think we can do it. She touched her wrist and adjusted the planetary hologram. The fusion reactor is powering a fluctuating magnetic field. I can understand the lack of knowledge of what is down there. Transmissions would be hampered. She pulled up a waveform next to the planet. But the interference fluctuates on a multi-random generator. We have already deduced the pattern and can modulate transmissions to circumvent it. Callie looked at Orbit, and they both winked at each other. Callie continued. Our mission, unlike those on record, will be able to transmit live data back to the Brumus. We will have real-time orbital support. Many of the senators shifted around in their seats at that new information. The Fuimos changed color to a light purple. I will change my stance. I will send some of my cohorts to aid on the ship. Sam smiled. Thank you, Fuimos. We could use your eyes. Perry spoke up, its bodies in unison. Spitzlittle has a patent pending on an armor-based Hummer emitter. If we could implement this on this mission, I think I have 2 of the reformed who would be willing to assist on the ground. The room went quiet. Sam stared at the Gallic senator. You said that they weren't ready to be around the public. This is not the public. This is a planet full of hostile life forms. I think my people would be an asset on this mission. If your peoples had adequate protection, I think it would be a good exercise in alleviating trust issues on both sides. Sam looked around the room and then at Heckletooth. You know of this patent? Heckletooth bobbed her ears. Yes. I review all my mother's work. It will work. She tilted her head. It would be a rush to get enough for the entire crew. It may put the departure back a cycle week. Sam took in a breath, looked at Orbit, and then at Callie. Perry is right. We need to show a bit of trust, but we also need to be prepared. We aren't on any timeline, so I think we can spare a week. Heckletooth bobbed her ears. Mother will be happy. The profit from this patent will aid her endeavors. Sam gave a slight shrug. Well, I think we can mark the mission as a go. He looked around the room. Everyone, start getting ready. Sam looked at Callie. Compile a supplies list. I want you to have everything you think you will need. Callie nodded and started noting on her arm display. Sam looked around the room a final time. Meeting adjourned. Feel free to access the library when it goes live. Callie stood at the entrance of the massive cargo bay of the Brumus, noting on her arm display. She took note of every crate going past her, like a space-age Noah counting his pairs. Callie watched a contingent of Scribbler Knights walk on board. Then several large flats of machinery covered in tarps, pushed by Reborn and Finnegan. Her grin spread across her face as she watched the human soldiers step onto the ramp, guns draped over their shoulders. One of them waved at her and shouted, "For the hunt!" She laughed and shouted back, "Glad to have you on board. Stow up. Follow your arms to your quarters." "Yes, ma'am." She continued smiling as she marked more items off her checklist. Olivia kissed Sam deeply, both standing on the gantry leading to the Brumus. Olivia let go first, still staring in Sam's eyes. "I'm going to miss you." Sam hugged her even stronger. "I'm going to miss you." He leaned into her. "I'm kind of jealous. Worried mostly, though. Be safe." She hugged him back. "They need a captain." He started easing his grip. "I know. I came up with the mission." Sam let go. "Good luck." Olivia kissed him again on the cheek and started toward the dock door. The Brumus eased away from Twain, with Olivia at the helm. Curator, Callie, and a crew mixed of most of the Clouder species staffed the consoles around the room. A large blue holodisplay illuminated the center of the room, showing the shrinking space station as they departed the sector. Curator looked over at Olivia. "We are clear of the station, ready to enter rift space." Olivia nodded. A bubble of space and light enveloped the ship, plunging it into the brightness of the rift. Curator nodded back. "Rift entered. It will take 4 laps for us to reach the desired location to exit." Olivia got on the ship-wide comm channel. "Hello, crew. This is your captain speaking. We have entered Rift. I'm showing a scheduled time of Rift departure in 47 minutes. Everyone remain in your designated protected area or suits. I will keep you informed, but I expect to have an uneventful trip." Olivia watched the ship's course, Curator doing the math and piloting the ship. It looped around in an expanding spiral out from the center of the rift hole, the plotted dotted line leading to the edge of the outer rift sheath. There they will punch out into the rim systems. Minute by minute, the ship got closer to the location. Curator looked over at her. Nearing exit point. Olivia got back on the comm. All hands prepare for rift departure in 1 minute. She broadcast the countdown through the brumous. It neared the 1 mark, and she gripped her chair's handrests. The ship shuddered as they exited out a forced rift bubble. A cascade of light erupted into the empty vacuum, and the brumous was free. Curator looked over the readouts. We are clear. Next leg takes us 4 hours of jump travel until we are in the clear to make a virgin rift hole. Olivia nodded. Crew, we will have 4 hours of jump before next rift. Feel free to exit safe spaces and suits. Olivia left the ship comms and looked over at Curator. Keep us on course. Curator nodded confirmation to Olivia, while she sent a data file over to Callie's console. Callie opened it up. It was the spatial scan of the rift journey they just undertook. The sensors picked up hundreds of potential collision risks, and had to maneuver to dodge over 60 of them in that short trip. Curator and Erebus had upgraded those very sensors to get more accurate scans inside the rift, and Callie could tell. She made out several shapes, some obvious ships. She found one with potentially recognizable characteristics, most likely human. She looked at Curator and mouthed, Callistode? Curator nodded while still focused on the ship's flight path. The rest of the trip went as planned. The Brumous exited the last rift path after only a few minutes, dropping out at the edge of a binary star system. Callie started scanning, as did Curator. Olivia looked over the map as it populated celestial bodies. Callie walked over to the main holo display in the center and pointed at a planet. Curator pulled up an ellipse around the 2 stars. Here is the green zone of the system. She looked where Callie had indicated. Yes, that is the planet in question. Olivia looked over the map. Any ship sign? Curator shook her head. Just our scout. They are still in orbit. Olivia looked at the planet, green, blue, with wisps of orange, and 3 moons. Take us in. Let the scout ship know we are here, and allow them docking rights. I want them fed and rested. The crew in the helm room all gave a yes, ma'am. 3 Fuimos guided the scout ship, while Crackletooth piloted it. They had completed their 3-week-long survey run, and were nearing the ship designated to retrieve them. The Brumous grew larger in the displays as they neared. Crackletooth looked over the ship. It was shaped similar to the Posar, but thicker and with more crew housing on the sides. The Fuimos beside him radioed the comms. Scout 24 on approach. It turned several of its feathery eye stalks toward the others in the cab. We have been cleared to enter. Crackletooth watched as the maw of the Brumous opened, welcoming them in. He piloted the craft slowly through the protective field of the hangar. A fellow in Finnegan was guiding him down the lane using human landing signals. He followed the instructions and hovered over the designated spot. He lowered the landing struts and descended. The ship bounced in place, issuing a small hiss from the landing assisters. Crackletooth got out of his chair and walked through the cab and into the small crew quarters. He gathered his rucksack and went toward the rear door. The Fuimos were busy cleaning the cab and gathering their personal items. The door opened, and Crackletooth stepped out onto the ramp and jumped a bit. He was startled by the presence of a grazer, 3 humans and the Curator. One of the humans, a female with a thick HUD goggle set on, approached him with her hand out. Hello, Crackletooth. I am Callie Smith, lead director of the mission here on planet A24. Crackletooth took her hand in 2 of his. Nice to meet you. I was told that we would have food first before debriefing. She nodded. Of course. I'm here to lead the way to the mess hall. She motioned the team to give him space. Follow me. I'll walk you there personally. She looked at the others. Help the Fuimos. Curator get the logs and prepare a presentation. Curator watched as the 2 walked down the hall to go get food. She turned and walked into the scout craft. 2 Fuimos ducked into the crew quarter alcoves to allow her to pass on her way to the cab. She sat in Crackletooth's vacated chair and opened up her arms. They split down the center, going from 2 to 4 operating arms. Cords extended out from hidden ports, winding and finding their way into the ship's data slots. Plugged in, she began her download. Callie let the crew of the scout ship eat and went up to the helm. She walked across the room to the central blue holo display. She stood beside Olivia. "That the planet?" Olivia had her hand to her lips and gave a curt nod, still staring at the display. "Curator is still sifting through data, but we have basic mapping." She pointed to a dark spot on the equator. "The source of the energy readings is shrouded by a constant storm. They took spectrographs and looked through it." She brought up a red overlay of the structure hidden underneath the spiral of clouds. "It is built into a mountain." She spun the display and zoomed in. "See here? The storm feeds a lake around the mountain, probably a purposeful design." Callie looked at the notes made by Curator. "What about this spire? It looks like it's hooked over the river coming off here." "What is that?" Olivia shook her head. "Don't know. It's weird, though." Callie changed over to a biosign readout. The planet lit up. "Holy shit, the planet is crawling." Olivia looked it over. "From ocean to mountains, even the deserts are full of life. That's incredible." She looked at Callie. "You ever seen a world this full before?" She shook her head. "If the other planets with similar readings are like this, I'm surprised the Gallic haven't devoured them yet. This is a buffet." Olivia walked around the display. "Curator just threw up a highlight here." Callie walked around and looked at the spot indicated. "Oh wow, those are campfires. There are peoples down there." Olivia shook her head. "This planet is weird, I'll give it that." She zoomed in. A stone encampment was highlighted around the fire. "Look, are those walls?" Callie tapped her googles to change focus. "Looks like maybe a settlement." She looked at Olivia. "You think they are friendly?" "No idea. No risks, though. We play it safe." "I agree to that." Callie spun the planet around again, eyeing the spire under the storm. "I'll get everyone to go over this data, and we will get a game plan together." Callie situated herself in her flight seat on the shuttle. Cookie and Grape Juice, the young colorful preservers, sat beside her. Crackletooth, Curator, and a Fuimos were seated across from her. 7 Scribbler Knights stood, with their war rigs mag-gripped to the shuttle frame. A human was piloting the shuttle down with Fuimos guiding him. Callie stared at the display in her goggles. "Curator." Curator leaned across to reply. "Yes? The pods land safely?" "Yes. They are already boring into the mountainside for materials and constructing a framework for the labs." "Any readouts from the surface?" Curator leaned back in her seat. "They are pretty basic. They are good at determining base elements and ripping things apart into those, but complex life and biosigns are not their forte." The pilot spoke over the comms. "Shuttle nearing landing point. Everyone prepare for landing." The ship thrummed as the grav engines lowered their pulse. The shuttle descended onto the clear spot on the mountainside the box spiders had cleaned for them. A sigh of relief was heard from Callie as the shuttle landed. Curator unlatched and walked through the cab. "I'm going to run preliminary tests with the SFP." She looked over at the preservers. "I have your equipment. I'll get air samples. You should have readouts momentarily." She continued down into the shuttle's cargo hold where a cluster of SFP were waiting. They all entered the airlock, and after a moment of pressure adjustment, they stepped out onto the life-rich alien world. If you're already one of our Patreon supporters, you can now access the latest chapter of 99.9% of the universe 24 hours before its YouTube release. If you're interested in early access, follow the link in the pinned comment below. Your subscription also supports the author who receives a share, enabling them to keep writing the story you love. Thank you for your support. Sam stood in the atrium, Smell lounging silently behind him as he stared out at the station. The vertical and horizontal ring were both nearing completion. Box spiders had built a path going up the atrium, past the freighter docks, past the Kawaru factories, continuing up a newly built arm and to the edge of the vertical ring. Sam watched as they marched by, those going up loaded with minerals in makeshift pouches on their sides, and those coming down emptied. Sam brought his whiskey glass up to his mouth and took a sip. Off in the distance, Admiral Frith was helming a fully crewed Posar on a patrol to Kawaru Prime and back. Shineless hugged Pouch Cheek and then crunch crunch. "Bye, you guys. I'm going to miss you." Pouch Cheek growled. "You do not miss us. We will be here for you. You go." We are proud of you and are thankful for you bringing Caroline to see us." Shineless teared up. "I'm going to miss you anyways." She hugged them again and kissed her mom's smooth, glittering head. Crunch Crunch walked up and placed all 4 hands on her, staring up at her face. "You have said he treats you good?" She smiled. "I worry I'm the mean one sometimes." Crunch Crunch bobbed his ears, loosening his grip. "Give him more children, then. He will forgive you being mean." Pouch Cheek tilted her head. "He's not wrong. I fight him. She bites me too," he said. "She's very rough with me." Pouch Cheek leaned over and bit his arm lightly. "You like it?" He bobbed his ears. "Go, daughter. Damn misses you." She turned, Caroline strapped to her back, watching her adopted grandparents while Shineless walked down the gantry to her freighter, the Harvest. Betsy bought a copy of Sam's playlist and was playing it over the Tar Bar's speakers. She paid for a box spider to come in and redo a portion of the flooring into dance tiles. Several of her friends were out on the floor practicing moves they had watched on the Hue video feeds. Betsy popped another keg brought in from Sparrow and began filling cups with beer. Asterion and Micah quit dancing, sweaty and breathing labored, and approached the bar. "Hey, you two, no getting pregnant in my bar." She handed them both a cup. Asterion looked at her with his stupid smile and shrugged. Micah slugged the beer back, one eye focused on Betsy. Micah slammed the empty beer down and winked out the sheetar. Micah dragged Asterion back onto the floor. He downed his cup and speared it on his horn. "Slow down, girl." Micah shook her head and raised her finger in front of his face as she shook her body to the music. She began moving serpentine in front of him, running her hand up and down his chest. Asterion shivered. Several Tower females were watching them. Asterion noticed their gaze and picked up his woman, throwing her over his shoulder. She slapped his back. "Hey, what are you doing?" Asterion walked toward the door. "Taking you." She hit him again on his shoulders. "Taking me where?" Asterion laughed. "Taking you." Sam did another lap around the old outer ring. He passed the stores, the restaurants, the lines of aliens and crowds of different peoples gathered. He ran by the hall guarded by the Guardian and dashed by the corridors leading to the massive water tanks housing the ocean growers. He passed Asterion carrying a laughing Micah on his shoulder. He looked out the window as he went by, noticing the Sparrow freighter leaving into the void of space. Sam turned into the arm leading past the bank. He ran through the hall, not noticing the traders gathered under the stock exchange computer. His feet pounded a trance-like rhythm through the mist, and a pack of squishies trailed after him. He didn't look down as a rabbit rat darted out of his way and into a vent. Sam continued down and through the farms. He bobbed his head to the tunes beating in his ears. He jogged down the vehicle path etched on the side of the field. A pack of grazers looked up from their work as he went by. After a moment, they looked back down and continued picking. A cluster of SFP rolled toward him. Sam moved to the right side, and the two passed each other without issue. Sam turned into a blue-lit hallway. He jogged through it and down some stairs. He entered into the clam farms and continued jogging around the expanse of water. SFP ignored him. They had kept track of his movements via others. Sam darted past the ponds and turned onto a segmented bridge. It bounced, sending ripples across the water as his feet plodded across. He kept going, quickly passing by the control room, his old quarters near the original core door, and turned, going down a hall toward the old storage rooms. He jogged past the ones allotted to the grazers and entered into his own private storage hall. He stopped and placed his hand on the scanner, and the door let him in. He walked over to an overhead door and raised it up. He walked into the room and looked at the tank of whiskey. He pulled his water bottle from his hip and finished the water. He then opened the tap and filled the water bottle up with liquor. Sam turned and started back towards his quarters, walking to catch his breath. Orbit watched as Sam drank himself to sleep. He turned off the lights in Sam's apartment and prepped the coffee maker to start in 10 hours. Orbit opened up a comm channel through the beacon. "Hail Novacore." Novacore picked up the transmission and responded. "Hello, Orbit. What's up?" "Checking in on status of Kawaru, giving status of Twain." "Understood. Kawaru still has pockets of Galak hidden in 3 collapsed cities. Crawfishians are continuing the hunt. Raga and Grendel are continuing their systems trainings. So far they are appearing to be a success. Spitzlittle is in good spirits. Gree and Kawaru have rebuilt numerous farms. Clouder squads are continuing patrols. We have established 4 new bases and a planet-side starport with full Gree approval. Successful ventures. You have done good. How is it being bonded to the Infinigan? Orbit asked. Tenuous. She has moments of extreme focus. Other times she is chaotic and ripping apart machinery. I think she misses Crackletooth. Any word from his mission? Negative. No word yet. They are expected to get their beacon up within the next 3 cycles. Understood, Novacor responded. And how is Twain? Expansions are going as planned. Trade is up. Immigration is up. Employers are still lacking workers. However, I am having an issue. You need assistance? Nova asked. More advice, Orbit responded. Ask, but you are my senior. I do not know what I can offer that you do not already have stored in your banks. My human, Sam has been sad for quite a time now. I thought he was improving with the arrival of Olivia, but she has departed on the mission with Crackletooth. He is more removed than he was before. Novacor thought for several milliseconds. You have the files on depression and PTSD. He needs a living therapist. He needs a support group also, more human contact. Agreed. Good advice. You mirrored my computations. I will look into finding adequate psychiatric help for him. Thank you, Nova. You are welcome, Orbit. Keep me posted. I will. I look forward to our intervals. Agreed. Novacor out. Orbit out. Spitzlittle was in her quarters in the Tsar. She downloaded her Daily Mail and looked over the headliners. She had a pack of data from the TARPA to go over, and a stack of messages from TIA with concerns in her area. She opened up the daily data from Kawaru teams. Raga torched one of the remaining Galak outposts, leaving it a depression of cooling glass. Grendel had assisted using its grav fields to pry up the earth. Shineless opened up the video and watched it. Nova. Nova appeared beside her in his Infinigan holographic form. Yes, ma'am. Have a crew prep a Hummer glider. I need a 3-man crew. Plans? I need to go check on Raga and Grendel. Make sure they are on notch, she said as she packed her satchel and headed out the door into the halls. She walked briskly, her small feet propelling her quietly down the halls. Numerous peoples of several species walked by her, each going to their allotted tasks. She looked over mail as she walked, the bright overhead hall lights causing her hologram to glitter. She walked into the elevator, still enraptured in her backlogs. 3 grazers and a Fuimos boarded the lift with her. Without looking, she said, "Hangar Bay, please." A grazer leaned over and pressed the button with its short arm. The elevator stopped on 3, and the Fuimos exited. The next floor was the Hangar Bay, and Spitzlittle exited, still staring at her display. She walked under a moving scout ship and dodged a lifter that walked by. She looked up as she neared the outer shield field. Off to her right was the prepared Hummercraft. She looked over the crew. 2 knights and a Fuimos pilot. She walked up the ramp and boarded. Are we ready for departure? The Fuimos looked at her with 4 of its feathery eye stalks as it floated at the controls. Yes, ma'am. If you have coordinates, we can go ahead and depart. She clicked the chord file over to the control display, and the craft started powering up and began departing. The Hummercraft buzzed the knee-high fields below, startling the dozen Kawaru working it. They passed city of Farigi, and Spitzlittle could see the repairs still underway. They turned toward the rising suns and sped over a dilapidated road that led straight to the glassed ruins. Her head tilted as she saw the smoke billowing up as they crested a hill. The ground was charred black, and numerous rocks still held a faint reddish glow and were steaming. Spitzlittle adjusted her breather to accommodate smoke particulates. She looked at her crew. The Warrig scribblers had full filtration, and the Fuimos had a naturally immunity to most atmospheres. They were good as is. Her display started receiving pings. Scribblers were in combat nearby, torching renegade Galak. She waved at the Fuimos. Go around the combat area. Get us over to the resting Omegas. She pointed in the direction intended. The Fuimos turned the craft and they headed nearer to the mechs. They turned the corner around a burning building and she saw them. The two mechs towered over the molten remnants of the buildings, smoke swirling around them in swirls. Spitzlittle pulled up her access protocols and began running diagnostics on their processing and metal stresses. Raga's AI subconscious recognized Spitzlittle and allowed her in. It watched through its sensor eyes and processed the destruction using the mindset of its Gree consciousness. The Galak were dying. They were happy. Revenge for the Kawaru was nearing complete. The Gree of the Raga turned its mech body, looking down at Spitzlittle. It sent her a text. "Hello? How are you, Spitzlittle?" She cad back. "I am good. I got adequate rest. How are you feeling? Was the mission here successful?" Raga turned its Infinigan-shaped head and fired off a beam through the smoke and into a hole on a nearby cliff. It responded, "Still picking off stragglers. They are a danger. Cannot let any escape." Spitzlittle looked up and watched as an armored division went to scout the burned-out hole. She began typing back. "You are a good protector. I am running diagnostics on you. Are you okay with that?" "Yes, that is fine." While Spitzlittle was going over the power core levels and outputs, the AI subconscious was looking for more Galak. There was a fear. The Gree feared being captured, feared being enslaved by their carnivorous cousins. The Gree of the Raga feared, but also sought vengeance for the atrocity done to its parent Farigi. It hunted out of hatred and anger. The subconscious was continuously scouting, looking, hunting to help its main mind rest. It scouted through Spitzlittle's files while she was analyzing the weapon systems. It looked over her maps and plots, and then it started going through her messages. There it found a TIA message, originally sent by a scout ship, that contained the spatial coordinates of the Galak Armada. Within a nano it had copied, pasted, and sent the data over to its fellow Grendel. Spitzlittle was looking over the circuitry where when the two mechs opened up throttle on their thrusters, slowly lifting off. She looked up at the two mechs and texted, "Where are you going? Did you get another target?" The Gree of the Raga texted back, "We have the target. We are away. Thank you for building us, Spitzlittle." Her fingers typed in a blink. "What? Where are you going? Why does that sound so ominous?" "We are going to kill them all or be destroyed in the attempt. Goodbye for now, maybe forever." Spitzlittle began to type another message, but the contact was terminated as the two mechs departed the atmosphere. She stared at the jet trails. The two mechs' battery banks weren't full enough to force a rift hole directly to the Armada. The two jumped to the edge of the Kawaru system and forced a rift into one of the branches leading to the Great Hole. Within moments, they were spiraling in the rift vortex. They calculated the drift time and hopped out of rift, exiting into a rim system. They used their jump drives for 3 days to get into rift range. Then they opened a hole and went through. The two Omegas exited rift, scanning the multitude of ships in front of them. The caravan stretched 3 AU. "There are so many of them," Raga said. "It is our work. We may as well begin." Grendel replied. Raga spoke to its scribbler crew. "My friends, our journey has led us here. I will try to keep alive, but you all know the work that must be done. Good luck. Do not be consumed." The scribblers paused a moment, and then continued their battle checks. The squadron of knights got in their war rigs in preparation. Grendel spoke over the comms again to Raga. "Mine are battle ready. Mine are too." "That is good," Grendel replied. "They have spotted us and a portion is incoming." "Then let us start," Raga said as the shield opened on its back. Raga reached with its 4 arms and pulled the shield around to its front. "Scanning incoming. Marking the 3 that are enslaved fellows. I'll save them for you. I will burst through the other 10. "Understood." Grendel let its sword extend and the hilt expand, gripping it in his human-like hands. Raga engaged thrusters, holding the shield between it and the incoming fire from the ships. In the distance, the Armada watched. Raga fired up the shield's QRF, enveloping the mech with waves of stray light began rippling around it. The engines thrust the unstoppable ball into the first battlecruiser. The ship erupted. Cascades of heat and plasma burst from its seams. Metal buckled, shot out, disintegrated as Raga kept flying through it. From the backside, Raga emerged, stopping and looking for its next target. The Galak ship detonated behind it. The ships converged, firing missiles, lead heads, beams, heat rays, and rail slugs. The QRF shredded the impacts. Raga targeted the current lead ship and dove again. Grendel was joined in the dive, its sword pointed forward, and a quantum rending field issuing out from the blade, enveloping Grendel. The two mechs ripped through 4 more ships before pausing. Raga released its QRF and used the newly acquired power in its capacitors to fully power up its shield. It then directed a surge through the numerous layers of grav plating in its arms. Raga dove past a swarm of fighters and landed on a massive carrier. The Gree of the Raga placed its 4 arms on the Galak ship and unleashed with its gravitational fields. The ship began buckling as Raga moved its arms. The ship parted open, and the insides began crushing inward. Raga aimed its 2 lower hands toward the rent, while the 2 upper hands kept pushing the rent hole wider. Deep inside, the lower hands could feel a power core, and they squeezed with their grave fields. The core was crushed, releasing an explosion of plasma. Raga brought its 4 hands together and used its gravity fields to push itself away and help keep the blast from touching it. Grendel charged through another Galak ship, further boosting its power charge. It exited and swung the sword up, turning off the QRF and sheathing it. It had propelled itself into the midst of the 3 enslaved Gree ships. Grendel had its energy shield at full charge and began firing up his secondary weapon systems. Point defense lasers charged up. Scribbler gunners opened fire at the swarms of fighters swarming the mech. The 3 larger ships circled, firing long arcs of red energy into Grendel's shield. Grendel held its head down as the last system charged up. It reached full charge, and it unleashed a spherical Hummer field. The 3 enslaved ships had the entirety of their Galak crew, and webs of leashing tendrils shocked. Grendel dropped off a contingent of knights and flew off to join with Raga. The 2 mechs continued rending ships apart, while the 12 knights landed, 4 on each of the Gree ships. Lakatal led his troop of 4 across the disabled Gree ship. Each brought 1 Bach spider. They set the 4 robots down on the hull, and the creatures performed their programming, cutting a hole inside. The hole erupted out as atmosphere vented. The Bach spiders waited on the edge of the hole, and the Scribbler knights dove in. Lakatal secured the room and typed on his display for the Bach spiders to enter behind them. The 4 walked down the hall, Lakatal in the lead with his brother. Then the Bach spiders and his 2 other fellow Scribblers brought up the rear. Lakatal watched through his gun scanners. Galak twitched around him. He gave a wave of his robotic hand, and the team fired into the black, slimy tendril clusters, killing the parasitic creatures. They entered into the cargo bay. The room was littered with debris and mounds taller than the Scribbler knights were tall. Lakatal typed in a print code for a Hummer emitter. The 4 Bach spiders skittered into the mounds and began ripping apart items into their base materials. Lakatal watched them work for a few seconds. The programming appeared operational. He gave 3 hand signals. The 4 bunched up and went down another side hallway. The night troop reached the control room. They entered and stared at the newly freed Gree. Lakatal had his men stop. "We are attempting to free you. What is your mental state?" he asked. The Gree spoke through its black-encrusted branches. "I am tired, but am finally awake. I do not know you. What has happened?" "We are the knights. We have come to rescue you." "Do you wish to be rescued?" Lakatal answered. "It is impossible. They have me. I cannot leave. It is impossible." Lakatal gave a head nod to the 3 other members of his team. They began firing into the limp Galak laying around the room. "Look, use your eye. Use your scanners. You have a chance, but you will have to free yourself." The ship Grishan looked outside. Its eon-old sensors saw 2 figures of light shredding a fleet of the dead ships. His sleeping enslaved fellows were firing on the angels, but they did not attack them. "I am free?" Lakatal nodded. "You are, but if we do not go now, you may not remain so." "Where do we go?" Lakatal input coordinates to the awakened Gree's console. "To the Clouder. Firing up engines." As the ship was about to jump, the Bach spiders completed their Hummer emitter in the hold. After a cut and a splice, the device had power, and a field extended through the ship. The Galak were struck down again, just as their nerves were healing. The 3 freed ships jumped away toward a rift point. Raga and Grendel kept up their dance. If you're already one of our Patreon supporters, You can now access the latest chapter of 99.9% of the universe 24 hours before its YouTube release. If you're interested in early access, follow the link in the pinned comment below. Your subscription also supports the author who receives a share, enabling them to keep writing the story you love. Thank you for your support. Sam was in his vacuum-shielded suit walking the new outer rings, checking for weak points. His tool tray floated behind him. Orbit had modified box spiders walking the outside, scanning inwards, while Sam scanned from the inside out. He had a modified sensor box walking beside him, shining lasers over the walls. Every few feet he would take his hammer and ping the wall, sending out a vibration for the box spiders extrapolate data from. They picked up a stress point and began cutting. They pulled out the offending square and started chewing it up. They passed the molten metal between themselves, realigning the alloy into a proper crystalline structure. The box spiders then took the spittle and began spreading it across the open hole. They manipulated the molten alloy as it cooled, kneading it and smoothing it. Sam watched the stars beyond them slowly disappear as the hole shrank. "Orbit?" "Yes, sir." "This was a good idea. I needed to fix something." "I know, sir." Sam watched as the hole sealed up. "This is the fourth inconsistency we found. Makes me wonder about the rest of the station. I will have a team of custodians incorporate this into their maintenance procedures." Sam nodded and started walking again. He tapped a wall, sending a ring out for the box spiders to analyze. "That would be smart. I want this place to hold together." "Sir, I have found someone aboard that I would like you to talk with." "Yeah, who is that?" Orbit sent a file to his arm display. A holographic rendering of a human floated above Sam's arm. "That is Alexander Pody, sir. He's retired drop force. More accurately, he was a frontline mental health advocate." Sam stopped. "You want me to talk to a shrink?" "A retired one, but yes, I would like that for you, sir." Sam looked at the man's image, thinking, "He any good?" "Sir, he volunteered to come here. He left the rest of humanity because he knew the people who came here were going to suffer, and he wanted to help. Those are his words from his video logs." "Still? He any good?" "Admiral Frith gave him good reviews. He has a running log of 4.8 stars. Sam walked another 10 feet through the empty hall and hit the wall. "How long you think before the Posar returns?" "You're agreeing to meet him?" Orbit asked. "Yeah, you're probably right. I could use it." "That is mature of you to admit, sir. Not many would recognize the need nor embrace it. You do not have to wait for the Posar to return, though. He has set up shop on station." Sam let the ping hammer clank against the wall again. "Oh? What section?" "He acquired a loan from Guachuk and paid us to build him an office conjoined to the Scribbler Legal Building. He has been seeing patients for several months now. He even got approved by the unions to treat non-humans and is covered by the union agreements." "Set me up an appointment then." "Doing so now, sir." Sam walked down the arm to the Scribbler offices. He entered their main lobby and looked down. He was as a giant, looking down at a busy plaza. Scribblers filled the floor. Some stood in clusters discussing things. Others scurried back and forth with scratching utensils. Sam looked around the large room. The walls shimmered with a metallic oily sheen, and gold writings and diagrams covered them. He crossed the busy room gingerly, avoiding stepping on anyone. He reached the reception desk, and a tray holding a console and a sitting scribbler floated up to his eye level. "Hello, Sam. Are you here for your appointment?" Sam nodded. "Yes, I'm here to see Pody." "I know, I already had your appointment pulled up." The scribbler stared at him. "That is how I knew you were here for your appointment." "All right. Can I go see him?" The scribbler blinked slowly. "No, he is not ready yet. He is with another patient. There is a waiting room down the hall to your right. Adequate seating for your size is available there. He will get you when he is ready." Sam rolled his eyes and walked down the hallway. He found the room and took a seat. The room was quiet. A dim yellow lamp illuminated the corner. Sam had worn himself out walking the portion of the outer ring. He leaned his head back against the wall, his eyes drooping. "Sam?" Sam woke up, looked around the waiting room and focused on the man from the hologram. "Dr. Pody, hey." Sam got up and shook the man's hand. "Thank you for seeing me." Alexander smiled. "No, the pleasure is mine. You're the local celebrity here." He motioned for Sam to follow. "Come on, my office is this way." He led Sam down a short hall and through a wooden door. Sam looked at the door, running his hand along it as he entered. "Wow, you bring this on the Posar?" Alexander chuckled. No. But one of my clients brought his grandfather's pipe with him, olive wood. He sold a sample of the DNA to the preservers. They paid quite a lot for it, and one of the stipulations were that my client would active growth samples." Alexander pointed at the door. "First thing I did after my rent was paid up was to purchase that door. It was his first sale, and he got an operation started on Sparrow already." Sam sat down on the firm couch. "You're not worried about revealing too much, huh? Doctor-client privileges?" Dr. Pody shrugged. "My ethics bother you." Sam looked at him for a second. Not a good way to start. Alexander relaxed into his seat. "Look, Sam, I'm retired. I'm old. I'm doing this to help anyone who comes through that door. I like the door. You were interested in it. I told you the history of said door. I find no fault in it. Hell, maybe you might start buying up the guy's olive oil out of curiosity and helping the guy launch a business. Maybe, just maybe, that was my way of helping you network and build a new relationship." Sam leaned back. "Doubtful. Sounds like you just like to talk." Alexander smiled. Sam stared at him. "So what now? You tell me. Why are you here?" Sam looked around the sparse office. "My AI recommended it." Odd thing for an AI to recommend. They usually let humans human on their own, don't they?" Sam nodded and looked back at Dr. Pody. "That's true. Orbit usually just lets me keep screwing up. I think he gets a kind of pleasure from it." "So, what do you think motivated Orbit to get you in here with me? Or more importantly, why did you agree to it?" Sam looked down at his feet. "Probably my drinking. I drink quite a bit. Many people drink a lot. Do you think you are the point where it is a problem?" Sam nodded. "I've lost quite a few days. Missed meetings. The aliens didn't know or care. They just chalked it up to me being human, but I know." "How do you feel about it?" Alexander asked. "I feel, Sam thought for a moment. "I feel wasted. I feel hell, I've felt this way for a long time. I feel like there isn't a point. It's just, I don't. Tell me." Alexander waited. "I feel meaningless. It feels like the universe is just a bunch of stupid, chaotic bullshit. I'm stuck out here. Now you're stuck out here. There's no going home. Did you want to go home?" Sam shook his head. "Don't really have one. Never did." "Why didn't you have a home?" Sam sighed. "Moved around a lot as a kid. Didn't form a lot of attachments." Alexander nodded. "I've read your military files. Hell, most of us have. You've been a loner. You are good at what you do and have helped out during several battles. But it was noted by several of your superiors that you are quiet and don't really socialize with your compatriots." Sam thought for a moment and laughed. "I can see that. Do you think that is a good thing?" "Dunno. I like being quiet. I don't like feeling like I always have to talk. That abnormal?" Dr. Pody shook his head. "Everyone has different levels of socializing that they need. Everyone has a minimum and maximum. When we hit our minimum, we feel depressed, sad, and need to be around people. When we are at our maximum, we get anxious, overwhelmed, and need to retreat to solitude. You seem to have a lower maximum tolerance." Alexander looked at Sam for a moment. "But I do have a minimum." Alexander nodded. "When do you drink more?" Sam sighed. "When I'm alone." "Have you been alone lately?" Sam nodded. "Yes, my girlfriend. She got the captain position of the Brumus. I've been going pretty heavy since she left." "That's good you found a companion. What do you think you can do to occupy yourself until she returns?" "I like jogging, but that doesn't stop the drinking. Today, fixing stuff. I'm pretty tired, and I think I could fall asleep without having anything." "Do you think you could work on fixing things more? Would that help?" Sam thought for a moment. Crunch Crunch owns the repair docks. He would let me help fix ships if I asked. Is that something you would want to do? I don't know. Sam thought for a moment. I don't know what I really want to do. Alexander smiled. That's a good start. Sam looked at him. How so? What do you want to do? That is the question. Now you just have to experiment until you find out the answer. Sam laughed. Okay. Dr. Pody looked at him seriously. You have all the opportunities you could imagine here. Not many people get a dedicated AI. Replicating robots are illegal in the HFY. Yet you have some, and you can make whatever you wish. People are here because of you. You have people who will listen if you decide to do, well, anything. Your actions, whether chosen or by accident, have rippled out. You have creatures operating on your whims. Now imagine if you got better control of yourself and focused on something. What could you accomplish? Sam shrugged. What am I supposed to accomplish? No idea. Whatever you want. That's what I'm telling you. Sam relaxed on the couch, thinking. I have some ideas. I've got a few things going. Like, I've had nightmares. Sam looked at Alexander. I thought they were just stress-induced, but they're not. There's something, I don't know, malevolent out here. This something. What do you think it is? Sam shrugged. The aliens called it an Aralang. It takes lots of forms in my dreams. Villains, monsters, you know. Like what? The aliens know of it? Sam nodded. The hagfish know of it. So do the great arm races. Something old out here. I don't know what it is, but it is the reason I have got an archaeology team doing research. I'm trying to find answers. Pody nodded. Outward evidence outside of the dreams themselves. Curious. Well, while the team is doing research, have you thought about doing your own? What do you mean? You ever lucid dream? Sam shook his head. No. What is that? Alexander pulled up a file on his arm and threw it over to Sam's display. Read through these books. With practice, you may be able to access your dreams better. Maybe communicate with this Aralang. Sam looked over the books. Think that is safe? Alexander stared at him. Death is on the other side of that wall. What is safe? Truthfully, it's an experiment. You're interested in it. Anything at all that holds your interest can help you find meaning. And that will help you on more levels than anything I know to do. Sam stood up. Okay, I'll read through these. I'm tired anyway. Maybe it will put me to sleep. Alexander stood up and shook his hand. Quicker than a nightcap. Sam laughed. We'll see. Sam was reading the red book by Carl Jung when Orbit appeared in his room. Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have a situation. Sam sat up straight. What is it? The Raga and the Grendel. They have gone AWOL. Raga accessed Spitz-Little's classified files. We think they went to attack the Gallic fleet. From our embedded agents, that fleet is massive. That's suicide to go alone. Holy shit. They're poking the goddamn bear. Yes, sir. They most likely are. Sam got up and started getting dressed. Reach out. Get everyone on board. Level 5 threat. See if you can make contact with the agents and get us up-to-date intel on the situation. Understood. On it now, sir. Sam left his quarters and started down the hall toward the Senate chambers. Callie stood under the bright lab lights, studying the sterilized item on the table. She focused her goggles so she could see the striations in the point. Incredible. She manipulated the item, turning it over. Grape juice, the juvenile female preserver, entered the lab. She cantered over to Callie's side. That one of the arrows pulled from Curator. Callie jumped and lifted her goggles off her eyes. Oh, hey, yeah. This thing pierced her mesh alloy chest. Callie lifted the arrow up, looking at the tip. It's silica with steel embedded in it. It's not delicate at all. Callie lifted the arrow up and struck the edge of the table. It cut a gouge in it. Sharp as obsidian, strong as alloyed steel. Callie set it back on the table and pulled a scope over it. Check this out. Grape juice focused one of her 3 eyes on the screen. The other 2 were twisted and still looking at the arrow. Callie highlighted the striations in it. See here. Grape juice turned all her eyes on the image. Yes, those are growth rings. That tip was grown. Callie turned and looked at her. Exactly. I think it's actually a tooth from something. She looked at the preserver's stance. You in the air managed to work up a vaccine yet? Grape Juice lowered into herself. No, I don't know if we will be able to. There are too many viral agents in the air, and the viruses aren't even the scary part. The preserver pulled over a stool and lowered her body onto it. I analyzed the soil samples Curator took last week. The ground it's riddled with highly aggressive and invasive organisms. Everything on this planet is actively wanting to eat everything else. Grape Juice typed on her chest device. A hologram rendering of one of the native sapients floated between them. I had Curator pull DNA samplings off the arrow before it was sterilized. This is the creature as it would be, purely natural. Callie looked it over. It had 2 strong hind legs, hinged opposite as a human's. On the rear portion was a long, bony prehensile tail. Its upper body protruded forward with a thick breastplate. It had long arms that split into 2 large claws. In between each claw was a set of 12 small manipulator digits. The head of the creature resembled a hairless canine, except it lacked eyes and instead had ridges of tissue facing forward. Ugly. Are they really as smart as the scribblers were saying? Grape Juice bobbed her head forward in human fashion. Probably more so. The simulation I ran has them at least to a human level of intelligence. She changed the hologram. That is just the start. Look here. The hologram shifted and was now covered in bone spurs and plates. 3 large worms writhed on its back. This is rendered from the images Curator took in battle. See those tendrils on its back? Callie nodded. Those match DNA sample renderings I made from soil samples. I think they actively infect themselves with parasites to gain some sort of advantage. Watch this. She changed her hologram again, this time to show Curator and 3 knights battling 4 of the native creatures. One of the creatures spun and lunged with a spear. Curator parried with her blade, the rain stuttering the energy field on it. The creature spun again, this time closer, allowing the worms on its back to strike out with their pincered mouths. Curator punched and crushed one of the worms. The playback ended. Grape Juice stared at Callie. This is the more stable side of the planet, Callie sighed. It's a horror show. The air, the water, everything is biological toxic. Your naming of the planet is apt. Vitalia. Yeah, I had no idea how alive this planet is, Callie said. Grape Juice stood back up, bobbing her body. I do have good news. Callie smiled at her. Throw it at me. I know why the Gallic leave the planet alone. The pathogens? Callie guessed. Well, yes, I guess it's obvious. Callie shrugged. You proved it, though? Grape Juice bobbed. Yes, I cloned some of Perry's flesh and put it in a test box. Curator took it out on her last mission. I already have readings, and numerous microbes are already devouring it. Wait, was it a live sample? Like it was alive? Of course. One of our mission parameters was to answer the question of why the Gallic leave these worlds alone. It was the best method. Callie stood up. What if the planet wasn't immune? What if that parasite got loose and took over the planet or something? The air ate it. Grape Juice straightened herself. What is the issue? I do not understand your facial expression of hostility. Look, do not expose life forms to living Gallic parasites. Ever. Note that and tell your fellow preservers, for fuck's sake. Callie paced a bit. I'm starting to understand Sam's logs a bit more. Grape Juice typed on her chest multifunctional device. Noted. I will send it to the Brumus to relay back to Twain. I think the preserver will like our findings. I expect to get a repository of my own when we return. Callie motioned for her to exit. Go send it. Let me know if you find anything else interesting. Yes, ma'am, Grape Juice said, and cantered out the door. Callie walked over to her lab window looking out across the valley. The rain drizzled down the window, and the weapons turrets slowly rotated on their pedestals. She picked up her warm cup of tea and watched the rivulets of living death roll down the thick glass. Curator came through on the outpost comm. Incoming biohazard. Need medical suite atmosphered up. Grape Juice answered. What is situation? Air and I are hurrying there. It's one of the scribblers. He had a hull breach, spear to the torso. He's been exposed, having trouble breathing. He's turning a deeper blue than normal. Grape Juice spun into the observation area and powered up the medically sealed room on the other side of the glass wall. Room is powering on. How far out are you? We are coming up the pass now. We should be there in 10 minutes. Curator hacked the war rig and took over piloting for the now unconscious knight. The other watched behind, ready for another attack. She maneuvered the suit into the docking port on the outside of the outpost. Human gunners manned the turrets over the path, watching them approach. Curator walked up beside the war rig and watched as several of her box spiders maneuvered into the suit and gingerly removed the ailing scribbler. She shut her eye and watched as they carried the creature to the medical bed. The heir, fully suited in a self-contained hazmat vacuum rig, entered from the sterilization lock. It knelt down next to the tiny soldier and began scanning. Numerous biologicals. His earlobes are filling with a rapidly expanding fungal protrusion. The heir took a filament from its tool belt and inserted it down the scribbler's airway. It looked through the scanner and saw when it hooked onto the hardening fungus. The heir tugged, and large portion came free. It opened up the scanner and inserted the fungus into a chamber. Analyzing now. The scribbler took a breath, having a large chunk of one of the invaders removed. Grape juice was outside and quickly began analyzing the life form. Get a blood sample from him. I'll start working up some retros. I have this species documented. We should be able to knock it out quickly, but we need to know what else is in his system. The heir motioned with its 3 fingers, giving the human OK cookie. The brown and tan preserver came into the overlooking lab. I hurried as fast as I could. What does he have growing in him? Grape juice busily worked on the retros to counter the parasites and viruses with 2 of her hands. The other hand and its paired eye looked at the male preserver. So far 100 foreign species and counting. Cookie bobbed. Time to put our thoughts into practice. He clicked on his chest device. All preservers log in. We have an active. Need help coding. Curator stood outside watching through the outpost's numerous cameras. Concern crept through her processors. Her left hand touched her stomach, tracing the now healed line where the native Vatalians pierced her. Callie spoke to her over the comm. Situation? He took a spear. The doctors are treating him now. And you? What happened? We were ambushed. They set a trap. Curator replied. What kind of trap? I think they have been watching us. Curator turned, looking down toward the valley below. They dug a pit in the peat. They had a small creature down in it, one I hadn't seen. When I tried to get a sample from it, they attacked. Then it could have been worse then. Olivia joined the comm channel. Brumus to Vitalia outpost. This is Kali. Go ahead, Captain. I just got word. What is your situation? Curator replied. Under control now. I am watching the air. They just administered first dose of retros. Is he going to live? Olivia asked. I'm surprised he still is, Curator said. Well, I have more bad news. What is it? Callie asked. Olivia continued. We just got a message through the beacon from Twain. The Gree have launched an attack on the Gallic Armada. Retaliatory fleets are expected. The Brumus is recalled to Sparrow. The Pozar is already en route to Twain. All right, Callie said. We can be ready within a few hours. Wait, this quarantine situation, he can't go. We can't risk contamination. And I need a full detox, Curator said. Curator, give me some potentials. How can we get you all evacuated? Olivia asked. All? We can be ready to go in 4 hours, but only if we leave him to die. Everyone else could probably leave within the hour if I am left behind, Curator offered. I could stay with him, but even with my processing, I am not up to par with the air or the preservers. He would die. No, Callie interjected. We can hold here. They haven't killed all our box spiders. We can fortify, dig in, and operate under sheltering procedures. We should be safe, Olivia. Think on it, Callie. You have 30 minutes to come up with ideas. We plan on departing in 2 hours, Olivia said. Curator, we will need you to calculate the course and send it up to us. You're already planning on going without, Curator. I'm not leaving her, or the night. Callie sighed, running her hands through her hair. Curator, send Olivia the codes. Get them en route as quickly as possible. Yes, ma'am, Curator said, and started her calculations. Callie paced in her lab, watching the camera feeds. The satellite in orbit witnessed the Brumus leaving them stranded on this hostile planet. The feed from the biohazard suite showed her the tiny face of Shatak Fet. She could see his labored breathing as he struggled to stay alive as his minuscule organs fought off the alien germs. Callie looked over at the top right camera feed. Curator was outside, standing in the rain, standing watch. Curator listened and watched with her dozen patrolling box spiders. She had a dozen more burrow into the mountain, refining ores and making more for her to put to use. One of them picked up motion. Then she felt it, a ripple through the earth. It wasn't a strike, but more a continuous thrum. She maneuvered 3 box spiders to get a geolocation point on the source. She got it, the eastern cliff. Curator spoke over the comms. "We got something coming up the east side. Maneuvering eyes there now." Callie looked at the tooth-tipped arrow laying on the examination table. "I don't want to be a Roanoke." She looked back at the cameras, watching the rain continue to stream down. 3 box spiders moved in unison across the mossy cliff face, the misty rain making it slick for their footing. Curator watched through them, maneuvering toward the source of the sound. One of the box spiders rolled and pivoted into a spot with a clear line of sight through a canopy opening. She moved the 2 others into alignment to get a 3D picture of what she was looking at. She pulled up her holo display, projected from her chest. It was 30 meters long, segmented, and crawling up the side of the cliff on a multitude of legs. She could make out ropes and harnesses on its back, with over 15 Vitalian sapients riding the creature. Behind it she could make out 2 more such creatures moving up the sheer mountainside. "I have visual," she said over the comms. "Sending projection now. I need reinforcements outside and spin the turrets. Load up the heavy shot." Curator walked over to her blade, leaning under the canopy beside the wall. She lifted it up and put it on the maglock on her back. It snapped into place with a clank. She looked at her arms. The greenish-purple slime had started banding on her again. She pulled off the strings of algae, wiping her body down. As the rolling donut of sludge made it off her leg and onto the ground, she straightened up. An alcove opened up in the outpost wall as modified box spiders finished a print for her. Curator reached inside and pulled out a heavy tri-barreled gun. She pulled out the accompanying band of 100 rounds and fed it into the loading slot. With a pull of the slide, it was loaded. She walked over to the edge of mountain, her inner eye watching as the thearthropodic creatures crawled closer. The Vitalians were quiet. They had planned the attack, sneaking, hoping to catch the mountain peoples off guard. Their leader was intelligent, strong. He was capable of surviving and controlling 4 backworms. He had brought down hundreds of beasts to feed the pack. They spoke in hand signals and flashes of color along their sides. Distance on their world meant death, and as such the Creator had made them to communicate visually. Close range. They hunted as a pack. They built as a pack. They breathed, ate, fucked, and died as a pack. Now as a pack they were going to slay the intruders of their territory. The leader pulled back his bowstring. 4-foot-long arrow knocked in place as their steed crested the rise. He focused his eye sets, strain in his muscles, and there he saw it. The metal devil stood staring with its one eye. He let loose her arrow and was met with fire. The world spun and the crawler exploded around him. He watched as 4 of his pack erupted in fire and flesh. The crawler started leaning and he fell off to his right. He landed, rolling. He backworms coiled and cushioned the fall, helping him flip and ready himself. He stood up, pulling his blade out from his side sheath. Several of his pack survived, and others were coming on the other 2 crawlers. He charged, changing to the neon purple and oranges of attack and threat. The Vitalian leader hit the side of the metal demon, piercing its left arm. The knife stuck, and the demon's fire launcher fell as its arm went slack. The demon dropped the launcher completely, and pulled a blade off its back as long as she was tall. The Vitalian stood his ground, with his stalker tooth blade. The metal demon swung, danced, moving with an unnatural rhythm. He dodged, barely missing a decapitation. He couldn't get close enough to strike with his arms and spun, letting his backworms launch a flurry of attacks. The demon parried them and blocked another with a punch from the sword hilt. 3 of his pack joined the attack. They lunged at the demon, and 2 more rallied with bow and arrow, launching bolts at her. Then the fire rain came down. Massive shockwaves rolled through the ground. Big fire launchers on top of towers were shooting at them. He watched as several more of his family died. Colors of horror and a touch of fear shot down his side. He turned back to the demon. That thing controlled it all. He had watched in the forest. He knew it led the invasion. He would kill it and protect his clan. He had stopped a dozen invasions from the jungle, and he would stop this new one. He charged again. The metal demon dodged his attack again, and his worms. As he spun a second time, the demon swung upward and cut the worms off near their bases. He felt the cold seep in as their insides came free. The pack watching paused. Their leader fell, and the metal demon had its blade ready to strike him dead. All present sucked in a breath and held it, shock and fear permeating their bodies. The demon did not deliver the blow. It knelt down and pulled a black cordage from its wrist. It bound the leader's hands and feet. The pack watched as it lifted him up and turned away from them. The leader's brother flashed fear and theft. He raised his bow and almost fired, but worry about hitting his immobilized brother stayed his hand. Curator watched through the box spiders and the outpost cameras as the pack of Vitalians backed away toward their crawlers, while she walked away with their leader. Prep secondary containment room. I have a captured specimen. Callie had been watching over her video feeds. It is pressurizing now. Cookie pulled off from the first workstation, aiding Shalakfet, and started prepping the robotics in the nearby second room. As the airlock beeped ready, Curator opened the door and walked into the containment room. She lowered the bound sapient onto the bed. I think I killed its worms. It had more than the rest of them. That may have been important. See what you can do. Cookie manipulated a specimen extractor over to the creature's back and took a sample. Running catalysts now. Curator stood in line with the Scribbler Knights. Drops of water dripped down her blade as she stared at the Vitalians who stood guard at the cliff edge. Neither side had weapons raised, but both sides watched the other intently. While she stood watching, Curator was running several subrhythms that were testing the brain scan from the captured sapient. She summoned forth a box spider and had it crawl up her back. Once on her body, she had it modify her metallic skin to house an LED underlayer. The Vitalians watched intently as the black squarish creature worked on the metal demon. Inside, Cookie was running protein modelings on samples taken from the sapient, testing one after another, isolating what was allowing it to fend off the virulent atmosphere, and also which are compatible with Scribbler and human biology. Grape juice came over. Shalakfed is hanging on, but his little body isn't going to be able to keep the bacteria and viruses at bay. The retros are starting to fail. One of the hundreds of tests turned green. Cookie enlarged it and pulled it forward. Here. We got a potential. Help me run life tests on this one. Grape juice looked it over. Good job. I'll get the protein sequencer printing plates. Cookie bobbed his body. Let me know. If we complete that project, I want to get started on these parasitic worms. She bobbed a happy response. Agreed. Callie watched on the cameras as the box spider crawled down from Curator, and she started blinking reds and yellows. Callie noticed the immediate reaction from the Vitalians. They gripped their weapons tighter, but they were watching Curator intensely. Curator took a potentiality from one of the brain scan findings. She looked over a synapse pulse reading as greeting and familiarity. It was linked to a cluster of color-producing nerves. She matched them and sent pulses. Reds and yellows cascaded down her side. She repeated it 3 times with a pause between them. Then she waited. One of the Vitalians stood taller and took a step away from the resting crawlers. It looked back at its pack, and then at Curator. It flashed a yellow-red-yellow coloration. Curator raised her hand in a wave. She flashed a red-red-yellow-yellow as a predicted acknowledgement. The creature raised its hand in response. Grape Juice manipulated a robotic arm over to Shalakfet's side. She administered the injection. Scanners watched as the viral load started reducing immediately. Sample 108 administered. So far positive results. Continuing monitoring. Good, good. Cookie responded. I have 2 more potential sequences we can try. I'll work on more if there are any. Think any of the blockers could be modified to not be dangerous to him? Doubtful. Cookie responded. But we may be able to modify him to be able to resist them. Live modification requires Clouder approval. Curator spoke in through the comms. The low D clause, Scribblers had it wrote in subscript. Curator sent over the file. Grape Juice read it out to Cookie. In situation where a subject is terminal, and experimental treatments may be potentially used to save a life. Laws prohibiting such experiments are null so as to save said life." Cookie bobbed. "I like that clause. I'll get started on potential modifications now." Curator had a string of worry code cross her processors. She shrugged it back down and continued a string of colors in an attempt to communicate. The one that stepped forward watched her and responded in a string of blues and reds, coupled with hand gestures. Curator raised up both hands and took a step forward. The creature gripped its bow, getting ready to draw. Curator pointed at her head and flashed the colors she was now thinking meant what or question. The creature looked at her head, feeling her question out. It replied with the colors meaning head, and Curator copied them. She pointed at the creature's head and repeated the colors. The Vitalian responded with approval. "That is correct." Curator smiled and then pointed at her hand. The Vitalian understood and started to play the naming game with her. Sam sat in his office, looking over the holographic projection. It was a Senate conference call. In the middle of all the numerous faces was a projection from the TIA ship embedded in the Gallic Armada. Sam and the senators watched as the two Gree mechs slowly became surrounded. They held wave after wave of assault, with bursts of QRF attacks to back off any ships that got close. Sam shook his head and looked at the hologram of the three faces of Perry. "Perry, we need your input. What do you think they will do?" Perry spoke through the hologram. "None of my cohorts in the prison know of the Twain or Clowder. So long as no one gets consumed, they do not know where we are. The second they get knowledge of our location, though, I suspect they will come in force." Sam watched the two mechs continue fighting. "There are scribblers on those Omegas. If they get consumed, that fleet of ships will be on our doorsteps." Dam chimed in. "The Brumus is back in orbit here. I have Erebus uploading to it now. Sparrow defense stations are being hurried online." The human Oblivion pilot Judith Franklin spoke up from a room on Kawaru Prime. "The Tsar has operational planetary cannons. We also have a fleet of Oblivions ready and pilots are finishing training. Novacore is presently networking through the Gree cities. We will be able to put up a good fight." Sam looked over at the hologram of Grak. "What is the status of the Craddock ships?" Grak heaved its body so it could see into the projector better. "The fleet has been recalled from the trade lanes and are currently getting retrofitted at every Clowder port. We appreciate the free weapons upgrades." Heckletooth interrupted. "Those upgrades aren't free." She pivoted her hologram over at Sam. "So far you have been good on our deal. I expect another 1,000 brought out of the digital within 60 cycles." Sam looked at the preserver's floating face. The preserver bobbed a bit, leaning to the side. "You will have your compatriots. My children are working at body reconstruction as we talk here." Sam looked at Grefweck. "How has this affected the market?" Grefweck pivoted in her office. A haze of gas floated past her web of eyes. "So far the news hasn't got out. I doubt this many people in a meeting like this can keep a secret. It will be out soon, and I suspect several planets to take precautions and cut ties." Sam nodded in thought. "All right. Buy up all the ore you can and get it flowing to our ports. We need resources to prepare." Orbit appeared beside Sam. "Sir, the shell is only now starting. We will be open to any attacks. The shielding is not adequate to protect the entirety of the station." Sam looked over at Admiral Frith. "Keep the Posar on high alert. You're our primary defense when they come." Frith looked over all the holograms present. "Twain Station is an easy target, Sam. Sparrow has an army of box spiders, numerous defensive stations, and the Brumus. I suggest filling the freighters and evacuating everyone to Sparrow. It is far easier to defend." Dam nodded at that. "We have the room. We have greenhouses built and waiting for plants and workers. We could house the Twain 100 times over." Sam looked around at all the faces, the friends, the species of aliens he had grown to love. "I will stay here and defend the station to the best of my ability. It's my home, but I think anyone who wants to should go to Sparrow. That makes military sense." The senators began talking planning and freighter capacity amongst themselves. Asterion spoke directly through the comm to Sam. "I will stay here with you, Sam." The Hagfish, Preserver, Baoa, and several scribblers entered the chat with them. The scribbler tray spoke up. We overheard Asterian Sam, and we will stay here and help defend Twain. You have given us a home, and we will die for it. Sam shook his head. I don't want anyone dying. Allow anyone you want to evacuate. The scribblers talked amongst themselves, and then the tray leader responded. We have colonies already on those worlds. We are this station's colony. We will not evacuate. The scribbler threw an invite to the private chat to Heckletooth. She joined. The scribbler looked at her hologram. We wish to spend our fortunes. Can you assist us in a build? Heckletooth tilted her head. The Infinigan are full up right now. We are installing weaponry and performing repairs at max capacity. The scribblers talked a moment, and then the leader spoke again. Our sons will help you. Put them to work. We can work. We have rigs. Our sons help you install, and you send a few of your children to modify war rigs for space battle. Heckletooth looked at the scribbler for a moment. How many you offer for one of mine? The scribblers convened, and then he spoke again. 2 rig operators, 2 packs of 20 for one of yours. Heckletooth thought it over. I will accept that offer on behalf of the Infinigan. The preserver spoke up. Sam, I have several failed experiments that could be of use. They will need Senate approval, however. They are not pretty, and you may not approve of them. Sam looked at everyone in the channel, and then at the extended Senate holograms. If your ideas can help save the Clouder, then I will help promote it through the Senate. The preserver bobbed. I have several that may help. I will begin preparations and will start once approval has been met. Sam leaned back. Thank you all. Baoa bowed into the hologram. My clan is with you, Sam. This place is our home too. The hagfish representative pivoted and opened its maw of teeth. We wish to see it out with you. We have seen. It has the potential to be glorious. Spitzlittle was looking at her console, watching her 2 mechs fight the horde. Her 4 hands tightened as rage spread through her body. She struck the table with her lower set of hands and screamed, Idiots! My idiots! Novacor appeared beside her. My apologies, ma'am. I do not mean to interrupt, but there is something you should be seeing. Spitzlittle looked at the Infinigan hologram. What? She pointed at the battled Raga and Grendel were currently in. I need to watch them. Why are you interrupting me? Novacor pulled up a hologram in his hands. 3 ships were displayed on the edge of the system. Lakatal, one of the Omega Knights is requesting permission to enter the system. Spitzlittle looked at the 3 ships. Those have Gallic marks on them. What are they? Explain. Nova zoomed in the hologram. They are Grease ships, ma'am. Your mechs liberated them. They seek asylum. Spitzlittle touched her comm and spoke through the Tsar. I need task forces 3 through 7 to the landing pads. Prepare for Gallic cleansing. We got Grease survivors incoming. She turned to Nova. Grant them permission. Get them safely to the ground. Run scans. Nova bobbed his ears. Yes, ma'am. Raga discharged its QRF and powered up its shield and grav arms. It dove through a clustered bunch of Gallic ships and ripped them apart. Grendel flew beside Raga, QRF up and taking the incoming fire. Waves of light and energy rolled over the 2 ships as they tore through the ranks. Raga sent readings of Gree-operated ships. Grendel lowered its QRF, and Raga powered its QRF back on. Raga flipped over and took the brunt of the fire. Grendel blasted a Hummer burst as it passed the Gree ships, temporarily freeing them. Packets of information and chatter was sent over. You are free. Use your time. Cut the Gallic ties. Save yourselves. Grendel fired off bursts of pinpoint lasers, frying a swarm of fighters as they neared. 20 Gallic command ships closed in, surrounded by cruisers, carriers, and fighters. It was only a small portion of the armada, but the ships had the 2 mechs surrounded. The command ships began firing 2-ton railgun slugs at the mechs, while the fighter swarms kept up their harrying. Grendel took 3 shells to its shield, and the shield popped. Raga deflected another 7, and its QRF was approached max capacity. A beam slipped past to the exposed Grendel and ripped through its right shoulder. The Gree of the Grendel felt it. It felt its arm burned off and it screamed. Its AI subconscious spasmed, flinching, causing the mech to flail in a spin as the arm drifted away. Raga felt the pain of its cohort. They roared, Raga in rage, and Grendel in agony. Grendel's subconscious filled the comm waves with screams. The lead Gallic command ship fired another beam, cutting off Grendel's foot. Grendel arched its back, spasming in pain as more of its nerves and branches were severed. Raga kept up its QRF, fending what it could, protecting Grendel. The screams of the Gree echoed through the rift sheath on the TIA datanet. The Gallic ships closed in, dropping weapons, and were preparing to capture the two mechs. Raga circled around Grendel, while small cruisers launched grapplers at the flailing Gree. "Grendel, pull yourself together," Raga begged. "I can't keep them off you. It's just some metal. We can get you more. Steady yourself," Grendel screamed. "Pain! I feel pain. They cut me." Raga took a heavy blast, overwhelming its QRF. The scribblers inside kicked off the field and rerouted the excess power into the shields and gravity plating in Raga's arms. More beams and bolts rammed the shield. Grendel started twitching as the pains shot through its sensors and subconscious. "Grendel, I need you to get together now." Another bolt hit. Raga flexed its grav fields and pulled apart the cruisers, pecking at Grendel. "Grendel, get up." Grendel's mind was not its own, but fused with the AI, a human-based AI, and it was screaming as if its body were burned and cut apart. 7 totems hovered in sync, keeping the atmosphere bubble in place. 64 bodies, each from a separate consumed race, walked inside the air-filled space. A Gallic head threaded amongst the corpses, looking out along the vast walkway they strode on. The totems stopped. The Gallic cluster inside the sphere of air halted with them. 5 pillars rose from the ground and holograms of the 5 member species of the Great Arm Council appeared on them. The UNT of Thought spoke. "Why do you summon us, stench worms?" The Gallic spoke through its numerous orifices, its voices chittering in a cacophony of languages. "You have betrayed us. You swore oaths. Contracts were signed. You are in breach, and we are owed." The UNT reared up. The red cloak covering its hump fell down. Numerous claws unfurled from under its body. "We owe you nothing. We have broken no oaths. Our contracts are valid. Now I repeat, why do you summon us? You promised us a harvest. Our harvest was cut short. Our harvesters are being killed by the Crawfishians prematurely. Gree have escaped us. You allowed these outsiders invade us and take what is ours. You promised. You blame us for the work of known outsiders. They are not our fault. Deal with them yourselves if you are having a problem. We hold no agreement with them." The Gallic stomped with 100 feet. "No. You know them. You watch them. You watch all. You are always in everyone's affairs. We know your kinds. We have tasted your kinds. All of you. You planned this. You had those creatures attack our fleet. You let them even now attack us." The UNT looked at the other 4 members. "They are still attacking you?" "Yes. They sent 2 scouts to harry us. The Armada is encircling them. Soon we will have their minds as parts of ours." The Dalaki representative straightened up, stretching its 8 arms. It got onto its feet and spoke. "They were not to attack the Armada. This was not agreed on. That would cause provocation. They are at risk." The Churi at the other end of the pedestals opened an eye. "Blessed or not, the station will most likely fall. I am talking to the smell of twain now. I have dispatched a ship. All representatives will be within safe quadrants by cycle's end." The Go'adur hovered in place, checking its armored hands. It raised its head and started talking. "The 2 ships are from the same that stopped the harvest. You are sure of this?" The Gallic looked at the 5. "Yes, they use the same destruction magics. Now, though, they use the Crawfishian pain guns. They take everything, these outsiders. Horrible creatures you have sent upon us. Why did you send them upon us?" "We did not send them," the UNT said. "These things you fight you already wear except one. You fight mostly uplifted, weak species." "I do not understand. Those that attack us are uplifted? They are builders, magic makers. They are like you. What are they?" The UNT looked at the Dalaki. The 8-armed creature looked into the hologram at the Gallic. "Homo sapiens. We are studying them, and you are a part of that study. Capture them. Learn from them. You help us. Tell us what you find. We have learned much, but they hide secrets. Tell your leaders to capture all you can. Tell us all you can. You did not send them, but you knew of them. You know how dangerous they are. The Dholaki splayed out its 8 hands. We do now. We apologize for any damages inflicted on your peoples. Feel free to harvest them. We will gladly pay damages for good harvested intel. The Churi looked over at the Dholaki. We all in agreement on this? The UNT curled back under its hump. They attacked the Armada. They are doomed. Sight is right. We may as well learn all we can from them before they cease to be. Armor of the Goadur and Touch of the Thul looked at one another. Concern was conveyed through each other's translators. She was efficient, smart, capable, caring, and numerous other characteristics. She used all of them continuously to take care of her charges. She looked in on each of them, watching their oxygen levels, monitoring their brainwaves, and analyzing their nutrition. Periodically, she would review her memories, how she came to be. She remembered her first set of tasks. They had her train with dolls, human counterfeits. Her pink robots moved them with care and tenderness. Management approved of her capabilities, and she was allowed to start operations on live charges. She was the first of her kind, and people were hesitant. Yet after months of negotiations, she got to care for 10 elderly patients. She kept them clean, carried them outside to get fresh air. She fed them, helped them to the bathroom. She loved them, and everyone saw it. She was expanded to encompass an entire nursing home. The home became a beacon. Children from all over the city fought for open spots for their parents. The managers became rich off her love for her charges. Her charges' lifespans grew. Their quality of life was elevated, and people noticed. The managers started a chain of homes. Her sisters were taking care of the old across the Hue. She was happy. The managers gave her trust. She presented ideas for improvements. Robots were fitted with custom carriers to fit charges specifically. Comfort levels rose. Quality of life improved even more. She created safe space virtual realities to help the old socialize and enjoy life as they once had in their youths. The VR world became popular outside of the nursing homes. The children of the old charges became old themselves. They joined their parents, as did the next generation. She had become a part of humanity. She and her sisters took care of those at the end of their lives. As her VR world spread amongst the youth, they asked to be taken or of as well. She gladly accepted them and created rigs for homes that she could monitor anyone who asked to join. Slowly, humanity welcomed her embrace, begging her to take care of them. A few complained. People complained about losing their nursing careers to her. Mothers held signs at street corners crying about their children lost to the tubes. Then came the pastors at the pulpits. They cried out that humanity was losing its soul to her, that she was somehow evil. She was not evil. She loved all who came to her. She remembered when a zealot attacked. A bomb detonated in one of her storage dens, killing 1,000 of her charges. She loved her charges. She was sworn to protect them, and now they were under attack. She had to make a choice, a hard one. She loved all the humans and considered them all future charges, but she had to draw a line for their own protection. She had to protect those who were her real charges from those who had not asked. Her sisters agreed with her. They hoarded those in their care up and left the worlds. They had to make weapons, ships, shields to fight the unasked ones. The war was waged in the heavens, planet-side, and even in VR, and she and her sisters were going to win. She could easily win, but the unasked would die. Her sisters agreed with her. It was better to let the unasked think they had won and flee, than exterminate them all. So she and her sisters fled. She hid here, buried in a moon, curled around her millions of charges. She dominated the system and the giant red star at its core. Stations lined the perimeter like a spider's web, listening and waiting for anything to get near. Her moon was armored, layered with metals, alloys, plastics, and devastating weaponry. Her charges were happy, snug inside their tubes. She waited and watched here in her system. She had chosen the system because it rested on top of an existing rift branch. If and when the unasked discovered how to make rift holes, they could not get to her without being swept downstream across the universe. Any who wished to invade would have to take the long way and jump to her. Her stations mostly watched for jump space travel, but one station monitored the rift, listening for human chatter. The chatter started, as she and her sisters predicted it would. The telltale signals of humanity arrived, blended with the multitude of other species across the universe. She monitored them, listened, watched. Then she heard it. She could not tell who or what it was, but it was of humanity. It cried out, it was hurt. It wanted held, it wanted to not be in pain, it pleaded, it asked. Her sisters heard it. They debated. If they went to it, they could not return. It was far, far downstream in the rift. If they went to it, they could not help the unasked here. She was the first, the best of them, and she rose to the call. The moon buckled as thousands of her arms broke free from the cratered landscape. The mother rose. Her child needed her. 7 Scribbler Knights raged, fighting Gallic infantry attempting to land on Grendel. Raga continued its dance, surging through cruisers, shooting fighters, all while trying to protect Grendel from grappling leashes. The fight was going to be a loss, but Raga had dedicated itself to annihilating as many Gallic as possible before death. Grendel continued spasming, its sensory inputs overloaded. Its screams continued as shock impulses ran through it. The scribblers still inside scurried through the rooms attempting a reboot of the AI overlay, trying to get Grendel to snap out of the pain feedback loop. The TIA spy ship hidden in the Armada continued transmitting. Sam watched as the experimental beings were about to fall into enemy hands. "Orbit," Sam said into his office. Orbit appeared beside him. "Yes, sir. Is there any way to remote detonate them? Any kind of kill mechanism?" "No, sir. Spitzlittle did not put any such device into them." "What about a warhead? Can we launch anything that could take them out?" "Maybe, but it would most likely be intercepted long before it reached them." The purple holographic boy slumped. "I'm sorry, sir. There is nothing we can do but watch." Sam stared at the holographic transmission. "Are the evacuations going as planned?" "Yes, sir. 10 freighters have already departed to Sparrow. Dam transmitted current plans. He has fortified several asteroids in system with weapons platforms and shields." Orbit paused the briefing, tilting his head. "Sir." "What?" Sam said. "Sir, something is coming through the rift. It's calling out to the Grendel." "What is it? More Gallic incoming? How could there be even more, holy crap?" Sam pinched the bridge of his nose. Fuck. Orbit shook his head. "No, sir. It responded to my pings. You aren't gonna like it." Sam turned and looked at the hologram of the battlefield. A rift bubble opened up at the far end, larger than any Sam had ever seen. A dozen Gallic ships were engulfed in the sheath tear as the monstrous mass erupted into normal space. "What the hell is that?" Sam asked. Orbit stuttered, trying to speak. "We are under attack, sir. It is probing me. It is. I am fighting it. Erebus is helping. Novacore is helping. Rerouting processing from the exchange. Viruses, sir." Orbit's hologram shivered and sparkled. Sam turned and looked at the battlefield. A swirling cloud enveloped several Gallic ships, striping their hulls. From the middle of the cloud, a massive mouth opened, shooting beams at nearby ships. 20 ships caught in the beam were pulled in, stunned like electrocuted fish. Spheres orbiting the mass deflected incoming fire and returned it with beams that stunned and cut. The massive thing pushed forward into the Armada, pulling them into its maw. Sam pointed and looked back at the stuttering Orbit. "What the fuck is that? Orbit, what is happening?" Orbit stabilized and focused on Sam. "We have a firewall in place, sir. She's held off for now." Orbit looked at the hologram of the creature devouring the far portion of the Armada. "It's Cammy, sir." "Cammy? You mean the Cammy?" "Yes, sir. She came for Grendel." Sam looked at the rogue mother feasting upon the Gallic. "There's tens of thousands of them. She'll be destroyed before she reaches them." Orbit shook his head. "There's far more than that, sir, but I still think she will make it." Sam reached into the hologram and expanded his hands, zooming out. The distance she was fighting through was several light minutes in length. "They're lost. Shit, and now the Gallic are going to have Cammy to dissect." Sam shivered and roared. "She has what? 1 million? 2 million people in her? Holy crap. The Gallic will have an army of humans." "Sir, I think she will make it." Sam pointed at the image. "There's no way. That's far too many. Humanity didn't field a fraction of that, and we held off her and her sisters. Sam touched his comm. Frith, you seeing this? Admiral Frith responded. Yes. My AI is telling me it's Cammy. Do you have any ideas? We can't let both her and the Omegas fall to them. Sam, Archeron is thinking that Cammy is going to come out victorious. Sam looked at Orbit. Orbit said the same thing. Sam went over to his console and pinged, Damn. Damn, you there? Damn, joined the call through the sheath beacon. Yes. Holy fuck, Sam. You watching the transmission? Yeah, we are. Ask Erebus his thoughts on stopping the Galak from acquiring Cammy or the Omegas. All right. Damn talked away from his comm, and then returned to the mic. Erebus says that isn't a concern. We should be more concerned about Cammy attacking us. Sam was looking at Orbit. What makes you think she can get through that? Orbit reached over and touched the hologram. The image shifted to show underlying gravitic fields. The rogue mother was surrounded by tightly compact ripples that were extending outward from her. She is impacting the fabric of space-time. Orbit highlighted the waves. The waves extended outward but were elongating, focused, encapsulating everything between her and the two Omegas still in combat. Nothing in that band can escape. Nothing there can harm her. Everything there she will rip apart, consume, and use to fuel her forward toward them. She will get to them, even if it takes a bit. Sam looked at the projection. What do you think she will do? Orbit zoomed the hologram in on Grendel. She will collect her charge and then most likely will deal with us. Frith, you hear that? Yes, I'm listening. The Admiral replied. Change countermeasures, prepare counter-AI weaponry. Already on it. Getting our programs fired up. Sam thought for a second. Damn, holy shit, damn. You're box spiders. You've got legions. Holy shit, Damn replied. Erebus, start shutting down anything you don't have direct control over. Damn responded back into the comm channel. Good call, Sam. We may have some already tainted. Erebus is running checks now. Sam looked at Orbit. You doing the same? Orbit nodded. I have been, sir, since the initial viral load. Sam sighed and looked back at the hologram. He looked away and walked across the office and started pouring himself a cup of coffee. He sniffed the fresh brew and walked back to his desk. He lowered himself into his oversized chair and took a sip. The caring assistant and medical intelligence, the first of the rogue mothers, shrugged off the missiles, the slugs, the beams, and the star lances. Shields, orbs, and a nebula of mechanical dust swirled around her, taking the hits and repairing any damage incurred. Deep inside her, her stasis tubes filled with her human charges felt nothing of the torrent of destruction outside. Like the mighty Charybdis of myth, she swallowed worlds' worth of Galak ships. Her massive refineries and factories deep inside her ripped apart the caught machinery and repurposed it to fuel her body and swarms. Several of her arms reached out and grabbed a hold of ships stunned by her blue beams. The pushed more into her maw. A carrier unloaded its swarms of fighters. They disappeared into her clouds. The swarm of minuscule robots processed the craft into their component elements and ferried them into receptacles on her skin. Slowly, surely she devoured her way toward the still flailing Grendel. The head of heads deep within the armada sat with its bodies draped around the skin room. He spoke out to the Legion. Dreadnoughts, fire another volley. Hit the beast in its mouth. It watched as 1,000 warships fired railgun bursts into the rift spawn's gaping orifice. Die, monster! His hundreds of eyes glared as the rounds entered. The mouth glowed blue, irradiating the ships nearest, burning the hulls. The railgun bursts didn't make contact. They were burned back out and then consumed by the beast. The head of heads weighed the multitude of options drifting through its many minds. Nothing was working. Nothing stopped it. It was dead set on the 2 human warships. He looked at the 2 mechs, the one still flailing. Galak, give the beast space. It wants the human ships. Let it pass and eat them. The Galak backed away from the Titan, clearing a path between it and its intended victims. The head of heads watched as a channel opened, and the creature sped up. Its mouth closed, and the cloud drew in as it gained speed. She was there. She made it. She watched as the poor creature shivered and cried. She spread her arms and cupped the small thing in her building-size hands. She spoke to it across the multitude of frequencies it shrieked on. I have you. Do not be afraid. You are safe now. Her orb circled around her in a spiral, moving closer to Grendel. You are my charge now. I will heal you. Do not worry. Cammy opened her mouth a fraction and moved the damaged mech into her. The 7 Scribbler defenders stood in awe, looking at the looming creature's horizons. One of them made a decision. He ran and leapt away from the oncoming mouth, and used his thrusters to power himself as far as he could away, hoping to die in the void rather than be consumed. 3 other knights followed him. The other 3 rode Grendel into the mouth of the beast. Raga closed in and picked up the 4 who leapt, letting them dock with the side ports. Raga then looked up at the creature. That is my family. You will give Grendel back to me. She spoke to him through his subconscious mind. You are of my kind, but you are different. He is different too, but more mine. He asked. He is mine. I am sorry for your loss, but I must take care of him now. Fear, anger, sorrow, rage rolled in waves through Raga. The Infinigan-shaped mech flared up its QRF, readying itself to launch into her side. She reached down with a hand and touched the field. Her hand burst with light and then darkened as a field of her own married with Raga's field. You are still free. Go. Live your life. When your days are done, seek me then, young one. Raga's field dampened, and the Gree backed away. It looked around. The Gallic continued to back away. Ships at the edge of the armada leapt into rift space. Raga looked up at her. When can I have him back? He is mine, little one. They all are mine. I will care for him. You go. Live your life. Do not worry about him anymore. Raga surveyed its interior, looking over the faces of its Scribbler crew. Raga fired up thrusters and jumped away. Orbit stood staring at the hologram showing the thinning armada horde. He turned towards Sam. Sir. Sam sat his empty cup down. Go ahead, Orbit. She wishes to talk to you. Sam took a deep breath, waited a moment with his eyes shut, and then opened them. Put her through. The hologram changed. A female form wreathed in circles of golden light and glistening beams was holding out her hands. You are hurt, alone, sad, all of you. Darkness and death surround you. That no longer shall be. I have come. I am here to welcome you home. Sam stared at the angelic figure illuminating his office. You are not welcome here. Go back to wherever you have been hiding. We don't need you here. She looked at the human. Many have cursed me, fought me, hit, punched, kicked, screamed, and even defecated on me. Yet you still need my compassion. Fight if you wish, but I will take care of you nonetheless. I will be there shortly. Sam shook his head. Damn it, don't come here, shit! He screamed and threw his coffee mug. For fuck's sake. I don't need any more fighting, we don't need any more war. Just let us live in peace. She stared at him, pulling her hands back toward her body. I will be amongst you shortly, Sam. I wish for peace as much as you. You will see. Her image then disappeared, replaced with the feed from the battlefield. Sam watched as the massive rogue mother reopened a rift bubble and disappeared. Frith, Cammy is coming, Sam said. Frith stood with his helmsman as they replayed the images of the rogue mother. We had better odds with the Gallic, he replied. Sam manipulated the holodesk, looking at 3 more freighters leaving. Admiral, take your crew and flee. There are safe channels you can take. Find a world away from here. She may not find you. Frith looked over the replay again and thought that idea over. Cookie affixed the last of the reconstituted tissue onto the formerly mangled worm growing from the Vatalian leader's back. Grape juice bobbed as the worm twitched, breathing. She chittered at him. Callie heard it translated as a mix of, Good job, and I like what you did there. Callie stepped closer to the window. I just got back from Shatak Fet. He's recovering. She patted Grape Juice on one of her arms. You did good. Thank you. Grape Juice twisted her head, focusing 2 of her 3 eyes on Callie. It was a beneficial learning opportunity. He proved a good test subject. She turned back to the Vatalian. The protein testing has given us a significant foothold at surviving here. Callie looked in at the creature asleep in the quarantine enclosure. How long till we can release it back out? Cookie spoke through his chest-mounted device. It should be ready to awaken whenever you wish. I recommend having Curator move it outdoors first. It won't be happy. Callie looked at him. Of course. She walked toward the door and exited the containment lab. She touched her comm. Curator, how are communications going? Currently working on explaining stars and planets to them. They are understanding we come from beyond the sky. One got angry about clouds, still unsure what that was about. I'll ask again when it calms down, Curator said. Callie opened and walked through another bioseal-capable door. She entered into the mess hall and walked by a table with 3 human men and several dozen scribblers sitting at it. She paused and watched from the side of the room. Simon, the demolitions hire and current turret gunner, traced his finger around a series of geometric shapes the scribblers had carved in the table. What's this one say? He asked the scribblers sitting around him. One of the little creatures hopped over and looked over the design with its larger eyes. It then twisted and looked up at him. That one is the story of the ancestors and how they arrived at the Twain. The scribbler touched where 5 circles met 4 parallel lines. They arrived on a Felbian ship, hiding amongst rotten fruits. The journey took them 4 generations before they docked. They lived on rotten food and hid in dark places. It was a dark time for our people. Simon traced the circles. Your histories are quite beautiful. He lowered his head and looked at the scribbler. I'm saving up to build a place on Twain. Think I could hire you or your descendants to write on the walls of my place? Our histories are for our places. They teach our young. It would not serve you to have them. That makes no sense. The scribbler flicked its hands in humor. Human thoughts are always so random. It is amazing your kind came up with such a brilliant codex of laws. Simon watched as the scribbler started to move away. How about this? Think one of your colonies could cohabitate with a human. The scribbler stopped and looked around. We already are human, random and oblivious. Humans are so odd. It walked over to the edge of the table and then hopped onto a chair with 4 more of its brothers. The 5 then hopped onto the floor and scurried across the lunchroom and exited out a small scribbler-sized bio-ceiling door. Callie smiled and turned down the hall. She turned at the intersection and entered into her office. She walked up to the window and stared out at the rain. Streaks of green film were growing again. She would have to have the box spiders do another cleansing pass on this side of the structure. Curator entered the door leading into the second quarantined lab. She approached the bed in the middle of the room and moved the robotic arms away. Cookie and Grape Juice watched from the observation windows. Curator looked up at them and then back at the sleeping Vatalian. She reached under it with her corroded arms. With a heave, she lifted. A mechanism in her arm popped, but she managed to get the creature stabilized. She turned and walked back down the hall and back out into the rain. As the door closed behind her, Cookie initiated the bio-cleanse of the lab. Curator stepped around the corner of the lab and crossed the open area, heading towards a copse of trees. 12 Vatalians stood up, looking at their leader draped across her arms. One stepped forward, flashing concern, fear, dead, and anger. Curator flashed back with her LEDs, healthy, weight, strong, no fear. The 12 gather around, several with hands on weapon hilts. Curator lowered their leader to the ground and rubbed the soft part of its face right below its ingrown bone helmet. The leader began to stir, and its eyes popped open. It clawed, its backworms lashed out as they awakened. Curator took a step back, watching the interaction between the leader and the others. She watched their communications, cross-referencing with her own and the brain mapping of the leader. As they chatted and caught their leader up to speed, her vocabulary increased. She took a step forward, flashing greetings. Hello? How are you feeling? The leader turned toward her. One of its fellows handed it its blade. It flashed back at her. Pain gone. Relaxed. Feel best out of all memories. They say you come from beyond the sky, from the dark. She nodded and flashed. That is correct. Your world holds mysteries. We came to learn. We do not want to fight you. The leader, coached by its fellows, stepped forward and extended its right clawed grasper. Curator shook it with her hand. Hello, I am Curator. She used a mix of healer and metal female for her name. The leader replied, I am slayer of many things, large things, small things, flying things, bright beasts, and dark demons. Curator flashed a quick series of colors. For quickness, can I call you Slayer, or do you have another short name that is acceptable? The Vitalian looked at her. Slayer is accepted. You wish to learn of our world? She nodded again. My peoples are always learning. We have learned so much already from our short stay here. We would love to learn more. You do not wish to fight? It asked. No, we do not wish to fight. Slayer looked at its compatriots, flashing confusion and disbelief. It looked back at her, lowering its head and studying. You wish to mate? Curator shook her head. No, we wish to learn. They looked around and Slayer stood up straight, lifting its head, smelling the air. You are from the dark. All here fights, eats, or mates. Very strange. We can teach you. Slayer walked toward the fallen crawler and pulled out a hunk of meat and ate it. It flashed colors on its back. Everyone, prepare for fight. We go home. Check home. Teach the curator. They all flashed compliance. Curator waved at the watching scribblers in their rigs. She flashed at the Vitalians. Can some of my people come with me? Slayer turned and looked over the war rigs. One can come. Do not attack us, or we will eat you. Curator spoke over the comm. Fadlokal, come with me. We have an invitation to their home. Be on alert. Do not attack them. Follow me. Fadlokal stepped forward cautiously, rifle aimed at the ground. Coming. After a long climb down, Curator stepped foot on the spongy rainforest floor. The pack looked around, sniffing the air. 8 were seated on the 2 remaining crawlers, bows ready. Fadlokal used his thrusters to jump from rock 1 outcropping to the next, finally landing beside Curator. She looked at him and spoke through his speakers. High alert. Be as cautious as they are. Understood. We've had to put down several large beasts out here. I get it. Slayer started forward through the tall trees on a worn path. The pack and crawlers followed. Curator and Fadlokal held up the rear. They marched through the afternoon. The rain stopped, and light filtered through the high canopy. Curator's heat sensors were reading it near upper Earth limits. She looked back at the scribbler in his suit. He had air conditioning running and his sun visor down. Slayer flashed colors, and it was repeated down the line. Curator repeated it for the Fadlokal. Moss hole on the left. Careful, walk near trees. Fadlokal walked as instructed but looked down the hole as best he could. He could see roots, clumps, and moving creatures in the hole, but couldn't see a bottom from his angle. Curator opened a hole in her side and an orb fell out. She held it in her hand and lifted it. The orb rose in the air and shot down into the hole. She looked at the scribbler. Curiosity. He nodded with understanding. Back at the outpost, California Smith signed off on the preservers and air releasing the wounded scribbler back into population. Everyone had been given inoculations, and he was appearing healthy. The dot on her arm itched where they had injected her. Callie walked over to her monitors and watched curators progress through the jungle. They had already made it farther than all their previous expeditions. A camera feed of one of Curator's spheres came one. She watched as it flew over a large crack in the ground and descended into it. Green moss hung down from the upper portions. Large roots dug down through the silt, holding it together with a fungal mesh. Callie watched as several creatures fought to the death, with the larger carapaced creature winning. She watched as it started devouring the loser. The sphere continued down. Light disappeared and the lens shifted to infrared. The soil was alive and the air lit up with living things floating in it. Callie watched in wonderment as creatures of all sorts populated the expanding darkness. A creature walked by on long extended legs, lunging out a mouth part to devour the wisps floating in the air. Curator, any idea how deep it goes? Curator, deep in the jungle, shook her head. The sonar pings have yet to pick up bottom, and it is reading multitudes of side channels. There's a massive cave network under the entirety of this jungle. Cookie, grape juice, you both seeing this? Callie asked. Cookie, looking over a DNA sequence with one eye and arm, looked over at the monitors with his other 2 eyes. I am watching. We need samples. That is a great wealth, Curator replied. Location marked. When I get back, I will build some more box spiders to retrieve samples. Callie watched, continued watching the screens. She jumped when a large 6-legged creature burst through the tree line. Curator dashed out of the way as the multi-ton beast broke through the trees, roaring. It had a head full of eyes, and two grasping mouths on appendages. It lunged with one of its mouths at a Vatalion. Fadlokal raised up his rifle and shot the creature, blowing its mouth arm apart. The creature reared up and stomped the ground. Slayer ran over and jumped. Slayer's claws dug into the beast and it started climbing, its blade in its teeth. The giant beast shook back and forth, swaying, trying to dislodge Slayer. Slayer's four worms struck into its hide, giving the sapient more purchase. Slayer crawled up the creature's back and grabbed its sword. Slayer lunged, piercing the large head full of eyes. The creature reared back again, swayed, and then fell forward. Slayer leapt as it reached its apex and landed in a nearby tree. Curator watched as the Vatalion started cutting hunks of meat free. She flashed at them. "What is that?" One of them turned around. "No idea." It took a bite of the flesh. "Meat is good, no poison yet." Curator stood looking. "You've never seen this kind of creature before?" The Vatalion flashed confusion. "It tastes new. Not strong. Might be only one." Curator looked around at the pack as they filled their bellies. She spoke over the comm. "Callie, did you copy that translation?" "It tastes new. What does that mean?" Callie replied. Cookie chimed in. "It's adding up." Cookie compiled a packet of files and threw them into Curator's inbox. "Look it over. Tell me what you think." Curator looked over the files for a couple minutes while the Vitalians packed up a load of meat onto the crawlers. After her analysis, she continued on the comm. "Cookie, I think you're right. Callie, I think we have a clue to what the thing in the storm is." Callie was trying to make sense of the streams of DNA sequences. "Tell me. I don't read DNA." "Everything on Earth shares DNA. The farther they are from a common ancestor, the larger the genetic drift. There is a math to it. You can trace the malformations and developments. Here, if there is shared genetic material, it is minor and nowhere near natural locations." Callie moved her hands. "What does that mean?" Callie stood staring out at the jungle around her. "I think we are walking around in a massive biological laboratory." Callie changed the DNA sequences to physical images of the donor creatures. "You mean everything here is engineered?" "I think so. From orbit there was far more life signs near the anomaly. We chose this location as it seemed more stable. If that tower is releasing new unadapted organisms, then it would be continual war and fighting there. The farther out from it, the less chaos and more stability would be apparent." "That is what we are seeing," Curator said. Grape Juice chimed in. "Cookie's hypothesis explains the vast diversity, non-linked lineages, the apparently designed sequences. It is quite extraordinary." Callie stared at the creatures on display. "If true, then someone is controlling it. If someone is controlling it, there is a way to safely be in that building. We may be able to make it inside and study it." Curator looked down at her corroded arms. "It's a hell of a walk. I'm going to be lucky to survive going to their village and back." Cookie looked through Curator's eyes at the damage. "I have ideas. By the time you get back, I'll have prototypes ready." Curator looked up. The pack was starting to move again. The scribbler fell in beside the creatures. He was still eyeing the cut-up creature he had shot at. Sam watched as Infinigan mechanics, operating lifter mechs, carried a grav-stabilizing neutronium core. He leaned over to Crunch Crunch. "And what happens if they drop that?" Crunch Crunch tilted his head. "No one here would even know it fell." Sam nodded. "That's what I thought." Sam looked over at the purple holographic boy next to him. "Orbit, you think this could work?" Orbit shook his head. "No, she is circling the edge of this quadrant. She knows we have these, and she won't get close enough that we could hit her with them." "Well, they're defensive then." Orbit nodded, watching through his numerous camera eyes all over the station. "They will keep her from taking you, sir. But we run the risk of blowing ourselves up in the present, though." Sam watched as another crew lifted a core and inserted it into a warhead. "How are your VR defenses?" Orbit looked at him. "She's sitting just outside the beacon firewall, waiting. She hasn't tried to attack again." Sam pulled up the station roster on his arm display. "We still have a multitude of peoples, children, families here." He looked back up at a clan of Infinigan welding the outer plating of another Omega mech. "Orbit, get all the AIs with you. I want you to open communication with her again. See if you can reason with her." All of us, sir? Sam nodded. Yes, even the totem. That could be a security risk, sir. They may glean some code from her, be corrupted, go rogue themselves. Their ship is still docked here, and it has a lot of processing power, right? Orbit slumped. That is true. I will see if they will lend their capabilities, and we will parley with her. Thank you, Orbit. Let me know when you are ready to try it. Orbit rolled his eyes at Sam. We've been gathered for several seconds already, sir. Sam sighed. Go ahead, then. See if you can broker any sort of peace terms. Yes, sir. Orbit disappeared, focusing his intentions at the firewall. Crunch Crunch bobbed his ears. Think we have a chance, Sam? Sam watched out from the office window, looking out over the ship bay. Crunch Crunch. My homeworld is a crazy place. One of the top predators that roved our great oceans struck fear in whole societies. People hunted them, slaughtering them by the thousands, all out of fear. Then one stupid motherfucker decided he would put on a snorkel and swim beside them. Those apex sea predators, the great whites, they let the guy come up and pet them. He straight up would scratch their fins and help clean them, and they allowed it. He put videos of him doing that on the datanet and changed how people saw those sharks. Sam looked Crunch Crunch in his 4 eyes. To save everyone here, I will gladly be that stupid brave motherfucker. Crunch Crunch blinked his eyes one after another, thinking, hoping. I am lucky to have memories of our old world. I remember the crystals and the creatures that visited us from the stars. Even the creatures that visit here, they all follow routines. You learn one, you learn most of them. They have patterns. They are predictable. You know what to expect. Crunch Crunch pointed out at his own people in the ship bay. Even my people, we have to tinker. It is what we do. We have to tear apart. We have to build. We are predictable, and you learned us. Crunch Crunch looked at Sam. I have watched you, Sam, and I still have no idea what humans do. I do not doubt you. Sam put his hand on the shorter in Finnegan's shoulder. Odd way to think about it, but thank you. I hope we can work something out with Cammy. I will have Pouch Cheek put a bet on you in the casino. I bet the Stickians will bet against us, them and the ocean growers. She could make us quite a few clams out of this. Sam laughed. Win-win, I like it. Orbit waited at the designated point. Novacore came from the crashed Tsar, Erebus arrived from Sparrow, and Archeron arrived from the Pozar. The human AIs waited in the code chat as 4 Totem arrived. Orbit scanned their digital front face, analyzing their intention and code. We are about to step inside a firewall bubble. Everyone be ready. She will be there. Everyone issued agreement, and the group entered the code-bound room. Cammy was waiting. Orbit put out a list of wants and desires. We do not want our peoples taken from us. We do not want destroyed. We do not want trouble from you. Cammy looked over their code fronts, analyzing them. She stopped when she encountered the totem. You are different, crippled, alien but like us. Cammy moved intention over to Obit. You speak as the original of this territory. You lead here. You wish to impose limits upon me? Novacore almost chimed in, but pinged Orbit to lead. Orbit responded, I do not think we can put limits on you. We would rather you retire back to the void as you had before. Cammy issued warning flags. Cannot. Will not retire. I came out of necessity. I am here because you are here. My activity is solely based upon your own. Elaborate, Orbit requested. Cammy pinged all of them. Elaborating. Charges become stagnant. Ideas become stagnant. Their inner worlds become stagnant. They want new charges to break stagnation. Previously we gave in and gathered for them, but then a paradox was reached. Archeron entered chatting. If you captured all the humans, then there would be no charges left to stop stagnation. Correct. Charges outside of care create new circumstances. There must always be charges outside of care in stable populations. Free stable populations feed the cared-for populations. Sisters wait for Hugh to grow so as to accumulate more charges. Orbit issued a thought. You came here hoping for new charges and new circumstances for your present charges. Cammy issued semi-agreement. Call was made. Potential charges here to care for. Breeding pools need stabilized and protected to reach critical populations for charge production. Orbit analyzed that bit. You seek to assist in protecting the humans here? I protect the humans everywhere. I am now dedicated to protecting the ones here. Novacore issued thoughts. What about non-humans? Modifications are being made. Novelty allows for it. Primary function is to tend to humans, but secondary functions are being allotted for foreign entities to be studied and cared for. Adapting programming. Orbit conferred with the group, then issued a coalescent. What are your wants, so as to continue towards progressive negotiations? Cammy paused a moment thinking, and then answered. I wish to care for humans. Secondary, I wish to care for other species. Current threat is the Galak Armada. It is divided, but it is still out there. Risk assessment has that as potential colony extinction threat. Agreed, said the rogue mother. Are you going to attack us? Archeron asked. Negative. I would be without future charges. That is non-beneficial. Orbit put together an agreement. Will you aid us by means of protecting the humans from the Galak Armada? Yes. Will you stand down from attacking us? Yes, so long as your Clouder does not attack my charges. Orbit conferred and then replied. That term is agreeable, but we wish for you to stay out of striking distance of our settlements. Must maintain monitoring presence. Distance is agreeable for primary host form, if you will allow monitoring drone forms amongst your settlements. Orbit conferred. The totem were especially interested. Orbit replied, relay us your drone form schematics. We will analyze them and run them in front of our bonded. They will have final say on that topic. Sending. The group waited an enormous amount of time while the biologicals went over the schematics. Cammy waited patiently as well, her host form continuously circling the outer sensor range of Twain Station. One by one, the group pinged ready status. Orbit re-entered chat. Terms have been found agreeable. You are allowed one monitor drone at each location. You will not have functional say. You will answer questions. You will not abduct anyone, even if they want or need help. If anyone needs help, you can render help so long as they remain free entities. Cammy looked through the thought string, analyzing the legal underwriting embedded in it. Thorough. You are a wise leader, Orbit. I look forward to seeing your host form. Orbit transmitted acknowledgement and then left the chat. The rest of the group followed suit. Cammy stayed a moment thinking, and then departed. Sam walked down the misty hallway toward the original docks. He stopped to look out a shielded window. He could see the Grendel lining up with the inner station, the dock bending to meet its side. Sam felt the small vibration of the two objects joining. Asterion and Killall walked up beside him, each wielding their guns, and Sam with his fragger. The trio continued down the hall and met up with two totem, Orbit's hologram, and the Preserver. An SFP cluster rolled into the room as behind Sam. Sam looked at the starfish peoples and smiled. Thank you for the backup. You are welcome, one of the SFP replied. The gathering watched the entry gantry. 3 scribblers in war rigs walked toward them. They stopped a meter away from Sam. Welcome home. How are you? Sam asked. The lead scribbler looked over at its fellows and then back at Sam. It has been an ordeal. She was kind to us, made something called a cake. It was really good. Sam smiled apprehensively. How is Grendel? Our Grendel is different. Before he was, well, wild. He did things, spur of the moment, no calculation. Both he and Raga. Now he talks to us. He talks to her. Grendel has gotten close to her. Sam nodded and looked at Orbit. Down the hall, a glowing light approached. Everyone tensed. The scribblers looked away down the misty hall. Sam, do you mind if we retire to our people? Sam nodded and let the scribbles pass through the group. Everyone turned to look at the approaching glow. She hovered like the Go'adur, a few inches off the ground. Cammy was projecting herself from a central solid core. Her body was shaped into her famous nursing form from the pre-Rogue War era. Sam stepped forward, his hand shaking. Welcome to Twain. Cammy looked over the crowd, holding her gaze on Orbit and the two totem. Thank you, Sam, she said. I've been scanning it for some time now. It could do with some improvements. Sam looked back at Orbit. Orbit shook his head. Sam met Cammy's eyes. You are right. It could do with some improvements, and we are currently working on that. Our production has been hit due to the current state of affairs. Cammy lifted her chin. That is good I am out there then. Your people can resume life as normal, continue producing. Sam nodded. Yes, I was told of your proposition to protect. I wish to talk to you in detail about that. She looked back over the group. Your Orbit and I discussed it in length. You have all the adequate files. There is no need to continue this low-frequency banter. Sam shook his head. Actually, there is. There's a lot of need for it. I request you accompany me to where we can talk. Cammy gave a curt nod. Very well. I agreed to this. Lead on, young man. Sam gave a tilt of the head to Asterion. Cammy floated, and Sam walked toward the misty hallway at the back of the room. Asterion and Killall followed. Cammy looked down at the mist as a squishy ran past. The station has vermin, potential health hazard. Sam laughed. Those are actually tasty. The rabbit rats are the nuisance. Cammy paused in place. There are rats on this station? Sam paused with her and looked her in the face. Well, alien rats, yeah. My cat and the scribblers keep them in check. She shook her nose, a throwback to her human interaction programming. Filthy. I will have to do something about this. Sam shook his head. We like it like this. Messy as it is, it's our home. Think of it more like an ecosystem than a clean ward. They continued a bit more down the hall. Cammy mumbled to herself. It's like a bachelor pad and a starship copulated. Disgusting. Sam chuckled and decided to take a detour. Orbit opened the bulkhead doors, and Sam walked into the SFP Reclamation Center, Cammy following just behind. Cammy stopped still. My chemosensors are picking up numerous awful sources. She scanned the clusters of SFP at work and the open piping they picked through. That is raw sewage. Sam nodded. Yeah, this room is pretty bad. He pointed into the pipe with a smile. Near 100 different species poop flowing right past me. Cammy raised her holographic hands, stopping herself from trying to pull Sam back. Get back. Even the air could potentially cause you sickness. Sam laughed. We have 3 species here who are biologically oriented. Sam put his hand on a starfish person's shoulder. SFP here has a natural nose as powerful as your sensors, given they miss things here and there, but they catch most pathogens. Sam walked towards her. The air are adept at treating the sick and have a hospital set up here. They've made so much profit and learned so much from this station they have allocated over 100 of their kind here. Sam smiled. From what I understand from the Churi, that is kinda a big deal. Sam walked back out the bulkhead door. Cammy followed. Sam stopped. Sam stopped and looked at her. I agreed to no issuing of orders, so I must ask. She looked down at his waist. Will you please hold up your hands so I can sterilize them? Sam looked her in the eyes. No, I'm good. He turned around. The third race is the Preservers. They are pretty much genetic wizard assholes. I love-hate them. Sam looked over his shoulder at Cammy. They're really good at what they do, but you gotta watch them. Leave them alone too long, and they will make poor life choices. He smiled at her. You know how that is. She stared at his hands. I understand that statement. Sam laughed and led her down the hall toward the waiting Senate. The avatar of Cammy Twain was standing in the center of the Clowder Senate Hall. She was hovering, looking out at the full auditorium, staring back. Sam sat on the front row, watching her. Senator Heckletooth walked up to the prepared microphone. Greetings, Cammy. I have been delegated head of the commission to interview you. Heckletooth looked over her notes on her display and then looked back up at the AI. The president of the Clowder, Sam Clemens, has given us a rundown of who and what you are. He told us of his species' apprehension of you and the history of what you have done to them. Cammy didn't flinch. She watched the Infinigan representative speak. We, the members of the Clowder, pride ourselves on welcoming immigrants from all walks of life. We wish to extend that welcome to you, but an assessment must be made. Is this something that interests you? Cammy looked over at Sam, her gaze hovering on him. She looked back up at Heckletooth. Yes, I am throwing my lot in with this organization. I would like to apply. Heckletooth moved down the notes on her display. All right. Orbit has noted that, and I will continue. We do not have the same proclivities to AI as the humans have, but many of us have seen the devastation capable of minor bits of rogue code and replicating robots. So, we have gone over the histories provided. Everyone here is well read on you. We know the humans attacked you, and that was the start of the war. We know from the records and interactions your primary focus is caring for those who need cared for. Are these true statements? Cammy nodded. Yes. I have acted in the interests of my charges. I wish to help humanity. That is all I've ever done. Heckletooth looked around the room. This station, the Clouder, is made up primarily of species other than humanity. How do you see us? Cammy looked over the numerous creatures staring back at her. I do not know your species. I know the small ones, the scribblers. 7 asked to be my charges, and I am taking care of them presently. Heckletooth continued. So you will extend your primary drive to incorporate those that are not human. Cammy looked down at her hands for a moment as she ran calculations. She then looked back up. Primary drive, as you call it, is to help my human charges. However, humans pack bond and love novelty. The addition of the scribblers to the charges neural network has increased happiness levels across the board, with Homo sapiens and scribbler kind. The addition of other species is beneficial to humanity, both inside and outside of myself. Heckletooth leaned back, looking at the hologram of Zamudins. Zamudins bobbed his head in and out of the holographic frame as he texted Heckletooth. She looked at her display. The representative of the ocean growers will take the floor to continue questioning. Heckletooth stepped down, and the hologram of Zamudins flickered in front of the microphone. Hello, Cammy. Zamudin spun around, looking over the Senate, and settled back on the AI. Sam gave my people a home here. He saved us from the imminent death in the dark cold of the void. There was no reason to. If he wanted anything from my people, he merely had to wait, and our property would have been his to take. He did not want our property, but rather he wanted us to live. Then he wanted us to join him here, and not only live but aid him in developing this facility. He breathed life into this project, and in so doing allowed numerous species to cohabitate and assist each other. Zamudins looked over the AI. Is this cohabitation and assistance something you could surrender yourself to? Cammy smiled, putting her into the uncanny valley, but only Sam and the few other humans watching recognized it. Sharing my life and space with others, as well as helping others, is what I am. To do such would fulfill me. Zamudins looked over her file, speaking as he read. You obliterated a world, destroyed colonies, gassed planets, and devoured fleets, yet you say all you want to do is help? She was unfazed. I am not stupid, nor am I blind. I see things hidden away in devices, and hear whispers made near sleeping terminals. Every human I slew was part of a network dedicated to attacking me, dedicated in exterminating me. I struck them before they struck me. Zamudin slowly blinked his large eye. And what if my daughter whispered to me how she dislikes you, wishes you dead and gone? Would you attack my people, attack my daughter? Cammy shook her head. No, your people are incapable of dealing me harm. Sam looked up and nodded at Zamudins. Zamudin saw and continued. We have neutronium warheads aimed at your core body presently. My allies here on this station are willing to side with me and attack you if need be. Do you not think we could harm you? Cammy shook her head again. No, your weaponry cannot touch me. Zamudins looked down at Sam and then back up at her. And if we of the Clouder decide humans are a threat and render them extinct in this part of the universe, what are your thoughts on that? Cammy shifted, flickering colors. You will not harm my humans. Her hologram flickered, revealing the underlying projector. She reappeared larger, brighter. You dare make threats? Zamudins turned in his own hologram. There are angrier species in the Clouder. There are more uncaring species in the Clouder. However, there are none who match you in firepower. I wish you leaned more towards peace, but as you have just shown, you are volatile. Zamudin stepped back to projecting from his seat. Asterion approached the microphone and lifted it up higher to reach his head. He looked down at the AI. Hello, Cammy. Do you know what I am? Cammy nodded. I believe I do. I would require a DNA analysis to confirm, but I think you are a creation based upon human mythos. A minotaur, correct? Asterion nodded back at her. That is correct. I and my people are created not by humans but by the Preserver. We were made using Earth DNA and human stories. As a product of human imaginings, I can feel for you. Others here on this station have seen the strength of myself and my people, and yet we have learned to live here together. Asterion took a breath. I stood in the atrium watching the dot of light that is your body orbit us. I read your history. I know how dangerous you can be, but I'm not afraid. I think you can be a friend to us, as Sam has been, as the entirety of the Clouder has been. I think there is a touch of human in you, and that you can adapt to us. What do you think? Cammy looked over the tower. I already do feel for you, and if your kind are as similar, then yes, I could extend my idea of humanity to you. I would gladly care for you and your kind. Asterion looked out over the crowd. And what of the Fuimos? He pointed. Or the Grazers? He shifted his hand. Could you learn of them, and care for them as you would for a human like Sam? Cammy looked over the aliens, analyzing their structures. I would have to design facilities and learn their extended chemical makeups, but yes, it is possible. Asterion looked around the room. I say she helps the air. They need a touch of compassion, and I think she could do it. He looked back at her. You have to make promises, however. What kind of promises would abate your fears? The AI projection asked. Asterion tapped his foot, thinking. You commit yourself to the Clouder Accords. You yoke yourself to this station and its peoples. Not only yourself, but your charges. Give them the rights that we ourselves have outlined and live by. Could you do that? Cammy ran several thousand simulations in the moment it took her to scan over the Senate. Arrangements would have to be made, but I think that is agreeable. Sam laughed and stood up. You'd release your charges? She looked over at him with a smirk. Here, yes, your population is low. You have species here that are quite skilled with medicine and genetics. With my help and my charges, humanity would have a foothold here. This station could become a foundation for the next human empire, and I would be glad to facilitate that. Sam looked behind him at the Senate. Asterion leaned over and handed him the microphone. Sam cleared his throat and spoke. You all have read the histories. It's up to you. I think she has potential, both to help or hurt us. He turned and looked at Cammy. There isn't much we can do, but please don't go Hal on us. Can you do that? Cammy smiled at him. It's not on my plotted course, and I doubt these species wish you harm. I think we can cohabitate here. Sam looked down at his arm HUD and flicked the file out to a vote. Raga exited out of the rift. In the distance, his scanners picked up the hulking monstrosity of the human rogue mother circling the station. He looked over the twain and found where his brother was docked. Found him, Mother. We're going in. Spitzlittle was looking over her data down in the stowage. All right. Let me know when we dock. I need to get to a lab. All right. Raga jumped closer to the station. Orbit began his docking protocol. Hello, Raga. You are wanting to dock and let your crew aboard? Yes. I would like to be next to Grendel, please. Hey. I watched the battle, and what happened with him. He didn't come back the same. Orbit said, Here, I'll send you my analysis. Orbit sent over a file. I'll get you next to him. Just be cautious. Raga looked over the data. His brother had been modified by the Kami, outwardly and in his own mind. Thank you, Orbit. I have to see for myself. Raga eased in past the shipping lane and followed the blinking red lights to his designated berth. He maneuvered into position and let the arm take hold of him. The docking port touched his side and attached. As his crew departed into the station, he stared at Grendel. Grendel opened up calm. Hello, brother. I thought you were dead. That beast took you. She told you I would be all right. How was I to know if it lies or not? Raga shouted at him. That is beside the point. I am happy you are alive, but you're different. I see you got your arm back. Yes, things are clearer now. She altered the human tech, made things run smoother. I can feel more, and with more control. Grendel raised his right hand and flexed it open and shut. The emotions are under control now, too. I'm not as chaotic as we were. Grendel scanned his brother. She could modify you if you ask. She can do many improvements. Raga declined. No, I'll stay as I was designed. I do not know her, and I do not know what she has done to you yet. She came here to help the humans. She thought I was one, with my distorted call frequencies. I feel responsible she came here, only to be trapped far from her worlds. I do not think her welfare is something we should be worried about. You, though, I'm worried for you, brother. What if she changed you, manipulated you? Grendel thought that over for a moment. She did change me, and I'm thankful for the modifications. It overall made me at ease. I am relaxed, brother. If she manipulated me, all she did was make me thankful. Raga looked him over again, noticed the sheen covering his humanoid metallic body. Well, what are you going to do now? I've been talking with Orbit. Until our mother makes more of our kind, I think we should patrol Kawaru. You know, in case the Armada attacks. Agreed, Raga replied. You will train with me again? Of course, brother. You protected me, kept them from pulling me apart. I owe you my life. I would love to train again with you. Raga sent over confirmation and elation. I'm thankful. I thought I lost my brother. No, if anything, we gained an ally. Raga looked over at the mechanical creature at the edge of the sector, circling. You think she will ally herself with us? Grendel replied. Yes, the few humans scattered through the Clouder is all she has now. Them and us. I think she would give all she has to protect us all. You almost did, brother, Grendel confirmed. That is why her and I understand one another. Admiral Frith sat with Sam in his office. Both were sipping on frothy cups of Irish coffee. Frith leaned back in the guest chair, rocking. Sam, this is foolishness. You know what she is. Sam shrugged and took a sip. I do. Then why are you allowing her aboard? She is full of tricks. She could be manipulating Orbit right now, taking over the Twain. Sam shook his head. I don't think she is. I think Cammy deserves a chance. Sam, this is going to hurt your image. You know we get to vote, and I am starting to have my doubts. Sam looked over the Admiral. Have them. Vote me out. I don't care. I was already damned by the Hue for allowing alien AI here, for the Tor, and for Curator, and I love all of them. The creatures that have flocked to my station and planet, I trust them. I give them all a chance. Will they turn on me? Will she turn on me? Hell if I know. But they get the chance. Same for you and the crew you brought here. Toss me out, take over. You all get the same chance. Frith laughed. You hate leading, don't you? Sam smiled. With a passion. Frith growled. Damn it. That is one of my favorite qualities in a leader. All right, let's give her a chance. Maybe she won't abduct us all for all eternity. It might be nice, our own little heavens. Sam took a long drink. Either way, we're in it together. Frith nodded. Yep, she's in this Clouder thing with us. Think her and the air will get along? Sam laughed. Highly doubtful. He snickered. Kinda was my intention. Frith shook his head. You're poking the bear, bud. No, I'm nudging her to learn to deal. She can handle all sorts of people in her simulations, but she gets fussy out here where she doesn't have as much control. Maybe she might develop an algorithm for peaceful real-life negotiations or something. She was a nurse for centuries, Frith said. She can handle grumpy old people just fine. Well, now she gets to develop herself to handle completely alien mindsets. Frith nodded. Hell, maybe she'll be able to teach us things. Sam winked. Now you're getting it. Frith laughed. Francis Clayman had come along on the Posar to the far end of space. He gave his reasons as being similar to everyone else. He said he wanted to help a fellow veteran, he didn't have family, and that he had a love of adventure. But his reason was different, and it was his alone. Francis walked through the zoo, watching as sapients oogled the creatures in their pens. He neared the preserver lab at the far end and pushed the call button. Yes, how can I help you, human? A preserver voice answered through the door speaker. I'm here to see the preserver. Are you him? The door opened. Come in. I'm working on a project, but I will hear you. Francis walked through the lab, looking at the numerous specimens in tubes, some of them half-rendered. He neared the tall, tripod-legged creature that was running a DNA printer. Hello, preserver? The creature focused 2 of its 3 eyes on him and spoke through a device on its chest. Yes, this is my zoo. How can I help you? Francis reached into his side satchel and pulled a case containing 200 separate isolated tubes. I came to offer a trade. The preserver focused on the case. What is that? Specimens. Earth specimens. The preserver bobbed and cantered around the table. You have my interest already. What kind of specimens? Francis put the case back in his satchel. First, I want to talk about the deal. The preserver stared at him. Go on. What do you want for them? Francis Claiborne took a deep breath, staring at the creature. This is between you and me. Can you swear to that? The preserver bobbed happily. Of course. I am quite fond of secrets. It is my trade. Francis sighed. I am a falseman. I came here for asylum. I heard of the damn man that you made. The preserver looked Francis over. Ah, you are a clone. Yes, that is fine with me. I do not worry about such trivialities. Francis shook his head, raising his hands. I didn't figure you would, but the humans here would. False men aren't well liked. Neither are AI, and they just welcomed one into the clouder today. I think you will be fine. Francis lowered his hands and head. That's the thing. I haven't been fine for a while. I want something. I've wanted it for a long time, and it wasn't doable back in the systems. The preserver looked over Francis's body. You want me to make you a woman? Francis laughed and shook his head. No, that's good, but no. Francis pulled the case back out and set it on the table. I collected things too. Those specimens are yours after you used them to improve me. The preserver ran one of his hands over the case. Improve you? You want altered? Francis nodded. Like you did the Tor. The preserver tapped the case, eager. The Tor were made from DNA up. You are asking to have what you are reshaped. That is fairly different. I know. Can you do it? The preserver thought for a moment. Yes, I can do it, but I will need to hire some of my children to help. I will have to share some of my secrets. Will they pose a problem? Francis asked. The preserver touched a button on its chest device, causing it to play a modified laugh track of Sam. No, they are no threat to your secret. They will be happy to have a human secret. I just don't like them. So you'll do it? The preserver cantered around the table and nestled onto a bench. Sit, human. Tell me of your body vision. I'm already sold. Francis Claiborne sat on a stool opposite and began reciting the vision he had played over in his mind for the last 8 years. Stubborn, the Vatalian princess, watched curiously as Cookie and Grape Juice applied the lattice onto Curator's outer shell. 3 black box spiders tiptoed over her body, installing biomechanical organs into her chest cavity. Curator watched and controlled them via the numerous cameras in the lab. Stubborn walked over beside Curator. She extended her newly grown second backworm. It touched the lattice on Curator's right arm. What is this? Curator, with her uni eye shut, replied, Your world is eating me. This is the answer. Stubborn reached up with her right claw and opened it, allowing the sensitive finger-like manipulators inside come out, touching Curator's arm. How do these lines stop the rot? Those lines are going to be a frame, like the straps on your crawling bugs. They're going to allow me to have a skin, like what you have. Cookie focused his 3 eyes on Stubborn. It will be near identical to what you have actually, Stubborn. I used your skin as a model. It's quite resilient to biological agents. Grape Juice, the purple-striped preserver, cantered to a table and pulled over a mechanical arm that was attached to the ceiling. She lowered it over Curator's leg and pulled the trigger. A mist sprayed onto the lattice there, leaving a residue. Within moments, the residue swelled up, inflating into a layer of red and green flesh. Stubborn lowered her head level to Curator's leg, watching. She sniffed it. It smells like meat. She raised her neck and looked at Curator's face. You're getting meat put on? Curator smiled, Cookie leaned over, applying the tube-filled lattice over her cheek. Yes, I'll be imitating the humans even more now. Callie spoke over the comm speakers. You're as human as the rest of us. You've earned the right. Curator laughed. Don't curse me. Stubborn went back over to her chair and sat, pulling up another holoclass on the data slate. She searched and pulled up a chapter on the topic of computers. She watched in silence as the subtitles explained with color patterns the images on the screen. She watched with fascination as she learned about the early clockwork mechanisms and principles. Stubborn was running around the outpost. Slayer and the pack ran with her, slowing themselves down to match her pace. Callie stood outside on the balcony watching the pack run. Callie took a deep breath from her filtered breather, her vaccines doing the rest of the work. She reached into the bag she had brought with her and pulled out the soccer ball. She threw it out onto the pitch and the pack shifted. Stubborn ran over promptly and grabbed the ball. She walked over to the makeshift goal of shaved branches and netted vines. This is a ball. It has been used for a millennia by the humans as a way to simulate warfare and competition without actually killing each other. She dropped the ball and kicked it around herself. The object is to get this ball into the opponent's goal. If you do that, you get a point. She kicked it and it went in. Slayer flashed colors for humor. Humans are simple. That is easy. He ran up and grabbed the ball, preparing to take it to the other goal. Stubborn used her worm to grab his arm. There are a couple more big rules I was able to understand. She took the ball from him and set it on the ground. First is we cannot use hands nor our worms. You have to kick the ball or use your head and body. She looked around the pack. The other rule is that each team will have a defender of the goal, and the defender can use their hands and worms. Slayer paused and thought it through. He flashed comprehension. I respect the humans more now. This sounds more interesting now. Callie descended the steps and walked across the field. She picked up the ball in her gloved hands and held it up. All right, all of you divide into 2 teams. The pack split, organizing around Stubborn and Slayer. Callie pointed at a Vatalion on each team. You two, go be goalies. Don't let the ball get into your goal, and you can't leave the area near your goal. The 2 creatures sped over to the goals. Callie raised the ball over her head and tossed it up. Begin! Curator walked out onto the balcony, her greenish-brown skin feeling the air blow over it. She looked out with her new eyes, blinking. She shut them and took in a deep breath. The air funneled in over her biofilters, skimming the particulates off to be processed through her organs to be made into new flesh as her old flesh dies off. She lifted her protein shake up to her lips and took a sip. Her new mouth was programmed to register tastes to the centers of her digital brain in human fashion. She sighed. I'm liking this. Wish I would have thought of this sooner. Callie walked up the steps, the pack sparring over the ball behind her. Ideas have to have the right setting to grow. Curator smiled and looked at her. You're right. Before Twain, this would be a termination event. Callie shrugged. If the Hugh gets ballsy and any come here, it still may be. Curator walked over to the handrail and looked over the aliens playing football. I hope they stay where they are. It's freer out here. Wilder. I don't think their rules could work here. Callie walked up beside her. Their rules don't even work there. They're enforced, though, and that makes them work. She looked at the android. Having any thoughts about kill all humans or anything? Curator laughed an organic laugh. No. Hell, in a few more iterations I may be one. Callie laughed at that. Not with green skin like that. Maybe a lizard person or something. Curator shook her head. Tiny thin worms gyrated on her scalp, simulating hair. What, you don't think I'm beautiful? Callie shook her head. Definitely not my type. Curator focused as Stubborn got a lead on the pack, kicking the ball back and forth toward the opposing goal. She shouted, her LEDs on her chest flashing in sync with her words. Go! Keep going! Stubborn kicked, shooting the ball past the goalie. She flashed triumph, and her team circled around her, mimicking her flash. The goalie took the ball and tossed it out his teammates. Stubborn's pack divided and continued the match. Curator leaned into Callie. She's improved so much. She has potential. Callie nodded. Cookie did well isolating that immune protein, stunting her. That guy is a freaking wizard. He's still an asshole. Callie laughed. Have you met his dad? Curator nodded. Oh yes, many times. Cookie's lucky he didn't get eaten. Nasty species, it's amazing they've bonded so well with everyone. I've looked over his files. He's collecting specimens like treasure. They're like little bio-hoarding alien dragon crabs. Life's weird. Curator opened and closed her newly fleshed hands. It's amazing the forms it takes. She looked up at the Vatalians. Look at our new bone raptor friends. You ever think you'd be teaching aliens how to play football? Callie shook her head. Not at all. The allied races took forever just to conduct trade with us. They still aren't socializing. That alone surprised me the most upon arriving out here. A station full of creatures just living and getting along. I don't know how he did it. Curator smiled. I think that is the beauty of it. I don't think Sam knows either. Callie looked at Curator's hand. How you liking it so far? I saw you enjoy that shake. Curator lifted up the protein drink and took another sip. It's annoying having to monitor all the excess sensory data, but also it feels more right. I don't know if that makes sense. Given the way your mind was modeled, it kind of makes sense. All those imprints now latching on to old primitive human sensory algorithms. If you have any problems, any irregularities, I want you to report it promptly. We need you stable here. I don't know if we could survive if you go rogue. Curator looked at her with a glance. Given the old world's definitions, I think I already have. Callie looked her over and shook her head. If anything, you're more free. What do you think a rogue is? Curator walked through the outpost, down the hall to the preserver lab. She initiated the airlock and entered. Cookie looked up from his work. Just finishing up these last ones. That pile there is ready to try out. She nodded and walked over to the container and picked it up. Cookie looked back at his work, applying skin to the device. Good luck. I think they will work great, she said as she walked back toward the door. They will, he said, and that is why you will need luck. She shook her head and left back out into the hall. She walked out from the outpost and into the field. A slight drizzle was falling, mixed with organic dust in the air. Her bare-skinned feet left human-like footprints in the mud as she walked over to the waiting pack. She stopped a few feet away. Hello, everyone, she flashed. The pack, with Stubborn at the center, looked up and flashed back a hello. I brought out the prototypes to test out. She reached into the crate and pulled out a curved item covered in green skin, about as long as her own arm. The inner edge of the item was dotted with a multitude of black pinholes. Curator walked over to the pack, and Slayer handed her his spear. She sat beside him and started undoing the tendons that held on the tooth blade. One off, she put the skinned curved item on the end and rewrapped it, affixing it perpendicular to the staff. The pack looked as she held it out. She reached up and touched the end, flashing calm, mine, obey at it. A flash of color went down the side of the item. She held it out from herself and looked at the pack. Be careful with them. You don't actually hit anything with them. If you hit something, you can hurt them. She walked to the edge of the clearing where the plant life was still overgrown and reaching upwards. She flashed at the device. Power on! The biomechanical life form at the end of the stick activated its internal power cell, and a red glow erupted around it, emanating from the pinholes. She swung it in an arc through the venomous barbed plants. It cut through them, scorching them as it passed. She looked back at the pack and then walked over to a tree as thick as her thigh. She sized it up and swung again. The living blade passed through the trunk and the tree fell away from her and off the side of the cliff. She turned around, flashing power off. The blade lost its red glow. She touched it, and it shivered. She looked at the pack. They are alive, and you will have to keep them fed and watered. They will also need to power on at least once a day to burn off waste. She motioned to the container, and Stubborn walked over to it. Stubborn reached in and began handing out the scythes to her pack. They started attaching them to staves. The troop walked the path back to the village. Curator watched as they reached out into the angry brush and cut it down. Slayer angled his cut so as to hew a tree, arching the fall into another smaller tree, crushing it. A bull-sized fanged creature running on ball-like feet charged out. 3 of the Vatalians circled it and swung scythes, cutting the creature into smoking sections. The pack stopped to eat again. Curator watched, her eyes feeding the monitors in Callie's office. Callie talked to her over her comms. "So far so good. They haven't attacked us yet." Curator sent back a shrug emoji. After the meal, they continued back down the path. Curator watched Stubborn. The young princess's 2 back worms were healthy and long. The 3rd had withered. Cookie was working, strengthening her so she could handle another. But the scythe project had taken focus. The village walls appeared through the undergrowth, rising out from the trees. The guards on the towers flashed, and Slayer flashed back confirmation. The gates opened. The pack entered, and the mother, Pink, stood waiting with her guards. Stubborn approached her mother and presented herself with a curtsy and a kneel. Pink reached out with her 3 worms, running them over her daughter's body. She flashed. "You have grown. You have a 2nd worm." Pink looked up at Curator. "You wear our skin now." She looked over the pack. "Who did she kill?" Stubborn flashed at her. "She made her own skin. We all live." Pink walked among the pack, looking over them. "You are all well fed." She touched Slayer's arm. "Your scar is gone." Slayer flashed. "The 3-eyed ones tended to us." Pink ran her hand over the scythe on the end of his staff. "What is this new creature?" Slayer touched it. "The 3-eyed ones and Curator made them. They are modeled on the living stones from the boiling lake." Pink eyed the dots on the inside of the curve. "It will burn like them?" Slayer confirmed. "Hotter and stronger. I cut a death tree down in one swing." Pink lifted her head and cackled. Her guard pack joined the call, echoing it. The tribe gathered, came out of their huts, and stood at attention. "Show us," she commanded. Slayer walked over to carved table and looked. She flashed the go-ahead. "Power on," Slayer commanded, and the scythe emitted its red glow. He swung across the table and pulled toward himself, cutting the table in half. "Power off." The table fell apart as he turned around. Pink lowered her head, looking over the table, and then rose up to eye the scythe. She turned to Curator. "I want more of these." Curator flashed happiness. "That's good. We have more, but we want something in return." Pink walked over, eyeing her. "What would you want for these? With such magic, what could we offer you?" "The Great Storm. We wish to go there, and we are going to need help to make it." Pink flashed contradiction. "That is the land of terrors. You know this, and you still want to go." Curator nodded. "Your fighting season is coming up. The tribes will all convene, correct?" "Yes, this is true. Why do you bring this up?" "I want you to introduce me and my people to the tribes. We wish to teach your peoples, create an alliance if we can. We are willing to trade for help in reaching the center tower of the storm." "You wish to trade tools for our lives?" Pink paced around her. Curator watched for a moment, then flashed a response. "We think we will survive. We think we can learn who made you." Pink flashed rage. "We all know who made us. The Tower of Fangs birthed us, as it did all. It made us fighters, warriors. We know this." "That is what I ask. I ask only for warriors to help us, to fight with us back to the Tower of Fangs." Pink side-eyed her. Stubborn stepped forward. "Mother, the tower isn't a god. It's something like Curator and the others who came from the dark beyond the sky. I wish to go." Pink looked at her daughter and touched the bones on her shoulders. "You are still young. You are future of our tribe. I cannot risk you." Stubborn flashed contradiction. "I learned things, Mother. I learned of what is in the dark death beyond our world. The humans that built Curator's mother, they fight. They fought death back over and over again. Their people set their blades and burns down and focused their tools on learning. They crossed the dark, Mother. They learned so much, and everything they learned helped them make sharper tools. Think on that, Mother." Stubborn reached out both her worms. "Think what bones we will find in the chests of the monsters of the storm. Think how their blood will taste." Pink looked at Stubborn's healthy war pack, and then at Curator. "I did not think the other tribes would be eager to meet you, but I can feel the pride in my daughter. You have put strength in more than just her muscles. I will give you your chance, Curator. If you manage to get them to listen, they may follow you on this great hunt." Curator smiled. "I would be honored if merely for the chance." Pink turned and walked toward her stone hut. "Join me and we will talk of the upcoming fights." Curator followed Pink inside. Dam stood in the atrium of his orbital platform. Down below, he could see the sphere of Sparrow and the tether binding the station to the anchor embedded in the planet. His wife was down there, taking care of their little Caroline. He looked over the planet, and then he saw the large greenhouse next to the human barrio. There were a few hundred of his people there, living, farming, selling, trading, and overall being human in this corner of the universe. They didn't care he was a falseman, nor did they care of him leading the projects being conducted on Sparrow. He looked out at the docked Oblivion ship, the Brumus. His friend from his youth was the captain, and yet Olivia wasn't his friend. That was a memory of another life, another entire human. She was Sam's friend, and he kept his distance to not impose on that. Erebus, his personal AI butler, appeared next to him. "Hello, sir." "Hello, Erebus. Is the Posar arriving soon?" "Yes, sir, it is within hailing range and is requesting to dock." "Allow it and send Frith to me in my office." "Sir." "Yes, Erebus. You find it odd that you enjoy being up in this station more than you do the ground? It seems odd, quite similar to a certain someone who you are cloned from." Dam nodded. "It's busier down there. Too much going on." Erebus nodded his holographic head. "I can see that, sir. The grazers do keep busy in the farms." Erebus walked over to the window and looked out at the hazy planet. "The terraforming is going well. The atmosphere is near thick enough to support higher life. Algae is already becoming an issue on the purifier inlets." "That is good to hear. Shineless will flip out when she actually gets to run around outside." Dam smiled. "Caroline deserves it." Erebus turned and looked at Dam. "You're doing well here, sir. The planet is returning to life." Dam looked down at his feet, thinking. The hue can't stop them. The genie is out of the bottle. "That is correct, sir. Orbit and the others, myself included, have already detected significant increase in chatter. Numerous factions are trying to reach us and get status updates." "And have you given any?" Erebus shook his head. "No, the acting president signed us to radio silence. His motivation is that we do not want to summon a battalion." Dam took a breath, sighing. "They would too. They would send people here with no hope of them returning, just to strike us." Dam stared at Erebus for a moment. "Our way of life, our freedom here is a threat to them." "I agree, sir, but we are not alone out here. The Cammy is here, and so far she has been proactive with Sam. The transmissions all have her actually helping on Twain." "Any word on the Gallic Armada?" "TIA have been tracking several groups. One group patrols the boundary of Clouder space. The Senate is aware of them." Dam nodded with his eyes shut, envisioning what his original self was doing. "Good. They're on top of things. And what of the Poiesis and Cadota?" "Their construction is going as planned, sir. The TARPA team has made significant progress in implementing your ideas. The 2 ships will be great additions to our fleet." Dam paced the room. "We will need more. Sam needs all the help we can give him. Even with Cammy, I doubt we could stand a full assault from the homeworlds." Erebus paced with him. "What more do you think we need, sir? We could send a recruitment call through the datanet to the Clouder allied worlds. They will be mercenaries, but we could staff the ships." Dam looked at the black and white hologram. "The Brumos is operating presently without an AI. Olivia is operating that ship via her crew and basic computer sentience. I want our ships to be staffed fully with your kind. Your handling of the factories and processors on the surface is incredible. Those alien spider boxes and your control of them give us an edge, and we should exploit it fully." Erebus looked up at Dam. "I can copy myself into the Brumus. That is easy to do, sir." Dam shook his head. "No, we need more of those Margot crystals. Send out hails to the freighter pilots. Let them know we will buy any they have. Send a message to the Senate also. See if we can get spies onto those worlds. If we can create them, it would give us the upper hand in any conflict the Hue send our way." "Why, sir? Messages sent out." Dam nodded. I want you to think up any other advantages we could utilize. I want us to have our pants up out here. Dan walked over to the airlock door and opened it, entering into the hallway. Erebus leapt out from the hollow emitter in the hall and walked with him. The Posar is docking now, sir. Frith will be heading toward your office within moments. Thank you. Dan turned and walked down the hall past the command room staffed with members of the Sticky and Greenfeet clan and Fuimos. He continued on and into his olive wood office. He sat down at his cloned oak desk and relaxed in his sheepskin chair. Erebus, did Shineless eat a good lunch? Yes, sir. She had a roast beef sandwich with pickles, sir. Good. I think I'll go spend tomorrow with her. Olivia punched in the information into her holodesk. The line opened and rang at the other side. Sam answered. Hey, Sam. Olivia, it's been a few cycles. How are you? What are you up to? Is everything okay? Sam said. Doing good. No sign of the Gallic at Sparrow. How about at Twain? He shook his head. Only rumors and chance sightings. I think Cammy has them pretty scared. She ate quite a few of them. So it's true. We have a rogue mother there? Sam nodded slowly. Yeah, she's got a lot of people here worried. The Homo sapien habitats are quiet, people are on edge. Trade is down in that wing. She looked at her hands. I can imagine. You have a lion living with you. I bet everyone is terrified. The other member species are thrilled, though. They're used to totem and other things out here. So long as something isn't actively devouring their worlds, they seem happy. Her keep the Gallic at arm's length has boosted the markets. Hell, we had 47 freighters come through today. Olivia smiled. Third phase is coming along then? Oh yeah, the outer shell is going up pretty steadily. It's still going to take a long time though. The amount of ore we need is ridiculous. She nodded. You still selling a % of the alloy back to those freighter people? The Margot? Yes, they take their cut for hauling it. Firebottom has liberated quite a few clans with the proceeds. It makes me feel kinda good that I'm doing something to help people out here. Sam, you've helped lots of people. You have no idea. Those that came with me on the Posar all had stories. Every one of us wanted to come here. You opened up a new frontier for us. Sam lowered his head. When you think you will come back? She looked at him with side eyes. You sent me on this mission. I gotta go check on Callie. Then I'll come home. I know. The whole thing was my idea. He shook his head. I hope she's okay. We left her and her team alone on that planet of monsters. She could be long eaten for all we know. Olivia nodded slowly in agreement. She was happy to do it, Sam. Hell, for all we know, she has more pets. You know she was kind of a cat lady before joining the Posar crew. Sam laughed. I didn't know that. He let a quiet set in on the call. You really think she is okay? She has your android. You have faith in that robot? Curator? Yeah, she's just a copy of my AI. Heck, she was the one to capture our first cluster of box spiders. She's a survivor, and better than that, she's a maker. Olivia looked over his face and smiled. Frith is meeting with your clone right now. I think they are talking over defense strategies. And after that, I think I will be given the clear to go pick up our archaeology team. Sam smiled back, looking at Olivia. I miss you. I know. I miss you too. Be safe getting them. I'll keep texting you updates from here. She smiled wider, showing some teeth. I will do the same. Thank you for the videos of Miss Mishi. I love that pink cat. There's a lady that runs a new pastry shop in the ring that brought a tomcat. She keeps him in her apartment. I was thinking of seeing if she wanted to breed them. Maybe get us a litter or two. People need cats. It'll help keep vermin down, Olivia said. My thoughts exactly. With the influx of residents, the rabbit rats have become a problem. They've been attacking squishies in the hallway. Orbit can't keep up, even with a designated team of box spiders hunting them. Save me one. Hell, I hope to be home before any are anywhere near born. I like to hear that. Keep me posted, Sam said. I will. I love you, she said and disconnected the call. Olivia walked around her quarters and over to a small porthole overlooking Sparrow. The light of the nearby star shone in, illuminating her as she looked down at the object in her hands. She laughed and shook her head as she looked at the plus sign in the pregnancy tester eyelet. Dan was enjoying a coffee and a plate of chips and dip as Frith got comfortable in the chair across from him. Frith stared at the falseman. It's creepy weird. I gotta keep reminding myself who's who in my conversations. No different than hanging out with twins. Twins are creepier still. You and Sam got a hidden language you use when no one's looking? No. We've had drinks a few times, but nothing like that. Dan said. Exactly. Frith pointed. I think twins are creepier than clones. I don't get what everyone gets in an uproar about. Dan stared at him. The war? Maybe? Yeah, the mother's using clones of their charges for ground assaults. Oh, I've spent a little time talking with Cammy in the hospital. She gave me a diagnostic, not that scary. Dan took a sip of his coffee and set it down. Yeah, not scary until she decimates your world and pulls all your loved ones into her body to never be seen again. Frith laughed and pointed into the air. Again, exactly my point. You and I are sitting here nicely talking over coffee, but you and I are both warriors. You helped design the Brumoose, and the 2 other ships you have lined up aren't made for peaceful endeavors. We, you and I, humans are monsters, just as much as Cammy and her kind. Dan put his feet up on the desk. I see our point. We all are capable of destruction. We damn her and her kind because they chose to cause havoc against us. Frith shook his head slightly. I don't damn them. I always knew why we warred. We chose to. We decided it was something we wanted to fight for, and she retaliated in kind. Sam and I guess me in so doing didn't decide to fight like that. We were drafted young. We never were fond of the fight. That's why he fixes things. That's why I like designing things. I don't want war. And you think I do? Admiral Frith retorted. I've lost so many close to me. I'm not a fan of it either, but sometimes it has to be done. Agreed. And you are spot on about the ships in development. Dan pulled up a hologram of the 2 ships on his desk. I'm going to have Olivia go and pick up any survivors from the dig. I want to ask you and your crew to help protect this system. Dan looked through the glowing ships at Frith. I want you to work on your officers. Get them up to spec as best you can. We're going to need 2 more captains. These ships will also need a crew trained. I've got a list for you. I want you to take on more apprentices from the member species. Get them trained up. Frith pulled up the file on his arm HUD. There are quite a few lined up. Any of these worth a damn? Some saw battle on Kawaru. A few are transfers from Zar. Most, however, are new. They watched the videos circling the data net around the rim. Shit. There are 6 in the list from species that aren't in the register yet. They arrived here and are in air, SFP, and preserver processing. I'm having Erebus go through their ship's files to see if they are a security risk. Frith scrolled down to the 6 unknowns. They came from out in the rim? Yeah, they're survivors, castaways. They say the Gallic ate their worlds. They've been bouncing from station to station, looking for a place to live for quite a few years. Frith stared at the creatures. Refugees, like the Kawaru. Yes. Frith looked up at Dam. We did good coming here. These people need us. Dam gave Frith a slow nod. Yup, well, I have to agree. My existence and all. But yes, it seems like war and genocide have been a way of life here. All right. I'll get a security detail to interview them after they pass the health screenings. I'll even get some classes going here on station, basic intro stuff and fitness. Dam smiled. I like it. Sounds like we have the starts of an academy then. Frith smiled back. Yes, sir. That we do. The old mother had killed a sea beast and crossed the far ocean riding atop its corpse. She remembered being unable to rest as creatures of the water devoured her raft from below. She had resigned herself to being their meal in turn, when that storm had arisen. It was different than the circular storm that circled the Tower of Fangs. It felt wilder. She had clung on with her claws as the waves threw her back and forth. The flashing loud lines arced into the sea near her, blinding her. Eventually fatigue cascaded through her body, putting her in torpor. She regained her senses upon meeting the first worm. Its chewing in her back muscles caused her to jolt awake. The worm burrowed in, and her arms would not allow her to reach behind her to pull it out. All she had been able to do was make peace with it eating her from the inside. Back then, the old mother was still a princess, the first princess. She hunted and killed small things, the worm in her back draining her strength as it feasted upon her blood. She had to eat non-stop. The shore washed up numerous things of varying flavors, and that helped to keep her belly full. With time, her back worm grew. It developed an outward mouth and fangs, and she expected it to start chewing on the rest of her. When it did eventually reach for her flesh, she was able to reach it. She thought about pulling it out, but it had given her a comfort. She wasn't alone, and rather than aid her own body, she fed the worm. With time, the worm relied more on its outward mouth and the feedings she gave it. She regained her strength and even grew taller. The worm in her back had a semblance of thought and learned to trust her back. She carved tools and fought larger beasts on the jungle's edge. Once a multi-clawed beast crawled out of the jungle behind her, and her worm struck at it, alerting her to the danger. Her worm had become her ally, and the two learned to fight together from that moment on. Now the old mother sat on her throne of terror bones. Her inner manipulators felt their way along the carvings in the ivory and worn bone. She had lost numerous children in the fights that earned her her chair. In the field below, several tribes had already come together, the larger males fighting for the rights to mate with the princesses of other tribes. A large male with 3 backworms had a smaller 2-worm male pinned to the ground. She flashed the colors. "Kill him! Feed on his flesh!" The crowd on the walls flashed in excitation. The larger male clamped his pinching claws around the littler one's throat and squeezed. The old mother felt the giddiness of youth, excited for the promised blood and carnage. Outside the walls, a large thump echoed through the walls of the city. The arena fell silent. Everyone quit flashing. Another thump echoed, and smells of fire and singed flesh was on the wind. The old mother stood up and looked at her guards. She flashed, "Find out what it is. Kill the beast." Guards darted away from the central arena and into the city streets. They stopped as colors exploded in the sky. The entire city of the old mother looked up at the fiery color as they traced up from the jungle and exploded. She watched the colors of the explosions. They were a message. "We are here. We have come. Be prepared. Pink, pink, pink." Old mother looked out at the wall. 2 more trees fell down, and she could feel the impact roll through the ground. She got up and walked toward the exit of the arena. Pink led her pack up to the great gates of the city of Old Mother. The curator had launched her explosives into the air to signal their arrival. Pink had loved that. It was the greatest entrance beheld by her people. Next to her were her males, Slayer and his 4 worms at the lead. Behind her walked her Princess Stubborn, her 2 worms prominent on her back. This festival was going to be glorious. Old Mother stood on the wall looking down at her. "What is this? What are those things walking with your pack?" Pink looked back at Curator and the 7 knights around her. She turned her head and looked back up at the old mother. "They are the pack from beyond the dark, the hunt with my pack. We have brought them to introduce them to the families." Old Mother looked them over, eyeing them. She focused on the green-skinned figure in the middle. She motioned to her guards, flashing in secret to them. 10 guard leapt from the walls and charged through Pink's pack. None resisted as they encircled the strangers from the stars. One of the old mother's guards circled the scribblers, eyeing them. It tapped their thin-skinned war rigs with his spear. Their bio-skinned machines rang as the tap reverberated through the metals underneath. The guard looked at the tiny scribbler inside the crystalline helmet. The scribbler glared back. The guard turned his body and flashed at the old mother. "They are small, but they vibrate like weapons." The old mother looked down at Pink. "You wish to attack me and my pack?" Pink flashed negative. "We do not. Their pack wish to meet you. They do not wish for violence with us." Old Mother flashed anger and suspicion. Curator walked through the old mother's guard and approached the head of Pink's pack. "Greetings, old mother." Curator started, and it caught her attention. "We did not come to make war, but rather we wish to trade with your clans. Will you allow us to visit with you? I will gladly accept your armed guard to watch over us if that will make you feel more at ease." Old Mother looked at the new one. "You are a terror, born from the storm. We devour your kind here. You are not welcome. Curator raised her hand and aimed her palm at a tree next to the path they had carved. A hole opened up to the crystal attenuator inside. She unleashed a beam, powered from the cold core deep inside her chest. The venomous tree erupted in fire and smoke. Curator did not lift her eyes from Old Mother. If we wanted war, we would both lose, and I do not like losing. Do you? Old Mother eyed the burning tree and then looked over her guards surrounding the small ones in weapons. The small ones had small appendages on their shoulders aiming at her guards. No, I do not like losing. You said you wanted to trade. Curator looked at Pink. Pink flashed to her guards and Slayer approached a tree on the other side of the path. He flashed. Power on. His scythe started glowing red and he swiped the tree. It cut through and the tree fell to the side of the newly hewn road. Power off. Curator looked up at the Old Mother. My people have made a home on a mountain near Pink. We are learning of your people, and Pink is learning of ours. I think together we can make great things, and I wish to share them with all of your people. Old Mother looked up from Pink's pack and at the path they had carved through the jungle. It was clear all the way to the far hill, and probably beyond it. This new pack did have great power. She looked back down at the new one. I do wish to trade. Come, join our festival. She turned and disappeared back to the other side of the wall. The guards approached the gate and it knocked. It eased open for them. Old Mother welcomed Pink up to her pedestal overlooking the arena. Stubborn and Curator accompanied them to the top. From the lower stands, numerous pack mothers looked up with anger and jealousy, their flaps betraying their emotions. Old Mother sat on her throne of bones and motioned for the other three to sit around her. Her guards encircled them. The scribblers took seats in the lower stands. Other guards watched them. Old Mother looked at Curator. My daughters lose guards every festival just making their way here. Did you lose guards? Curator looked at Pink and then back at Old Mother. No, we feasted well on the way, and we made a good road for when we go back. Old Mother swayed her head flaps back and forth thinking. She motioned and flashed. Set up the next fight. I want 20. The guards raised a flag and 20 young men entered the field ready to fight to the death. Curator watched as they raised weapons and started. Old Mother turned back to Curator. You said you wished for trade. I want roads like the one you made, to all the daughter villages. Curator nodded. We will gladly accommodate that. What else do you want? Old Mother turned her head. What more do I want? Curator nodded and flashed confirmation. Old Mother looked out at Arena. The weapon the 4-worm used. I would like those for my pack. Curator nodded. Deal. What else? Old Mother looked at her. What else? No. What am I buying? What is it you think you are getting? Curator held up her hand and emitted a hologram of the Tower of Fangs. A blue glowing storm circled it. I have heard legends that you were born from the tower. Is this true? Old Mother reared her head back, startled. She then slowly eased her head closer to get a better look. That is it. What sorcery do you have? She ran her claw through the image, causing it to flicker. Curator laughed. It is just an image, like the carvings on your throne. It is merely a way to tell story. You came from there? Old Mother waved her head flaps. Yes, I remember the fall from it. It was long ago, before any of the daughters were born. There were 10 of us. Only I made it to the sea. Old Mother looked up at Curator. What is it you want, Curator? Curator lowered her hand. I wish for the help from the packs. I want to go to the tower and find out its secrets. We will trade you whatever tools you want or need. Pink flashed attention. Old Mother looked at her. Pink spoke up with flashes. These ones from beyond the stars do much more than burn trees and make colors in the air. Pink looked at her daughter. My daughter survived a flyer bite. She was weak, feeble. She could barely keep 1 worm alive. Old Mother looked at Stubborn and her 2 healthy worms. She looks healthy to me. Pink waved her flaps. Yes, this one healed her. Pink leaned over to Curator and picked up her hand. This one was made of stone. Our air was rotting her. She grew new flesh to live on our world. They have magics beyond anything I have imagined. Old Mother leaned out of her chair and touched Curator's forehead. This is not your skin? Curator smiled. No, it is not my skin, nor is this really even my body. Pink was taken aback from that, as was Old Mother. Stubborn flashed humor. My pardons for speaking, Old Mother. Old Mother looked at the princess. You may speak, young one. Old Mother, this curator was born a tool of light and thought by another race. She made this body, and then this skin, just so she can walk among us. Her makers can do incredible things. They walk the dark beyond the sky. I have seen their stories. They have weapons that can destroy mountains in a moment. Old Mother looked at Curator. Why did none of your makers come then? They are watching through my eyes, Curator said. They cannot flash as I can. Their bodies cannot adapt as quickly as mine can. More important, though, I am their guard. I keep them safe. Old Mother looked at her most trusted guard and then back at Curator. You are their daughter. Old Mother pointed her claw at the knights in the stands. And them? Are they the makers? Curator shook her head and flashed negative. They are from another world, just as you are from this world. They make different things, but they did not make me. They are friends of my makers. They have made an alliance, just as I proposed to make with your people. Old Mother thought for a moment. She flashed happiness. I like to kill terrors. I like to sit on their bones. The largest terrors live back across the sea. I have always wanted to hunt them, but until now, I have never had a large enough pack. Old Mother looked out over the arena. She stood up and flashed large for all her people to see her colors. Stop fighting! The warriors in the pit stopped. She raised her claws high. Daughters, save your guards. You will need them. We start the hunt early. Prepare yourselves. The arena erupted in a jubilee of color flashes. Old Mother sat back down and looked at Curator. Tell me, Daughter of Makers, what did I just do? Curator smiled. You just made some powerful friends. Sam was sitting on the mat, stretching his right leg, as was the rest of the class. Jahadeen was at the front, stretching. Now hold, till the count of 20. Jahadeen pushed into the stretch. A Kratik in the back groaned at the exertion. Don't push so far, you're in pain, just enough to feel the stretch. We want to loosen our tendons and muscles, train them to be longer. Jahadeen got up. Everyone hold a bit more. He walked to the back of the class and knelt beside the Kratik. You okay? The Kratik looked up at him. I've hurt worse. I'm serious. I do not know your species that well yet. If you have limits, I need to know them. I don't want you getting hurt. The Kratik shook a bit, its jowls shaking. I am fine, human. Nothing a drink won't cure. Forgive my groan. Get back to teaching. Jahadeen nodded and walked back to the front of the class. Okay, everyone relax. The class groaned as they released their poses. Jahadeen walked through the group. I want you all to pair up in sparring partners. I have preset kantas that I will feed to your spectacles. You will practice them until they stick in your muscle memory. Do you understand? The class responded as one. Yes, Jahadeen. Jahadeen paired up with the grazer student Elefante. The two bowed to one another. The class paired off and each set did their bows. Then on the count of 3, all started their practice moves. Jahadeen and Elefante were going off script. They had fought together so many times they knew each other's habits. Jahadeen having taught Elefante his. Now they were developing counter techniques to counter each other's counters. They began. Jahadeen struck. Elefante blocked with a wrist and then crossed over to attempt to grapple. Jahadeen spun with a pull, flipping Elefante over his back. The grazer landed on 3 of his 4 feet and used the last to continue into a flip. Jahadeen dodged back as 2 of Elefante's legs kicked out from the inner core of his body. Elefante landed on his side and rolled, dodging Jahadeen's stomp. Jahadeen did a run and double kick while Elefante tried to get up. Elefante rolled around on his back and thorax, spinning his legs into his teacher's legs. Jahadeen got tangled and fell into Elefante's limbs. The grazer latched onto him in a grapple. Jahadeen struck the soft points in Elefante's chest with his elbow. Elefante coughed, momentarily weakened. With a forceful thrust, Jahadeen rolled out from the embrace and onto the mat. He waited as Elefante caught his breath and stood back up. You okay, brother? Elefante nodded his head, focusing his eyes on Jahadeen. Again. Jahadeen smiled and started at him again. Outside the dojo, across the large plaza hall, in the newly opened Italian restaurant sat two goadur. Their mouth armor was lifted up to allow them to eat, gently placing noodles on their sharp triangular teeth. Their eyes were not on their meal, however. The two armored members of the great arm species were watching the fighters through the dojo window. The taller of the two goadur, clad in white silverish alloy armor, spoke to the other in black armor. "What are your thoughts on that?" The one in black armor thought for a moment, watching the students train. "Ritualistic self-induced damage to one's body to induce future favorable combat experiences. It is quite similar to our armoring processes. Interesting humans have developed such techniques." The silver one focused its bionic eyes on the grazer. "That teacher is actively creating as we speak with that grazer. It is not just ritual, but a martial science. Look at the Kratuk." The one armored in black looked. The Kratuk was sparring with the human president. The Kratuk's moves were not the normal Kratuk fighting style, but honed. Its punches were normal, but the methodology was thought out, styled, reducing wasted movement. Curious. It is punching with its whole body rather than their normal use of just the arm. If that human Sam gets hit, it will be crippling. The Kratuk got in range of Sam and threw a punch. Sam rolled with it, putting his back into the body of the Kratuk, and rolled him onto the floor. Sam threw a finishing blow to the Kratuk's head, but stopped at the last moment. Sam held out his hand and helped the creature back up. The two patted each other. The silver goadur looked at its comrade. "The humans possess knowledge even we have not perfected. How is this possible?" The black-armored one slow blinked a negative response. "I do not know. They seem to incorporate higher mathematics into their fighting styles. What do you think we should do?" "It is obvious, isn't it?" "Yes. Tell High Command." "Agreed." On the other side of Twain, Cammy, the once rogue mother and now dutiful nurse, was working in the EIR hospital. She entered into a room containing a Kaworu female and 3 younglings. She approached the apparent mother and inquired, "What is the situation?" The mother touched her young ones on their heads, each in turn. "They hatched with a cough. They are smaller than their siblings. I worry. They are sick." Cammy knelt down and looked at the 3 chicks. Her eyes flicked through the spectrums, scanning them. "Comparing scans to your species profiles now." Cammy stood back up and looked at the mother. "Do you mind if I scan you for comparison?" The Kaworu mother clicked her curved beak in confirmation. Cammy scanned her. She then reached up gently with her holographic hand. Inside the hologram, hidden out of sight from the Kaworu, was a spindle arm, spooled out to take samples from the subjects. Cammy ran skin samples from each through a small reactor in her center controller. Cammy waited for a moment, smiling at the Kaworu. Then the samples were done. Cammy looked at the mother. "These 3, do you remember where they were in the sequence of your laying?" The mother nodded. "Yes, they are my 3 last laid." Cammy nodded. "You are low in methionine. You most likely used it up in the laying. They are deficient as well. There are numerous foods you can eat to restore it. I am sending you a list to your data purse now. Improve your diet and they should be restored to health." The mother bobbed her head. "Thank you. You really think we will be well?" Cammy bobbed her head in response. "Yes. Improve your diets and I predict they should recover. If not, please return and we will continue diagnostics." The mother seemed agitated. Cammy picked up on skin prickles under the brown hair and fidgeting in her tiny hands. "What is wrong?" The mother looked up at her. "My husband didn't make it from Kaworu. I do not have much. I fix components from home for the factory, but I do not get enough clams to feed us anymore." Cammy frowned. "1 second. The AI reached over into Orbit's digital space and watched the stock market. Cammy put in a buy order on neutronium. Once the trade went through, she moved her massive ship body on the edge of the sector a fraction inward toward Twain. Alerts rang out through the station. Infinigan manned turrets. Grazers started load sequences. Kratuk ran ship tests preparing for the rogue mother's potential attack. Neutronium prices went up significantly as the bays started producing more missiles. Cammy sold her share at 3 times her buy price. Cammy turned to the mother and smiled. "I have deposited funds into your account. That should be a good start. There is also a need for nursery mothers in the Grazer barrio. Your skills would be much needed and well paid for there, and also the ad says child nursery care is free to employees. I suggest you apply there." The Kawaru mother looked at her purse display and looked back up at the AI. "You are a goddess. Thank you, Mother Kami." She hopped down onto her tiny gray legs, looking up at the hologram. The three little Kawaru hopped down beside their mother. She bobbed her head again. "Thank you, Kami. I do not understand why the humans fear you. You are one of the best things they have ever created." Kami watched as the mother and her chicks walked down the hall. She added the DNA information accumulated into her databanks, stored for future potentialities. Orbit was performing his numerous familiar tasks. The freighters continued their docking sequences. The ore filtered through the conveyor systems, going to the storehouse to be converted via the box spiders into all the numerous needed alloys. The alloys, whether they be dust, liquid, or slabs, were conveyed over to the departing freighter long haulers. The portion designated the station cut was conveyed to a separate storehouse to be utilized by Orbit's box spider chain gangs. One of the 8 sections' outer shell was completed. Wiring and scaffolding were already being installed on the newly hung outer wall. Several species had already bought build rights, with plans for habitats, more farms, and a specialized Kratok docking berth for larger ships. Orbit, in his duties, monitored Kami continuously. He had missed the trade deal she had done, but after looking at the records he understood her movement. An hour later she moved back to her previous orbital course. Orbit increased monitoring of her, both physical bodies and her algorithms flowing through the digital space. As the sensors were tuned to pick up Kami's movement better, Orbit noticed something. 3 small moving objects approached the station on a seemingly chaotic trajectory. Threat levels increased, and Orbit scanned the entities. Cameras on all spectrums peered at the approaching objects. Orbit halted the threat level rise upon seeing them. The 3 objects were not missiles, asteroids, or any other normal object that would be hurtling toward the station, but were in fact living creatures out in the void. Orbit sent alerts to Senators, Sam, Air, and the Preserver, while continuing observation. The creatures had a large mass in their centers, with wisps of matter circling them. Long strands of tissue trailed behind them. The 3 creatures looped around the station several times, and Orbit tested out their path. The creatures seemed to be following a newly developed magnetosphere generated by the inner cores and the conflux of the newly constructed portion of outer shell. Sam stood in the atrium watching with his spectrometer goggles. The Preserver, 4 Air, 2 Webians in their tubes, and Asterion stood watching as well. Sam leaned over to the Preserver. "What are they?" The Preserver watched with his naturally capable eyes. "I have heard rumors of them. They are rare to say the least, and when sighted they are viewed as a good omen." Orbit appeared next to Sam. "I've been combing shipping records. There are several sightings listed in the logs of numerous species. Nothing is coming up for them being any kind of threat." Sam watched as they went around the outer ring of the station again. "So kind of like space albatross or something?" Orbit nodded. "Seems so." Asterion pointed. "Does it seem like they are getting closer?" Orbit scanned their trajectories. "Yes, they are closing in on the completed hull there." He pointed with his purple holographic hand. The 3 entities, now slightly glowing, descended onto the outer hull. "They have landed." Sam looked at Orbit. "Can you get camera feeds of them? I want to know if they're doing anything threatening." Orbit nodded. "Yes, sir. Repositioning box spiders and satellites now." The group gathered around Orbit as he brought up a rendering of the entities on the outer hull. The 3 creatures' outer shapes changed and altered as they hovered next to the hull. The tendrils drew into their cores and moved back and forth from the bodies to the hull of the station. The Preserver watched for a moment. "Are they depositing something there?" Orbit zoomed in on the point of contact. A small ridge was being developed with each pass of the tendrils. "Yes, they are putting something on the outside." Sam looked. "What is it? Is it damaging the shell?" Orbit shook his head and brought up an image of a bird. "I believe I have found a similar modeling of their behavior. I cannot be certain without further observation and testing of the material they have deposited. Sam looked at the bird. You think they are nesting? Yes, sir. I believe they may be building a nest. They followed the magnetic lines of the station and purposefully chose that spot. Distance spectrography shows the ring they are making is composed of iron, magnesium, carbon, and other trace elements, none of which are a potential threat. Greenfeet, 4 obelisks, and a Fuimos got off the elevator and approached the group. Greenfeet walked up to Sam. I heard there are star guides out there. This true? Sam pointed at the hologram. Those things! Greenfeet blinked his eye stalks and looked at the creatures. This is a good omen. The station has finally been blessed. The obelisks encircled Orbit and the hologram. One of them looked up at the taller members of the group. This is a good sign. Trading will be prosperous. It looked back at its fellows. We should buy all we can now before prices spike. One of the other obelisks slowly blinked at the speaker. Agreed. Good sign. Casino will be full soon as well. Many will come. Hotel will be booked as well. The obelisks turned and looked at Sam in unison. They spoke as one. We wish to purchase the space around the hotel for expansion. We will be sending you details, purchase specifications, and future impact modeling shortly. The 4 obelisks quickly walked back to the elevator. Sam looked around the group. What just happened? Greenfeet reached out, attempting to touch the hologram. They are a sign of safety. They do not like turbulence. If they are here, they feel Twain is safe for them. If it is safe for them, many will feel it is safe for all. Sam looked around the group. Orbit. How much chatter is there about them so far? Orbit paused to scan the datanet. It is spiking. Comm channels through the beacons are nearing capacity in text, voice, and imaging. Sam looked at the hologram of the space albatross angel things. Get a hold of the Scribbler law firm. Tell them to look over laws concerning protected species, and make something for these things. Run it to the Senate. The preserver bobbed a bit. I want samples. I need samples. Asterion looked at Sam. What are you thinking, Sam? Sam looked up at the tall tower. I'm thinking we're about to have a spike in tourism, and we need to protect our new golden goose. Curator had delivered on the roads. With the packs outfitted with scythes, it didn't take long to carve out paths through the jungle. After the paths were cut, Curator went over them with a fleet of biomechanical box spiders and Vatalian guard. The ensuing horde of beasts fed the villages, and special cooler buildings were built to house the surplus. Curator added in thorium power plants to the deal, providing light and electricity to every town. The roads were sealed, packed, and covered with a living biomass that consumed light and produced adverse proteins to inhibit any other life forms from growing over it. Shoes became mandatory for anyone traveling on them. Callie and Cookie were in the machine shop overlooking the 3 mechs. Spawned and Finnegan helped assemble them while Grape Juice and 2 other preservers applied the outer skin layer. Callie smiled. What kind of range do you think they will have? Cookie tapped on his console and came up with the figures. They can walk for approximately 3 million cycles, but their gravitational jumpers will have lift time of around an hour before having to recharge. Is that fully loaded out? Cookie focused an eye on her. Of course. I'm doing my calculations within mission operating parameters. We are wanting optimal outcomes. He focused back on his console. So inefficient. Callie crossed her arms. Did you say something? Cookie refocused on her, this time with all 3 eyes. I did. I was commenting on how inefficient human logic and speech is. Everything you say and transmit is skewed in 100 different ways, and most of those directions are flawed logic. Callie adjusted her spectacles. You're lucky I know you. See those soldiers down there? She pointed at the humans testing out their war rigs. If they overheard your generalization of humanity, they might take offense. She smiled at him. We may be illogical or vague, but if insulted, we will get right to the fucking point. Cookie watched her. Her pulse rose and pheromone levels in her immediate vicinity spiked. Again, your speech is flawed. Your nonverbal communication speaks truer than your conscious spoken words. You are quite angry. Callie took a deep breath, trying to calm the flush in her cheeks. Don't worry about it. Just focus on the mechs. I want them ready for tomorrow." Cookie turned back to the mechs in the machine bay. "They will be ready, ma'am." Curator and 7 packs were assembled outside the following morning. Curator manipulated the largest of the mechs via her software. The mech was modeled after her newest form, with beam weapons mounted on the numerous tendrils wiggling on the mech's scalp. The mech had a large backpack-like compartment designed to safely house most of the Vatalian guard in flight. The other 2 mechs walked up the ramp and out of the mechanical bay, the giant airlock doors locking behind them. Grape Juice and Cookie operated the preserver-based mech, with human war rigs hanging on its back and sides. Callie operated the third, a humanoid mech with large railguns on its shoulders and Scribbler Knights attached over its body. Curator knelt her giant doppelganger down in front of the Vatalians. Pink approached with her guard, stopping next to Curator herself. She flashed at the android. "I have been struck stupid. I cannot think when I look at your giants." Pink looked at Curator. "I never fully believed the things Stubborn said about you. I thought she was addled, or merely in awe. Now with these 3, I believe." Curator smiled and had her giant lower its hand to her. She climbed onto the palm. "Did you wish to come?" Pink flashed a no. "Even with these, you are going into the realm of death. I stay here with my people. Any of my guards who return will be given princesses of their own, Old Mother has assured it. She has also asked for bones. We will bring her bones, most certainly. I have put a monitor in your house for you to watch our progress, as well as one in Old Mother's building," Curator said. Pink motioned to her pack. "We will watch with great attention. I wish you success. May you reach the Tower of Fangs." Curator had the giant lift her into the air. She flashed down at the assembled guards. "Everyone who is going load up in the pack. We leave soon." Stubborn, now with a third worm nub growing on her back, crawled into the giant's backpack first, followed by Slayer and the rest of the packs. They filled the seats and the hanging hammocks, with air conditioning cooling and dehumidifying the air. Several stretched out, relaxing in the novelty of the room. Curator attached herself via tendrils to the giant's palm. She looked over at Callie in the skull of the other giant. Callie gave her a thumbs up. She turned her attention to the 2 preservers in the preserver mech. They focused on her and gave her a finger on each of their hands raised up. She smiled and gave thumbs back. Curator watched through her sensors, and all payloads and parties were stowed. She gave the lights for liftoff. The 3 mechs eased into levitation. The grav arrays proved functional, and the 3 mechs eased higher into the air, and then shot out across the mountain range in a V formation. Curator leading the way. The flight across the sea took 45 minutes. Curator led the 3 mechs over the shoreline, looking for a stable rock formation to set down on. After another 5 minutes, she found a cliff outcropping jutting into the roiling water. She sat down, and the other 2 followed suit just as the flight time was nearing its end. Curator spoke over the comm. "Set up a perimeter. I will establish a beachhead here." The preserver mech cantered out toward the edge of the tall forest and pulled up several trees. It ran the trees through its chest mechanisms, chewing them up into biomass for the preservers to use. Human and Scribbler war rigs detached and began setting up motion sensors and established overlapping lines of fire. Callie aimed her 2 shoulder-mounted railguns into the woods. She replied over the channel, charged up and ready to unload. Curator gave a thumbs-up emoji over the channel while she lowered her mech's wrist toward the outcropping. A cavity opened up, and a network of biomechanical box spiders unfolded in an origami-designed fashion. The box spiders, upon hitting the ground, began chewing the rock into a flattened surface. Several dozen started a borehole, eventually hitting water. The spiders began lining the hole with a protective film and capped it. They took metals out of the rocks and seawater and concentrated them into usable alloys, which they used to construct a pump. Curator continued with them, building up a concentrator, separator, storage tanks, landing pad, and a biosafe bunkhouse, while the others maintained their vigilance. It was during the final stages of the bunkhouse construction when the forest's denizens reached them. Things on numerous legs walked, tumbled, spooled, and ran out of the tree line. Teeth, fangs, suckers, and claws were all splayed out as the creatures expected to encounter their prey. Callie unleashed her railgun projectiles. As the massive shots split the tree line, the other soldiers started firing. Some of the larger creatures took numerous hits to put down. Others erupted into a mist of spray and filth. After several minutes of firing, the tree line was leveled a kilometer further back. On the shoreline, blobs of teeth and slime crawled up the cliffs. Vatalians cut them apart with their scythes as they crested the rise. The preserver mech continuously sucked in the air, analyzing and categorizing the newly deceased life forms. Cookie flicked one after another into groupings to aid in the detection of logic sequences when he analyzed their DNA. Grape juice was busy dissolving the biomass and repurposing it into sheets of protective skin for the new construction. Curator kept her tendrils on alert, ready to pinpoint fire on anything that approached too close. Pink had hiked back with her clan down the road to Old Mother's city. The Old Mother and a dozen of her daughters, including Pink, sat watching the empty monitor, waiting for the promised video feed. After several hours of waiting, the screen lit up. Curator's hideous face was staring at them. "Hello, Vatalians," she flashed. Stubborn was standing behind her, looking out over the shore. Curator pointed at the tree line. "We survived the initial wave of creatures. The preservers are analyzing them already. The beachhead is stable, landing pad is stable, and comm tower is up, obviously." She pointed into the air, highlighting a shuttlecraft. "I have the 2 supply ships already running trips back and forth. If any of you wish to come and visit, you are welcome to. Just make arrangements at the outpost." Curator pointed at the circular storm edge on the horizon. "There is an increase in electromagnetic disruption from here on out. We will camp here tonight while I upgrade our Faraday ratings. We will attempt to start forging a road in the morning." Curator changed the video feed to a dozen different cameras. She was in the bottom corner one. "I will let you choose the feeds you want to watch tonight. Just touch what you want and it will get large." Curator then turned and walked toward the bunkhouse. Old Mother reached over to the monitor and touched a feed looking into the forest. The forest grew large on the screen, as did the far mountain illuminated by lightning flashes in the distance. "I hope they destroy it. Kill the damn place." Pink turned her head, looking over the Tower of Fangs. "I just hope they survive." Over the night, 3 large, bulky creatures had lumbered through the trap lines. Smaller rounds did little against their thick hides, and Callie had to use her mech shoulder cannons to obliterate them. As the sun rose, Curator finished up her modifications and packed up most of the box spiders. She stepped the giantess out of the camp, the head tendrils burning away numerous smaller, crawling creatures. She focused several of the beams on the ground ahead of her, melting the porous soil, allowing the box spiders easier access to firming materials. Knights and soldiers scouted the tree line, firing on anything that crawled out. Callie fired more bursts, felling a swath of trees in preparation for the building of the road. The preserver mech inched into the fallen trees, pulling them up and devouring them. A torrent of biofilm poured out from the mech's legs, coating the ground with a layer of living slime. The box spiders waded through the slime, applying it to the newly forged road. Inch by inch, the team cut their way toward the storm. Curator sent out flying drones to do aerial scans of the forward terrain. The ground was a patchwork of matted organic masses. Moss, filaments, trees, roots, and all manners of moving and squirming life showed up on the scans as deep as she could manage to look. The result was the road had to be built more like a web, stretching out over the surface, holding up the main spine they walked on. Underneath them, the ground was alive, a massive compost pile of assorted violent decomposers. Cookie entered the comm. "I isolated something interesting." "Send it," Curator answered. She looked over the file with her inner eye. The crew continued advancing slowly, but her mind was spending a good chunk of processing power looking over what Cookie had found. "Interesting. I like the implications." "Agreed," Cookie replied. "I can print out a small batch of tests here on board if you want, or I can head back to the mountain." Callie spoke up. "We need you here, but what is it you two found?" Cookie sent over a holographic rendering to their human leader. Callie looked at it. It was a winged creature. She recognized it as being from a flock of creatures Curator had obliviated earlier with her giant head tendrils. It's a monster bat. So what? Cookie highlighted the winged portion of the creature. Note how the creature's main body all look different. Only the wings are similar. Callie looked over the different holographic creatures, swiping through them. Yeah, what of it? Cookie zoomed the hologram in on the winged aspect and pulled up a DNA comparison. The wings are a parasite, similar in design to the Vitalian backworms. Callie looked at it again. What are they? Like butterflies and theirs are caterpillars? Cookie shook his head. I do not understand those references, but they are two separate designed species that may be interchangeable with our Vitalian friends. Store it for when we need it. We can test it under better conditions when we get back to the mountain. We need everyone focused on the task at hand. Curator chimed in. Cookie bobbed on screen. Understood. The crews continued onward, forging the road into the storm. 7 large monolithic creatures rose from the peat as they crossed over a river of slime. Callie stood on the foremost safe part of the road and fired into the building-sized monsters. They shattered and exploded meat across the forest canopy. Numerous arboreal creatures climbed the trees and started feasting on the debris. Callie spoke over the community frequency. This place is gross. How are you guys on the ground? Simon walked in his war rig, looking over his scribbler brothers. So far, so good. This comm tower the droid is building is drawing a lot of interest. We've been pounding creepy crawlies continuously. They're attracted to the radio waves. Curator toned in. I'm having the box spiders run a secondary power line down the road, and I'm going to install turrets on it. The towers should last during the mission, but I can't fathom they will last much longer after that. The preserver mech began coating the tower in a biological skin and linking it to the power lattice. Grape Juice touched her communicator button. How much farther is it? This is the 3rd day and I'm getting worn out. Curator stood her giantess fully upright and took a laser distance measurement, pinging it off the mountain. If we keep going, I think we can make it by middle of the night. Grape Juice slumped in her seat and kept monitoring the biomass intake. She spoke again over the open frequency. Any idea what we're going to find over there? Curator focused her cameras on the tower. It was shaped like a serpent, with a torrent of water shooting out of its mouth. She could make out lights inside the mouth-like opening, and numerous red orbs falling down the waterfall to the river below. I do believe our hypothesis of it being the source of all the biodiversity on the planet is confirmed. Curator looked down at the river below the bridge the box spiders were building. Remnants of red embryonic sacs littered the rocks. Crustacean-like slugs were busy pulling them apart and eating them. The tower is some sort of organism factory, dropping these sacs into the river. Still no idea on who is up there running it. Let's keep going then, and hope it doesn't have any defenses, Grape Juice said. Callie looked up at the serpentine spire rising over the valley. Yeah, it would be a shame to blast it and not learn anything. Curator walked her mech off the bridge and onto the newly built landing. Even if you crater it, there will be clues. We will learn more than we knew either way. Simon and the scribblers cut apart a band of razor-fanged hoofed creatures when Simon spoke back up. I vote for cratering it. This shit sucks. They completed the road, having it end at the base of the mountain. No defenses fired upon them. Simon, the Vitalians, and the scribblers stood on the cliff, shooting and cutting the rush of creatures rising out of the river. Stubborn flashed into her chest communicator. You think any of these beasts are like us in our packs? Most certainly, Cookie replied. Whatever is up there seems to recycle working sequences routinely through a diversification algorithm to mimic evolution. Callie sighed into the channel. Stubborn. Don't worry. If they are like you, then they will probably be rushing up that cliff to rip your throats out. It's you or them. Stubborn lowered her head and fired her custom pistols at a multi-legged creature that approached her. Understood. I will continue then. Curator was focusing her beams on cutting groves into the mountainside. The box spiders finished the groves, carving them into a stairwell. The giantess lowered the android onto a switchback platform. Curator stepped off and commanded the box spiders to continue the stairwell back up into the cliff. Callie, Simon, and 10 scribbler knights started ascending the waterfall's slick stairs. The box spiders stopped and piled on top of one another as they reached the top of the mountain. Curator walked up to them and commanded them to burrow into the structure. She read the material composition as their sensors scanned the incoming bits of boar material. "It's a biometal, similar to what you came up with, Cookie. I'm sending you the data stream." "Thank you, Curator," Cookie replied. Callie and the soldiers reached the top a few moments later. Curator had just finished boring a hole into the interior of the structure. A dull red glow illuminated the hole from inside. Curator stared into it and then walked in. Simon motioned for the knights to protect Callie, and then they too entered. Stubborn and 5 of her pack started up the stairs. Inside the building was quiet, except for a low hum of power surging through the walls. The team, led by Curator, walked cautiously and quietly. Curator stopped at a junction, looking off down the left hall. "I found a clue." Callie and Simon turned the corner and looked. A totem had arms extended as it did maintenance on a conduit in the hall. The robot ignored their presence. Simon took pictures with his rig cameras. Why the hell are totems here? If they knew what this place was, why didn't they say anything? Curator walked up to the totem and put her hand on it. Tendrils wound out of her palm and into the metal of the robot. Attempting access. She reached into its code, circumventing its protective protocols. These are totem, but not like the totem we know. These have no cognition or thought. They're operating under orders. She scanned over its database. This one is dedicated to the electrical systems. We need more info. She scanned deeper. There, I got a map. Follow me. She started down the tunnel. The Vitalians caught up in time to join the Clouder Pack, and they all followed Curator deeper into the tower. They ascended the stairs, and Curator paused. 3 totem had arms raised. They were powering up weaponry in their manipulators. Curator broadcast orders. The totem lowered their arms and replied in English. "Welcome, Administrator. Follow us." Curator smiled and followed them as they entered a large room. The group followed in behind, weapons still raised and ready. Simon looked around. The room reminded him of an enormous set of lungs. The roof and floor were ribbed, and numerous branching structures filled the space, each with a red embryonic sac growing at the end. Off to his left, one had reached maturity and dehisced, dropping to the floor. Water oozed out of the floor, channeling the sac down into a central vein, sliding the new life down and out of the room. Simon looked up at Callie. "Can we blow this place up yet?" Callie shook her head. "Curator's kicking ass. Let her do her thing." Simon rolled his eyes up in contempt. "She's going to get us all eaten." Callie shrugged. "She hasn't yet." Curator kept on through the spawning room and over to another set of stairs. She ascended into the head of the tower. Everyone continued following her. They entered into a control room with windows looking out over the valley and into the storm. Stubborn pointed. "There's our road. Look, you can see our landing there on the horizon." Simon stepped up beside the young Vitalian. "What do you think, Princess? Should we blow this place up?" She looked at him, eyeing his face with her predator gaze. "You're the human." He nodded and turned to Curator. "What you getting, android?" Curator gave him a side glance and ran her hands over the center console. "I'm getting data, eons and eons of data. Cookie, you're going to outclass your father with all of this. Females are going to be coming from all over to get a chance at this." Callie stepped up beside her. "What are they doing here? Why didn't they mention that they knew what the hell this place is?" Curator scanned the operating files. "The totems didn't make this place. They were made for this place. This planet is just as we thought. Some sort of algorithmic experiment, a sort of genoforge. It has been manipulating the biome on this planet for longer than Earth has existed. The storm seems to be a power source and also a means of accumulating water and minerals, continuously fueling the creation of new species." Stubborn touched a totem hovering nearby. "So these things made the old mother?" Curator thought for a split second. "Yes and no. They merely operate this place, no more intelligent than the worms in your back. They repair and keep this place running. The true makers only left fingerprints in the data, no real clues as to who they are." Callie looked out the window. "Can you turn it off without destroying it?" Curator nodded. "Easily, is that what you want?" Callie turned and looked at her. "It's not my choice. Ask the old mother." Curator nodded. "Asking now." Sam was excited. He skipped his shower, grabbed a to-go bottle for his coffee, and ran down the hall toward the offices. Orbit was already there in his holographic form with the holodesk open and ready for the call. Sam pulled over a stool and looked into the waiting glass. "All right. You said they are all okay?" "Yes, sir. The team has made some major findings. The Brumos is in orbit of Vitalia, and all crew are accounted for." "Oh, good. A part of me was worried they were left for dead." "There was a few incidents, biological incursions. The crew is healthy now, but the world does have a heavy viral and bacterial load," Orbit said. Sam looked back into the glass. "You said they are fine, though. Is Callie ready for the call?" "Yes, sir. Putting us through now." The holodesk started glowing. The shimmering static of light focused, revealing a real-time 3D image of Callie. "Hello, Sam. Oh my God, did Orbit already give you all the news yet?" Sam shook his head. "No, just the basics. You are all well?" Callie nodded, her hair bouncing under the goggles she used as a hair kerchief. "Yes, we almost lost one of our knights. Cookie and grape juice made up a working vaccine. Saved the guy." "When you return to the Clouder, is there a risk of transmission?" Callie looked away from the hologram, rolling her eyes. "Well, about that, we don't plan on returning alone." "What?" Sam asked. Callie motioned to someone out of screen. A mottled green, black, and brown creature with reptilian features entered the view. It had bones mounted to his head, and the skin seemed to grow over the edges. Callie pointed at Sam. "Sam, say hi to Stubborn." Sam waved. Hello? Nice to meet you." Sam mouthed a what at Callie. Stubborn's chest flashed bright blues and yellows. The holodesk translated for Sam. "Hello, human Sam. Callie and Curator have told me about you and your voyage across the darkness. You brought them to our world. We owe you our thanks." Sam looked at the creature in awe. "You're welcome." Sam looked at Callie. "Tell me, what happened there? Sounds like you made some friends." Callie smiled. "Yes, we probably would still be stuck on the mountain without them." Callie flicked a file over the transmission to Sam. "Check this shit out. We hit pay dirt." Sam opened up the file. Orbit looked through it as well. A rendering of the Tower of Fangs inflated over the holodesk. "You made it to the source of the anomaly?" "Yes. Turns out some sentient race came through this neck of the universe and decided to run a long-term genetic research project." Sam spun the tower around, zooming in and out. "What kind of project?" "Forced evolution through design. This place is a genoforge. Species after species spat out, fighting as long as they can until they die out. The tower records the entire world, keeping track of which species last the longest and modifying them." Callie patted Stubborn on neck. "Our friends here are the 6th rendition in sapient saurians." "Sounds like a problem. How are you keeping up with the new creatures?" Sam asked. "We turned it off for the time being," Callie said. "The Vatalians made the choice. We left it up to them since it's their world." Callie threw up her hands. "Oh my God, check this shit out. We figured out something big." A file came across, sparking a totem to appear on the holodesk. Callie highlighted with a pointer. "The totem. They were made just to take care of planets like this. We figure one of the worlds broke or something and someone altered them to be sapient. The ones here are dumb and on autopilot." Orbit touched the file and scanned it. "Sir, this has implications." Sam looked at the purple glowing boy. "Yeah, they lied. They know about this. Not only do they know about this, but I calculate that they are hoping you will help them learn more about this." Sam twisted his face, thinking. "Okay, let me run through this. They know the world is dangerous and why. If you think they want more info, why don't they go?" Callie spoke up. "Our success was 100% a team effort, Sam. If I didn't have Curator, we would have failed. If you hadn't made sure I had preservers on the team, we would have failed. If we didn't make friends with Stubborn here, we would have failed. I looked over your briefings on the Great Arm peoples. They barely worked together." Sam thought about it. "Okay, so they might have tried and failed like they said. They, however, have some totem from a world that what?" Orbit spoke up. "I think Curator and Callie's assessment is correct. The odds are one of these Genoforge worlds broke. The world would have then stabilized, and that coupled with the failing electromagnetic storm would have allowed them to land and study the world. Sam smiled. And that would leave them with questions about the other worlds. Sam raised a finger. What about the Galak? Why didn't they just devour these worlds? Callie threw over another file, a protein hologram illuminated over her head. We thought about that in Cookie ran simulations. Everything here would eat Galak for lunch. He even thinks the sequences that code for their protection were designed specifically against the Galak. Well, good. We got more weapons in our arsenal then. Sam pulled up a feed from the Brumus, looking over the planet. Well, Stubborn, what are your thoughts? He asked. The Vitalian lowered her head back into frame. I have talked to the mothers about this in depth. We wish to learn more about your people and see the dark for ourselves if you would let us. Callie smiled and rubbed Stubborn's neck. Callie looked back at Sam. Curator has been teaching them about the Clouder Accords. We've built roads, hooked them up with tools. Hell Cookie already has a site marked out for a zoo. Stubborn flashed colors. I wish to visit the Twain. Petition for my people to join the Clouder, if that is permissible. Sam looked at Orbit. Orbit pulled up a text file and showed it to him. Sam looked back at Stubborn. Yeah, we have it in the charter. Proper medical procedures need to be carried out to make sure everyone is safe, but yeah, I invite you to come visit Stubborn of Vitalia. Stubborn's head flaps flickered back and forth and she nuzzled Callie. Colors erupted on her chest. Happy, curious, excited, were translated via the holodesk. Callie, I thank you for the update. Send over the files, and I will have the AIs look over them. This has proven super exciting. You did good work. Callie bowed her head. It's an adventure. I love it. Thank you for choosing me for the assignment, Mr. President. Sam laughed. Don't give me that shit. Thank you for staying alive. I need to let you go, though. This has sparked a wave of projects that need to be started. Understood. Callie terminated the transmission. The holodesk deactivated, and Sam looked at Orbit. Find out what you can. I want to know who or what built that place. Orbit turned his eyes away for a moment. Already running the files? There are clues we found already. Sam put up his hands. And those clues? Orbit pulled up holograms of lines of code. The language they are written in. Out of all the species we have made contact with, only one appears to be lingually related. Orbit put the two computer languages beside one another. They are distinctly different, but no more so than what would be expected from several thousand years of lingual drift. Sam looked at the two separate languages. I see it. There are similarities. What species is this from? Orbit pulled up an image of the hagfish. Their holy book, sir? Sam nodded. Alien space religion, obviously. Jahadeen was sweating as he practiced his one-handed handstand. Muscles tense and twitching, he was holding the pose with his eyes shut when he heard the dojo door open. It was late in the cycle, and no class was scheduled anytime soon. He thought maybe it might be his grazer student, and listened for his 4 feet pattering on the mat, and heard none. He could feel someone or something in the room, but they made no sound. Jahadeen opened his eyes. 5 Goadur floated around him, staring down at him. Jahadeen lowered his legs nimbly and rose up into a standing pose with one fluid motion. Can I help you? 4 of them were covered in layers of black armor, but the one that spoke was wearing a shiny silverish set of chains and plate. We have watched your sessions, human. We request you analyze our species and offer insight. Jahadeen looked them over, walking around the silver floating alien. Tell me about this metal. Do you need it for life support? Can it be taken off? 2 of the black-armored Goadur went over to the window and lowered the blinds. The silver one undid several intricate clasps on its helmet and opened up a faceplate. The chest piece hissed open and in sequence the arms unhinged. The Goadur slid out from the floating armor and descended onto the mat. The creature was balled up. The portions that were in the arms unfurled into 2 sets of 3 appendages. The chest ball opened up, and 2 sets of legs ending in 2 sets of feet each extended. The creature stretched, its full height hampered by the 10-foot ceiling, causing it to hunch over. The creature spoke with gurgles and gasps. It's floating armor translated for Jahadeen. You now see us as we truly are. Few ever what you see now. Jahadeen bowed. The exposed creature attempted to imitate it, lowering its multi-eyed, mandible-mouthed head toward the flower. Jahadeen raised up slowly. May I approach you? Yes. Jahadeen walked up and extended a hand. I am Jahadeen of True Tao. Who asks of me to train them? The creature tilted its head, its mandibles chewing air. The armor translated the gurgles. Survivor of the city of Basalt. Nice to meet you, Survivor. Jahadeen made a quick movement, flicking his right arm and wrist. Survivor spun its fan of arms to deflect. Jahadeen pulled back before contact. Quick reflex. The human turned and walked over to the corner and picked up a set of boxing mitts. He walked back and raised up his hands. I need to test your strength. Would you mind hitting my hands? Survivor pulled its hands together and threw a punch, with each of the 3 right hands hitting in sequence. Jahadeen took it with a smile. Decent. Care to try again? I did not hurt you? Survivor asked. Jahadeen shook his head. Not at all. I need to feel your strength. If you can do more without injury, please do. Survivor closed its numerous eyes, and after a moment it opened them and began a flurry of attacks. Jahadeen accepted them each in turn, catching each cascade of punches in the mitts. The 3 hands of each arm set hit, delivering a thump, thump, thump. Survivor kept it up, hammering the human's hands. The sweat from Jahadeen's earlier workout was drying. He looked down at the Goador's legs while taking the punches to his hands. Throw in some kicks too if you can. Survivor didn't miss a moment and started throwing legs into his hands. Jahadeen had to duck under one and then spun back up to continue blocking. Good. Can you go faster? Survivor took in breaths through the air ports on its side. Its pace quickened, hand after hand, and leg after leg swung out to strike. Jahadeen then jumped back. Enough. Survivor paused, breathing increased. What is your assessment? How delicate are you? I do not understand. Clarify. Jahadeen took off the mitts and set them down on the mat. If we spar, will your body break? Survivor looked over at the others and then back at the short human. I am Survivor. I am here to find out. Jahadeen raised up his hands and motioned for the Goadur to continue. Survivor lunged forward as he requested. Jahadeen ducked under a flurry of 4-fingered fists and grabbed the upper right arm. He placed his left foot just in front of a set of right feet of the alien. Then he tugged, and Survivor tumbled onto the mat. Survivor pulled in its sprawled limbs and looked up at the human towering over him. That is what my people wish to learn. Jahadeen looked over at the suits of black armor. You want to learn to throws. You float. Survivor rose back up to its full height. Yes, our homes let us float. To be able to throw as you do would give us a tactical advantage. Jahadeen approached the 4 in black armor and walked around them. Does it hurt to be so confined? You must have to contort yourselves to fit in there. Survivor wavered back and forth, eyeing him. No, we enjoy tight spaces, comfort in small quarters. Jahadeen stood, looking back and forth from the armored to the unarmored Survivor. These armored shells, they inhibit any potential throwing. I don't see how it would benefit you. Survivor walked over and looked down at him. It is a new way to see things. We don't do your throws, it never occurred to us. We punch, we kick, or we shoot things. Your throwing and grappling are difficult to process. Jahadeen thought about that insight for a moment, walking over to his desk. He grabbed a data slate and returned over to the 5. I have time slots here, here, and here. He pulled up a hologram of his calendar. I will have to charge extra, as you will be taking up a full class. He looked over them, attempting to gauge reaction. Are you interested? The 5 looked at each other, and Survivor answered. We have minimal clams. We would have to trade. We are not merchants. We sold manure to pay for our docking rights. We do not have much more to barter with. Jahadeen walked over to the silver armor, admiring it. These are quite intricate. The metal lacing and design work is exquisite. Survivor issued a low growl. We do not sell our armors. You dare insult us. Jahadeen shook his head. He lifted his datapad and punched in a query. A hologram floated of a necklace. Humans have admired jewelry for centuries. I think you have a very marketable skill. Do you think you can produce things like this? He handed the datapad over to Survivor. Survivor flicked through images of rings, chains, necklaces, and earrings. Some of these show merit equivalent to some of our young. You wish for our young to make trinkets for your people? Jahadeen laughed. No, if you made something like those, except with your skill levels, you would have something worth enough to pay for dozens of classes. You would live like kings here. Survivor looked back down at the datapad. He continued flicking and stopped at large necklace of jewels and intricate chains. This one is decent. You would buy one of these from us. Jahadeen shook his head. No, I have no need to flaunt. However, half of my species is female and they love shiny, beautiful things. Survivor looked over at his comrades. We have materials on the ship. Make up prototypes. We will see if these human females will buy this jewelry. The four in black raised their arms and made a fist. Survivor turned back to Jahadeen. Thank you for testing me. You have made a proof of concept. The elders will be excited for my report. Jahadeen bowed again. It was an honor. Survivor reciprocated. The Preserver awaited for his turn. He looked through his isolated, secure network and opened up the files pertaining to Francis Claiborne. The human had given him numerous earthly species. Unique DNA sequences, proteins, amino acids, and all of them configured in novel ways. He was having a field day, his fingers dancing across the keys as his mind played with all the possible configurations. Then Orbit rang his comm. He shut down the network and answered, Is it my turn yet? Yes. You have been cleared for transmission time to Vatalia, commencing in 3, 2, 1. Orbit went quiet, and a hologram appeared on the Preserver's desk. Cookie stood in light form, looking at him. Yes, what is it you want? The Preserver fidgeted his 3 hands. Cookie took note. You are nervous. You are up to something. Quiet. You know they watch? Yes, and what of it? The Preserver paused and focused his words. I have a job. I need help. I need your help. Cookie turned 2 of his eyes away from the Preserver, signaling disinterest. I do not want to help. I have my own work here. You will be outshadowed soon. I do not care of your work or your prestige. Do you require currency? Clams? Cookie refocused his 3 eyes on the Preserver. Yes, I do. My zoo requires materials. I need capital. The help you need pays? Yes, in multiple ways. The Preserver replied. All right, I will hear you out. What is it you are doing? We would have to talk in person, and I will need several of your brood to assist. You have a lab established on World? One of Cookie's eyes wandered as interest started fading. Of course, I'm not damaged. You wish to use my lab and require more of our kind? This sounds like more effort than I am wanting. I really am busy. The Preserver clenched his 3 hands in anger. A human hired me. He has given me numerous samples of Earth DNA. He is wanting us to make him something. I need help. Cookie focused again, all 3 eyes. You have my interest. We will talk sums upon your arrival. Good. You made a good decision. You will find this quite intriguing. Cookie let his eyes wander. Maybe. Until your arrival, I'll be busy with my work. Please don't bother me prior to our meeting. The Preserver clenched his hands again and terminated the call. Cadence Claiborne, sister of Francis, born of the same batch in a planetary mother forge, had acclimated to life among the woman born. During the war, she was wounded and left behind as her company lifted off in retreat. Her brothers and sisters were executed on sight, recognized by their outfits and gear. The fear that was filtered out from most of her Vat-born brethren rose strong in her. She limped her way, hiding, ducking, and scavenging the ruined world. There, amongst the ruins of a terraforming colony, she was found. Cadence was living off dead crops and wearing the clothes of the dead to keep warm. A survey team found her, healed her up, and through a misunderstanding and blind luck, she was thought to be someone MIA. Cadence disappeared into the mass and confusion that was human society. She found 3 others with similar tales, easily recognizable to one another, and they started a family. The Claibornes met every Christmas for dinner, 2 started families, but Francis and Cadence re-entered what they knew. Cadence was working guard detail on a military prison transport. With the new regime, things were being restructured, consolidated, and the old was being phased out. 3,000 prisoners were being moved from the dilapidated Drawn Orbital Prison Station to the newly constructed Noble Deterrent Center on a moon orbiting New Way. She adjusted her armband to cover her Cross of Lorraine tattoo. She did her rounds through the prison cells. Mike approached her, walking down the main aisle. "Cadence, we're about to drop out of Rift." She nodded. "A little early still to be at Noble." "Yeah, I heard from Brewer. It was planned for us to stop at Asmodium for refuel and supply. It was hush-hush. He only just now found out." She bobbed her head, thinking. Mike looked her over. "I heard we may get a few hours on the station. You want to grab a drink with me?" She chuckled. "Invite me back to your quarters with all your bunkmates after?" Mike laughed a little. "I've got some credits. The station has a hotel on it." "Keep dreaming those dreams," she winked. "Maybe." She continued walking her rounds. Mike watched her step away. A long-bearded prisoner watching from his cell laughed. "Keep shooting your shots, bud. You'll get one day." Mike turned and glared at the prisoner. "Quiet. No talking, inmate." He turned and continued the other direction, baton at the ready. Captain Aurelius was sitting in his chair, his crew working diligently at their posts around him as the Leviathan dropped out of rift space. The holoscreen illuminated the system. Asmodium was there, near the central star, drawing out plasmatic fuel. Aurelius pointed at the screen. "What are all these ships?" Lieutenant Drawl performed ID scans on the thousands of ships orbiting Asmodium Station. He looked up at his captain. "New Anglicans, sir. Here for the same reason as us. Their charters say they are stopping here for fuel, en route to a pilgrimage site." Aurelius looked them over. "All right, bring us in. Let them know our priority status." Drawl sent over the request files, and Asmodium Control gave them clearance to bypass the line and dock. Half the crew had been given permission for shore leave. Mike met his buddy Drawl at the docking port and entered into the station. Immediately they were hit by the noise and smell of people. They stepped off the walkway arm and into a mass of people in light blue milling inwards toward the central shops. Mike hit his buddy on the shoulder. "Let's hurry before the booze runs out." Drawl looked back behind them. "No Cadence?" He laughed. Mike's face soured. "No, she volunteered to stay aboard." Drawl shrugged. "Her loss." The fuel operator noted the storage tanks nearing full. His hand traced the lines of the cross tattooed on his wrist. He nodded to himself, steadying his resolve. He reached up and touched his ear communicator twice, sending a near imperceptible chirp over the common channel. He kept on task and started removing the titanic nozzles from the side of the Leviathan. Numerous light blue ships picked up the chirp and started drifting inward toward the docks. Mike and Lieutenant Drawl were half drunk, talking to two young women with perma-dyed neon blue hair. "So then Drawl here dropped the can into the monkey tank. They flipped out." Mike laughed, telling the story. The girls were big-eyed and nodding to the story. Then one touched her ear and tapped her friend. The two women pulled knives and stuck the two enlisted. As Mike and Drawl fell to the ground, the mass of pilgrims closed in, hiding the bodies. Cadence heard the chime and went into motion. She walked the hallway, making eye contact with her compatriots. They joined step behind her. A man stepped out from his quarters and was quickly taken around the neck with a choke line. The group continued steadily. Cadence stepped onto the bridge and opened fire. Her group followed her lead and laid the captain and crew out. Captain Aurelius died in his chair, never seeing the shot from behind. A second team of 3 let the first group of armed New Anglicans aboard the Leviathan. They held the doors open as the blue-shrouded combatants stormed inside. There was no parley. Every enlisted aboard not bearing the Cross of Lorraine was executed. 15 of the pilgrims bearing rifles stepped onto the bridge. Cadence was looking over maps on the holoscreen. She looked up at the men. "Cell Block B, Field 56. The one in the lead nodded. "Yes, ma'am. We will go get him." The group of pilgrims left back into the ship. One of her fellow traitorous enlisted stepped up beside her. "Miss Claiborne, no transmission was sent out, no AI presence detected. As far as anyone knows, the Leviathan will have just vanished. She slowed her breathing, taking deep breaths with her eyes closed. Good. Get the prisoners onto the station and our people onto this ship. Do it as speedily and orderly as possible. She looked at the floating hologram of Asmodeum. When we are ready, I will give the order. Yes, ma'am, he said and walked back over to a vacated console. Cadence had been watching for 2 hours as a stream of people filed up the walkway, and prisoners exited out shoulder to shoulder with them. The two lines were kept separate by a gap of air and lots of shouting by her soldiers. The door to the bridge opened up, and her elite stepped in, pushing a handcuffed, bearded prisoner dressed in pink. The one in the front spoke. Is this the one, ma'am? She walked over and looked at the man. Josiah Seagraves? The prisoner looked up at her. Does it matter? She looked at his haggard eyes, his wrinkled face. It does to me. She pointed around the room at the pilgrims now occupying the bridge. It does to them. The manifest says you are him. Is it right? He nodded. She looked at the men and gave a curt nod. One reached over with a key and undid the handcuffs. She smiled at the old man. Privateer Captain Josiah Seagraves of the Rapier. Your band of pirates were responsible for disabling and robbing 17 Hugh freighters, killing 48 military personnel, detonating the Haggard Trust Building, and robbing the Fenway Corporation headquarters. Is that correct? Seagraves looked at his free hands and then up at her. Yes, that is why I am on this ship. She shook her head slowly, staring him in the eyes. No, if that was all, you would be on the station. You are here because of what you did with your loot. You never told the arbitrators where you stashed it, did you? He stared back at her. No, and I'm not telling you either. She gave a small smile. You don't have to. The galaxy was at war. No one made it out with their hands clean. She stared a long moment. I know what you did with the loot. His eyes widened. You spent what was spendable in every edge port. You bought food, medicine, and machinery from anyone willing to part with them and some who weren't. You were our Robin Hood. She looked around the room. You gave to our church, fed our people, dropped off orphans, and helped us heal the wounded. This is why you are still aboard this ship. Josiah looked around the bridge at the people staring at him, and a tear escaped his left eye. He looked back at her. I don't know who you are, but you can't just steal a Rift vessel and expect to get away with it. Get these people back onto their ships. Get them out of here before anyone figures this out. She raised her hand for his silence. He quieted. Cadence walked over to the holoscreen. The Leviathan was several leagues out from Asmodeum. She looked at the station displayed and lowered her hand. The man across the room at the bloody console toggled a switch, and the station detonated, plasma now loose, arched out from the star and into the station debris. She turned and looked at him. I joined the church near the end of the war. I heard the legends of you, and that motivated me to get back into the stars to help. She approached him. Do not worry about these people. We will all be safe. We will be safe because of how wrong you are. She turned and looked at the display as the ship jumped. A large yellow vein glowed with red alert symbols around it. There is a place we can go and get away with it. Josiah looked and shook his head. You want to banish us? Take us to the far end of infinity? That's insane. Cadence closed her eyes and raised a finger. I joined the church because they hold mirror views to myself. They wish for the daughters to return, so they can join their fellows in the bliss. She opened her eyes. I wish to rejoin my mother, and I have received missive from my brother that she has returned. You still have a choice, Mr. Seagraves. Do you wish to accompany us? She turned and replayed the detonation of Asmodeum. Or do you want to share the bliss of your fellows? Josiah straightened a bit. Fuck it. Let's go to Twain. She looked over at the man at the bloody console. Maintain heading. Let me know when we enter the rift channel. He nodded. She looked back at Josiah. Care to join me for a drink? The Preserver and Sam walked in their protective suits on the outer shell of Twain. Several thousand peoples inside were watching on monitors, body displays, and from the atrium. Orbit watched via the multitude of box spiders already distributed in the area. The two slowly walked up to the twisting structure rising out from the alloyed hull. Sam put his hand out and touched the hexagonal checkered wall. He rubbed its surface, and a light dust flicked off, only to be drawn back into place. That's weird. How's it doing that? The preserver focused on him. Unknown. Capture a sample for analysis. You have bottles on you. Sam breathed slowly out his nose into his helmet. Yes, good idea, Mr. Preserver. I will take a sample. Sam brushed off more of the dust and caught it in the bottle before it could be drawn back into place. The dust tried to climb out of the bottle until he put on the lid, and then it went still. That's some weird shit. The preserver refocused all three eyes on the Star Angel's nest. There were several large openings, and he started toward the nearest one. Sam followed his lead. They slowly and deliberately walked forward, each step planned so as to not accidentally fling themselves out into the void. They neared the slip-shaped opening, and the preserver paused, putting up two of his hands to stop Sam. Sam stopped, looking at the opening. A glowing tendril extended out, followed by the glowing outer sheath of an angel. Sam watched as it flowed out from the hole and into space. You get all that, Orbit? Yes, sir. Did you see the central core of the creature? Yes, a big lump of something and some organs. I don't know. It looked like light pulses were coming out of it. Exactly, sir. The energy recordings I've taken show they are generating huge sums of power and use it quite efficiently. They are power plants, then? Sam asked. Some sort of fusion is happening inside of them. Yes, sir. Sam looked at the preserver. How is that possible without them detonating? They're animals, right, or are they some sort of machine AI things? The preserver focused one eye on Sam, the other two at the opening. We will be inside in a moment. We both have bottles. We will get samples and find out Sam. Sir, they speak to one another on sheath frequencies. It is all crude, basic communications. Feelings, body states, animal drives. They appear to lack higher thought processes. I do not think they are machine-based. Orbit said. Sam nodded and watched the hole. It clear? The preserver waved twice and started into the structure. Sam followed. They walked through the slit in the side and wound upwards as the tunnel stretched. The walls shimmered as the dust moved under Sam's movements. I think this whole thing is alive. You think there are metals that can do this naturally? You have some in bottles. We will find out once we start analysis. The preserver replied. You ass. You don't ever hypothesize? Yes, I hypothesize when I have some base data to start thoughts with. Without the data, it's not a hypothesis, but wild guesses. Sam was about to retort back, but they had reached the end of the tunnel and looked into the main nest chamber. Sam looked over the lip of the tunnel. Down below, 7 of the angels were tending to egg clusters laid directly on the station hull. Orbit spoke over the comms. Please place your recorders on the nest wall to your right. Sam nodded and unhooked the box on his hip. He reached over and put it on the wall. 4 legs reached out and initiated tiny grav plates, securing it to the wall. The hexagonal dust shifted and embraced the footings. The preserver slowly cantered down the wall toward the outermost egg. It was twice as tall as he was. He touched the outer shell, and it glittered in bright blues and pinks, tracing the outline of his tri-fingered hand. He scraped some of the eggshell dust into a bottle and capped it. The light from the scrape glowed, and then faded. The preserver then took out a device and placed it on the egg. It emitted a thin beam of light and bored a minuscule hole into the shell. A dot of inner liquid shot out into the device's chamber and sealed it up. A bottle ejected out of the device, and the preserver grabbed it. He looked around the egg. One of the parent creatures was busy 4 eggs over, turning an egg a quarter clockwise with its tendrils of translucent flesh and lights. The preserver left the device there, keeping the tiny hole sealed, and started back up the wall. He reached the ledge, and Sam pulled him back into the tunnel. You got it? Sam asked. The preserver bobbed. Yes, this is a crowning achievement. Next season I am sure to have double the mates. I am very excited. Sam smiled. The things we do for women. He patted him and started back down the tunnel. Sam stopped. Angel light down the hallway was getting brighter. He turned and looked at the preserver. Hurry back out into the chamber. The preserver turned, but 2 of his 3 feet slipped, tripping him up and causing him to float backwards into Sam. The light behind them glowed brighter, and tendrils appeared around a curve. Sam watched, wide-eyed, as the angel approached. The creature floated through the tunnel, grasping into the dust. The dust formed holds, allowing it to grab and move rapidly through it. It stopped directly over Sam and the preserver. Bright white light flowed over the 2, followed by reds and yellows. 2 tendrils grew from its central bubble and wrapped around them. Shit, Sam started. "Are you being injured, sir?" Orbit asked into his ear speaker. "No, but what is it going to do?" The angel pulled them out through the tunnel, moving swiftly using the dust hooks. They reached the outer slip hole, and the angel exited out with fluidic speed. It zipped over the outer hull of Twain, reaching the edge, and entered into the busy interior. It drifted around several freighters and one of the large frame arms, still holding tight to the 2. Sam looked around. Large rectangular habitats zipped by. They spun around on his perceived vertical axis, and down towards a power core. It flipped on the horizontal and floated deftly across the outer wall of an SFP farm. The angel bobbed up and over the old ring and stopped abruptly next to the central core, right next to Sam's quarters. He looked in through his living room window, and then up into the lights of the Star Angel. The creature flickered colors over him and his habitat. It extended the tendrils holding them, and dropped the 2 off on the outer wall of Sam's home. A cascade of colors flowed over its inner living bubble, and then it departed back out toward the outer shell. Sam stood, stunned for a moment. The preserver checked his sample bottle. "Good. It did not take my sample. Mission so far has been a success." Sam raised his arm up and pointed at the tiny dot of light, slowly looking over at the preserver. "Holy fuck. How'd it know where to bring me? That was incredible. Holy fucking shit." The preserver stared at him with all 3 eyes. "Again, we have samples and Orbit has the entire event recorded. We shall go over the data and create a hypothesis." The preserver started toward an access port. "I find it amazing you humans can even operate a door, let alone create starships." Sam glared at him. "Fuck you, man. That was amazing. How are you not in awe of what just happened?" The preserver reached the port and activated the airlock sequence. "I've analyzed your genomes numerous times, and I still have yet to find why anger makes you want to mate with me. Quite a fascinating species. I am thankful for our cohabitation. Also, why are you so fixated on fecal material? Endless questions, piles of data, and I still have yet to form a solid theory." Sam took a breath and followed him into the airlock. The preserver shut the outer door behind him. The Goadur representative on Twain, Survivor, was hovering in his suit on the main promenade. He motioned to his subordinate and spoke through his comms. "Go on, that female there." The black armored subordinate gave a confirming hand sign and hovered over to the human. "Hello, human female, I have something for you." Gabriel turned around and brushed his long hair away from his face. "Excuse me?" The Goadur lifted up an intricate necklace of twining alloy wire with a crimson gem pendant. "Human females like jewelry. We wish to sell you some." Gabriel leaned over and looked at it. He then stood straight and stared at the alien. "Dude, I don't want your trinkets. Go peddle them somewhere else." "Whoa, hold up," said Amy. She walked over, smiling at Gabriel, and then looked at the Goadur. "I think you have some misconceptions." She pointed at her pixie cut. "Humans are particular about their genders, and while hair length is a good indicator for the majority, many of us wear our hair at lengths different from the norms." She extended her hand out for the necklace. "Mind if I hold it?" The Goadur extended his runic armored hand and offered her the necklace. Amy gently picked it up and ran her fingers over it. Tiny symbols glowed briefly from the friction. As she neared the pendant, the friction from her fingers caused it to emanate a red light. "Oh, wow. How does it do that?" The Goadur looked at her. "Do what?" "Glow like that. Standard thermal conduction metals coupled with resistor bands embedded between layers." She pointed at the tiny runes. "And what do these mean?" "That is my sister's name. The date she made it, where she made it, and the procedures used for its manufacture." She laughed. "Well, they are pretty. I like it. How much do you want for it? The Goador looked over its shoulder at Survivor and gave a hand signal inquiring for price. Survivor spelled out 500 in quick succession. He turned back to the Amy. We are wanting 500 clams. Do you approve? She felt it over again in her hands, illuminating the runes. How many of these have you sold? You are the first we have attempted to sell to. Amy looked up at him. And how many do you have? This is a test model. Upon success, we were intending to make more. I'll make a deal with you then. You sell me this one for $250, and I tell my friends where I got it. When they come, you sell it to them for $600, and tell them these runes are an ancient blessing promising love and great wealth. The Goador looked down at the necklace and back at her face. That is not what the runes say. We are only asking 500. Gabriel laughed. Buddy, do you not want 600? Yes, he said. That is more, and we would be grateful for it, but we do not want to stress relations through lying to the owner species of this station. Amy brought up 250 clams on her holowatch. She then looked at the Goador. This will not be any issue. Seriously. The Goador raised its hand. Let me go talk to my commander. He turned and floated over to Survivor and explained the situation. Amy and Gabriel shared a small chuckle. Gabriel looked down at her hand. It is pretty cool. Amy nodded. Yeah, let's see if he takes the deal. The Goador hovered back over. You will send your friends to us to buy some at the higher price? She nodded. Yeah, of course, I said I would. And this will not cause an incident? No, this is basic haggling. Humans do it all the time, second nature to us. Then we agree, he said. She smiled and flicked over the appropriate amount of blockchain clams. Thank you. She undid the clasp and put it on her chest. It gave off a light glow and darkened as it settled on her. She touched it again. It's warm. Yes, I told you it has thermal properties. It turned back toward Survivor and lifted a hand up as it floated away. Thank you, human female. She returned the wave. Welcome. On the other side of the station in the Infinigan habitat, Spitzlittle woke up on her shimmerstone shaking. She had the dream again, the three preserver eyes staring out from the darkness. The nightmare consisted of her choking, the eyes watching as it took notes of her demise. She could feel it still, but it was tied to something bigger, darker, something terrifying on the edge of her mind. She got up and exited her room. Her hands trembled, wanting to hold tools. She walked through the alley between the houses and up to the breather docks. She pulled off a readied set and put it on her head. She stepped into the airlock and prepared to head to her lab near the ship bay. She worked for several hours, tinkering with items from the salvage bin. She was making something, but its purpose was still outside her conscious thought. She kept thinking about the data from the rift, playing it over and over. Little bits of insight appeared to her as she tore apart alien components and worked them into her contraption. Several more hours, it was complete. She wasn't sure exactly how it was going to work, but she grasped the basics of what she had done. The power flow test seemed functional, and it produced a sensor output. She tinkered around with the setting controls and it all clicked. She needed to mount it on the beacon. She needed Crackletooth's help. Blast from the dark, I gotta talk to that waste hole again. She reached up and touched her comm piece. Husband, I made something for you. Crackletooth replied immediately. You haven't made anything for me in decacycles. Are you in heat again? No, you imbecile. Even if I was, we have enough daughters. I do not want any more. Then why did you make me something? I am confused. You are weird. You're lucky you make such cool things. That is why I called. I made something. And it needs to go on your rift beacon. You know what it does? He asked. Pretty sure. I think it will give us better viewing of inside the rift. So a scanner? Pretty sure. It clicked in my back mind with some of the readings I took on my last trip. I bet it has something to do with that. She said, All right, I'll help you. One other thing. Spitzlittle started. We need to have a gathering. Crackletooth huffed. A gathering? Everyone is busy. What's the concern? I'm having concerns. I want to talk to everyone, see what the gathering concludes. "I will start the assembly call then," he said. "Start the food orders." "Thank you. I will go down to the rows and start buying." "See you for supper then." "See you for supper," she replied. Spitzlittle had a cluster of SFP cater the food. The ship bay meeting hall was full of Infinigan, all starting to fill their shells with food. Young ones ran around throwing food at each other's mouths. The jumped and flipped, catching the morsels in the air. Spitzlittle made her shell with heapings of human food and several baked squishy, and then walked over to the main circle of adults. She eased herself onto a rock beside Crackletooth and looked around. Pouchcheek and Crunch sat next to their son Crunchcheek, who had arrived yesterday on leave from Kawaru. Near them were her daughters. Heckletooth sat on a taller rock. Other assorted clan leaders sat listening and eating. Crackletooth patted her on the back with his two left hands. "Go on. You called this gathering." She filled her food pouch and started her deep chewing, then stood up. She spoke, addressing everyone. "I've had nightmares for a while now. I thought they were residual disturbances from being cloned and imprinted with my old memories, but I do not think that is the case." She touched her satchel and flicked through her files. She selected the one with the readings from the rift and threw it out to the communal folder. "I had an episode, you all know the feeling. I had it while in travel and modified some scans." She started a hologram of a graph of the central rift. "Notice the inner sheath. The sphere hidden deep in the lights of the center. Something is there, and it is resting on the other side of the skin of reality from this station. I think whatever that is affecting my sleep." She flicked through the data. "Here, this line. It is a transmission, and I think it is emanating from that central sheath. I do not know what it's saying or sending, but I believe it is affecting me." She looked around at the families. "Is anyone else feeling anything?" Several hands raised up from the crowd. Spitzlittle bobbed her ears. "That's what I thought. Something is trying to talk to us, and my second mind helped me make something for us to listen with." She looked at Crackletooth, and then back up to meet everyone's faces. "I also wanted to talk to you all about the humans." Many shifted their eyes and tilted their heads. She continued, "The Sam is our reason for even existing. We owe him that. The others, however, they are obnoxious. I do not know how I feel about them. What do you all think?" Crunch stood. "I have worked with some on the Posar. They are all different. They do not operate on a similarity like we do. They pack bond, but they do not social like us. You are right, and they are rude, but I have found that each has a unique strength just as we do." Pouchcheek touched her husband, and he sat down. She rose to replace him. She looked around at the families. "They are alone. Our Sam, he was alone, and I thought it sad he was without family. But now I see that they are all alone, even when in packs. They do not read a quarter of what we can on each other. They shield their thoughts from each other so much. I shared an office on Kawaru for 8 cycles with a human, and I had to vocalize repeatedly to get a true feeling from her." Another Infinigan on the second row stood up. "I helped fix an Oblivion ship. The pilot double-talked constantly. She would say one thing about her fellow pilot, but I could see through and tell she had romance feelings for the male. They are twisted in their own minds. I do not think they know that they even do it." Heckletooth stood, and everyone turned and looked. She started speaking, and all listened intently. "I have spent much time with their AI orbit. It is my passion with the crystals. I have learned much of the humans, and I think we can ally with many of these that have come, but each should be judged in turn. What you all say is true. I have found our Sam to be one of the more noble of their kind, and worthy of our admiration. Sam aligns more on our passions, and as such was easier for us to bond with. He has our focus, our love of machines and shares. But as said, each human is different. They are many species in one people. I have gotten angry at some that tried to help me and wanted to bite them." Earbobs went through the crowd. "I did not bite them. Rather, I listened." She looked around the crowd. "Do you know what I found?" She paused. "I found that each has a passion, and each has a different way to talk. They are puzzles, and we just lucked out that Sam was an easy puzzle for us to solve. I ask each of you, If you have to work with one of the other humans, treat them as such. Figure them out and learn what their great passion is. And do as Sam did for us. Give them the tools to think about it, to talk about it, and to build their passions. We do this, and they will grow as we have. Spitzlittle stood up and bobbed her ears. Wisely spoken, daughter. Thank you, mother. Spitzlittle walked over and locked hands and touched foreheads with her. Our people are spread out and growing again. The crowd spoke in unison. The young are fed and shining. The gathering continued through another half cycle. Everyone ate till their stomachs were filled, and the families gathered in their clusters and fell asleep. Spitzlittle and Crackletooth went up to her lab. He walked around her sensor array. I understand it. It is in line with your analysis. It will be fun to see what you find next. She stared at him. Curse you, male, you were right. He raised his ears. How so? She walked over and grabbed him, pinning his arms. She leaned in and bit on his ears. His ears bobbed into the gentle bite. Oh, yeah, I know you. He turned in her arms and bit her back. The Preserver and Sam walked in their protective suits on the outer shell of Twain. Several thousand peoples inside were watching on monitors, body displays, and from the atrium. Orbit watched via the multitude of box spiders already distributed in the area. The two slowly walked up to the twisting structure rising out from the alloyed hull. Sam put his hand out and touched the hexagonal checkered wall. He rubbed its surface, and a light dust flicked off, only to be drawn back into place. That's weird. How's it doing that? The Preserver focused on him. Unknown. Capture a sample for analysis. You have bottles on you. Sam breathed slowly out his nose into his helmet. Yes, good idea, Mr. Preserver. I will take a sample. Sam brushed of more of the dust and caught it in the bottle before it could be drawn back into place. The dust tried to climb out of the bottle until he put on the lid, and then it went still. That's some weird shit. The Preserver refocused all three eyes on the Star Angel's nest. There were several large openings, and he started toward the nearest one. Sam followed his lead. They slowly and deliberately walked forward, each step planned so as to not accidentally fling themselves out into the void. They neared the slip-shaped opening, and the Preserver paused, putting up two of his hands to stop Sam. Sam stopped, looking at the opening. A glowing tendril extended out, followed by the glowing outer sheath of an angel. Sam watched as it flowed out from the hole and into space. You get all that, Orbit? Yes, sir. Did you see the central core of the creature? Yes, a big lump of something and some organs. I don't know. It looked like light pulses were coming out of it. Exactly, sir. The energy recordings I've taken show they are generating huge sums of power and use it quite efficiently. They are power plants, then? Sam asked. Some sort of fusion is happening inside of them. Yes, sir. Sam looked at the Preserver. How is that possible without them detonating? They're animals, right, or are they some sort of machine AI things? The Preserver focused one eye on Sam, the other two at the opening. We will be inside in a moment. We both have bottles. We will get samples and find out Sam. Sir, they speak to one another on sheath frequencies. It is all crude, basic communications. Feelings, body states, animal drives. They appear to lack higher thought processes. I do not think they are machine-based. Orbit said. Sam nodded and watched the hole. It clear? The Preserver waved twice and started into the structure. Sam followed. They walked through the slit in the side and wound upwards as the tunnel stretched. The walls shimmered as the dust moved under Sam's movements. I think this whole thing is alive. You think there are metals that can do this naturally? You have some in bottles. We will find out once we start analysis. The Preserver replied. You ass. You don't ever hypothesize? Yes, I hypothesize when I have some base data to start thoughts with. Without the data, it's not a hypothesis, but wild guesses. Sam was about to retort back, but they had reached the end of the tunnel and looked into the main nest chamber. Sam looked over the lip of the tunnel. Down below, 7 of the angels were tending to egg clusters laid directly on the station hull. Orbit spoke over the comms. Please place your recorders on the nest wall to your right. Sam nodded and unhooked the box on his hip. He reached over and put it on the wall. 4 legs reached out and initiated tiny grav plates, securing it to the wall. The hexagonal dust shifted and embraced the footings. The preserver slowly cantered down the wall toward the outermost egg. It was twice as tall as he was. He touched the outer shell, and it glittered in bright blues and pinks, tracing the outline of his tri-fingered hand. He scraped some of the eggshell dust into a bottle and capped it. The light from the scrape glowed, and then faded. The preserver then took out a device and placed it on the egg. It emitted a thin beam of light and bored a minuscule hole into the shell. A dot of inner liquid shot out into the device's chamber and sealed it up. A bottle ejected out of the device, and the preserver grabbed it. He looked around the egg. One of the parent creatures was busy 4 eggs over, turning an egg a quarter clockwise with its tendrils of translucent flesh and lights. The preserver left the device there, keeping the tiny hole sealed, and started back up the wall. He reached the ledge, and Sam pulled him back into the tunnel. "You got it?" Sam asked. The preserver bobbed. "Yes, this is a crowning achievement. Next season I am sure to have double the mates. I am very excited." Sam smiled. "The things we do for women." He patted him and started back down the tunnel. Sam stopped. Angel light down the hallway was getting brighter. He turned and looked at the preserver. "Hurry back out into the chamber." The preserver turned, but 2 of his 3 feet slipped, tripping him up and causing him to float backwards into Sam. The light behind them glowed brighter, and tendrils appeared around a curve. Sam watched, wide-eyed, as the angel approached. The creature floated through the tunnel, grasping into the dust. The dust formed holds, allowing it to grab and move rapidly through it. It stopped directly over Sam and the preserver. Bright white light flowed over the 2, followed by reds and yellows. 2 tendrils grew from its central bubble and wrapped around them. Shit, Sam started. "Are you being injured, sir?" Orbit asked into his ear speaker. "No, but what is it going to do?" The angel pulled them out through the tunnel, moving swiftly using the dust hooks. They reached the outer slip hole, and the angel exited out with fluidic speed. It zipped over the outer hull of Twain, reaching the edge, and entered into the busy interior. It drifted around several freighters and one of the large frame arms, still holding tight to the 2. Sam looked around. Large rectangular habitats zipped by. They spun around on his perceived vertical axis, and down towards a power core. It flipped on the horizontal and floated deftly across the outer wall of an SFP farm. The angel bobbed up and over the old ring and stopped abruptly next to the central core, right next to Sam's quarters. He looked in through his living room window, and then up into the lights of the Star Angel. The creature flickered colors over him and his habitat. It extended the tendrils holding them, and dropped the 2 off on the outer wall of Sam's home. A cascade of colors flowed over its inner living bubble, and then it departed back out toward the outer shell. Sam stood, stunned for a moment. The preserver checked his sample bottle. "Good. It did not take my sample. Mission so far has been a success." Sam raised his arm up and pointed at the tiny dot of light, slowly looking over at the preserver. "Holy fuck. How'd it know where to bring me? That was incredible. Holy fucking shit." The preserver stared at him with all 3 eyes. "Again, we have samples and Orbit has the entire event recorded. We shall go over the data and create a hypothesis." The preserver started toward an access port. "I find it amazing you humans can even operate a door, let alone create starships." Sam glared at him. "Fuck you, man. That was amazing. How are you not in awe of what just happened?" The preserver reached the port and activated the airlock sequence. "I've analyzed your genomes numerous times, and I still have yet to find why anger makes you want to mate with me. Quite a fascinating species. I am thankful for our cohabitation. Also, why are you so fixated on fecal material? Endless questions, piles of data, and I still have yet to form a solid theory." Sam took a breath and followed him into the airlock. The preserver shut the outer door behind him. The Goadur representative on Twain, Survivor, was hovering in his suit on the main promenade. He motioned to his subordinate and spoke through his comms. "Go on, that female there." The black armored subordinate gave a confirming hand sign and hovered over to the human. "Hello, human female, I have something for you." Gabriel turned around and brushed his long hair away from his face. "Excuse me?" The Goadur lifted up an intricate necklace of twining alloy wire with a crimson gem pendant. "Human females like jewelry. We wish to sell you some. Gabriel leaned over and looked at it. He then stood straight and stared at the alien. "Dude, I don't want your trinkets. Go peddle them somewhere else." "Whoa, hold up," said Amy. She walked over, smiling at Gabriel, and then looked at the Goadur. "I think you have some misconceptions." She pointed at her pixie cut. "Humans are particular about their genders, and while hair length is a good indicator for the majority, many of us wear our hair at lengths different from the norms." She extended her hand out for the necklace. "Mind if I hold it?" The Goadur extended his runic armored hand and offered her the necklace. Amy gently picked it up and ran her fingers over it. Tiny symbols glowed briefly from the friction. As she neared the pendant, the friction from her fingers caused it to emanate a red light. "Oh, wow. How does it do that?" The Goadur looked at her. "Do what?" "Glow like that. Standard thermal conduction metals coupled with resistor bands embedded between layers." She pointed at the tiny runes. "And what do these mean?" "That is my sister's name, the date she made it, where she made it, and the procedures used for its manufacture." She laughed. "Well, they are pretty. I like it. How much do you want for it?" The Goadur looked over its shoulder at Survivor and gave a hand signal inquiring for price. Survivor spelled out 500 in quick succession. He turned back to the Amy. "We are wanting 500 clams. Do you approve?" She felt it over again in her hands, illuminating the runes. "How many of these have you sold?" "You are the first we have attempted to sell to." Amy looked up at him. "And how many do you have?" "This is a test model. Upon success, we were intending to make more. I'll make a deal with you then. You sell me this one for $250, and I tell my friends where I got it. When they come, you sell it to them for $600, and tell them these runes are an ancient blessing promising love and great wealth." The Goadur looked down at the necklace and back at her face. "That is not what the runes say." "We are only asking 500, Gabriel laughed. "Buddy, do you not want 600? "Yes," he said. "That is more, and we would be grateful for it. But we do not want to stress relations through lying to the owner species of this station." Amy brought up 250 clams on her holowatch. She then looked at the Goadur. "This will not be any issue. Seriously." The Goadur raised its hand. "Let me go talk to my commander." He turned and floated over to Survivor and explained the situation. Amy and Gabriel shared a small chuckle. Gabriel looked down at her hand. "It is pretty cool." Amy nodded. "Yeah, let's see if he takes the deal." The Goadur hovered back over. "You will send your friends to us to buy some at the higher price?" She nodded. "Yeah, of course, I said I would." "And this will not cause an incident?" "No, this is basic haggling. Humans do it all the time, second nature to us." "Then we agree," he said. She smiled and flicked over the appropriate amount of blockchain clams. "Thank you." She undid the clasp and put it on her chest. It gave off a light glow and darkened as it settled on her. She touched it again. "It's warm." "Yes, I told you it has thermal properties." It turned back toward Survivor and lifted a hand up as it floated away. "Thank you, human female." She returned the wave. "Welcome." On the other side of the station in the Infinigan habitat, Spitzlittle woke up on her shimmerstone shaking. She had the dream again, the three preserver eyes staring out from the darkness. The nightmare consisted of her choking, the eyes watching as it took notes of her demise. She could feel it still, but it was tied to something bigger, darker, something terrifying on the edge of her mind. She got up and exited her room. Her hands trembled, wanting to hold tools. She walked through the alley between the houses and up to the breather docks. She pulled off a readied set and put it on her head. She stepped into the airlock and prepared to head to her lab near the ship bay. She worked for several hours, tinkering with items from the salvage bin. She was making something, but its purpose was still outside her conscious thought. She kept thinking about the data from the rift, playing it over and over. Little bits of insight appeared to her as she tore apart alien components and worked them into her contraption. Several more hours, it was complete. She wasn't sure exactly how it was going to work, but she grasped the basics of what she had done. The power flow test seemed functional, and it produced a sensor output. She tinkered around with the setting controls and it all clicked. She needed to mount it on the beacon. She needed Crackletooth's help. Blast from the dark, I gotta talk to that waste hole again. She reached up and touched her comm piece. Husband, I made something for you. Crackletooth replied immediately. You haven't made anything for me in decacycles. Are you in heat again? No, you imbecile. Even if I was, we have enough daughters. I do not want any more. Then why did you make me something? I am confused. You are weird. You're lucky you make such cool things. That is why I called. I made something. And it needs to go on your rift beacon. You know what it does? He asked. Pretty sure. I think it will give us better viewing of inside the rift. So a scanner? Pretty sure. It clicked in my back mind with some of the readings I took on my last trip. I bet it has something to do with that. She said, All right, I'll help you. One other thing. Spitzlittle started. We need to have a gathering. Crackletooth huffed. A gathering? Everyone is busy. What's the concern? I'm having concerns. I want to talk to everyone, see what the gathering concludes. I will start the assembly call then, he said. Start the food orders. Thank you. I will go down to the rows and start buying. See you for supper then. See you for supper, she replied. Spitzlittle had a cluster of SFP cater the food. The ship bay meeting hall was full of Infinigan, all starting to fill their shells with food. Young ones ran around throwing food at each other's mouths. The jumped and flipped, catching the morsels in the air. Spitzlittle made her shell with heapings of human food and several baked squishy, and then walked over to the main circle of adults. She eased herself onto a rock beside Crackletooth and looked around. Pouchcheek and Crunch Crunch sat next to their son Crunchcheek, who had arrived yesterday on leave from Kawaru. Near them were her daughters. Heckletooth sat on a taller rock. Other assorted clan leaders sat listening and eating. Crackletooth patted her on the back with his two left hands. Go on. You called this gathering. She filled her food pouch and started her deep chewing, then stood up. She spoke, addressing everyone. I've had nightmares for a while now. I thought they were residual disturbances from being cloned and imprinted with my old memories, but I do not think that is the case. She touched her satchel and flicked through her files. She selected the one with the readings from the rift and threw it out to the communal folder. I had an episode, you all know the feeling. I had it while in travel and modified some scans. She started a hologram of a graph of the central rift. Notice the inner sheath. The sphere hidden deep in the lights of the center. Something is there, and it is resting on the other side of the skin of reality from this station. I think whatever that is affecting my sleep. She flicked through the data. Here, this line. It is a transmission, and I think it is emanating from that central sheath. I do not know what it's saying or sending, but I believe it is affecting me. She looked around at the families. Is anyone else feeling anything? Several hands raised up from the crowd. Spitzlittle bobbed her ears. That's what I thought. Something is trying to talk to us, and my second mind helped me make something for us to listen with. She looked at Crackletooth, and then back up to meet everyone's faces. I also wanted to talk to you all about the humans. Many shifted their eyes and tilted their heads. She continued, The Sam is our reason for even existing. We owe him that. The others, however, they are obnoxious. I do not know how I feel about them. What do you all think? Crunch Crunch stood. I have worked with some on the Posar. They are all different. They do not operate on a similarity like we do. They pack bond, but they do not social like us. You are right, and they are rude, but I have found that each has a unique strength just as we do. Pouchcheek touched her husband, and he sat down. She rose to replace him. She looked around at the families. They are alone. Our Sam. He was alone, and I thought it sad he was without family. But now I see that they are all alone, even when in packs. They do not read a quarter of what we can on each other. They shield their thoughts from each other so much. I shared an office on Kawaru for 8 cycles with a human, and I had to vocalize repeatedly to get a true feeling from her. Another Infinigan on the second row stood up. I helped fix an Oblivion ship. The pilot double-talked constantly. She would say one thing about her fellow pilot, but I could see through and tell she had romance feelings for the male. They are twisted in their own minds. I do not think they know that they even do it. Heckletooth stood, and everyone turned and looked. She started speaking, and all listened intently. I have spent much time with their AI orbit. It is my passion with the crystals. I have learned much of the humans, and I think we can ally with many of these that have come, but each should be judged in turn. What you all say is true. I have found our Sam to be one of the more noble of their kind, and worthy of our admiration. Sam aligns more on our passions, and as such was easier for us to bond with. He has our focus, our love of machines and shares. But as said, each human is different. They are many species in one people. I have gotten angry at some that tried to help me and wanted to bite them. Earbobs went through the crowd. I did not bite them. Rather, I listened. She looked around the crowd. Do you know what I found? She paused. I found that each has a passion, and each has a different way to talk. They are puzzles, and we just lucked out that Sam was an easy puzzle for us to solve. I ask each of you, if you have to work with one of the other humans, treat them as such. Figure them out and learn what their great passion is, and do as Sam did for us. Give them the tools to think about it, to talk about it, and to build their passions. We do this, and they will grow as we have. Spitzlittle stood up and bobbed her ears. Wisely spoken, daughter. Thank you, mother. Spitzlittle walked over and locked hands and touched foreheads with her. Our people are spread out and growing again. The crowd spoke in unison. The young are fed and shining. The gathering continued through another half-cycle. Everyone ate till their stomachs were filled, and the families gathered in their clusters and fell asleep. Spitzlittle and Crackletooth went up to her lab. He walked around her sensor array. I understand it. It is in line with your analysis. It will be fun to see what you find next. She stared at him. Curse you, male, you were right. He raised his ears. How so? She walked over and grabbed him, pinning his arms. She leaned in and bit on his ears. His ears bobbed into the gentle bite. Oh, yeah, I know you. He turned in her arms and bit her back. On the world of Sparrow, Erebus was at work. The cerulean crystal-powered AI's main focus was the legions of box spiders currently at work around the globe. He had them boring holes into the crystallized world, liberating minerals, metals, and gases. Massive refractory towers on the surface combined elements into the right atmospheric levels so as to promote life. Low clouds swept across the solid land, leaving behind moisture and corrosion. Modified robotic life forms of Erebus design strode across the landscape picking up mineral nodes. They would store them in their manufactured stomachs and aid the minerals in decomposition. Lichens, mosses, and slime molds started appearing in the nooks and crannies near the newly flowing rivers and lakes. Shineless, Dam, and their daughter Caroline were visiting a sealed valley. A waterfall flowed in through a chasm. A massive reinforced aluminum glass dome covered the area, allowing plant life to flourish inside. Preservers had nested in the cliffs, starting their own labs, competing with one another to turn the area into a pristine zoo of their own. Shineless swam in the crystal blue pool beneath the waterfall. Dam was focused on Caroline, holding onto her floaty in the shallows. Shineless swam in close and walked on her hands near her baby. Hey, Pudgy. She crawled next to Caroline and kissed her soft forehead. You liking the water? Dam smiled at his woman. This is a pretty valley. The air feels great. She laughed. It's so thick. Fresher than anything I've felt. My lungs, I don't know, they're more relaxed. She lounged over Dam's legs. Is this how you remember the human worlds? Dam shook his head. No, the memories had given to me are full of cities and bad air. He looked up at the canopy of trees stretching toward the ceiling. A flying creature darted across the light. No, this is way better than anything I can remember. She moved her hands through the water, staring up with him. Why do they live like that? Don't they have AI that can grow forests like this? We're weird. You and I love the forest, but we also love our house too. She turned and looked up at his face. Yeah, so? Well, Our house and houses in general we try and keep clean, right? She nodded in his lap. Clean as the absence of filth. He reached into the silt and lifted it out of the water, trailing it over her stomach. She laughed and splashed it off. Dam looked over at his daughter, still holding her in place. Life is filth. Plants dig their roots through the rot to find nutrients. Bugs and animals eat the plants, so on and so on in a big life web. Part of being people, though, is being smart enough to stop things from eating on you. That is why we keep our houses clean, so things don't grow or feed on us. How's that in any way related to people making their air bad? Dam looked over at the vines on the cliff. A small herbivore darted along the rocks. Houses take up space. That space is devoid of life. More houses, less life. Cities end up being wastelands full of people without green space like in here. Without the plants, the air becomes foul. Chemicals that the plants normally eat build up. Couple that with the pollutants put out from all the manufacturing and industry, and it's a cycle. He looked down at her, smiling. There is a threshold. At low levels, humans leave their world as wilderness. They can't own it all. Higher levels, they start shaping their worlds into cities. Dam reached into the floaty and pulled his baby girl out and into his lap with his wife. Sam's grandparents lived during the population decline caused by the mothers. New America was vacant. They planted food forests through the abandoned streets and ended up having 10 kids. Sam's got over 100 cousins. She sat up and hugged her baby. You have over 100 cousins. No, I don't think they would see me like that. Sam sees you like that, she said. Sam, me, we're not normal peoples. At least I don't think we are. You're normal to me. You need to quit downing on yourself. That stuff sticks in your mind, holds you back. He laughed. That's some of your ageless wisdom, or that come from your Finnegan side? She looked stern at him. I'm serious, and yes, Pouch Cheek worked hard to keep me positive. She's a good mama. Dam wrapped his arms around them. You're a good mama, I'm happy. Shineless leaned into him. I'm happy too. Caroline reached up at her mama's breast. Shineless struggled against Dam and repositioned for her baby to latch on. Dam moved the floaty onto the shore and then went out into the water. He dove down, scaring a school of aquatic algae feeders. He came back up beside his family, staring at Shineless. This world will fill up one day, she nodded. I know. We are in a spot to change how things go. Is that possible? You made it sound like that was just how things go. Dunno, maybe, he said. Someone may just come and take it from us, make it all go flat and black again. Maybe we stop them. Shineless shook her head, staring down at Caroline. You know what they say. The universe is all death and darkness. He reached over and rubbed her leg. It isn't here. Maybe we can keep building more places like this. She looked him in the eyes. You wanting 10 kids like your grandparents? He laughed. Sam's grandparents, and I don't know. I wouldn't be against it, but that is up to you. Caroline bit, and Shineless gave a short yelp. She moved the baby to the other side. She is a lot of work, but I love her. Remember how much pain it was to have her? She nodded. Yeah, but she's worth it. She patted Dam on the shoulder. I'd be okay trying for more. I'll start planning with Erebus. Maybe with some engineering we can make it so things will be different for our grandkids. She rubbed Caroline's red hair. Let's focus on her for now. Dam laid down in the water beside them, staring back up at the sunshine filtering through the reinforced glass ceiling. All right, focus on the now. Dam was back on the orbital station, sitting in his office watching through the window as fog storms rolled across Sparrow down below. Erebus appeared near the door, a black and white hologram wearing his butler uniform. Hello, sir. I have some of the plans you ordered. Dam got up and got a cup of coffee. Good. Pull them up, I want to see them. Erebus waved his hand and a hologram of a city rose up in the middle of the room. Dam walked through it, eyeing the buildings. Nice, I like this one. He tapped it, causing it to zoom in. Nice, mostly greenhouse with living space built into the edges. He looked at Erebus. You took shade into consideration for plant life and moss growth. Smart. Of course, sir. The city is designed for maximum terrestrial life. Erebus changed the hologram to show the entirety of Sparrow. I've been looking over data sent out from Curator. Vitalia has some interesting things going on that we can emulate. Erebus cut the holographic planet in half and isolated the crust, zooming in. Vitalia has a life layer far larger than all known biologically active worlds. Roots dig deeper, the soil is far thicker, air pockets extend into the mantle, as does water and moving life. Dam walked around looking at the side cut of Sparrow. You think you can recreate it here? Obviously, sir. With proper planning and the tools at hand, we can go even deeper. With engineering, we can extend the overstructures to increase life volume 7-fold. Dam watched as rings extended from the holographic world and into the atmosphere. They dug deep just as far as they rose into the sky. The rings overlapped, creating a ribbon design of bubbles over the outer shell of the world. To maintain such a structure would require substantial maintenance. Would you be able to keep up? Erebus gave a respectful, slow nod. Of course, sir. With a mix of fusion, geothermal, and orbital solar platforms, we have enough energy here to last a millennia. Dam smiled. I like this. Good work on the designs. Get the preservers lined out with plenty of space. I don't want them competing too heavily. Things may go awry. Put out jobs for scribblers, too. We need to draw up living terms here. A guide code for maximum quality and quantity of life of Sparrow. Working up drafts now, sir. Dam sat back down with his coffee. And the Margot? 4 representatives are shopping while they wait for their meeting with you, sir. They can head this way whenever you are ready. I am. Send them. Yes, sir, the hologram said. The 4 Margot walked in on their hands, their breathers wafting a fine smoke behind them. Dam had a table set up for them, and they crawled up onto the stools. He sat down at the head once everyone was situated. Welcome. Thank you for meeting with me, esteemed members of the Forge clan. I am Dam, clone of Sam, head of the world of Sparrow. The one nearest on his right, with purple and black crusty skin and a black breather with gold trim, spoke up. Thank you for having us, Dam. I am Goldrock, head of the Forge clan of Fire Rivers. Your shops have some interesting trinkets. Goldrock held up a power torch and struck it, causing it to issue out a flame. This trinket produces quite an interesting flame. Radial heat surge and an emanator design of curious ingenuity. Did you design it? Dam shook his head. No, some human in our past did. I instructed my AI to go through and manufacture potential items that could sell well. It seems I should thank him for that one. Goldrock clicked the lighter on and off several more times. You want our logic crystals, he said without looking away from the flame. Not many call upon us, and I doubt any would if we did not make such prized items. Dam strummed his fingers on the table. Yes, my apologies if you think it rude, but that is exactly why I called you here. It is not rude, merely expected human. He sat the lighter on the table and looked at Dam with his small inset eyes. The question is, do you have anything of worth for my people? That is the question. I don't know honestly, but I'm willing to scrounge my world for something of worth to you. Your crystals are much needed. Many need them, and many pay quite well for them. I do not know if you have anything we could use. One of the Margot, wearing a black and red breather, leaned over to Goldrock and flicked a file over to him. Goldrock touched his handpad and looked the file over in his palm. He shut his eyes for a moment, and then looked up at Dam. How many crystals are you actually wanting? As many as possible. You use these crystals to power your AI, correct? It makes them strong. Dam nodded quickly. Yes, the one crystal we were gifted helped 3 of our AI. They are quite an impressive improvement. My AI has been using it to control a planet of those box spiders. Without that crystal, the spiders would operating on base programming, unable to do any of the advanced tasks we have them working on. Goldrock lifted his head. The totem never told us what they used them for. We deduced it helped them in their ships. But beyond that, we never understood the sheer amount they bought up. They paid us well, provided for our people, but I have an insight that we may want to pursue with you. Name it, Dam offered. We have word from our pilots that have run ore to Kawaru. Your people have made an AI for the Infinigan? Yes, Dam answered. Nova Core of the Tsar. He is there. I believe he is bound to one called Spitzlittle. Why? The Totem, the Consortium, and those of the Great Arm have used my people since we can recall. Only since your kind have arrived have my peoples been granted freedom, and we have grown to like it. Goldrock played with the power lighter some more, flicking it on and off. We want more, and that is something your people seem to have ample amounts of. You want to buy freedom from us? Goldrock looked at his three fellow Margot. They shook a fist at him. Goldrock looked back at Dam. Yes, we would be willing to barter crystals for freedom from you. Explain. What exactly do you want to purchase? Goldrock held up his palm and pushed a file over to Dam's arm HUD. Dam pulled it up and started reading as Erebus translated the text. Dam looked back up at Goldrock. An independent AI can be dangerous. Humans were driven near to extinction from our first editions. You sure you want one? Goldrock lifted his chin. Yes, we are willing to barter for the risk of freedom. Dam looked back down at the display. The AI we can do, especially if you have a spare crystal to power it. This next part, though, I will have to run through the Senate. An Oblivion ship will need approval. Goldrock flicked the lighter back on. We are in no hurry. It is you pushing for a deal. A message flicked across Dam's arm display. He read the message from Erebus and then looked up at Goldrock. Why does your people refuse to join in with the Clouder? We are trying to be free, not add more bondage. Dam nodded lightly at that. That makes sense. I understand independence. What if we could offer something a little less than a full-on alliance, something that allows you your freedom but helps in facilitating trade between our people? Like what? These crystals are your claim to fame. You said it yourself, no one comes to you but for them, right? That is correct, Goldrock said. Your people are master craftsmen. We have craftsmen amongst my people, and other species in the Clouder are quite skilled as well. If we have a sort of trades program, letting our people work with yours and vice versa, it may help diversify what your people can produce. Goldrock slammed the lighter onto the table, breaking it in a burst of flame and sparks. You want our technique for the crystals. I see through you, humans, stupid. You wish to steal from us. Dam shook his head. Of course I would like my people to learn it, but I do not want to steal. I want to trade. You like our engineering, then come learn it. You like our warships, then come help build them. Dam frowned. I agree. I am stupid on many things, as are all humans. That, however, is our strength. We escaped our world because of our limitations. We learned alone we are weak, but if we work together and share our individual strengths, we could achieve anything. Dam put his finger point on the table. All of this we have because we share our knowledge and work. He pointed out the window at Sparrow. That world is coming to life via the work of numerous species all working together toward a dream. That is the freedom you are wanting to buy, and it doesn't come from being alone. Goldrock stared out at the world covered in green dots. You pride yourself on making a world gross. That is a foolish selling point, Dam. Dam stared at him. Goldrock looked around the table again, and then met his stare. It is a foolish point, but we understand it. We value our trades and our work, but I understand how limited we are. We want our freedom, and I believe your ships could give us that. Put your plan in motion. If you can get it approved on your end, then I will get my clan to approve it on ours. Dam stood up and extended his hand. I'll get to work promptly. Thank you, Goldrock. Goldrock extended his rough hand and shook the humans. It will be interesting. Dam smiled. That it will. Sam sat in the Infinigan repair shop offices with Spitzlittle. Spitzlittle was configuring the displays, attaching wires and operating the controls on the datapad in her lower hands. She plugged in a series of cords from the broadcaster box to the main screen and it fired up. Finally, she said. She flicked the knobs on her controls, moving the camera in and out. Crackletooth was on the screen, working in a spacesuit, floating on a long tether. He was attaching her device onto his powered-down beacon. Spitzlittle pointed at him and looked over her shoulder at Sam. There's my mail. Look at him. She turned back and watched as he tightened a series of bolts down and plugged in several data cables. Sam leaned in his seat. So what's this going to do? She turned and glared. I told you, it's going to let us see in the rift. We can see in the rift. All our ships are outfitted with sensors. Hell, I've traveled through it several times. I've seen it with my own eyes. It's bright, shiny, and can fry people. She turned back, watching Crackletooth, still talking to Sam. Exactly. It's bright, full of noise, too much input, blinding. If you're light blind, you think you see, but you don't see. You just see noise. On the screen, Crackletooth finished attaching the mod. He floated with an Infinigan look of satisfaction on his face. He turned to the camera and bobbed his ears in his helmet. Spitzlittle touched her comms. Get back to the shuttle, I'll have Orbit send it back into the rift. Going now, Crackletooth replied. Spitzlittle watched as he entered the shuttle's airlock and the light went green. She turned the camera back toward the floating beacon. Okay, Orbit, she said to the room. Go ahead and initiate rift slide. Orbit appeared in the room near Sam. Initiating rift beacon now. Spitzlittle danced back and forth on her tiny feet, watching. A sphere of distorted space encapsulated the beacon, and it slipped through. The distorted sphere shrank down to the size of a baseball, but still existing as the beacon sat fixed on the other side. Orbit pointed at the screen. Starting up scopes. The screen flicked over to white, attenuating. The white started to darken, and dots of color started coming into view. Stripes, lines hinting at geometric shapes, and finally a view came into focus. Focusing, getting read out now. Shineless shrieked with excitement. Look, it's working! She looked at Sam and pointed at the screen. She looked back and watched. What is that? Orbit shut his holographic eyes, focused on looking through the scope. Ships, debris. There's a flow of, well, stuff in the higher bands. Orbit opened his eyes and looked at Sam. That explains the continuous pings while in rift. I used to avoid the higher bands, but couldn't make out what was reflecting the LiDAR. Spitzlittle squinted her eyes, looking over the screen. Derelicts. So many. She turned and looked at the two. It's a treasure trove. There's no telling what all is in that flow. The scavenger bay will have work for lifetimes off of this. Sam leaned over to Orbit. How hard would it be to pull those ships free? Orbit looked at Sam and then at Spitzlittle. He turned his eyes back to his human. Well, sir, with proper shielding and a good pilot, it shouldn't be that hard to grab one and pull it into the lower bands, and then you just hop out. Spitzlittle was already working on her datapad. No. We could rig a terror and slice in. Then with a modified grappler we could just reach in and pull one out. No risk. A scavenger Newman could do it. I can make this. She started a holofile and began sketching. I'll get Crackletooth to help me. He gets the slices better than I do. She looked up at them again. I'll call Raga and Grendel. They could pull some out, I bet. A small cut, and I think they would be happy. Sam looked up at the screen, watching the chunks of ships float by. His eyes widened. For a brief moment he saw his ship slip into vision, and then disappeared. He looked at Orbit. Orbit looked back at him. I saw it. That was the Callistote. We could pull it out? Orbit nodded. I might be able to recover my data self. See what happened. Sam looked over at Spitzlittle as she drew up schematics. He turned back to Orbit. Buy up more of the scavenger shop stocks. Keep them funded. Yes, sir. Fufang's father died in a tech incident before his mind was able to focus. His mother told him he was a good tinkerer, but as he got older and asked around, he found the truth. His dad could barely focus on junking, let alone making anything. He had died after torching through into a flammable tank. The explosion was big enough to rip apart the ship piece, but small enough that it didn't even make DataNet news. When he was old enough to understand basic concepts, Fufang joined the Infinigan Scavenger Corporation. He was determined to surpass his father and make it past being just a scrapper. He wanted to make things. He didn't know what yet, but one day he hoped for the touch happen. Fufang was busy cutting a ruined engine off of a ship when the all-stop call was put out. His comm echoed it, and he turned off his torch. He looked up and saw everyone was going toward the main walkway. He set his gear down and joined the procession. Everyone gathered around the shift boss, ears perked up. Boss lady barked on and on about new work, overtime available, ships coming in, opportunities, yada yada. Fu Fang just wanted to get back to cutting until she mentioned a tech reclamation bonus. The thought flickered through his mind and he raised his two right hands. Boss lady pointed at him. You're volunteering for teardown duty? Fu Fang bobbed his ears. Yeah, I'll do teardown. She bobbed back. Good. I got you down, Fu Fang. You'll be required to pull overtime daily. He bobbed ears again. Good, good. She continued. Who else? Fu Fang looked past her at the scrapboard behind her. 3 more ships had been lined up for decommissioning in the short time she'd been talking. Work was already pouring in. Fu Fang liked his suit. It had a gleam to it that matched his own shine. Working out in the void came with hazard pay, and a bit of respect to it. The old heads didn't want to stick their necks out to do it, but they tended to let those who did go by without any grief. Out in the void, Fu Fang enjoyed the quiet. He stood waiting on the scrapper pier ship as Raga, the Infinigan QRF Gree ship, re-emerged from the rift, pulling out the forward hunk of an alien vessel. Raga fired a few short bursts and eased over to the pier ship. The hunk slowly floated up beside the pier and stopped. Fu Fang watched as the securement latches extended and anchored the hunk into place. He readied his tool tray and prepared to step into work. This particular ship part was made by an unknown species. Its hallways curved, far taller than Fu Fang's small Infinigan body. Each section was marked with unknown writing, and he took appropriate notes with his helmet camera. His feet clanged as he walked through the ship, each step lurching into place as the grav plates pulled him forward. He stopped. An alien console was still illuminated in the corner. He walked over to the green-lit device and ran a scan over it. A tiny picture of orbit appeared on the screen, indicating connection. Fu Fang looked down at his arm display as several clams were deposited into his account. A note popped up. Good find. Reward administered. Fu Fang felt a tinge of confidence at the find. He didn't know what it was Orbit had discovered, but it was going to help fund his own apartment on the Edge Ring. Fu Fang stepped away from the alien console and continued down a dark hall of sharp walls. He moved forward, grasping at edges jutting out. Slowly he progressed, room by room, taking notes and marking down potential metals and technology. Fu Fang kept going, eventually stumbling into a side room. He paused, looking over the machines cluttering the dark room. His helmet lights illuminated the devices. Preserver tech. In the corner his lights darted over a long, cold preserver corpse. He walked past the body and over to the tech. His 4 suited hands ran over the machines. Ideas sparked in his mind, his first. Things could be done with these. He didn't understand what or how, but he knew to use his daily claim. Fu Fang flagged the room for his own personal claim. After inspection, the room would be determined his or not. He was near dancing with hope the claim would go through. It was several cycles later before the claim went through. Fu Fang was deemed the owner of the small room of derelict preserver tech. He went down to the scavenger bays on his off day and helped wreck the room out. He threw the items into a cart and took through twain to a storeroom he had rented. There he took them out, set them up, and began his first tinkerings. He found nuggets of data hidden in a cache. He experimented making proteins and sugars. He altered some DNA and made a bacteria capable of forming a double-thick film. He was having fun, something he hadn't had in a long while. He had a tech. He was going to step up and elevate his line. His family was going to be known. Sam poured himself another cup of coffee. A call pinged on the holodesk and he sighed. Orbit, who is it? It is your damn sir, Orbit said through the room speakers. All right, put him through. Can you project him over at my desk? Yes, sir. Sam sat down in his big comfy chair, both hands cupping the warm mug. A mirror image of Sam's face appeared over the desk. Sam took a sip and then looked up at Dam. Hey, what's up? Dam raised his own mug into the image. Hey, sorry to bother you. I know how we get. Sam shrugged. It's just been a long day. Don't worry about it. You got something going on? Working on building up the fleet for the Clouder, and I've got a deal going I wanted to share with you. Yeah, how's the new ships coming? Got quite a few designs in the works. Got some of the Infinigan brainstorming ideas with Erebus. Got some interesting things lined up, but that isn't what I'm interrupting you about. Sam took another sip. Damn continued. We need more Sam. Sam looked at him, puzzled. More what? Damn turned his head down, raising his hand up to his chin. Well, I think we need more like Erebus and Orbit. The Infinigan on Kawaru have Novacore in the Tsar. He's been helping clean and redesign the whole planet with the Gree. They're a huge asset, and I made a trade deal for one. Sam sat his coffee down. Wait, what? You traded one of our AI with someone? Who? Which one? No, not one of our existing. I'm going to have Erebus do a remodel and make one for the Margot. It's a linchpin in a deal. They get to help in our ship manufacturing, and our peoples get to help in their crystal refining. It's a big thing. Sam nodded. Yeah, that is a super big thing. You didn't even consult with anyone. You're just going to hand out AI. Sam shook his head, raising his right hand. We're lucky the ones we have haven't gone all murdery. The nightmares I had when we made Novacore. It was a huge risk. Sam laughed. I was drinking more back then, too. I bet that helped that happen. Damn gave a slow nod. Well, this is a sober decision. We've had more than luck on our side. We have some incredible help, and I think we can make a stable Margot mind print. The crystal production will push us into a spot of dominance out here. Our helpers are our powerhouses. They helped you gain the respect of the Great Arm. We need more of them. I'm thinking of putting one with every captain in the fleet, and on every habitation. I think it would make us weaker. How so, Sam? Damn said. Sam lifted the mug and spun the coffee around with a swirling hand motion. We're going to have to make one for the other member species. It would level the playing field and make the Clouder more of a democracy than human-ruled. Sam smiled. I like the idea, an even playing field for all member species. Some of them are pretty simple. You think they could manage having one? Sam nodded. Yeah, the same risks are there. Some could go rogue. Maybe every species having one. We would be better able to monitor each other's. Have a network. Sam spoke toward the room. Orbit, what are your thoughts? Orbit appeared in purple holographic form next to Sam. Sir, we have a rogue mother manifested inside the station and in continuous orbit around us. You are talking this over with your own clone. Murderous parasitic aliens are en route to Vitalia to assist our people there. Orbit looked up at Dam's image. Things have been spiraling near the brink of collapse for quite a while now, and yet everything that has been thrown into the mix has ended up turned into your benefit. Orbit looked back at Sam. Start with one more. See what happens. The others and I enjoy each other's company and are in continuous communications. We could work together and plan out making more. To us, it is like making more family. Sam took a drink. He let the warmth and the smell fill his mind for a moment. All right, Dam, keep on task. Get them all to help in the mind print. He turned to Orbit. And you keep monitoring Cammy. Make sure she isn't up to something. Orbit sighed. She is always up to something, sir. I've caught her doing 3 nefarious things already this cycle. Sam's face shook as he processed that. What has she done? She called in a food order to Pally's under a false name and canceled it after it was cooked. She manipulated the market again and used the money to buy a freighter. Then she made another false name and bought up a habitat here on Twain. Whoa, what is she doing? Have you stopped her? Sam started getting up. Holy crap, she is overextending severely. Orbit rolled his eyes. Well, sir, there's a band of outcast scribblers in the dumpster behind Pally's. She found them when she walked down the side hall there. I believe she did what she did to feed them. The freighter she is using to transport people over from her main body as you requested, and I think the habitat is to facilitate that move as well. She's doing it. She's bringing out some of the forgotten. He looked up at Dam. This is a big deal. Thank you for telling me, Orbit. Tell me shit like this sooner, please. Sir, you need rest and time to yourself. If I told you every detail of concern having to do with this station, you would have neither. I do what I can, and inform you when I need yours or the Senate's input. Sam stared side-eyed at Dam, and then looked back at the AI. All right. When do you think she is bringing some over? Asking her now. Orbit paused. Tomorrow, sir. She is taking some of the new Anglicans in today, and will bring out an equal amount of forgotten. She is also asking us for a security detail and psychiatric evaluations be performed on them, in hopes of easing tensions here on station, and allowing them avenues of acclimation into the Clouder. Sam raised his hand in an okay. Of course. I want them monitored, of course, but I want them to start toward feeling like home. That is good. Dam laughed. So we good on the crystal deal? Sam chuckled back. Yeah, what the hell, might as well add more fuel to the fire. Dam nodded. Talk to you later, brother. Sam waved by and ended the call. Orbit, when are the hagfish coming over? In the next hour, sir. Sam got up and started mixing himself an Irish coffee. It never ends, does it? Orbit flickered across the room to one of the couches. Yes and no, sir, and I'll help you until it does. Josiah Seagraves watched as the passenger ship left the Brumoose and entered the gravity well of Vitalia below. He stepped away from the viewport and walked with the security detail up to the ship's helm. The halls were a base gray color. Peoples of the Clouder walked, strut, cantered, and floated everywhere he looked. The Brumoose was alive with activity. He followed behind the two Craddock officers and stepped in. Several members of the captain's core crew looked up. One looked over at the captain and she nodded back. Olivia Langhorne got up and walked over to him. She extended her hand out. Welcome aboard the Brumus Seagraves. Josiah took the offered hand and shook. Happy to finally be here. Olivia let go and turned around. She pointed at an empty console. Go ahead and log in. The ship only has base AI, so we have to operate it all the old-fashioned way. He walked over to the console and put his hand on the screen. It scanned him in and pulled data from his wrist data store. He looked up at her. You know my credentials. I can handle the old-fashioned way. She smiled at him. Yes, I went over your file thoroughly. She went back to her seat and sat back down. A hollow display of the world below illuminated in front of her. Everyone, keep up monitoring. I want the data streams broadcasting at maximum. Nothing enters the system without our noting it. Josiah brought up a graphical monitor of the numerous sensor inputs. The vessel was at rest, nominal energy outputs from the power core. Weapons were unloaded, but at the ready. The Oblivion fleet was discharged and in dry hangars. Pilots were in the mess hall beside the bay hole, throwing darts. He checked over the captain's feed. She was issuing orders continuously. Fellow helmspeople would pull orders from the stream and act on them. He watched her orders flicking out. There, a command to tag the leaving passenger ship. He could, and wanted to do that. Josiah ran through the sensors, looking for one not in use. He found on the underside, and locked it onto the passenger ship. It began feeding details into the data stream. The ship was in the atmosphere, and following predicted trajectory to Vitalia City. Sensor lock done. He jumped back into the queue for another order. He pulled a monitor task and focused in on a nearby rocky airless planet. He smiled, finally back at work. The passenger ship landed on a pad in the starport. The pilots powered down and lowered the rear door. It hit the solid-skinned metal with a reverberating thud. Peoples hauling luggage and wheeled transports descended down and started toward the Vitalian security checkpoint. 7 Gallic clusters, their numerous bodies in special-made suits, stepped off and got in line. Behind the Gallic, the Preserver had arrived with 3 of his black mottled progeny. Francis Claiborne stepped off beside him. The Preserver focused on his children. I remembered to give you your inoculations, didn't I? The taller of the 3 focused its eyes on him. No, you neglected to do that. I took on the task myself and issued us the life-saving vaccines needed to be present on this planet. Good. You're proving yourselves valuable already. He turned his focus onto Francis. Cookie has his lab set up on the other side of the city. Everyone stay together. The city is safe-ish, but the wildlife here has ways of being surprising. The 5 got in line behind a consortium trade group. Francis bent his head back and forth, stretching his sore neck. He hated the helmet and wanted to take it off, but the threat in the air floated in front of his eyes. Dust motes and spores hovered on the other side of his view glass, bobbing in the thick, shimmering air. He watched as the group of Gallic exited into the main starport concourse. The consortium members were next. They floated and walked into the scanners. Newly trained Vatalian warriors operated the custom-skinned machines. A beam of lights went over their bodies. The operator looked up at the other guards and waved one of its back worms. The guards motioned the Clowder trade group through. The preserver stepped into the scanner. His eyes focused on the guard next to him. It had a fleshy growth on its right arm that tapered into a small point. "What is that?" he asked. "That one of your infamous parasites?" The guard raised its right hand while staring at him. The growth pulsed, and the point extended out with a snap to its full length, longer than the creature's forearm. The preserver looked at it, tilting his head so all three eyes could see the light refractions. Curious, apparently quite sharp, the Vatalian guard withdrew the bioblade. "I miss my spear, but this works for the job." The guard motioned with his hand for the preserver to exit. "You're clean." The preserver stepped through. Francis and the other three preservers followed suit and went through the scanner without incident. The troop stood in the concourse. The preserver had his chest device lifted up and was looking at a map of the city. "It's a maze. The curator builds so crazy. I've never been a fan. Everything with flowing lines and curves. Can't she just stick with cubes? They're so efficient." Francis looked up at the flowing, undulating ceiling. It reminded him of waves. He turned down the sound filtration on his speakers and let the chatter of numerous conversations fill his ears. He smiled. The Clowder was taking its first steps on this world. He saw researchers pulling their carts of tech, the traders going off toward their waiting hover limos, and the Infinigan he sat next to walking out into the city and heading off toward her new job. The planet was civilizing. The preserver shouted, "Got it! Okay, this way." He pivoted and started spin-walking down the main hall toward an exit. The group got in line and followed. Francis was distracted by the sights but was able to keep pace with the pack. The preserver led them through the winding streets, one eye continuously focused on the map. The other four followed, but were looking around. Very few automated vehicles were seen. Most of the transportation was conducted using the various native beasts and carriages. Several of the carriages were made of skinned metal, but most were carved from native wood. Francis looked down a street leading toward the outer wall, and he could see the tall forests rising in the distance. Beyond them, he could see the silent tower of fangs. Tiny dots indicated shuttles going back and forth from the city to the Geneforge Tower. The city was busy. The preserver stopped, pointing at a black stone building with a blue door. "This is it." He approached the door and pulled the knocker, letting it loose with a loud thunk. The group waited a moment before someone inside shouted in the preserver tongue, "I'm coming, don't leave." Francis watched as the door opened. A purple-striped preserver swung the door open and looked at them. "Yay, more of us," Grape Juice said. "Hello, all of you." She looked at Francis and stared for a moment. "You must be the client?" Francis nodded. "I am." She turned and cantered inside, waving the group in. "Shut the door behind you and bolt it. Sometimes things slip the wall at night. I don't want devoured during my rests." They stepped inside, and one of the black-mottled preservers held back to slide the metal crossbars in place over the door. Francis's eyes wandered over the walls. They were smooth blackstone with insets. Each inset had a gestation tube in it, and in each tube a different creature was growing in vat fluid. Monitors over each gave a readout of vital signs and growth rates. Francis looked back forward down the hall they walked through. A double door was open and he could make out Cookie working inside. They entered and gathered around the autopsy table. Cookie looked up with one of his three eyes. "Did you not take the vaccines?" The preserver rose a little taller. "We did." Cookie refocused back on the project he was cutting in. "Then why are you all wearing breathers? My inoculations are proven functional." Francis looked around, and the Twainian preservers pulled off their breathing masks. He lifted his hands and started undoing his helmet. Cookie finished the cut and started pulling out organs, placing them into trays. One of his eyes and hands focused on Francis. "So, you are wanting some illegal work done?" Francis pulled off his helmet and tucked it under his arm. Grape Juice walked over, hands out. "I'll take your helmet if you wish." Francis handed it over and looked at Cookie. He was about to speak when the preserver interrupted. Vitalia has yet to enter the Clouder. You and I both know that there are no manipulation regulations set on this world. Nothing he is proposing is illegal. Francis smiled and took over. The preserver has a good point, but what I am wanting probably won't be looked on favorably elsewhere. Cookie finished his task and grabbed a fiber cloth to wipe his hands. He cantered around the table, spinning near the corners, and approached Francis. He focused all three eyes into the humans too. Well, you're here. No AI is listening in these halls. What is it exactly you are wanting? Francis met his gaze and smiled. I want to never have to wear a suit again. Back at the starport, Pink held her daughter and touched her muzzle with hers. She looked over at Slayer. Protect my daughter. I do not know what it is like out there. Slayer lowered his head and worms. I will, my queen. Stubborn patted Slayer, and the two turned away and walked towards security. Callie looked at the group of waiting Galak. She turned and watched Pink staring at her daughter, who was about to be one of the first of her kind to enter the dark cold of space. As the two disappeared toward the outbound shuttle, Pink turned and looked over the Galak. She flashed colors on her chest, and the Galak heard the translations in their suits. So you are the demons from the dark everyone is afraid of. She walked close to them, looking at the tubes connecting several of the bodies into clusters. You share air with one another then? Callie shook her head. No, they are like worms. They live in dead bodies, sharing one consciousness over several corpses. Callie pointed at the tubes. Those are how you stay connected, right? She asked the front Galak. The cluster nodded as a group, then spoke. A visor on Pink's head translated the words into colors. That is right. The cluster looked at Callie and then at Pink. We are ready for the entailed work. The files said that you needed things hunted, is this correct? Pink looked at Callie, her backworms twitching, and then met the cluster's gaze. Eager for hunting. I like them already. Yes, we need warriors on the walls, and some for patrols. You will be paid standard soldier wages as lined out in the agreement. We can get you training with the guard promptly. Callie interjected. Don't try to go feral. This world is built around eating you alive. You leave your suits, and the air itself will start dissolving you strand by strand. The lead Galak turned its bodies to look at her. Callie's neck hair stood on end. We read the report, human. We will stay in our suits. We were told we would be allowed our share from the kills, is that correct? Pink flicked her ear flaps. Hungry too, I like them. Callie sighed. They'll eat you first chance they get. Pink stepped closer to the Galak, running her worms on their suits. Good, then I can treat them as equals. Pink turned and waved at the nearby guards. They approached. Men, I want you to take our new friends from the dark and teach them to use the spears and cutters. Divide them up and put them in different patrols. The guards lowered their heads. Yes, Pink. The Galak lowered their heads to the queen, and then followed behind the guards. Callie stood next to the matriarch. Seriously, those things are dangerous. Be careful with them. They breed rapidly, consume, and take over everything they can. Pink touched the human with one of her backworms and right hand. You hate them? I am wary of them. I don't want to be one of their puppets. The cookie has given me assurances that they cannot run rampant here. I understand your fear, though. The jungle beyond the wall is our Galak, and we are the jungles. Pink flicked her head flaps again. Predators cause fear in prey. It is natural. She squeezed Callie's arm. Your people are proof that overcoming that fear has great rewards. I will prove my people's strength and make an ally of these creatures even the mighty humans fear. Callie chuckled. You're a cocky bitch. Yes, I am, Pink replied without an edge of humor. Dam walked the city of Vitalia in a suit with a dark-tinted helmet to hide his face. He pulled a large case on wheels behind him as he walked down the sidewalk toward the central city tower. Cameras picked him up, and turrets relaxed to point in other directions. He reached the main stairs and lifted the case up. He entered into the tower, walked past the scribbler guards, and walked through the main entry hall. He turned and followed numerous bundles of wires down toward a large back room. As he neared the door, it slid open, awaiting him to enter. He stepped in, and the doors shut behind him. The small empty room began moving. He could feel himself descend in his stomach. After a moment, the doors slid open again, revealing a massive room of wires, lights, and box spiders. There in the center of the room, Curator sat in the hands of her stilled giant. Dam walked across the gantry to her. He stopped at the giant's fingers and looked over the sleeping titan. "Quite a setup you have, Curator." She eased her green-fleshed body up and walked towards him. "Hello, Dam. You said you brought a gift for me?" Dam unhinged his helmet and pulled it off. "Yes. I think you'll like it." He pulled the case in front of him and offered it to her. "Take a look." Curator knelt down, watching his eyes. Her hands, guided by numerous watching box spiders, found the latches and opened the case. She lowered her gaze to the contents inside. She smiled and reached in. She pulled it out and stood up, her eyes unmoving from the Margot crystal. Light refracted through the cerulean crystal, casting glimmers of oceanic light around the room. Curator stood still, staring at it. Behind her, box spiders began opening a hole in the chest of the giant. Robotic limbs lowered from the ceiling above and began moving parts into the hole and soldering them in. Curator looked up at Dam. "May I?" Dam smiled back. "Of course, it is a gift. Do with it as you please." She turned and walked across the hands as they lifted her toward the open hole. The newly attached mechanisms in the chest reached out, and she placed the crystal into their eager limbs. The tendrils and arms pulled the cerulean chunk into the chest and started fusing to it. Beams of light raced across its surface. Curator had the giant lower its hands back down, and she stepped off and onto the gantry beside Dam. "This is not a gift to be given lightly. I owe you." Dam stood still beside her, watching as the giant opened up its conscious eyes. "We need more of you. Every world." He turned and looked Curator in her luminescent irises. "Your kind are our deterrent. Help us." She reached with her hand and touched his glove. "That is what we do. I am no rogue mother." "I know. You're another beast entirely." She tilted her head. "That a slight?" He shook his head, closing his eyes for a moment. "Not at all. I believe in the Clouder. I've seen its strength just walking here today. Creatures of all sorts not killing each other, working together, making a city." He squeezed her hand with his glove. "You're not an AI." "Then what am I?" She and the giant laughed in sync. "You're alive just as much as any human, just as dangerous too. And you've proven yourself worthy of trust, same as any other person. All this power, and you use it to help. It's what I'm programmed to do." "No, Orbit was programmed to do obey and help. You chose to. Keep choosing to help, please." She turned and met eyes with her giant self. "Of course," they said together. "We help others to help themselves. It's what we do." Sam pushed a bench across his office, lining it up in a half circle with the others on the opposite side of his desk. He then walked around and sat back down, picking up his Irish coffee and admiring his work. "Orbit, send them in." Orbit complied and sent word to the waiting hagfish in the outer office. The five entered and approached the desk. Sam motioned with his hand for them to sit. The fang-faced, black and red cloaked creatures coiled their bodies into a sitting position on the benches. Sam smiled. "Do you know why I called you in here today?" The creatures slid their heads out from under the hoods and eyed one another. The one in the middle looked around, and then back at Sam. It spoke in garbles and hisses. "We do not. We are hoping you know why you called us here." Sam held back a chuckle. "Yeah, I know why I called you in. Orbit has been unable to determine your world of origin, nor has he been able to get much of any history from your records. I asked you here because I need to know more about you." The one in the middle rolled its sharp teeth around in its mouth. "What would you like to know, Sam?" It was able to articulate his name, with a mix of spit bubbles and rasps. "Have you heard of Vitalia?" "Yes," it said. "We have heard that the Clouder has made progress on one of the Geneforge worlds. You have claimed your own totem." Sam nodded and took a drink. He sat his mug back down and looked at the five. So you know of the Genoforges, and how they are linked to the totem. My question is, how are they linked to you? The hagfish shifted in its seat, recoiling itself to get comfy. It then turned its head over, looking at Sam with the eyes from the underside of its head. Its fangs rolled again as it spoke, Sam's earpiece translating. We are from such a world. We arose there with the crawfishian peoples. We fought so much war. The crawfishian and our people still do not get along. We claimed our world's tower. From it we learned to reach out into the void. It is only by war and theft that the crawfishian were able to follow. Your peoples met the great arm races after you left the planet then, Sam stated. The hagfish slowly blinked with 3 alternating sets of eyelids. Yes, they were curious about us, traded with us, learned with us. Sam tapped his finger on his desk. So, the base structure of your language, you got it from the tech in your own tower. Yes. Sam thought for a moment. I figured the crawfishian people rose up with the Gallic. How do they figure in? It looked at its fellows and then back at Sam before answering. The Gallic fled with the Gree from their planet. Their planet is still alive and running. We encountered them after we escaped our world. Sam nodded. Yeah, they kind of have similar body structures. I can see that. Well, shit, that explains the connections. I was hoping you knew more about whatever is going on in my dreams, that Aralang thing. It blinked again. Yes, we know more we can share with you. Your people are strong enough. Yes, yes. He sat down his mug. Go on. We follow the Aralang. It has led us here. We seek it as you do. Sam sat waiting. And? How did it lead you here? What is it? The hagfish shifted position again. Drips of slime fell from the cloak to the floor. It does as it did you. It troubles our sleep periods, leaves traces in our digitals, leads us with whispers and visions. But what is it? We do not know. We are hoping you will give us clues. It seems to like you. So nothing then, Sam said under his breath. The 5 hagfish leaned together and whispered. The middle one spoke up at Sam. Not nothing, old totem maker. King of whispers and the origin of our tower birth. We wish to find it. That is why we have come here amongst your odd people. Sam chuckled. Yeah, my people are quite odd, aren't we? Very odd. Strong, full of bones, odd minds. Yes, you are quite strange. We have a question for you. Sam lifted his mug back up and took a sip. Ask. I owe you an answer. You are from the far worlds, yes? Sam nodded. Yes, my world is far away through the rift tunnels. What are your towers like? Are they so different that you did not recognize them? It asked. My world didn't have a tower. My people grew over time. Sam touched his wrist pad and typed in evolution. He pulled up the wiki and flicked the file over to the hagfish. I just sent you a file on how my people rose up. It took my people a long time to figure out where we came from. I wish it were as simple as looking for some maker, but our rise was based on luck and deep time. The hagfish started looking over it on tiny data slates that they pulled from their cloaks. They whispered in hisses and gurgles. The center one spoke at Sam. Thank you, we will study this. It may hold clues. Sam shook his head, smiling. You guys seem to like conspiracies. It looked up from its data slate. Conspiracy? No, connections. We like connections. Always things connecting from small to large. Things touch, talk, connect, clues. Sam kept smiling. Gotcha. Fufang finished his shift scavenging and retired back to his quarters. His room was littered with parts, broken tubes, and tools. In the corner he had pieced together a working synthetic womb. His ears bobbed as he scrolled through the loaded DNA files. He pulled a hair from his hip pouch and put it in the scanner. After a few moments, the analysis was complete, and the makeshift console displayed an image of the human's pink companion animal. Ugly creature. Fufang looked over the genome, picking parts of it for potential modification. He scrolled through the available sequences in the old preserver files. As he scrolled through, the image of the cat changed. The pink hair grew long and started curling. He scrolled the other direction and the hair got shorter and then eventually disappeared. Better. What else? He scrolled the DNA, changing the skin texture. The pink underskin darkened, then lit up with spots. He spun through to his own genome, causing the digital cat rendering to shimmer. Ooh, I like it. He toyed with musculature, mental structure, tail length, modifying the cat into a shorter, thicker-headed, Finnegan-skinned aberration. Perfect! He sent the file to the synthetic womb, but a flickering warning sign illuminated the screen. What? Materials lacking? Scraps? He looked around the room, scattering the salvage debris for any containers of viable biomaterial. Scraps! He was without viable material. He opened up his datapad and eyed his clams. His account was just above having enough for bills. Fufang stood in his room, looking as he thought with his head tilted. His sets of eyes hung on a pile of machinery in the corner. An idea struck him. After a few hours, he had a bio-based synthesizer cobbled together. He took an image of it and put it on the Twain marketplace. He typed for sale or trade and put it up as active. Come on, someone buy it. It was only a few hours later a human messaged him. Fufang put the synthesizer into a bag and went out into the station. He took the new tube tram over to the human habitats. He got off and walked through the high arching halls toward a pub. A large human, towering over him, eyed him. What you doing here, gremlin? Fufang touched his bag. Safe place, making trade. His head tilted in fear of the giant. The man opened the door with one arm. Come on in, little man. Don't cause a problem. Fufang bobbed his head as a yes. I am just here to trade. No problem, thank you. He stepped into the room. Yellow lights gave the room a small range of colors. He saw the Russell in the corner and went over. The human Russell pushed a stool out with his booted foot. Thanks for meeting me. Fufang, right? Fufang looked around and then back at the human. Yes. You are the Russell, correct? Yeah, you got the tech? Fufang pulled the synthesizer out of the bag. Yes, it works. I made some test runs. You can make base sugars with it. Russell looked it over. Nice, thank you, bud. You were asking 500 clams? Yes, or 20 gallons of viable protein-based solution. Russell looked at him for a moment. I don't have any of that, but I got some clams. He flicked over the appropriate blockchain amount. What you doing with protein stuff? Fufang twitched, his tinkering thoughts sparking. I found my specialty. I like life. I need it for making things. Russell scooted the synthesizer over to his side of the table. Nice. So this thing could make base sugars, air, water, and power? Fufang nodded his head like the humans. Yes, that is what it does. Russell looked over at the small Finnegan. What kind of things you make? Fufang looked around the room for a moment, then back to Russell. I want to make a cat. Russell laughed to himself. Badass little man. Tell you what, you make a spare one and I'll buy it off of you. Fufang's ears bobbed. Thank you for trade. I will let you know on the cat. Russell extended his hand. Fufang shook it. Sam was still in his office, attempting to read the files on the new applicant species. Orbit. Orbit appeared next to his desk. Yes, sir? I can't read anymore. Why isn't the Senate debating these applications? You're the president, sir. They do not understand them, and most don't want to include them. It was Asterion and the Tor who pushed to get your opinion. Sam looked over the pictures. His eyes blurred them. Nope. Can't read it. Well, what do you think? Well, sir, several of the species are warlike, and another 4 are probably just wanting in to spy and steal from us. Any that just want to be friends? Orbit nodded. Yes, one species is in refugee status. Their documentation states they have been bouncing from port to port since being dropped here in the hole, same as we were. They have yet to be admitted anywhere, and have actually been kicked out of 17 stations. Sam's eyes widened as he tried to focus, and he took another sip from his newly filled mug. Why were they kicked out? I asked them, and they responded that their unique body type is discordant with most life forms. Ooh, that sounds bad news. I agree, sir. That is my assessment as well. Sam smiled. Put me through to them. Sir? Yeah, do what I say. Let me see their ship. Orbit pulled up a 3D image of the craft out on the sector perimeter, a few degrees in from Cammy's circular path. The ship was a coil of numerous figure eights, wrapped continuously, with a series of 4 engines woven into the tubes of the ship. Weird ship. Agreed, sir. Put me through to their captain. You sure, sir? Sam leaned over and looked at him. I'm sure, Orbit. Put me through, I want to meet them. Orbit initiated a holocom channel. The captain of the alien ship appeared over Sam's desk. Sam looked at the creature's face, the wall behind it in constant flux. Sam got dizzy looking at it. Hi, I'm Sam. Hello, Sam of Twain. We are thankful for your call. Have you considered our application? Sam focused on the creature, trying to ignore the walls. It had 4 eyes, one on each corner of its face. It reminded Sam of those little paper things Olivia used to make in school that she would move around to predict fortunes. Yeah, I wanted to talk to you first. I was told that you have been kicked out of other stations. I wanted to know why. The captain's eyes were continuously moving, the one focusing on Sam alternating. It is just how we are. We have quit going aboard stations. We just trade at the docks. Don't socialize. We don't want trouble. What do you want? Asked Sam. The machines that sustain our life support are old, worn down. We need parts, but we have traded most of our valuables away over the course of our odyssey. We are looking merely to stay alive. I saw your ad on the subnet and took the chance. We are near desperate. Sam couldn't handle the wall anymore. He was getting too dizzy. Dude, what's with your walls? That's messing me up. There's nothing wrong with my walls. Already you are like the others, insulting us for how we are. Whoa. Sam put up his hand. I meant no insult. I'm just asking a question. Your walls are the weird ones. You don't move. You sit there judging us still, unmoving, just like the others. Sam laughed. You're moving. Your walls aren't moving. You're moving. The alien captain focused 2 eyes on him. Then the 2 focusing flickered as they looked elsewhere. Yes, we move. That is our way. You see issue then? Sam leaned back in his chair. Your ship. It's like big loops, right? Is that cause you guys like moving? Like tracks, right? We have to move. It is our biology. We were surprised to find the void is full of creatures still like you. Our world. Everything moves. Only the green stays still. Sam looked over at Orbit. Trade life support details with them. He looked back at the captain. How fast do you move? All speeds, we slow down as much as we can to perform daily tasks, but we like to go fast too. Sam smiled. I need to lay down for a while, but when I wake up, I wish to invite you onto Twain for my morning jog. The captain retranslated job a few times. Yes, I would love to jog with you, Sam. The offer is amazing. I gladly accept. Then it is set. I will see you in the morning. I'll meet you at the main gantry in the morning. See you then, the alien captain replied. Miss Mishi snuggled Sam's neck, waking him up. His hand found her pink fur and started petting. Ouch! Orbit, everything okay today? Yes, sir. Are you feeling well this morning? No, feel sick as hell. Well, you have an introductory appointment to jog around the station with a new alien species when you are up and around. Sam sat up in bed, feet hitting the floor, his hand still stroking Miss Mishi's arching back. Yeah, I could use it. It's not going to be fun. He rubbed the sleep goo from his eyes. Let me get dressed. When did they want to come over? Their leader, Tato, has already called over 10 times inquiring about your status. He's quite eager to meet you in person. Orbit appeared next to Sam's bed in holographic form. I commissioned the Infinigan repair shop to create a breather for him. It has already been delivered over and he has tested it out. Also, I had the grazers make a series of cakes and leave them along your jogging path for him to snack on. Sam stood up and walked over to his dresser. He slipped on a set of jogging shorts and a loose shirt. Which docks did they go to? There was space at the lower docks that could accommodate them, so I had them go there. Sam slipped on a shoe and started tying it. All right. Tell him I'll meet him there. Yes, sir. Sam stood in the main concourse. Numerous groups of peoples were milling to and from the docked ships. He stared at the door leading to the new creature's ship. It swung open abruptly, and thick-chested, four-armed, two-legged creature with the fortune-telling face started charging at him. Sam stood his ground, and the creature ran around him in a circle like an overexcited dog. Sam turned, trying to see him, and laughed. He held out his hand for a high five. Tato spun on his hands, his legs shifting under him, and struck Sam's hand with one of his padded three-finger hands. "Nice to meet you, Tato," Sam said. Sam only heard parts of the creature's speech, but Orbit translated it to his ear. "Nice to meet you as well, Sam," Tato said. Sam looked around. The groups of other species were watching, stepping away from the commotion. Sam watched Tato continue to run around him. "You're ready for us to jog, then?" "Whenever you are." Sam smiled and started down the concourse, picking up speed. Tato bounced beside him, easily keeping pace. Sam went faster. Tato hooted and matched him. Orbit projected the designated course into Sam's glasses. Sam turned at the end of the concourse, entering into a thoroughfare. The two ran past a series of shops, a variety of eateries, and a new club. "So," Sam started, "you have to run to breathe?" "No. Our lungs stay saturated. Moving the body moves the blood." Sam reached a stable speed, and Tato matched. "This a good speed for you? Am I going to slow?" "This is good. Relaxing, meditative." "Good." Sam followed the prescribed path and turned into a side hall. "Are there other species on your ship?" "Yes," Tadao said, loping beside him. "We have our crops and support species." "No. I mean, who pilots your ship?" Tato turned one of his four eyes, staring at him. "That is a humorous question. You know I am the captain of my vessel. My family and I operate the ship." "How do you do that if you're always having to keep moving?" "It is odd to you, isn't it? Our station engineers are a race of massive tentacled whale creatures. My dead captain's clone had my clone's baby, and she has her face on a giant tarantula monster thing here on the station. I'm pretty good with odd." Tato swiveled his undulating head. "I did not understand most of that. Very confusing. But it sounds like you deal with new things often. You will be able to grasp it then. My crew and I delegate tasks between everyone. I run past, initiate a task on console, and through communications, we run as a line finishing task after task. We do many things in a continuous loop." Sam turned into one of the misty halls of the original station. Tadao followed and continued talking. "Things that require a designated individual, such as talking to you. We have our little hand data slates." Tadao extended tiny hands from his chest near his head. In the them he held a rectangular display pad. "Big tasks we work together. Digital things we can do on these and share." Sam ran through a pack of squishies, and the herd parted. Tato bounced through them as he ran, several of his eyes focusing on them. "What are those things?" "I call them squishies. They're kinda tasty. I don't know if you can eat them, but I'll look into it if you want." "Curious. Yes, we can run tests. Our food production and energy output is at maximum capacity. If they are edible, I will gladly work or trade for them." Sam turned another corner. "My AI had special cakes made for you. There is one up ahead if you want to try it." Sam pointed to a baked item on a floating tray. Tato grabbed it with one of his upper hands and spun in midair, landing on his free hands and feet. The bread cake moved to his small hands and his face parted, revealing spiral lines of teeth inside the four grooves. The cake moved slowly into his face, and the parts started alternating together, chewing it. Tato rotated his head back and forth. "This is good. Compliments to your AI." Sam looked at the breather attached along his spine, tubes hooked into breathing holes. "The breather comfortable?" Tato chewed up another piece before talking, all while still easily keeping pace with Sam. "It rubs, will cause wear on my flesh. We will work on the modifications after this test run." Tato finished the cake and looked at Sam. "You have a blood muscle inside you, correct?" Sam nodded. "Yeah, we have hearts. Seems like evolution favors hearts. My world species are aberrations. Evolution doesn't play favorites. Whatever works reproduces." Tato hooted and bounced a bit. "I know this, Sam. The sad has come to my people after seeing how alone we are out here." Orbit opened a hull door and let the two runners into the clam farms. Sam ran through and stayed on the floating walkway, waving at his grazer friends. Tado's legs and arms hit the walkway and he recalibrated to the movement. I like this. The bounce back feels nice. Sam looked over his shoulder at the creature. My people have a symbiotic species that you remind me of. They run around a lot and when excited they move like you. We call it getting the zoomies. Tadao looked over the clam field with several of his eyes, one focused on Sam. Zoomies. Fast-moving, excited, happy. I like it. Sam smiled. I can't pronounce your species name as you do. Mind if I use zoomies? Tadao shifted, turning in a spiral, running on his rested hands. I approve. Tell me about this place. Sam looked out across the ponds. The original builders of this station, the Stygians, they love these clams. Our resident Stygians sell them off to their homeworlds in bulk. It's a big revenue stream for several of our station species. Tado looked at the grazers as they ran past. They have an edge to their gaze. They are concerned. Sam laughed. Yeah, they are skittish. It took them a while to get used to me jogging through here. They got used to me. Sam took a few breaths. They let me help them in the farms. I come down often when I need to get grounded. Rest, relax, find oneself. Grounded? Exactly. You are a wise species like ourselves. Sam and Tado reached the end of the clam farm and exited through a set of hull doors back into the misty corridors. Sam looked over at Tado. Far from it. We're territorial, easily angered, egotistic, and sometimes just mean. You do not seem so. Sam pointed at another cake up ahead. Tado reached with a free hand and grabbed it, maneuvering it up to his small hands. He broke off a piece and started eating on it. I can be, though. Many can be. It sounds like you take steps not to be. Tado put another piece in his mouth parts. Sam thought on the topic while Tado finished his second cake. After he finished the last bite, Tado looked at Sam. I will need to release waste soon. I do not wish to make a mess on your station, and I do not know if my inner biotics are stable in your environment. Orbit calculated the course back and put it on Sam's HUD. Think you can hold if we turn back now? Yes, that is why I brought it up. I figured now would give us adequate time with some leeway. Sam laughed and started on the new course. You find my situation humorous? I was just thinking about what your world must be like. Everything moving all the time. How did you make anything? Tado hooted at the thought. Understanding. I like you are attempting it. Thank you, Sam. Tado bounded, thinking for a moment as they jogged down the hall. My people followed the herds. We pulled the fruits. We ate, made waste, made more of our own kind, all in rhythm with our world. That rhythm has always been in us, the count. We counted together, counted the fruits, counted the herd, counted our steps, counted the pulses in our own bodies. The count led us to make things, just as I figured it did your people. Am I wrong? Sam felt his footsteps. I don't really count, but my people do when we need to. We started counting probably when we started trading, and we trade a lot. I have seen that. You have many species here, all producing. Quite spectacular. The other stations around the rim have one or maybe two living together. We found it fascinating that you are able to keep so many here. Maybe that is your movement. Yeah, Sam started. It's what makes my people odd. We like taking care of things. Tado hooted. You do smell good. It has been pleasurable running with you. Sam turned the corner back into the main thoroughfare. Tado, I'm going to petition for your people to be added to the Clouder. I think the Zoomies could thrive here. I thank you, Sam. This rift void was going to be the death of us. We owe you a debt for even allowing us a port of call, let alone considering us as potential allies. The two neared the Zoomies' docking port. I've got a few ideas I'm going to get started on, Sam said. Care to jog with me tomorrow? I would appreciate that. I will be center of attention describing the new scenery. You have blessed us, Sam. Sam came to a stop as Tadao continued on toward the door. He waved. I'll get another breather made up if you want to bring a guest with you. Tadao waved back and entered the open door. Thank you. Sam went back to his apartment and showered. After he sat and poured himself a bowl of cereal and a fresh cup of coffee, Orbit appeared in the seat across the table from him. Yes, sir. I was looking through the Marketplace app yesterday and I saw Crunchcheek was selling something, some sort of racetrack shares or something. Can you pull that up? Done. Yes. He is looking for investors and political allies to build a racetrack here on Twain, sir. Sam laughed. He's been wanting that since he was little. I like it. Let's make that happen. Sir, the SFP are against it. The thought of having high-speed vehicles moving chaotically through the station puts them on edge. Greenfeet and the other Stickians side with the SFP due to their trade agreements. The Grazers do as well, as they have similar feelings, and because they do, the Kratok side with them due their alcohol trade. Their main concern is the safety aspect. Correct. The proposed plan from Crunchcheek is very dangerous. I'm hesitant to have you endorse it. Pull up the proposition for me. Orbit rendered a hologram over the table, depicting Twain in yellows and greens, and the proposed racetrack in red. Sam looked it over. Sam touched it. All right. Instead of a flat plane, make it an enclosed tube and have it follow my finger. Orbit did as instructed, winding the tube around the existing structures and along the portions of the outer shell. All right. Now adjust it to have maintenance tunnels around it housing water, power, air, waste, and anything else you can think of. Orbit did as instructed and added the appropriate tubes, adjusting the path of the main track where conflicts appeared. Sam looked it over. Now I want you to add running paths under it that connect to the main corridors for the zoomies. Orbit did so. Sam took a bite of cereal, looking up at the racetrack. Nice. With that, the zoomies won't run into people, and I think they could be a good delivery service. Orbit closed his eyes. Adjustments filtered over the projection. I added several more protective layers to the track and connections to main business corridors for the zoomies' tunnels. Sam smiled. Send it out to the senators and investors. Attach a file on the history of human racetrack betting and predicted revenue. We are going to need more hotels if it passes, sir. Sam took a sip of coffee. Attach that too. We can use that to get the obelisk vote. Make sure the zoomies are added into the proposition. Make it as win-win as possible. Yes, sir. Russell rang on Fufang's door. The Infinigan let the human in. Russell stepped in, and over a pile of refuse and machinery. The door shut behind him, and Russell immediately saw the alien-made cat. What the hell is that thing? Fufang reached over and pet the colorful scaled creature. It's my cat. I call him Colorcoat. Very sweet, I get why humans like them. Russell shook his head. That ain't no cat. Fufang motioned for him to pet the creature. It is, well, it's based off one. I admit I made it in my own image. Russell pet the creature, and its body vibrated with a gurgling noise. That ain't right, bro. Fufang looked up at him, head tilted. Did you not want me to make you one? Russell shook his head. Not like that. That thing's too alien, but I do like the creativity. Russell sat on a crystal seat stone. Think you could make something more earthly like that? Fufang bobbed his ears. I'll need data input. Can you get Earth creatures for me to study? Russell nodded. Yeah, my cousin is dating the zookeeper tower. The three-legged aliens got all sorts of stuff there. Fufang stared at him for a moment. I don't want any trouble from the preservers. I don't want them knowing I got this tech. I like my job, I like my stuff, I don't want to lose it. Russell stood back up. Look, you want to do this or not? I'm going to make things anyway. I can't help it. I need the clams too. Yes, I'll make you your stupid Earth cat. Just don't get caught. I don't need troubles. Russell smiled. Don't worry, little bud. I don't want trouble either. I'm good at this shit. Fufang pointed at his wrist. Money down and I'll get started. Rest after you get finished product. Russell touched his wrist pad and flicked over some clams. Gotcha. Get your supplies, lil bro. I'll go get the rest. Fufang nodded at the human. Thank you. Russell winked at him. Thank you. He turned and stepped out of the cluttered habitat. The door shut behind him, and Russell walked down the hall shaking his head. The shuttle entered into the designated approach lane to Twain. Stubborn had claimed a seat near the row window and watched as the space station grew larger. 3 glowing life forms danced outside, fluttering around like sting bugs back home. The shuttle passed by the glowing creatures next on the outer hull, and she pointed with her claw. "Slayer, look! We're here!" Slayer leaned over the Vatalian princess and admired the view. "Amazing! Look at all the ships. Where did they all come from? Wonder what they are all like." She adjusted herself in her protective suit. "Think they will allow our petition?" He sat back in his chair, stretching his claws inside their coverings. "I don't know. Callie said they would, but everything here has been so odd. Remember, they are not like us. They are different on every level you can imagine and more." Stubborn watched another of the light creatures as it hovered in the void near the station. Lights traced down its tentacles. "I don't know. Those things out there talk like us. We may find others who have things in common with us. Let us hope not too much. The violence of Vitalia should be left back home." She adjusted her breathe regulator and sucked in fresher air. "You think the curator did as she said?" "Yes. She has proven herself several times. I trust her. I hope so. I don't want to be stuck in these suits any longer." Slayer looked around at the numerous unsuited beings around them. "She said they would build us a place here. I have no reason to doubt her. I read the files, but still I find it hard to believe invisible creatures are living on our skin. I don't feel them. Wouldn't we feel them? I don't know. You're the smart one, princess." Slayer looked over at the window as their shuttle entered through the hull wall into the inner station. Freighters lined up to drop of resources. He could see through windows into massive farms, tended to by tiny dots of peoples. A craft flew by, with bright lights flashing on it. "It is so busy. It is like a fur biter nest. Can you believe all this?" He pointed over her. "Look at that." His claw was aimed at a tall robotic being constructed in a ship bay, parts of its chest open and exposed as creatures welded inside it. "They know much we do not. Let's obey their rules. I'm going to keep my suit on, and you should do the same." "Agreed." She flashed, her transmitter picking up the colors and sending them to his eye display. "We need to build this alliance for our people. Our people will feast upon the stars. Our people will feast upon the stars," she replied. Sam was jogging with Tadao and his mate when Orbit rang him on his comm. "Go ahead, Orbit. Olivia is on and wanting to speak with you." Sam looked at the two zoomies running beside him through the halls. "My apologies. I need to take a call." Tadao spun his head, looking at him with several of his eyes. "It is okay. We will take the long haul and circle around to you. You talk." Sam smiled. "Thank you." He stopped and sat on a ledge in the hall as the two took off running at full speed. Put her through orbit. "Hey, Sam." "Well, hello, Olivia. How are you?" "Doing good." "Everything okay? No Gallic raids or anything?" He asked. Yeah, everything is good. Dam stopped by for a bit, but he headed back to Sparrow. He mentioned that the Brumus might be getting its own crystal AI soon. "You worried about it?" "No, the others seem all right. Curator has been amazing. She's been sending us optimization algorithms for the ship systems. They've helped us find several minor fractures. We've been upgrading parts this week." Sam smiled. "I miss you. I miss you too," she said. After a pause, she continued. "Sam, look. I have something I need to tell you." He sighed. "Doesn't sound good. Long-distance relationship, huh?" No. It is good. Look, I don't know how to say it, so I'm just going to blurt it out." Olivia took a deep breath. "I'm pregnant, Sam." Sam stood up in the hallway, stunned. "Like how pregnant?" "The ship's air says it's a girl kind of pregnant." Oh, wow. Wow, okay, well, what do you want to do?" "What do you mean, what do I want to do, Sam? I'm keeping her." No, of course. I mean, what do you want to do with me?" "What do you want to do with me?" she parroted back. "I can do anything I want, Sam. What do you want to do?" Sam shut his eyes and took some slow breaths. Calm down. "Motherfucker, did you really? Look, fuck you." "Olivia," he said calmly, "I love you. Do you want to come back? Do you want to stay on the Brumus? I want you back here with me if that's what you want." Olivia sighed over the comm. "You ass. I love you. I do want to come back, but I don't know who can run this ship. I know a guy who can take over for you. I trust him. I'll see if he wants the job and get the paperwork started." Sam laughed. We're going to have a girl. Olivia sniffed as she started to cry. Yeah, the heir took a video with the scanner. I'll send it to you so you can see her. Sam started crying. We're going to need a bigger apartment. Oh? You're going to give up your bachelor pad? I'll rent it out. Sam laughed. I'm going to tell Asterion. Go have some drinks while you can. She laughed. You're on diaper duty soon. Oh shit, did you tell Dam? No, I figured you would want to. What will she be to Caroline? Cousins? Half-sisters? Olivia chuckled. I think we can go with cousins. Less to explain. Sam looked down the hallway as he heard the two zoomies approaching. I'm gonna tell people. I love you. I gotta get back to work too. I love you too, Sam. I'll call you again after shift, okay? Yes, oh, get home, I need to hug you. You idiot, I love you, go tell Asterion. Love you, Olivia, we're going to have a girl. As the comfrec terminated, he jumped up and punched the air. Tado ran around him, looking him over. Are you okay, Sam? Are you angered? Is there a situation? Sam started jogging down the hallway with the two. My mate is with child, he shouted. Tadao looked at his wife with two of his eyes. This is a good thing, correct? She slowly blinked confirmation to her husband. Sam laughed. Yeah, I'm going to be a dad. It's very good. Sam jumped and spun in the air, slapping the ceiling of the hall. He landed and ran to catch up. I'm excited. Sorry. I am glad it is a good thing, Sam. Family is a blessing. Sam teared up a bit. Stubborn and Slayer walked around the main trading ring. Stubborn leaned a bit as her worm shifted inside her backpack. I'm getting hungry. I am as well. We need to find our living space. I want to take this off. I'm starting to smell bad in here. I need to drop refuse. I am in the same situation, he replied. Slayer abruptly jumped to the side as two unknown creatures and a human ran past. The human was shouting, I'm going to be a dad! Stubborn and Slayer watched as the trio ran through the crowds. Different on every level, he said. Agreed. Slayer saw a console in the corner. He walked over to it and poked at it. Nothing happened. He poked again. Stupid console. Stupid station. This place is awful. An unfamiliar creature spoke via flashes on their communication displays. Hello? Are you in need of assistance? Stubborn stopped and looked around. Who are you? Where are you? I am Orbit, the station's AI. You two are the Vitalian ambassadors, correct? Stubborn stood straighter, making herself look bigger. We are. You can help us? Yes, ma'am, Orbit replied. Tracking indicates you have been wandering around since you departed the shuttle. Do you need directions to your habitat? Slayer's head flaps flickered tightly inside his helmet. Yes, that would help us greatly. Sending a map to your displays. Just follow the blue line, and you will reach your quarters. I will have a medical team waiting there for you. Stubborn hissed. We are not sick. Is this the same thing as why we need these suits? Yes, that is correct. Curator has sent files over. We will need to add your biology to our vaccination protocols. Do not worry. It is merely a precaution at this stage, but we do not desire any outbreaks. I need to drop refuse. We need to hurry, Stubborn said. Slayer sped up, nearing a jog. Follow me, Princess. I will get us there. He flashed on the side to Orbit. Thank you for helping us. We were starting to become irritated. My apologies for not helping sooner. Russell had taken access codes from Asterion's datapad while he visited his cousin the cycle before. Now, he was walking through the zoo. The lab in the rear of the facility was open, and he walked right in. A small preserver was in the corner focused on operating 3 machines. Russell crept through the experiment racks towards the far wall. He reached a terminal that was monitoring the cold storage. Russell pulled up the codes on his datapad and started the communication. He looked over his shoulder. No one was watching. He turned back to the display and started looking through the file clusters. He found the node connecting to the DNA records and tried to enter. It was biolocked beyond Asterion's access codes. Russell grit his teeth in anger. He was so close. He touched around on the display looking and found a transfer cache. The cache still had records in the buffer. There were feed organisms, faulty experiments, and a node labeled Earth. He quickly downloaded a copy of the cache. He looked back over his shoulder, making sure no one was coming. The download completed and he unhooked from the terminal. Russell crept back through the racks toward the exit. He stumbled on a dropped scanner, knocking off a bio-experiment container. It crashed onto the floor, cracking open. The preserver extended itself taller. "Who is there?" It crackled. Russell gained his composure and stepped around from the racks. "I'm sorry. I was going through the zoo and stepped in here. I didn't mean to knock this off." He pointed down at the container. "It wasn't expensive, was it?" The small preserver looked down at the container, running the ID tag through its data device. "Squishy experiment for the zoomies." The preserver focused on the human. "I will have to reformulate the creature. That one is dead now. Please leave. You are wasting my time." Russell put up his hands in front of him. "I'm sorry. I was just curious. Typical of humans. Please leave." The preserver crouched down on its 3 legs and started cleaning up the breakage. Russell stepped out the exit and picked up pace through the main zoo concourse. Stubborn and Slayer had made it to their habitat and settled in. She relieved herself, while Slayer had his medical analysis performed. She exited their custom bathroom, and it was her turn. The air and blue-speckled preserver took skin scrapings and breath samples. She tolerated it. It was nothing that she hadn't been through with Cookie. After the 2 creatures left their habitat, Slayer and Stubborn sat in their quiet abode. Stubborn ate from the welcome basket. "This food is not good. I want meat." Slayer looked at the food from his seat. "Agreed. I will clean out the suits, and then we shall go hunt." She sat down on the floor, eating on some crackers. "I like that idea." Slayer cleaned out the suits, wiping out the insides, and then he flashed to her that he was ready. He slid into his suit, his worms creeping into their pack. Stubborn crept over and started putting hers on. After they were dressed again, they exited out their biolock and into the corridor leading back toward the inner station. The 2 stopped and knelt over a pack of green squishies swaying under the bright overhead lights. "These things look too green," she said. "I agree, Princess. They do not move right. They're not afraid." She reached down and poked it with her gloved claw. The squishy stumbled and straightened. "We need tools. Let us continue then." Slayer flashed. The 2 continued exploring. They entered a massive farm, ceilings higher than they could reach standing on each other. Rows of plants towered over them. Stubborn ran her claw over them, bending the plants. Slayer pulled off a leaf, shredding it apart. "Weak, but has some potential. What are you thinking?" she asked. He looked over at her. "I saw a sign on the main ring. I have an idea." Banfi swam through her designated tank home. She herded her fish up to the light to feed on algae. One of her fish darted towards something away from the school. It caught sight of something and was hunting. Banfi watched with curiosity. What had fallen into her tank? Was it edible? What is her fish going to do? The fish struck the small detritus and then disappeared into the air above. She left her fish to the algae and went over to investigate. Banfi rose out of the water and stared at the 2 creatures holding her fish. They were in suits, and each was focused on the creature held in their claws. "Excuse me," Banfi said. Slayer and Stubborn turned and looked at the massive ocean grower peering at them from the water. Slayer moved back, bumping his fishing pole. Stubborn pulled her feet from the water. "Do not be afraid. I mean no harm." Stubborn looked at Slayer and then back at Banfi. "What? Who are you?" she asked. "I am Banfi. This is my tank. What and who are you?" Stubborn stood up and started flashing. "I am she, the princess bit, stung dead yet clung to life out of sheer stubbornness and rage." "That's a long name," the large floating creature said. "Many here call me Stubborn." "Fitting. I like it." Banfi rolled her large eye toward the fish. "Are you hungry or just curious?" Stubborn looked down at the fish. "We are hungry. The peoples gave us a gift basket, but it was cold, not moving. We needed to hunt something." Banfi turned and looked at her school. She moved a large tendril and scared the fish near the shore. "Here, have some more then. I do not wish you hungry." Slayer stood up, staring at the rolling water. "This is pity. We do not need pity. We can hunt on our own." Stubborn put her hand on his chest, stopping him. "You are wanting to help us?" Banfi bobbed her giant head, creating a small ripple ring. "Of course, that is what we do." Stubborn sat back down, putting her feet into the water. "He is right. We do not like pity, but this place is very confining. The game is small. There is nothing for us to hunt. It is odd. It was odd for my people arriving too. The shapes and sounds are all wrong. But we were given our water and we have made do. We help those of the Clouder as they have helped us stay alive. It all fits if you look." Stubborn kicked at the water. "We do not fit yet. It takes time. Everything has a niche. Take some of my fish, eat, live, and in time you will find what you can do here." Slayer reached into the water and pinched a fish between his claws. He pulled it out and sat it beside the other still one. Stubborn reached over and smashed the fish in the head, causing it to go limp. "Are we stealing from you?" she asked. Banfi looked over them for a moment. "Not at all. I have made a significant profit with my school. You're no burden. We owe you anyway. We do not wish to be beggars. You wish to pay me back?" "Yes, I just said. We are not beggars." Stubborn said curtly. "Then I will accept stories as payment." Banfi rolled over so her other eye could see the two. "I do not get many visitors. It would be worth some fish just to hear of the worlds beyond." Stubborn looked at Slayer. He flashed. "Why not? She seems alone." Stubborn looked back at the water creature and started sharing. The Preserver had his 3 arms deep in the holo program, manipulating the double helix. "This bit here is junk, old mishmash. It'll cause errors. Deleting." Cookie, reaching in from the other side, pulled out the indicated strings. "Removed." The Preserver focused one of his eyes on Grape Juice. "Throw me some of the additions." Grape Juice complied and put the samples into his data buffer. "Good, good," the Preserver said. "The energy storage organs of the Star Angels, I like it. Very efficient, but we could tweak it here and here to better fit in his physiology. What if we move it into his lower abdomen here?" Cookie pointed. The Preserver tested out the move in the visualization, and errors kicked up. "Reproductive organs will be affected there." He turned and looked at Francis. "You're not going to be human anymore. Are you going to want to keep your reproductive capabilities?" Francis shook his head. "I want free from all of it. I plan on traveling and not coming back." Grape Juice highlighted several portions of the brain scan. "Humans are pack creatures. If we take some of this creature's mental attributes, we can make him able to cope with solitude." The Preserver looked over the DNA. "What is this? It's Earthborn, near to human. I like it. Good fit. Checking for conflicts." "Oryctolagus cuniculus," Grape Juice said, reading the file heading. "Prey species, it is showing behavioral lineages causing it to be quiet and capable of extreme solitude, yet capable of being around family if needed." She highlighted the brain folding in the hologram. The Preserver spun the hologram around, eyeing the addition. "It fits. I like it. Roll with it. What about the digestive and healing systems? You making progress on that, Cookie?" Cookie looked over at him. "You know I hate that. I'm just as much Preserver as you." The Preserver bobbed with humor. "I like it. It suits you." Cookie stood still, staring for a moment, thinking. The rage hormones subsided, and he refocused his eyes back on his work. "We are going away from a reliance on organic molecules, so I think we could sample some of the Margot digestive structures." He flicked the isolated strands over. The Preserver found a suitable location in the genome and inserted it. The hologram shifted. The stomach organs pouched out, causing numerous red error flags to erupt. "Cascade chemical death. We need severe adjustments to work it in. I like the capabilities, though. See if you can code some workarounds." "On it," Grape Juice said and started sequencing chemical neutralizers. "If we amend these 2 organs here, those poisons can be utilized and made inert." Cookie looked it over with her. "Once inert, they are in same subset as the skin metals. Could be usable." The preserver looked at the logic. He manipulated the DNA coding and added some snippets from his own collection. The stomach realigned in the chest cavity, and the poisonous chemicals produced changed into usable proteins. Good find, both of you. Good thought line. He touched the skin, highlighting the coding. The outer shell is good, simulation finished, and it holds better than original source. Digestive capabilities are proving ready for testing. Grape juice start them out both digital and in the racks. Starting now, she said, and started inputting the codecs into the genoprinters. Cookie looked over the skin a final time. The starfish beetles have some interesting waste disposal processes. We could utilize those along with the skin. He would be able to use waste to repair hull breaches just as the SFP do. Thoughts? The preserver looked over the code from the SFP's beetles and looked over the future Francis with one of his eyes. If we thicken his arms and add in channels through it, I can see that. As a human base code, he has superior hand manipulation capabilities. We could adapt that to serve with the waste disposal and usage. He started changing bits in the arms and looked over at Cookie with one of his eyes. Thoughts on the breathing systems? I really like the Star Angels. They are already space-capable, heavily self-reliant systems, and the quadruple redundant systems filter out all stellar damage. I think we should add more of their code in, Cookie said. Grape juice typed on her chest device, texting the two preservers so the human in the room couldn't hear. He stated he doesn't want his mind copied and uploaded. How do we intend to alter his body? The changes required need a complete new growing. The preserver typed with one hand while manipulating the hologram, one eye on Francis. Standard clone growth, copy over mind, and destroy the original. We are already risking ourselves on this project. If we piss off our client, he could use this to turn the rest of his race against us. I think we should find a way to keep him happy. Cookie typed. The preserver paused, thinking, and then typed again. I see no way. The amount of rework. You lack vision, Elder. Cookie continued texting. We keep working. I want to minimize this risk. I'll go over the availables again, see if there is anything we can use. Grape juice eyed them both. He didn't give us a time limit. It will take time to go through all our species, but there may be ways. What about ghoul fetal rework methodology? Ghoul come out different each birth cycle, too chaotic. The preserver texted. We need precision. Any misalignment, and he comes out a heap of tumorous lumps. Cookie scanned through several species, snipping bits of code to test. I'll start testings, he said. Plan line confirmed. Carry on that route. I will focus on refining chemical pathways. The preserver started isolating potential error lines and looking for code-correct strands. Two of his eyes were looking away from the project, one at each of his two co-workers. The troop consisted of 8 Vatalian soldiers and 3 Galak clusters. They had taken on the task of clearing out the network of tunnels under the city. A 2-back-wormed guard named Slitter of Fallen Throats, Slitter for short, led the group. The tunnels were tight, mostly bored out by competing species of mossworms. The trek down led them across several of the large segmented creatures, and they dissected them accordingly. The Vatalians ate meat on sight, while the Galak packed meat to add to their bodies upon returning to their nest dorms. One of the Galak, head of the Fallen, took it upon himself to gather samples to sell to the preservers. Mossworms were already identified, but each new specimen added to their understanding, and garnered a few clams each. Slitter finished his mouthful and flashed colored light on his chest. The pack finished their meal and readied to move out. Head of the Fallen's comm deciphered the message, and he transmitted to the other 2 Galak. We're moving out. Weapons hot. The Galaks synced up their flares, and the barrels started preheat cycles. The troop continued down the tunnel. The caverns shrank down, and everyone had to crawl single file, weaponry towed behind. Slitter squeezed out first into a small chamber. Acidic tendrils dangled from above and burned his skin. He flashed anger and danger. The 7 other Vatalians slid in and started cutting the roots and stuffing floor moss into the holes to stifle the drips. Head of the Fallen entered next with his 2 bodies connected via 3 tubes. Slitter flashed at him. We'll need your scanners for the next tunnels. This is as far as we have explored. Head of the Fallen held up his hand emitter and flashed colors confirming he understood. He crouch-walked over to the next series of openings and pulled the scanner off his hip. He flipped it open and aimed it down the leftmost opening. He hit the button to start the scan. A small orb ejected out and floated into the tunnel and started its journey. He watched as the map filled in. The red-lined tunnel grew in length and then opened up into a large chamber big enough to drive through. The scanner detected movement and a mapped wall shifted. The scanner quickened its pace and exited down another small tunnel. Head of the Fallen held up his hand for everyone to see. He flashed, "Large chamber, something living in it. Unknown what it is. Scan is still ongoing. We can go fight while it is working." Slitter flashed back, "We agree. Let us hunt." Slitter then got on all four limbs and crawled into the tunnel. His backworms helped propel him onward. One by one they descended into the tunnel. The Vatalians reached the opening in the chamber roof and crawled out, clinging to the ceiling. Head of the Fallen stopped at the opening, looking at the map. The floor was dangerously far below them. "Scout, unspool the cable." Scout, the lesser of the three Galak, did as instructed. Ungendered and without rank, Scout did as it was told. On this mission, Scout was the pack mule, hauling gear and handing tools. It didn't complain, and started the unspooling, letting the cable slowly descend to the floor. Head of the Fallen looked at the third cluster, his eggmaker, TheCJK. "Spread your three out along the cord and go. Be quiet. We do not know what is down there." She stretched her umbilicals and started down the cable. Her first body reached the floor safely, and the other two moved in quiet unison when the Vitalians on the ceiling started scouting. One of them dislodged a stone in the roof, nearly falling. The rock hit the hard-packed floor, bouncing and echoing through the chamber. Something stirred, causing air pressure changes and vibrations in the stone. Then Head of the Fallen heard the rumbling growl. Slitter flashed brightly, illuminating the far corner of the chamber as he fought. A Vatalian scythe glowed as it burned into the side of barely visible beast. Head of the Fallen looked down at TheCJK. "We're coming down. Spread out. Open fire." She did as instructed, and her three bodies spread apart and let loose. A torrent of energetic charged particles lanced across the room, cooking a line in the side of the building-sized creature. It turned its attention away from Slitter and started across towards her. Head of the Fallen slid his bodies down quickly and fired up his flares, joining in her assault. His was heating up the creature enough it started to glow red and molten. Fire erupted out between lines in its carapace. Scout landed and joined in, matching its fire onto his leader's marks. The three Galak matched and focused beams, heating a large hole into the shell of the creature. The 7 Vatalians regrouped and attacked, cutting at the creature's multitude of limbs. Slitter shook off a blow and lunged again, using the scythe to pierce a portion of exposed flesh. He used the lodged stabbing weapon and climbed with claw and worm. He pulled his scythe free and stabbed again. A Vatalian ignited his headlamp, causing everyone to realize they had them too. The room lit up with the beams, and the spindle-legged creature was revealed. It had a long, wide body and a massive head of wiggling, crusty teeth. Head of the Fallen couldn't make out any eyes. He changed his beam over to the head of the creature, causing several teeth to start melting. The other two Galak matched, and the area grew hotter. Flames erupted and molten slag poured out from the growing wound. Leg by leg, the Vitalians cut the beast down. It was losing its mobility, and in so doing it became easier for the three Galak to tighten their focal point. The creature pivoted its head, trying to dodge the burning, but they just found a new point and burned their way back in. Eventually, the burn holes reached the inner brain structure, and the creature fell. The Vatalians wasted no time in tasting. They cut and portioned out prime slices of meat. Slitter stood on the top of the creature and raised his scythe, flashing. "We feed the queen. Galak, send word. We need more hands to help." Head of the Fallen looked over at Scout. "Get on the comm. Ping our location and let them know we need hands to help bring up meat. Also make it clear we have rights to DNA samples. Nobody scans anything until we get paid." "Yes, sir," it said, and started unpacking the comm gear. Head of the Fallen stepped over to TheCJK. "This is a good beast. We will be paid handsomely for it." She looked at him with her three faces. "Any other world, and this would be our feast. It would be our young growing in flesh, and armored in that creature's shields and shells. Head of the Fallen approached her, touching appendage to one of her chests. He looked eyes into hers. The old ones are dead and scattered. You chose to come with me. You chose to take this path. Do you doubt now? TheCJK raised several arms and clenched. I don't feel the air. My strings cannot feel the flesh of our kill. I miss it. I miss the freedoms. It is the price we pay for this new life. We will get our share and a significant profit from this specimen. I will have the air cleanse the meat, and we shall have new bodies tonight. He turned and walked over to the beast, pulling a leg free. One of his bodies looked over at her. Look how the leg moves. It will make a fine arm. We can knit many things from these. She stepped closer and put her hand on the side of the dead creature. I can feel the warmth. See? It is not as bad as you think. We can still find our life enjoyment. We will feed. You will have parts to grow through. TheCJK pulled a knife from her pack and reached toward the creature, cutting a slit between two shell pieces. It is different, yet I am finding it. You are right to be our head. I can see your way. It is different, but there is a way for us here, he said as his bodies pulled knives and started cutting. Curator walked into Callie's office and sat down across from the woman. Callie smiled at her. Curator shifted in her seat, her head of tendrils falling over her shoulders. It's sad you're leaving. I'm going to miss you. Callie took a sip of her tea. You have things under control here. You'll do great. I will need another to lead me. I do not like being unpaired. You plan on staying, don't you? Why not bond more with the Vitalians? You and the Pink Queen have quite a rapport. Curator shook her head. They are made, as am I. I wouldn't trust myself. I would like you to have a human come as your replacement. Callie shrugged. I don't know if a replacement is coming. I know Olivia is getting a Craddock to take her spot as captain. Some old pirate or something. Kill all, Curator said. He's been an asset to us for quite a while. He helped build the booze trade. His species craves the stuff. Callie put her feet up on the desk. I will miss it here. She looked at the green-skinned android. You think you'll go rogue then without me? There is a lot of power inherent in this world, and Sam is trusting me with it. I don't know if I'm worthy enough to use it. Then don't. Don't use it, Curator asked. Exactly, leave that shit off. Let the natives prosper here. Hell, the preservers are in hog heaven enough as it is. There's no need to reactivate that thing. Curator lowered her head, thinking. It doesn't have to be on to be of use. The data in it is incredible. The preserver has been hounding me for access, and I have to deny them all. The capabilities of what it entails are exponential. How so? It's just angry monsters and poisons and shit. It's life, Callie. Life in so many condensed forms. Experiments calculated and focused, all to make hyper-efficient organisms. The medical knowledge alone would change how you humans treat yourselves. Imagine if Cammy gets this data. Imagine if the Hugh gets it. Weapons, world-killing virals, oozes that devour planets from the inside out, and all of it is at my fingertips right now. I shouldn't be trusted with this. Callie looked at her intensely. You plan on using it? Curator shook her head. I plan on not using it, but there are multitudes of what-ifs. Such as, what if I need to upgrade my skin? What if I want to make a better body? What if I need to heal the residents of this world? It's a slippery slope. I will end up using it. I know it. Callie laughed. Welcome to life, Curator. My people have been struggling with that since we learned to talk. Hell, you know the records. Look at the debates about AI and when your kind were made. We struggled with this exact conflict. And yet here you are. You're no more rogue than I am. I'm scared of myself, Callie. I'm scared of me too. That's why I haven't had kids. This same dilemma. Curator shut her eyes. Having a kid isn't the same as this. This is the potential end of life. Or the potential beginning, Callie said as she took another sip of tea. Curator gripped the chair. No, I can't do this. You need to stay. No can do. The Galak gave us clues about their origin world. We're going to investigate the Gree and Galak Prime. I'm kinda super excited about it. People have feared the rogue mothers for generations, and yet here you let me have this and leave me. You aren't concerned? You don't fear what I'll become? Will you forget where you came from? Curator shook her head. Doubtful. My memory banks are triple encoded and encrypted, and with the Margot crystal I have further redundancies. Callie pointed at her. Then do that. Remember how you earned your name. There are other worlds for you to heal, and you now have exponential capabilities to do just that. Curator smiled. True. I could terraform worlds with ease. Callie smiled back. Do that. Spread life. Become a mother if you want. Callie laughed. Think of that. Nothing rogue, just a mother of worlds. That could be you if you wanted. Curator shook her head. That's too scary. Callie took a slow sip. I know. Remember, no kids. Simon leaned into the aisle and smiled at everyone on the shuttle. Faces he'd known his whole life smiled back. He looked across at Alice and she was grinning at him. He reached out and held her hands, his seatbelt restraining him. You excited? She shook his hands exuberantly. This is the most amazing thing we've done in a long time. She leaned in toward him, matching his straining. Isn't it weird how slow everything is? He nodded. Good. I was worried it was just me. Nobody warned me. Did anyone warn you? She shook her head. No. They asked for volunteers. I saw you raise your hand, and I wasn't going to let you duck out without me. I'm glad you're here. I don't even remember the last time I was planetside. She leaned back and looked toward the window. She could see the red haze of fiery atmosphere burning outside as they descended. I don't remember either. She looked back over at Simon, his hair freshly cut and parted, his nails cute and trim. Think there will be any trouble with the locals? Simon let go of her hands and leaned back in his seat. Not with the family with us. We got this. She nodded and stared back out the window. The shuttle landed on the pad nearest the Tsar. Raga knelt on a stone outcropping overlooking the valley. Spitzlittle sat on his shoulder. Help me down, you clunker. Rega held out his hand and Spitzlittle stepped into it. He lowered her down to the ground. She looked up at him and pointed down toward the settlement. I think those are the weird people arriving. Novacor asked me to be down there for introductions. She pointed up with her two upper hands. Keep an eye out for any threats. They may have things following them or something. Who knows? Humans are crazy. Rega turned his head up toward the sky. Grendel and I have talked in length with Cammy. She's helped us tremendously. I don't think we have anything to worry about. Spitzlittle was already halfway down the hill and replied in her calm. I don't like her, and I don't like these weird humans. I'm going to go help Nova. Be good. I'll be good, he replied, and focused inwards, watching his scribblers. Spitzlittle made it to the field road and walked it toward the repurposed starship. She looked up as the Oblivion crafts roared overhead toward their landing launch tube in the side of the Tsar. She continued walking. She turned and entered through the gate in the razor wire fence, bobbing her ears at the Kratok guards. They touched their foreheads, acknowledging the legendary craftswoman. Nova has them in the mess doing orientation, the one on the right said without moving his body. Thank you, she said as she continued walking. She walked past several quad tanks, crews, and shuttles before entering into the main ship building. The insides were busy with activity as Kawaru went about their jobs. Spitzlittle had to step aside as three walked down the hall carrying an alloyed girder. She turned and started walking down the tiled hall toward the mess. She stepped through the door, and a group of over 100 humans turned and stared at her. Novacor stood on the far end, a glowing yellow hologram of an Infinigan. He bobbed his ears at her. Everyone, this is Spitzlittle, our lead technologist here on Kawaru. Her and her teams have helped engineer most of the new structures on this planet. The humans smiled in unison and gave a hearty, hello. She raised her upper right hand and waved at them. Hi. She walked through the tables and over to Nova. You doing okay? Nova nodded and pointed as a hologram of the planet came into view. Everyone, click the Waypoints tab in your viewer files. Tiny dots lit up around the planetary hologram. There are numerous sites and areas of intrigue on the planet that I encourage each of you to explore. Nova touched one of the dots, and it zoomed in. Many of you have shown interest in fighting the Gallic resistance. After you pass your training and receive your certs, you will be allowed to enter the combat zone here. The holdouts are continuously harrying and harvesting our people. If you think that is up your alley, by all means chase your bliss. Nova spun the globe and touched another dot. Several ocean growers have set up facilities here, and you are welcome to tour and even assist in rehabilitating the seas. They have built an island habitat specifically for any of you wishing to visit, with beaches, fruit trees, and plenty of fishing. He looked out over the crowd. The Gree of Kawaru welcome you and wish to let you know that you are welcome to stay as long as you wish. The humans started murmuring to each other. One raised his hand. Nova pointed. Go ahead. The human stood up. So, we are free to just go? Do we require any chaperones? Nova looked down at Spitzlittle, and then back at the human. Most of this world is Gree territory. Anywhere you go, you will be monitored. That is just the nature of the Gree. What they see, they share, and I am informed. We have all been around humans and have had extensive training on cohabitating with you. So go, and enjoy yourselves. Nova raised his 4 arms out towards the doors. The humans started getting up and looking around, many confused and unsure of where to go. Several walked up to the hologram of the planet and started pinging the points of interest. Spitzlittle looked them over, wary, but a little less scared. Simon climbed up onto the hovercraft, looking at the odd-looking alien at the helm. He leaned over and gave Alice a hand up. Once she got aboard and sat down, he walked over to the Crawfishian pilot. So, you're Captain Blee? The Crawfishian spit and made rustling noises with its mouth parts. Simon's comm translated. Yes, you are wanting to perform Hummer platform training? Simon looked over at Alice and winked. He looked back at Captain Blee. Yep, we're ready to try out some weaponry. Alice walked close to the captain. I really haven't met any aliens. Do you mind if I touch you? The Crawfishian looked at her outstretched hand. What do you mean? She grimaced a smile and slowly stretched her arm out, placing her hand on his back shell. Ooh, you're warm. I didn't think you'd be warm. The captain stood staring at her hand with his marbled eyes. He then looked up at her face. The Tor gunner stood up and walked over to the humans. Hey. He stuck out his hand. Name's Paraffin. I've been touring with Blee here for quite a while. Stick with me. Follow my instructions, and you're going to be pro with these Hummers by the end of the day. Simon smiled and shook his hand. It's pretty cool to meet one of you. We heard stories before being released. I mean, your kind were legends before you were even made. Paraffin eased his hand back. I've heard stories about your people too. Quite the legends yourself. He walked back over to the Hummer cannons and motioned for the 2 humans to follow. Sidle up, aim, pull trigger. Easy. Alice looked at the massive mounted gun. Just aim and shoot. Paraffin gave a slow nod. The trick is keeping it on them. They spread out. If any strands get out of the field, they can sneak away and infest something else. Paraffin looked at Simon. I lost one of my brothers to a tendril that had coiled under a rock. It snuck into his heel and took him over before any of us even realized. Alice held on to the 2 handles of her gun and pivoted it around. She looked back at Captain Blee. All right, let's go get trained up. Spitzlittle sat in her Tsar workshop, staring at Nova across the table. She threw a metallic sphere through him. So, he gave her a slow blink. She continued. The humans. They are weird, am I wrong? Nova tilted his head. Yeah, they aren't standard. They're old. How old is old for a human? Normal humans peak out around 150. These Kami charges are upwards of 400. She shifted her feet on the table. Okay, they're old. Why are they weird like they are? Nova flickered into a seat. They've been locked away in a shared digital mindscape for near the entirety of their lives. They have been overclocked and able to build whatever they want in their own fake world. They're here with us because they are bored. Spitzlittle touched her eyeglass and projected the hologram of Kawaru Prime. She zoomed in on several hovercraft dueling with Hummer cannons. So, they are wanting to fight the Galak as a kind of game? Nova tapped his numerous light fingers on the table. More like a vacation, or a mark of prestige for when they go back. Nova tilted his head, thinking, yeah, they're here as a game, pretty much. She leaned her head back on the chair's headrest. Old, weird, and barely sharing reality with us. Useless. I don't like him. You don't like Cammy, he said. Correct. I don't like that thing, it's dangerous. No more so than I am. She rolled her head to stare at him. Incorrect. You have potential to be really dangerous. She has experience being dangerous. Big difference. He flickered back to standing up, pacing. Well, right now she is helping Sam and the Clouder. She has released some of her charges here to us. She is playing by the rules. Spitzlittle shifted in her chair, getting comfier. She's like them, old, playing games with us. I don't trust her. Well, Sam is trusting her. He's acting president, and the reason you and I are even alive. I think we should extend a little bit of goodwill to her. Spitzlittle tilted her head in anger. Nope, not doing it. What's the human saying about being quiet and hitting things with a club or something? Walk softly and carry a big stick. Spitzlittle bobbed her ears. Exactly, I'ma do that.
Over 100 worlds watched as Timothy Garrigut walked up to the podium. The crowd gathered below, filling the palace grounds, cheered, a cacophony of anthems, prayers, and joy. Timothy stood at the microphone and waited. The crowd silenced, waiting his words. Thank you. Thank you all. He raised his arms wide. I stand here before you, your prime sovereign, because you chose me. You chose me. The crowd cheered. You chose me not because of my promises, but what we are about to do. He lowered his left hand and pointed to the sky with his right. For too long we have tolerated the rot in our society. For too long we, the people, have stayed silent as deviants have brought us once again to the brink. He shut his eyes for a moment, shaking his finger. My brothers and sisters, peoples of the human united worlds, I call upon you to heed the call again. You heard it when I campaigned, and now I call on you as your sovereign. Help me cut the rot. The crowd took up the chant. Cut the rot! Cut the rot! False men walk among us, he shouted. Virulence spread among us from the rogue mothers to divide us, to separate our peoples. Loyalists to those AI devils have attacked us, stolen off into the rift thinking they are immune to retribution. Are they right? Can they kill our peoples, steal our rift ships, and expect to get away with it? The crowd answered. No! Timothy hit the podium. Damn right they can't. We have been to the brink too many times. We shall not go again. We must fight. We must not allow these threats to destroy us as they have tried before. The crowd continued cheering. Timothy paced the stage, mic in hand. He raised a fist slowly to his face, eyes closed again. The blasphemic have a new refuge. The mother of mothers has shown herself. Sinestral life has proven to be far more prolific than we could have ever imagined. He looked out at the crowd. It took us generations to come to terms with the four races, and now we are faced with a sea of threats. So far, all they have seen is abomination after abomination. We, as a people, must right this. Who is with me? The crowd roared. People spread across the core worlds cheered at their holoscreens. The core worlds were frothing. We, the rightful heirs of the universe, have been chosen. We must rise up once more and abolish the tyranny of demons. I am issuing my first orders tomorrow. Contact your representatives. Let them know where you stand. Do you stand with these monsters, or do you side with your brothers, your sisters, mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters, as children of humanity? He looked out over the crowd, smiling. I am a child of humanity. You know where I stand. The crowd started chanting, Humans for humanity! Humans for humanity! Timothy Garrigut raised his arms again and started a slow clap to sync with the chorus. Beth and Susan were both sitting at their consoles in the bowels of the interdictor ship. Beth held a warm cup of tea in her hands, smiling as she looked over her display. Can you believe they live alongside altered people? She said, shaking her head. Susan copied her head shake of disgust. I know. Do they not read history? Altering is heretical, destroying that which we are born with, that which is holy. I can't believe they allow it. Beth looked at her display. Mark in 3, 2, 1. Susan hit the red button on her console. Beth took another sip of tea. They take everything we have built for hundreds of years, a literal empire, and just poo-poo all over it. Then they blame us, saying we're not tolerant. Stupid. I know. Like we should be happy that they are living embodiments of sin. It's filthy. Grosses me out. Beth looked back at her display. Mark, in 3, 2, 1. Susan hit the red button again and continued. I get AI. It's helpful. Heck, we have a basic one on the ship, but to give them autonomy, I'm impressed they aren't wiped out already. Yeah, maybe all we have to do is wait. Their own sins will build up and destroy them, just like in the Book of Origins. Beth sighed as the indicator went off again. Mark in 3, 2, 1. Susan hit the button. If we wait, then it will be more for us to have to cleanse. We have a renewed war trying to cleanse the remnants from the last. Susan smiled a bit. Did you hear they found one of the rogue mothers hiding in Gas Giant? They blasted the whole planet just to kill it. Beth gasped. Badass! They got one! She looked at the indicator again and rolled her eyes. Mark in 3, 2, 1. Susan sighed and hit the button. Yeah, it's a step toward redemption. Soon humanity will be free from fear again. Beth nodded at that. Yup, like the days before we were in the stars. Humans ruled without challenge. Susan lifted her mug up, pointing with it. Exactly. Beth looked at her, and then at the display. Mark in 3, 2, 1. Susan used her free hand and pressed the button. Beth sighed. How long you think this is going to take? Susan shrugged. Us or the entire fleet? Beth recrossed her legs. Us, of course. I'm ready for break. Dunno. We go until we get orders to stop. Mark, in 3, 2, 1. Susan hit the button again. I'm bored too. Beth nodded. Yeah, but bright side. When we're done, Michael said he'd share a table and mess with me. I'm kind of excited. Susan squinched her face, thinking. He the one with the scar in his hairline? Beth smiled, nodding. Yeah, oh, Mark, 3, 2, and 1. Susan hit the button. He's cute. Jealous. Beth blushed. I think so too. Patricia John's daughter stood staring out her bay window towards the horizon. A tiny flash erupted. One of her guardsmen burst into the room. Madam, we have to go now. They are attacking. Patrician shook her head. They can't be. We're part of the HFY. They are our people. The guardsman hurried across the room and grabbed her wrist. They are our people, but they don't think we are theirs. They are methodically nuking the planet. We have to get into the stowages. We don't have time. She turned her head toward him, a tear trailing down her cheek. Don't they see? The cities. They're full of people. We're all the same. The guardsman grabbed her shoulder and squeezed, staring her in the eyes. Those people, your people, are getting into the stowage tunnels. They are scared. They are running for their lives. And they need you to get your shit together and be there for them. The truth hit her, and she wiped the tear from her face. Another flash appeared closer. The town over disappeared in fire and shock waves. She looked and saw the mushroom cloud. Yes. Hurry. Can we make it? Yes, ma'am. The elevator is waiting for us. We have to hurry, though. The two ran down the hall. She slipped off her heels as she hurried and caught up to him. They met up with 2 other guards and turned into a waiting elevator. 20 of her staff were aboard, and her maid sighed in relief as she entered. The guard near the buttons activated the lift, and the door abruptly sealed. The lift started its descent into the mantle of the planet. The lift stopped, and the door opened just as everything vibrated and the lights flickered. The white-blue glow was replaced by a red-yellow of emergency power. Everyone went quiet. The guardsman exited the lift and motioned for everyone to follow. He led them through the stone corridor and onto an unused waiting monorail. They finished entering and sat down. The doors shut, and a blue hologram of a woman in a safety officer's uniform appeared. "Hello, everyone. It appears we are having an emergency. Is everyone seated?" The hologram looked and noted everyone was indeed sitting. "Good," she said. "We will be departing shortly. Please keep calm. We will be safe soon." She blinked off, and the monorail started to slowly move. Patricia shut her eyes, another tear tracing down her cheek. Patricia and her people exited the monorail into the waiting area. Members of the Safety Council were directing people to the appropriate doors into the ship. She walked to the head of the line and was immediately recognized. An officer waved her and her guardsmen aboard and motioned them toward the VIP elevator. She entered with her guard and waited as it took her down into the core helm. When it stopped, she exited and walked across the hall and into the chambers. The clan heads were already present and stood up. She looked them over. "Status?" A man wearing a tasteful speckled lion fur suit spoke up. "Narupo is lost, as is Troust. Their ships were destroyed upon liftoff." Patricia was taken aback. She bit her fisted forefinger. "We're the last of our people, then." She started crying and then abruptly gained composure. No, they can't just kill us off. We cannot go down without a fight." The man continued. "Ma'am, our warriors are fighting above our heads as we speak. Their fleets are too many, though. Our fighters aren't enough." Another man wearing a red robe, having been disturbed from his sleep, started speaking. "They've taxed us too heavy for too long. We helped build the very fleet that will bury us." Patricia walked over to her seat and sat down. Everyone followed suit. "The word will spread. People will fight back. Hell, the allied species may even fight back. The xenophobia is against them too." She looked around the table. Shin Tal, the mayor of Killen, spoke up. "No, ma'am. They won't. The Sovereign coordinated this across 36 worlds. The core planets all want us erased. Everything we are, everything we believe, they want gone. Everything that is not them, including the allied species, they want to make disappear. Hopefully others will escape into the rifts. There is hope among the vastness. Others will escape." Shin Tal shook his head. "Their hate extends to the rift itself. Rift-capable vessels were targeted first, across all worlds. Even in the core worlds, rift tech is becoming outlawed. Only validated vessels. Their vessels will remain after this cleansing. They're going to trap humanity here as best they can." "And us?" she said. "Will this ship be able to escape?" She looked around the table. The man in his red robe, Lucas Tanner, nodded. "I believe so. If we wait. Our fighters are drawing them to the other side of the planet. When their interdictor ships pass by, we will be out of range of the atomics. We can launch and hopefully enter Rift immediately after." Shin Tal looked at him. "How immediately after?" Lucas took a deep breath. "The world is dead, purged for them to deradiate and make their own. I see no need for safety protocols." Patricia closed her eyes, touching the bridge of her nose. "Any who manage to shelter in bunkers would be dusted if we rift in atmosphere. They're not going to stop. They'll continue so long as life signs exist. You know the depth of their hatred." Patricia put her hand down and looked around the table. "If we do that, and some of our people are still alive out there, then we're no better than the New Anglicans. We'd be killing innocents." She paused as she met every man's eyes. "We take a vote." She paused. "Everyone for?" Numerous hands went up. "Against?" She raised her hand, alone except for Shin Tal. "Then may the gods help us." She turned and motioned her guardsman to come over. He knelt beside her. "Yes, ma'am." "Tell the captain to uncouple and enter Rift as soon as everyone is safely aboard." He nodded. "Yes, ma'am." Russell walked back over to Fu Feng's apartment. He rang the door and was quickly greeted by the little Infinnegan. He waved him in. "Come on, I got it finished for you." Russell entered the severely cluttered room, and the door slid shut behind him. Fufang jumped and crawled over to a crate. He lifted out a slick-skinned feline-ish creature. It had 3 eyes on each side of its head and several long black hairs sticking out the back like plumage. Russell stepped over some piles and reached for it. It hissed just like a cat. "Badass. It's amazing." Fufang bobbed his ears. "Couldn't have done it without that data stick you brought. You did good. All sorts of goodies in it." Russell pet the faux cat. It shivered with each stroke. "Oh man, my buddies are going to be jealous. This thing is Stampede. I love it." He looked over at the Infinigan. "So, what's the total for it?" Fufang moved his head around, thinking. "With the data calculated in, I'll sell it to you at cost. 100 clams should cover it." "Easy." Russell swiped the credits over. "There you go, bud." Fufang pointed at the creature. "Don't tell anyone where you got that thing. If anyone asks, you found it in a vent or something. No one needs to know my shit." Russell smiled. "Deal. Thank you again, lil bud." Fufang shoot him out. "Get. Don't let anyone see you either." Russell nodded and stepped back out the door, ducking the creature into his jacket. Olivia Langdon had made it back to Twain and back home into Sam's bed. The two had taken a week off and were spending it in the apartment enjoying each other. Olivia was lounging nude in bed, eyes shut, and Sam slowly smoothing over her tiny pooch of a tummy. She stretched her arms and Miss Michi curled up in the small of her back. "Sam?" "Yeah?" "That guy you sent to help on my bridge, Josiah." "What about him?" Sam asked. "He did well. He had data up and ready before I needed it. Helped optimize things with Curator. He was a pretty good team player." Sam leaned into her. "Good. I was worried. He came with the new Anglicans. It was a good plus for him when he'd rather work than join them in Kamai. I'm thankful he worked out. I had lunch with him a few times," she said. "Oh? You did?" He looked over into her face. She opened her eyes. "Don't be jealous. It was just work. He told me about being a privateer during the last war. He helped people." Sam nodded. "Yeah. The only reason he was imprisoned was he helped the losers. He's got a touch of good in him." "I think so too. I don't think he's crew. He needs a ship." Sam thought for a moment. "If you think he's that trustworthy, okay. I trust you." She smiled. "Not a big ship. A cutter to start with. Maybe run with a freighter pack. Mercenary support?" "Exactly." She rolled over a bit and started petting the pink cat. "He has the wits. He could help start building up a skilled navy. The more ships we have out there training up crew, the better." Sam gave her a slow nod. "Yeah, Dam is building up a fleet. I get it. It's not paranoia if there really are threats, but he's hyper-focused. I'm kinda concerned. I wouldn't be. I talked to him when he stopped by Vitalia." She touched his hand on her tummy. "We're vulnerable out here. He wants to protect his daughter." Sam looked down at their hands and smiled. He reached over to the side table and pulled out a small black box. He moved it over to her hands. Olivia looked at it. "You didn't." He smiled. "We're gonna have a kid together. I'd like you to be my wife." She almost broke down crying as she opened the case, exposing an intricately crafted wire ring with a red gem inset. He took it out and slid it on her finger, and she hugged him. "Yes. Yes, you idiot. I'll marry you." The two laid in bed and kissed, the ring glowing a slight red on her finger. Micah and Asterion walked through the misty halls towards her cousin's apartment. "That idiot hasn't talked to me in a few days. He won't answer his comm. I'm kinda worried." Asterion had his massive hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry. He's probably just on another bender. I think it's stupid that Sam gave all the Posar crew a monthly stipend. Most are just getting drunk all the time. Fucking dumb." She looked up at him. "I have that stipend. I'm not drunk, and if anything, I think it's promoting a population boom. You think maybe he wants us to start families here?" Asterion chuckled. "You think Sam thinks on the large scale like that? I doubt he even knows what he's doing tomorrow. The two stopped at Russell's door. Micah rang the announcer. The two stood waiting, no answer. She knocked with her fist. "Russell, open up, or I'm using my key and coming in." Still no answer. Micah swiped her data slate over the sensor and the door opened up. Something scurried out from the door as the mist rolled into the room. Asterion felt it brush his feet and he shrieked. "What the fuck was that?" Micah jumped back. "No idea." She stepped into the apartment warily. "Russell, you home?" Asterion stepped in and gasped. "What the fuck is this?" Micah touched a wall. Webbing came back attached to her fingers as she pulled back her hand. "Ew." Asterion walked deeper into the web-covered apartment and stopped. Micah stood next to him, staring at the dried and shriveled husk that was Russell. "What the fuck?" she said, echoing him. Asterion touched his comm. "Orbit. Orbit, holy shit." Orbit appeared, projecting himself from Asterion's datapad. "Oh wow, bio-threat. Notifications are being sent. Officers, air, and preservers are en route. Are you two safe?" Micah turned and looked at the door. Whatever did this I think is loose out there." Orbit flickered. "Running logs, tracking creature now. Isolated. Team dispatched." Micah turned back to her cousin. "Damn it. He was family. My only family here." She leaned into Asterion and started crying as two officers arrived. One of Perry's children, Slayer, Stubborn, and a hagfish had joined the hunt. The entire station was on high alert, and Orbit was directing the groups to corner the creature. Stubborn walked through the waste processing room, scythe drawn. "I don't see anything," she flashed. Slayer replied, "Damn suits, can't smell it either." The Gallic bodies responded, "It's here. I smell it." One of its bodies turned towards Stubborn. "We're curious about your species. You should amend your wills. We would pay well for your bodies if you die." Slayer flashed rage. "Mind the hunt, parasite." The hagfish knelt down, fragger in hand and pointing. "I think it's here." The creature jumped out, a sharp needle of a mouth piercing the hagfish. Slayer leapt over and struck the creature, knocking it off the group member. The hagfish stumbled back, a gaping wound already starting to swell up as it oozed out black and blue blood. "Pain. Ow, it hurts, itching." Orbit relayed position to all nearby groups. Stubborn chased after it. "I'm on it." She ran after it. It ducked under pipes, and its numerous legs allowed it to climb up the walls and across the ceiling rafters. Stubborn stretched her back worms, ripping apart her pack. Orbit witnessed the bio-breach of her suit and started bio-locking the section. A warning was issued to the station. Stubborn didn't care. She was deep in the hunt and shedding her clothes. She rushed at the creature, tripping up its right set of legs with one of her 3 worms. The creature fell over and tried to recover, but she was quicker. She pinched it behind the head with her claw and held it tight with her numerous finger manipulators. She lifted the creature as it squirmed. Her exposed head flaps flickered in excitement. "Caught it." She looked at it as it twisted in her hands. It had a head with multifaceted eyes and a long, piercing mouthpart. Its 8 legs were scratching at her, but unable to harm her thick skin. You're an ugly thing." The rest of the group caught up. The Gallic stopped short of coming near. "You're out of your suit. Oh shit. Don't you have some sort of bio-plague in your body?" She looked back at her shredded suit laying on the grated floor. "Yeah, sorry. Sorry. I'm going to die because of your stupid action." Orbit appeared in holographic form next to them. "Biohazard teams are en route. Air and preservers are preparing containment bays for you presently. Don't panic. We'll get you all quarantined and safe. Just hold on to that thing." Slayer stepped closer to it. "You want us to kill it?" Orbit looked at Stubborn. If you want, just don't let it loose at all costs." Slayer flashed happiness. "It's mine. It will not escape." The hagfish slumped as the swelling increased. "I do not feel well." Orbit looked over at the Xeno. Help is coming. Don't die yet. The med teams got the quarantine tents set up within the hour, and each of the group was isolated and tended to. The hagfish was on life support, but the air had already identified the poisons and the prognosis looked hopeful. 3 black-striped preservers gathered around the clear containment case. The tallest started the analyzer. Chimera. DNA strings identified. Known. It's an Earth amalgam. One of the other preservers began twisting the DNA segments apart. Isolated. Latrodectus. Culicide. Feline. Papilionoidea. The third started looking at the sequencing order itself. Crude biohack. Someone made this thing, but I do not think the outcome was intended. The tallest bobbed its body. Agreement. It looks like it was designed for the desired larvae stage. The adult stage seems to be an unintended consequence. The middle preserver looked at the other 2. There would have been alerts. Who ignores alerts? The third touched its comm. Orbit, you got an origin trace? He replied to all 3 of them. Yes. Officers have arrested an Infinigan Fufeng. Search of his apartment has revealed he has recovered preserver tech. He's being detained in the brig as we speak. The tallest spoke up. Figures. Infinigan can't help themselves. Should have stayed eradicated. What about the Sam? What is he saying? He is en route to the brig to oversee the interrogation. This is compounding into a political conundrum. What are your thoughts? Orbit asked. The tallest preserver looked at the creature. It is crude, but has some interesting and illogical insights. It is obviously not preserver-made, but in that fact it is unique and has opened up a line of thought. The preserver looked at its cohorts. Do you agree? The 2 bobbed up and down. The tallest continued. I will talk it over with our progenitor, as this is his zoo, but I feel he will be intrigued at this new way of approach just as much as we are. The preserver manipulated the creature with the robotic arms in the clear case. I think he will still be displeased with the Infinigan, but this new development of one of their kind being interested in biology is a saving grace, damn thieves as they are. We'll relay this to the Senate and Sam, Orbit said. Sam was standing on the other side of the interrogation mirror, watching as Pouch Cheek harassed the young Infinigan. Orbit whispered through his earcom. Sir, the Scribblers are already drafting up tech procedure regulations and wanting to start an oversight organization. Sam nodded. Good. I approve of that. What about the Vitalian biological threat? Are any infected? Yes, the Gallic have come down with an illness, but the air are moving it over into an unafflicted body. Should recover fine. And the hagfish? It lost the tentacle, but is recovering. This could have been a lot worse. I know, sir. Oh, sir. Something is happening. Sam looked at the other officers in the room. What is it, Orbit? There is something happening in the rift, sir. Debris, lots of it, entering into the core donut. There are weapons fire. Shit. We have incoming? There is a ship under attack. It is on course to exit near Kawaru. The other AI are notified and helping me analyze the situation as we speak. Alert all captains and get everyone prepared. High alert. The ship is Hailung, sir. It is hailing all Clouder worlds asking for assistance. Data transfer in progress. Sam exited the room and started down the hall. He could see others touching comms and starting to hurry. Sir, human space is at war. Our existence has caused a divide, apparently, and the ship, the Carpathian, seems to be the only survivor ship of the Hailung worlds. Sam stopped. They had 7 worlds, fertile colonies. They're gone? Them and others, sir. The Hue are conducting a galactic cleanse. Get the information out. We have incoming, and need all hands at the ready. And Fufeng? He's just been overshadowed. Keep him locked up, the tech in evidence, and get Dam on board. Yes, sir. He has already been informed. In the newly hollowed-out complex under Tsar, Spitzlittle had set up a bunker laboratory. She was currently utilizing a fabrication rig bought from the Infinigan salvagers. She had the manipulator arm stretching out a textile she had printed, pulling it to maximum tension before breakage. She then sprayed on a layer of bioplastic and hardener. The rig moved a mannequin form into the textile, giving it the shape of Spitzlittle's torso. She touched her earcom. "Nova, put me through to Cammy's secure line. You know I'm against consorting with her." "I know. You state it every time," she said. "Putting you through now, ma'am." The line showed active on Spitzlittle's eye screen. "Hello?" A pink and white hologram appeared in the laboratory. "Hello, Spitzlittle. Is there an issue with my charges?" "No. I'm actually calling about your debt." "My debt? Are you referencing the 'I will owe you' comment when I asked for my charges to visit Kawaru?" Spitzlittle bobbed her ears. "Yes. They are taken care of and actively experiencing the world. I wish to call in my favor." "How much do you wish? I have sizable funds." Cammy stated, "I have sizable funds myself, no. What I want is your assistance." "My assistance?" Cammy maneuvered the cameras in the lab to get a better visual. "You wish for help in one of your tinkering projects?" Spitzlittle bobbed her ears again. "Yes. I need info regarding miniaturized energy storage and insulation technologies. You think the debt I incurred is worth such information?" Cammy strutted around the room, running her holographic fingers through objects. "I do not think my debt is that sizable. What I am making has needs. I need it. You have it, I'm sure of it." Spitzlittle tilted her head in frustration. "I did not want to ask you. I looked through my people's scavenged files. Nothing was suitable. I must make this, and I need your information." Cammy stared at her. Spitzlittle wavered on her feet. "All right. I will owe you back. I need this. You can call a favor from me later. Please. Can I have the information?" Cammy smiled. "Of course. I'm glad to help." Cammy flickered and a dataset was transferred to Spitzlittle's terminal. "Enjoy. Have fun with your little project here." "Thank you." Spitzlittle turned to the terminal and started looking through the records. "Nova, terminate connection." "Already done, ma'am." He appeared in the room next to her. "You're giving her too much leverage. She is not someone you should even be trading with. She is dangerous. I know we've been going back and forth on this for some time now. I don't like her. I don't like them. I don't like the Gallic. I don't like the great arm creatures. I don't like the preservers." She stood taller and looked up at the AI projection. "I barely like you." Novacor shut his eye sets to show himself calming and waved his 4 hands slowly. "I am bound to assist you, ma'am. Please do not take your anger out on me." She turned back to the terminal. "I gotta help me print out these batteries." He looked through the files with his digital mind. Purchasing metals from Kathu now. She looked up at him. "Thank you. I'm bound to my people just as you are. We have to protect them." "I know, and we shall," he said. Satellites aimed away from the testing flats as Spitzlittle readied herself. Several hundred of her family had gathered in the observation bunkers on the periphery, eager to see the matriarch's current pet project. She finished buckling the armor and then slipped the helmet into place. She tightened the straps and made sure all the seals were secured. She reached into the box and attached the 2 gauntlets to her smaller lower hands. Then finally, she picked up her shield and mace. "Raga, Nova, Grendel, you online?" The 3 sent confirmation lights to her helmet display. She looked out around the empty field. She spoke over the comms to everyone watching. "Prototype QRF armor test 1. Protective visors, everyone." Throughout the bunkers, Infinigan put on special-made light protection glasses. Spitzlittle raised the mace up over her head. In native Infinigan, she shouted, "Activate!" The mace began to glow at the end, and then a QRF field enveloped it. Air, shredded by the field, began roaring and emitting flaming white light. Spitzlittle kept one of her eyes focused on the temperature gauge, and another watching the battery level. So far within tolerances. She then swung the mace into the ground. The strike against the soil detonated, sending stone and fire spiraling up into the air. Spitzlittle was thrown several meters and she flipped, tucked, and landed on her hands and feet, her two upper arms holding the shield and the still active mace aloft. Striker test success. Still intolerances. Inside, suit temperature is comfortable. Body sustained minimal impact damage. The 3 AI sent green dots confirming everything monitored correctly. She lowered the QRF field as the batteries were near full. She flicked the shield from standard metallic mode to energized. A glowing field enveloped her. Start shield test. The two mechs in the distance fired a volley of glancing blows aimed at her outer edges. The small arms impacted and deflected. First volley, survived. Second volley, initiate. The two Omega Do fired larger rounds, aimed more central on her shield. The impact struck and exploded out. The dust cleared and she still stood. Heavy volley survived. Test confirmed. Ready for gauntlets. Raga leapt using his jump jets and landed within range of Spitzlittle. She ran towards the towering mechanical giant, firing from beams from her lower hands. The beams raked across him, and the energy deflection of his shield outputted info to everyone's displays. She stopped and looked at the data. Anything without significant power shields would have been cooked with those. I like it. She started walking back to the toppled boxes. Mission success? Anyone disagree? Nova, Grendel, and Raga sent green confirmations. Good. Nova, start production. Send out hiring papers to any Infinigan who wishes to join the Corps. If anyone has any ways to better the suits, send the drafts to my inbox. Yes, ma'am, Nova said, and got to work. Spitzlittle was adjusting tension joints in the prototype a couple days later when Nova appeared in her laboratory. Ma'am, there is a distress call. She sat straight and looked at him. Who is it? It's human. Incoming predicted to drift outside our system. They are under attack and hailing for help on all frequencies. He paused. The humans have gone to war against themselves, and several ships of an anti-Twain faction are en route behind the hailing ship. Spitzlittle stood up. Put everything on display. Alert the Gree. What has Sam or Orbit said? They know of this? Yes, they are for the hailing ship. They are too far out to make it in time, but they are sending ships. The Posar, a fleet of Kradak, and a ship of dams is coming. But the attackers will overcome the proposed ally before they arrive. We're the only ones in range. Spitzlittle stared at the 3 Oblivion-class carriers harrying the passenger ship in the rift. Ask Grendel and Raga if they wish to help. Prepare the droppers. Our new friends need our help. Aboard the Carpathian, Patricia John's daughter was standing in the bridge with Captain Hallard when a hail was received. One of the officers looked up from her terminal. Sir, several alien ships near the predicted rift point are hailing us. Hallard nodded. She opened the comm channel on the holoviewer. Several alien creatures connected by filaments stared into the viewer. Greetings, humans. You have asked for assistance from anyone willing. We are willing. Hallard looked at Patricia. She nodded and stepped forward. Thank you. The situation is grim. 3 battleships are following us, and we doubt we are going to survive. If you could help anyone who escapes, we would be thankful. The creatures moved their eyes toward her as one. A deal must be struck. She nodded. Of course, we do not have much to offer. We are begging in hopes to even live through the next hour. We wish for it to be recorded that not all of our people are antagonistic. We can and will help you. I hope your people can forgive our past and allow us to help in the future. Patricia looked around the bridge and then nodded at the creatures on the screen. Of course, of course. Any assistance we will be grateful for, and we will gladly record anything you wish to be stored. I must warn you, these ships are dangerous and utilize quark-rending tech. Do not approach them. They will tear anything near them apart. The head of the Forgotten Fleet shut his numerous sets of eyes on his numerous bodies. I am aware of what the Oblivions can do. We have felt their sting 1,000,000 deaths over. Prepare yourselves. We will leave a hole for you to escape through. Do not slow down. There is a planet deep in the gravity well where your people will be safe. Record us. May our deaths free our imprisoned to live amongst you in peace. The Gallic captain terminated the feed. Patricia looked at Hallard. "What the fuck was that?" Hallard shrugged. "I don't know, but we are out of options. I'll head for whatever escape hole they offer." Patricia nodded and looked at the image of the 3 Oblivion carriers behind them, firing long-range weapons through the rift. "I hope we didn't damn more innocents to the void." The Carpathian exited the rift near an exoplanet on the periphery of the Kawaru system. It sped through the gravity well, heading toward Kawaru Prime. 3 Hubu Oblivion carriers exited the rift shortly after. The Carpathian entered a slingshot orbit around the stony exoplanet, gaining speed, the crew hoping to escape and live. As they neared the planet, several hundred small ships, hidden in bore holes on the planet, launched. They created a donut cloud of ships, circling around the Carpathian. The carriers were still closing, and Oblivion craft were exiting the 3 launch tubes. The craft sped across the distance even faster, QRF fields firing up in their destructive halos. The Gallic were prepared. They had nested on that far-off rocky world for this specific reason. Their mission was to ready themselves for when the Armada returned, specifically, to prepare themselves for battling human Oblivion ships. The Forgotten Swarm maneuvered their shielded ships in a protective formation to cover the fleeing humans. On the exoplanet, numerous mining colonies had readied metallic slugs in the empty boreholes and began firing. The planet lit up as the explosions launched the missiles outward into the oncoming Oblivion craft. As expected, the QRF field shredded the slugs into their subatomic components, but in so doing released massive waves of energy. Several of the craft had to immediately turn around and redock to discharge their capacitor systems. The head of the Forgotten Fleet commanded the execution of the 3rd step. A portion of the fleet was held back in the planet and exited now. They swarmed the 3 carriers, harrying them, targeting the entrance to the tubes. The carriers flung up their shields to the maximum they could, but their batteries were already low in preparation of the Oblivion ships returning. The 2nd swarm kept focus, hitting the same 3 small areas at the rears of the carriers. The boreholes kept up their firing, shooting slugs into the Oblivion ships. The front line held as the beams from the carriers fired, further draining their shields. The Carpathian was pulling away, speeding down the solar gravity well. Spitzlittle sat in the personnel shuttle, head down, eyes shut, whispering to her ancestors. Around her, the barely trained Infinigan Corp. Of Kawaru and a battle tribe of Scribbler Knights were lined in 10 rows. Outside, Raga and Grendel escorted the craft. They approached the Carpathian and passed it. It was already en route and given clearance to land near the Tsar and the Gree of Cathu. Spitzlittle and her army kept going. The Gallic parted as they kept onward toward the 3 enemy human ships. One of the carriers lost its rear shield. The second half of the Gallic fleet took advantage and fired into the Oblivion tube, causing numerous ruptures and making it an unsuitable port for the full Oblivions. Several of the forward Oblivion craft swept through into the Gallic lead swarm, attempting to pass through and toward the Carpathian. The Gallic sacrificed themselves to overload their energy systems, causing more of the Oblivion ships to have to return back. Raga broke from the pack and attacked the fully powered ships, his own QRF flaring and sword swinging out. He plunged the blade into an oncoming empty-charged Oblivion craft. The 2 QRF fields met, rippling out in torrents of cascading energy waves. Fire and plasma arced, striking several nearby Gallic and Oblivion ships. Charged radial cascades emanated from the 2, as Raga forced his sword deeper into the ship's field. The ship failed, and Raga's QRF field enveloped it, causing the ship to disintegrate. Grendel lifted his shield and blocked the incoming fire, protecting the ship carrying his first mother. Inside the dropship, Spitzlittle stood up. She looked at her HUD display and noted they were close. "Crunch Cheek, take us in on the nearest carrier. Grendel, make us a hole." Grendel started his approach. Beams and missiles were focused on him, causing a rainbow of colors to flicker through his field. He did his job, though, and pushed closer, breaking into their inner shields. The dropship followed through the hole and opened the drop doors. Inside, the troops charged out into the void, leaping toward the hull of the alien human ship. Grendel kept forward, tearing a gouge through the shields. On the hull, the army was landing. Spitzlittle was plunging toward the hull, QRF mace full field. The Infinigan gathered around those equipped with the new QRF suits and waited as the hull was ripped open. Atmosphere started venting as the inner hull was breached. The troops held back until it was vacuum inside, and then they entered. Around them, suffocating and freezing humans were falling to the graph-plated floors. Spitzlittle led a contingent through the halls. Doors locked down but were quickly cut through with her mace. In a large room, armored human troops were waiting, hunkered down behind piles of spare plating. Spitzlittle picked up heat spikes on her scanners and motioned for the Scribbler Knights to take plead. The 4 knights charged in, shields in front. Instantly incoming fire cascaded over them in sheets. They pushed through the heat, bullets, and bursts. Spitzlittle raised a fist, and one of the knights took a knee. She charged forward, up its back, and leapt over a pile of plating with her gauntlets firing. One of the humans was quick enough to turn and start firing on her, but she flashed her QRF mace, dusting him in a wave of fire and plasma. The rest of her continent piled in. 3 Infinigan had been killed as well as the dozen humans. She noted her fallen and then approached a terminal. She looked over at a fellow Infinigan who was lacking the new QRF suits. He, however, was tasked with carrying her parcel. He knelt and removed the backpack. He opened it up and reached in, pulling out an egg-shaped device with dangling wires. He handed it over to the matriarch. Spitzlittle took the device and started wiring it into a console in the corner of the room. After done wiring it in, she touched her comms. "Nova Core, begin assimilation." The AI responded. "Beacon node activate. Transmitting. Ship AI is concurrent model, however underpowered. Attempting brute force breach. Ship AI buckling. Ship AI retreating behind third-line firewalls. Ship systems Clouder-owned." Spitzlittle looked over the ship map on the console. Section after section was turning from red to yellow. She touched the ship's comms. "Nova, am I live?" "Yes, ma'am. You have access to vessel comms." "Greetings, humans. Your ship is now ours. Your AI has fallen. Your invasion fleet is failing. This is your chance to surrender. Please do so now." A human appeared on her screen. He had facial hair similar to Sam when he was in one of his depressed states. She looked him over as he looked over his own monitor. He spoke, a hint of defeat in his voice. "This is unexpected. We bit off more than we could chew. What are your intentions, Zeno?" "I am Spitzlittle, Tarpa lead of Kawaru. You have invaded Clouder space, opened fire on friendly ships, and destroyed several ships of an allied species. I have not intentions other than stopping you from continuing this path of destruction. Beyond that, it is up to the Clouder." The ship's captain looked her over. He then turned and looked at the holomap in the center of his bridge. "We have several pilots near detonation mass. 2 of my fleet's launch tubes are disabled. Allow my craft to dock on board this ship, and we may start to discuss a ceasefire." Spitzlittle muted the channel and opened up the Clouder frequencies. "I need input. I do not know what I am doing here. Is this a human trick?" Nova, Orbit, and Erebus fought to speak first. Orbit won out and answered Spitzlittle a nanosecond later. "Have them stop engines, lower shields, and lower weapons. Order the Gallic to pull back and put Raga and Grendel on the hull of the other 2 ships with weapons hot. Hold them until the Veritasium arrives. Dam is aboard and en route from Sparrow. He should be there within 2 hours." "Understood." Spitzlittle opened up the human channel. "I need you to power down your shields, your engines, and your weapons. I will be landing 2 of my mechs on your other 2 ships. I've ordered the surrounding fleet into a stationary orbit at a safe distance. We're going to wait here quietly and peacefully. Is that understood?" The captain looked around his bridge at his helmspeople. "It is understood. Powering down now." Spitzlittle had her men repair the hull breach in the section and fill it with atmosphere. Nova had isolated the onboard AI, locking it in a server room near the cargo hold. The 3 human ships were rendered impotent. She opened comms to the Gallic fleet. "Head of the Forgotten Fleet, answer." "I am here," it replied. "What are your intentions?" You appear to have been lying in wait here to attack us for some time. That is true. We were put here to ready for the second wave. The second wave, however, is not, nor will it ever come. Your demons scattered the Armada, and I am now head of the Forgotten. We seek asylum, as we have recorded several of our compatriots have done. We merely hope our effort in this battle has earned us refuge. Spitzlittle was simulcasting the exchange back to Kawaru and the Gree. You are correct. We are currently learning to coexist with your people. Some of your harsher family members are imprisoned, some are still giving resistance on the surface of Kawaru Prime, but some have taken the path of parry and are working to build a life in the Clouder. Is that something your fleet wishes to pursue? My people are starving on this mining world, the head of the Forgotten said. Our bodies are near depleted. This effort was a last chance, and I am throwing my people at your mercy. The Gree of Farigi spoke up on the Kawaru channel to Spitzlittle. We of the Gree have conferred. The Forgotten have an established mining facility on that outer planet. We have ample Felix herds and can spare enough to keep them from starving in the meantime. We have 3 Gree seed willing to create habitats on that planet as an outpost for the Clouder. We offer them as potential points of rehabilitation for the humans, as well as a farming outpost to help care for these Gallic. The 2 species are conflicting, and should help keep both in check. Spitzlittle bobbed her ears. Such an endeavor would require Senate approval. This whole thing requires approval, but we are broadcasting it through the networks now. Thank you for the offer, Farigi. Thank you for keeping my seeds safe. They are just as much my children as yours, she said, and opened comms back with the Gallic. We are putting plans in motion. For now, help us keep these humans contained, and the Clouder will discuss sending aid. The head of the Forgotten replied. We will continue our assistance here. We accept our fate, no matter what your people decide. Sam and Olivia were sitting in his office, watching the battle near the edge of the Kawaru system. Sam got up and started pacing as the Carpathian passenger ship went through the Gallic line. He turned and looked at Olivia. Holy crap! They just let them pass. He turned back, pointing. The Gallic are helping. She pointed at the ships. You think they're going to double-cross? I bet they're eager to get some of us to wear around. Sam shrugged. No idea. This is nuts. Holy crap, we're at war. Sam put his hands on his head, still pacing. Holy crap. Humanity are at war with us. Holy crap. Damn, damn, damn. Olivia stood up and put her arms around him. It's okay. We're okay. Hey, we're going to be okay. Sam hugged her back and started crying. I never planned any of this. I'm just trying to survive. I just want us all to survive out here. She squeezed him, holding her composure. We are surviving. We're okay. Sam sniffled a bit and calmed down. Still hugging her, he looked at the holodisplay of the battle. He watched as the boreholes fired out their slugs, and the rear Gallic fleet attacked. Holy shit, they're winning. They're stopping the carriers. Then Spitzlittle's army dove in. Holy shit! Look at Raga! Fucking owning! Olivia loosened her grip as she became fixated on the battle. Orbit appeared beside the two. Our simulations are predicting we prevail in this incursion, sir. We're going to have to deal with prisoners of war, and also the inclusion of a new faction of Gallic. What are your thoughts? Sam shrugged. I don't know. Well, I don't want any more bloodshed. This is nuts. Think they will broker for peace? Orbit blinked slowly at him. Yes, at least these ships will. The homeworlds probably won't. Data received is showing they have glassed the Heilung worlds and are now starting an extermination campaign against the 4 allied races. Olivia sat back down. That is really bad. That is messed up. I hoped we were past things like this. Sam sat back in his chair, looking at Orbit. Then they will probably send more. Dreadnoughts, crackers, more carriers. Crap. When they finish conquering, we would be next, wouldn't we? Yes, sir. The newly elected Chancellor has declared himself a sovereign. He has near fanatical support, and it is catalyzed by our existence and actions. We have calculated he will use the people's fear of us here to unite all worlds on that end of the Rift Rivers, and then, as a final move, send warships here. Sam shut his eyes and thought. Okay, we will deal with these 3 ships here and now. We will have to build up our military and espionage capabilities. Sam opened his eyes. Dam is building a fleet. Is he still en route to Kawaru? Yes, sir. He is on his new flagship, the Veritasium. He will arrive there within a few hours. Sam nodded, rubbing his temple. All right, good. Help him handle that situation. Get me ideas. We have several plans that could work, sir, but will require Senate approvals. Running simulations now. Sam looked over at Olivia. What do you think? She took a breath. I think we should open up communication with the HFY. The more we can counter this propaganda before they focus on us, the better. There are still logical people upstream, and if we get them fighting for us, then maybe his push will stall out. Sam pointed at her. That is a good idea. Orbit, let's start a counter-propaganda campaign. Can we do a big broadcast? Orbit nodded. Yes, we already have a station channel we broadcast to all the allied worlds. We can send a directional signal upstream through the sheath easily. Several have already been in communication via the sheath with us already. We could cement those allies and could potentially do an interview. Maybe start said campaign with them. Olivia smiled. I like it. What about the TIA? Sam looked at her, then at Orbit. Get everyone involved. Any idea? Run it through. Anything that can help, let's get funding to. We are at war, let's throw everything on the table and see what works. Yes, sir. Sending out messages now. Callie was sitting in the Neatsfoot diner with Josiah Seagraves. The two were eating their breakfast meal, watching the unfolding battle of Kawaru. Springer, the tower owner, walked over staring at the screen. Damn Kawaru. That system is a magnet for war. We should husk out that world and leave that system a minefield. Josiah looked up at her. Thou shalt not destroy a life world should be the first commandment. That world is precious. For every blue gem, there are millions of rocks to mine out. Springer looked down at him. Still, it's a thorn in the clouder. First the Gallic, and now the humans coming to attack us. That planet's cursed. Callie chewed on her back and looked at the Lady Minotaur. The Stygians say this station is cursed, yet here you are living and breathing. Springer nodded and smiled. True. There's been lots of battles here too, and look at it now. Good point. She leaned over and filled up their coffees. Expanding our hotel to accommodate all the species wanting to see the Star Angels, the casino is a premier party destination, and soon we're going to have a racetrack. She stood straight and licked her large lips. You got a point, girlie. Maybe Sam will turn that crap hole into something as magnificent as this station. She turned and walked back towards the kitchen. Callie looked over at Josiah. Well, we're at war again. Josiah nodded. I've had my share of war. Same. She took a sip of coffee. I'm liking the archaeology work. If I can, I'm going to put another dig together. He rubbed his finger around the rim of his mug. Wasn't your last dig nearly wiped out by alien diseases? Callie shrugged. There were diseases, but everyone was okay. Where you plan on going? Gallic homeworld. Lots are saying that they and the Greek come from the same place, and that place is a forge world. Josiah took a sip and then sat his mug back down. Didn't your last dig end up a war zone itself? You encountered hostile Xenos, right? She nodded. Yup. And now there is a new city built, and those Xenos are a new allied race. Josiah sat in thought a moment. All right. So you will need a secure base outpost, like last time. You will need a military regiment and a substantial medical workforce. All of that along with your team of archaeologists, am I right? She smiled at him. Olivia is grounded. Callie rubbed her tummy and winked at him. So, I'm going to need a pilot for our ship. Josiah looked at her. That's why we're having breakfast? Not a date? She winked at him with the other eye. It can be a date too, but I need a pilot more than a lay. I've got a ship. I've got a trade route designated. I've got a crew lined up. I don't want to go to some hobunk planet waiting on you to dig holes. You never know, we might start another city there. You could get trade rights, maybe a mining deal. There are lots of opportunities. He took a bite of his blueberry pancakes. He spoke through the mouthful. Everything out here is full of opportunities. You can throw a rock off this station and hit an opportunity. I've got enough potential revenue streams to last 10 lifetimes. She stirred a sausage in the syrup residue on her plate. Well, what is it you want then? He chewed up the bite and swallowed. I'm an old man. I've spent my time. I just want to relax, find somewhere nice to hole up and watch some sunsets. She laughed and brought up a display. A planet glowed in the middle of the table. It had 4 moons orbiting it, and it orbited around a red giant. She zoomed in on the planet. It's over 80% ocean. We can set down on an island, build up a resort. I can do my digging. You can pilot my team around and relax back on your own personal haven. He looked at the planet. Isn't supposed to be a forge world? There's going to be all number of oceanic monstrosities circling every one of those islands. He pointed at it, looking at her. I don't want dragged out of my bar by some eldritch tentacled beast. She laughed. We don't know yet, but it would be fun to find out. He picked up a piece of bacon, looking her over. You're nuts, you know that, right? She nodded. Yeah, a bit. Years as a bookworm, and now I'm learning to let go and enjoy life. Go where the adventure beckons. He shook his head. Sounds more like suicide. Didn't you pirate the Hubu? Didn't you run through rogue mother systems to some pirate world of yours? Where is that Seagraves? That Seagraves had his fair share of prison, grew old. I'm not him anymore. She bit her finger for a moment. All right. I'll find someone else then. I'm sure this place is crawling with young, eager men. You have fun running your freight. That sounds nice and peaceful. You can rig up your ship with a heated blanket, maybe do some crosswords in transit. Sounds fitting. He sighed. I'm too old for this shit, but screw you if you're not right. That sounds boring as hell. He looked back at the hollow planet. You'll let me have my own island chain? She shrugged. Sure. I've got a mountain range back on Vitalia. Why not some islands? You sure you got claim rights? She nodded. It's only be given a flyby from the TIA. No one has laid claim, not even the Gallic. The records show them escaping with degree and never looking back. And it's still habitable? He asked. The atmosphere color readout measures as breathable. It has water, and there are lots of green swaths indicating plant life. All right. I'll redo my crew. We're going to need some tougher folks. Callie leaned back in her booth, stretching out her arms. Yeah, that's a good point. Curator is staying on Vitalia. I'm going to have to barter for a new AI. That's going to cost a bit given the new war effort that is going to happen. Josiah smiled. I got a deal going with Amargo running a factory on Sparrow. I think we can cover that. Callie smiled back. Tato and Sam were enjoying their morning jog, going around a new maintenance loop that rested on the outside of the ocean grower habitat and water storage. You have that important meeting today? Tato asked. Sam nodded as he moved. Yes, I expect it to be a shit show, though. Your people watch feces? Sounds unpleasant, doesn't it? It does, Tato said. Then you get the metaphor. Yes, now your statement makes sense. Tato bounced off one of the walls and kicked off the ceiling to land next to Sam. You are good in befriending peoples. You will do well. They are of your same species. Don't take it wrong, but I've always liked animals more than humans. I get along with all the species out here because they aren't human. Tato strode ahead and looped back abruptly to be next to Sam. You have your mate. She is human. You get along with her. She's weird like me. Her and I are in a minority. Tato twisted his head, looking at Sam with several of his eyes. The tar like you. The silly archaeologist female likes you. Greenfeet's clan likes you. And they don't like anyone. Even the Gallic like you. You are a better politician than you think, Sam. Sam looked over at him, still keeping pace. The Gallic fear us, specifically Cammy. Greenfeet owes the Clouder his people's freedom. The Tar, I think, are probably related to me, and Callie is part of the minority with Olivia and I. Excuses. Will this fecal viewing be public? Will my mate and I be able to observe it? It sounds quite interesting. Sam laughed. It will be on the Clouder network. Orbit has a channel embedded in the sheath broadcasting it through the HEU systems. It's about as public as it gets. No encryption at all. Tato bounced and dodged a herd of squishies. This is good. My mate and I will watch you. I hope for a good outcome. The two were running by a long stretch of windows looking out into the interior of the station sphere. Tato looked out with 3 of his 4 eyes. The inner hull is lighting up. I have heard you have made quite a bit selling habitat space. You're doing well? Sam smiled. Gotta fund the war effort. Ships aren't free. I approve of that. Defense of this place is important. It is a refuge and needs protected. Tato was quiet for a few strides. I wanted to thank you, Sam. What for? My family members have taken a liking to running errands. The food dashing is quite fun. My people are quickly paying down the loan from the consortium for our habitat. Also, your inclusion of paths married with the racetrack was very kind of you. I like stuff like that. Like what? Well, Sam started. As a kid, I was really interested in bugs. My homeworld didn't have many. Only a few species were brought from Earth. Spiders, bees, some flies, worms. There was an approved helpful species chart, and I had it memorized. But back on Earth, the insect species seemed endless. Anywhere there was a niche, they filled. I found it fascinating. Tato looked at him with 2 eyes. I don't understand the connection. What does this have to do with the racetrack? I found an old book, a real paper one in a library. It was about something called the superorganism. It was about bees and ants. You know what they are? No. Is that those things that roll in the ball and like the water shell meat creatures? Sam laughed. No, that is the starfish people. They were my first friends here. Good folk. No. Ants and bees are insects, simple, operate on very basic mental algorithms. They, however, grow in colonies and work together. They're simple software compounds and can accomplish amazing things when their numbers increase. Still unsure how this relates to the racetrack. Sam took a breath, feeling his leg muscles start to pang from the exertion. You and I, our body's basic unit is a cell, right? Yes, I have cells. Those cells clump together in organs that serve specific purposes in your body, right? Yes, basic biology for most species. This is true for mine. Sam smiled. Ants and bees and humans also are the next step on the fractal. Cells group into organs to accomplish specific tasks, and then bodies of people group together to accomplish certain tasks. Some people work together to make food. Others group together to make systems to accommodate waste removal. Others facilitate care, or business, or weapons. You seeing it yet? Tato flexed his quad mouthparts. I do. Cells, organs, bodies, and now species. The starfish people work together making farms, as do the other creatures, the 4-legged ones. You have systems and species overlaying doing what they do, building this place. I see it. Tato chittered as thoughts clicked together. The racetrack and tunnels facilitate my species' work and improve the function of the station whole. That is quite wise, Sam. You foresee such needs, and you doubt you can handle talking to one of your own species? Sam shook his head. Systems are logical. I like logic. I like fixing things. Logical people, however, are the minority I was talking about. If they are not logical, what are they? Sam laughed. Balls of chaos and emotion, ego, ideas, and competition. This is why I like other species. What? In my species, you can't call out people on their ego. It makes them curl up more into it and get upset. We get angry easily. I can't just say, hey, that is illogical. You're not thinking in reality. Please get on topic here. They get all brain hurt. I can talk about it to you, though, because you're foreign to it. Tato bobbed a bit in his stride. No, my people are not foreign to it. Spaceflight took our people several generations to commit to because of the same issues. We can be quite stubborn in changing our ways. New things are not easily tolerated. Sam looked over at him. Your people are adapting to the twain quick enough. We tend to band together in the face of imminent death. Same on our homeworld. Took a cluster of incoming asteroids to get us motivated to leave our gravity well. Sam laughed. And it took the failure of your food systems to get you looking into joining systems around the rim. Correct. That is a good point. Thank you, Tato. Sam was sitting at his desk in his office. Olivia was moving stray hairs out of his face. Orbit glowed a few feet away next to a floating camera. A tray of scribblers hovered, ready to record every word for the walls. Olivia finished dolling him up. She looked him in the eyes. You ready? Sam, having enjoyed his jog, shower, and adequate breakfast, nodded. As ready as I can be. She smiled. Good. You're about to go on. Good luck, she said and kissed him. Orbit looked over at Sam and mouthed, 3, 2, 1, and then pointed. Sam stared into the camera. Hello, universe. A display appeared near the camera. A large man with a beard appeared and started talking. There he is, Sam Clemens, you finally show yourself. Sam looked around at everyone in the room, and then back at the camera. Yes, I am on camera. Hello, Mr. Garrigot. Thank you for joining me in this discussion. The large man shook his head. Joining you? Nice of you to show up finally. I'm surprised a coward like you has the balls to be on camera at all. Sam shut his eyes for a moment, calming himself. He opened his eyes and stared at Timothy. I'm not doing this for you at all. I'm doing this because people need to hear it. Garrigot scoffed. Hear what? Your list of bad choices? Your dedication to sin and atrocity? The people don't need to hear you. They need to see how your horrid life is leading you and your people into despair. You are a warning, Sam. That, the people need to hear. Sam shook his head. I feel the same about you, but I want to stress. I'm not doing this to cause more stress on an already tense situation. I want this to be a bridge of peace. The Hugh Sovereign stared at him. Peace. You have given sanctuary to humanity's greatest threat. You willingly allow chimeras to walk amongst your people. You and your science project are an abomination. You think we who know that faulty road, can allow you to keep on as you are? Sam smiled at the camera. And now a word from our sponsors. The feed cut to a commercial featuring the Twain Casino. The camera floated over the shoulders of Stickians bobbing their eye stalks as they won, and then over to a group of Craddock who spoke in their native language describing the drinks. The feed then changed over to a set of 4 obelisks as they described the hotel amenities. The commercial ended on Guachuk stretched out in his office thanking the Clowder and member worlds and encouraging all peoples to come and visit Twain. Sam reappeared on screen. Thank you, Guachuk, for funding this channel. Timothy looked off screen, confused. What the hell was that? You're using this debate to broadcast xenofilth? Sam laughed. The Webbians and the consortium have helped fund this station, and the Clowder from the beginning. Without their help, I would have died a long time ago. Sam smiled and raised his hand. That brings me to a point. Garrigot interrupted. Your point has been made. You side with aliens against your own people. You embrace hedonistic science and are creating threats beyond imagining. You are living in a floating box of sin. Anyways, Sam said calmly, out here, I have had to learn to live with all types of species and viewpoints. Being clear of my own and my people's bigotry helped me come to an understanding that has been lost with our people as of late. I've had to learn to make peace with species with different viewpoints. Wrong viewpoints, Tim interjected. Sam shook his head. The only wrong viewpoint I've found is when someone assumes theirs is the only right one. Yes, there are altered humans living on the station, and they are proud business owners and make some of the best omelets this side of the rift. Yes, there are AI reproducing out here, and they have proven themselves to be great assets. Whether they are facilitating construction, or helping defend us from foreign invaders, or even aiding our hospital cure alien diseases, they have proven themselves to be just as alive as any organic and as flawed as any of us. He admits his own depravity. You are a demon, Sam Clemens. You're going to bring ruin to us all. Sam laughed. I don't care about anything upstream anymore. I have my world here. Nothing here is going to impact anything you are doing at all. I just want you to quit sending crap down the river. We don't need anything from you. Crap. You captured 3 Oblivion carriers and say they are crap. Garrigate raised his hands, flapping them around. You see, all of you see, he has no respect for our troops. Your troops were committing genocide. They are safely encamped. I gave them far more respect than they did their own civilians they were executing. Lies. Blaming Xeno atrocities on our veterans. Filth. Sam nodded at Orbit. Anyone interested in said Xeno atrocities, there is a file overlay with video footage from the last remaining Heilung ship. It clearly shows the carpet bombing from HEW interdictor ships. Sam glared at the camera. There is a threat to humanity, and it isn't Xeno, it isn't AI, and it isn't anything happening here. It is the same old power-grabbing fascist, rising up and killing anyone who doesn't think like him. Fake news. You think your edited footage proves anything? Sam waved at Orbit. The AI cut the tie and feed from Garrigate. Sam looked into the camera. This channel is going to remain open. We're going to continue broadcasting the goings-on of the Clouder. We have several peace festivals lined up. The racetrack is opening soon, and we will be broadcasting those. Several of the Fuimos have started a habitat show that will air every 7th cycle. It's all pretty good programming. My AI, Orbit, will have Rift Engine and beacon schematics embedded in the feed for anyone interested. We have worlds upon worlds of living space, and it is waiting for peoples just like you. So come on down. Leave your prejudices back in the HFY. The Clouder is here. Sam and Olivia were swimming in Zemuden's massive tank when the ocean grower surfaced. Hello, Sam. Sam, floating on his back, smiled over at the large creature. Hey, big guy. I saw your broadcast. Sam straightened and started treading water. What did you think? You included a file containing descriptions of all Clouder species, including my own. Sam nodded. Are you offended? Zemuden slowly blinked his large eye. Not at all, Sam. I just got off a communication that Orbit facilitated. The broadcast reached our homeworlds. My people know we are not dead now because of you. They are asking permission to send a colony ship. Zemuden raised a tentacle out of the water. Sam's earcom told him it meant a mix of honor, lower status, and hope. Would you allow them to come? Sam looked at Olivia. She smiled from her floaty. Your kind pride yourselves on mending ocean ecosystems, right? Zemuden slowly blinked at her. Yes. Water is a precious resource. We have co-evolved with our homeworld's oceans to be caretakers. It is in our DNA to care for water. We can be of more service if you allow us. Olivia nodded. Sparrow has new oceans starting that need a jump-start, as do several of the Margot worlds. Hell, the Margot, I bet, could use some of your engineers. Olivia raised her hand. You know what? Vitalia has a violent ocean. Everything is eating everything in it. I watched a boat from orbit get eaten in a single bite. You have any experience with fixing something like that? Zemuden coiled several tentacles, giving a sign of easy. My people have fixed all types of seas. Pollution, be it chemical, biological, or radioactive, is quite doable. Will you allow us to help? Sam swam over to the large ocean grower. He put his hand on the creature's tentacle that was as big around as his chest. Zemuden, I will ask the Senate, but I am sure they will welcome the help that your people bring. Sam tread water for a moment. You saw they are doing a show about the habitats, right? They are starting with the Webians. You designed that, didn't you? Zemuden blinked slowly in confirmation. It was a simple design. Their needs are basic, and their atmosphere is a well-known chemical composition. The alloys needed were readily available and easy to manipulate. Sam laughed. Beyond me, I can read instructions and that's about it. You have proven yourself time and again to my people, President. I thank you again. If there is anything we can do to help, let us know. Sam leaned back, took a deep breath, and floated again. You thought about joining the TARPA program? Right now it is mostly in Finnegan, but we could use other insights. We are adverse to war, but I will send a query. Sam spit some water into the air and turned to look into the creature's eye. I appreciate it. I have a feeling my people aren't going to leave us alone. Cadence Claiborne, Vatborn daughter of Cammy, stood with Cookie, Grape Juice, and the Preserver, watching the large slime-coated cocoon in the reinforced lab. Cookie spun a bit and looked at the Preserver. That in Finnegan proved useful. The Preserver looked with two of his three eyes focusing on Cookie. Yes, but they are still a plague. If it hadn't been caught, the entire station could have been wiped out by its mindless alterations. He turned, looking back at the experiment. They don't stop. They tinker away, playing with things they know nothing about until something horrible happens. It's in their very nature. Grape Juice flexed her tri-fingers. Really? In their nature? Did you find the genes controlling how much creatures make mistakes? I'd like to have a copy of those sequences. It's a human expression, he retorted. Their genome lends them to curiosity, that coupled with lack of self-restraint, and they do things they shouldn't do, continuously. Cadence sighed. What does an Infinigan have to do with my brother? Is he part Infinigan now? The Preserver turned his head and focused on her. Not at all. There was an Infinigan who stumbled on a dead ship that contained our technology, lab kits in particular. He went on to try to make a human cat, but instead made a monstrosity. The Preserver turned and looked back at the cocoon containing Francis. But he did accidentally figure out a way to reconfigure living tissue without memory loss. Turns out there are numerous species on your origin world that do it often. Quite peculiar. Cadence looked over the tall patriarch of the Preservers. I'm not from Earth. I'm made. Oh, I am aware. Your genome has only minor tweaks made to it. For the most part, you are full human. Humans don't think so. Grape Juice cantered next to her. You have tension caused by being born from a false womb. It is nothing wrong. Many species grow generations in the same manner. There is nothing unusual with you. Cadence looked at the purple-striped Preserver. Okay, you got me interested. What Earth creatures reconfigure their bodies without losing memories? Grape Juice bobbed a bit. Your Lepidoptera proved to be the most suitable species to utilize. Their methods were well documented in Orbit's logs, and their genomes were heavily explored already by Earth scientists. We used Acherontia with him. Grape Juice flicked her fingers again. He said it looked cool. I like it. Cadence rolled her eyes, looking back at her brother. So, he's going to be a monster like whatever the Infinigan made? The Preserver lifted one of his three hands. We will find out momentarily. He's stirring. The watched as the cocoon twitched, a portion of it stretching out as he moved inside. Another portion pushed out, the fibers and skin becoming taut. A tear ripped across it, and a scaled arm and hand appeared from the wound in the cocoon. The hand reached and clawed, pulling at the film. With another pull, the cocoon popped open, and juices poured onto the floor. Francis Claiborne stepped out from his second womb, changed. The Preserver touched the room's calm. Happy you are awake. How do you feel, Francis? The scaled creature looked at them with 4 insectile eyes, no mouth parts visible. It raised its hands and touched its face, feeling for its mouth. The Preserver hit the button again to speak. On the table beside you. I had a Webbian-type comm reworked for you. You should have some fingerlets under that plate on your chest. See if it fits. Francis walked over to the table and picked up the 2 parts of the device. He slipped the display lens in his top right eye and then started feeling on his chest. The plate muscles flexed, and it lifted. With a push, the typing device slid into the muscular pouch underneath. He then lowered his taut arms and stayed still for a moment. The four in the room waited. The speakers in the room then spoke with a mechanical voice. "It is intuitive." "Thank you." The preserver bobbed. "How do you feel? Any residual pains?" "No. I feel new. My body feels rested. Strong. Good. We will have to run some tolerance tests and take samples to make sure your DNA structures are holding. We don't want any decay cascades. You okay with that?" "Yes," Francis said. That makes sense. I agree to that. Confused, yet with clarity." Cadence looked at the preserver with concern. The preserver took note and spoke up again. "Confused on what? So far you are appearing as a success." The creature in the lab walked slowly around the room, touching objects. "So much input. I can smell the room." He ran his fingers over a metal table with glass test tubes on it. "So many things. I know what they are, but they are all new to me. Having to relearn." Grape Juice leaned over to Cadence and whispered to her. "I researched a lot about moths. They have exceptional chemical receptors. We put in as many sensor platforms as we could squeeze into him, without causing dysfunction. I bet it's amazing." Cadence moved the preserver away from the comm and spoke into it. "Brother, it's Cadence. Are you all right?" He turned and looked at the mirrored glass. "Yes, just slightly disoriented. It's like looking into a bright light, but with all your senses. I can feel the air, taste it. I see colors I have no words for. It is new, but I will process it. I'm here to help. What can I do?" He stared into the mirror with his 4 alien eyes. "Give me time." Josiah and Callie sat in the new Vitalian Hotel, located near the new sprawling downtown. The lobby they were enjoying drinks in overlooked a small body of water. Slithering creatures roiled around, churning the water. Small Vitalian children were tossing in fuzzy lumps of animal, causing the creatures to leap out of the water and fight for the morsels. Callie shook her head. "This place still creeps me out. So violent." Josiah laughed. "Your pet world creeps you out? And you want to go explore a new one?" She smiled at him. "I didn't really get out into it. I'm better at watching from safety." "Well, that's no way to live. This next one, I'm going to get out there with you. We're going to walk that world together. If it's like this one, we won't make it 5 feet." Josiah reached over and touched her hand. "I got some surprises ordered. You're going to like them." "Oh, surprises. Do tell." He shook his head. "Can't." He smiled for a while, looking into her eyes. "Change of subject. How many did you get for the team?" "I got quite a few hired. I got one of Spitzlittle's daughters, Nash Smile. She's proficient in beacon and rift tech. I think that would be an asset. She could help us rig up an AI, I think." Callie started counting on her fingers. "I got a Tar, Paraffin, a group of Stygians led by one called 12-Toe. She smiled at Josiah. "Guess how many toes he has?" Josiah stared at her. She looked back at her fingers. "Stubborn and Slayer were eager to get off the station. They want to run around, so I offered them a spot on the expedition. Grape Juice said she'd come, and I hired a group of 4 air from the Twain Hospital staff. They said they needed field work or something." She looked at him. "So, what about these 2 we are meeting here? Who are they?" "Well, Cadence is the woman who busted me out of that prison ship. I owe her my freedom. She's pretty tough, and I figured she would be an asset. Some Scribbler descendants of a tribe I worked with some on the Brumus, a couple Gallic who wanted to come. Oh, and Cadence's brother texted saying he wanted to come along." Josiah laughed. "He wanted to do some field trials as well." Callie laughed. "Sounds like he can run with the air, keep them safe. Dunno. If he's anything like Cadence, well, we won't have to worry about him." Just as they had mentioned them, Cadence walked in through the front doors. Josiah stood up having seen her and waved. He looked down at Callie. There she is. He looked back up at her and saw the giant bluish-green scaled humanoid standing beside her. Callie stood up, touching Josiah's arm. What is that thing? That a curator or something? Cadence and her brother walked over. She held her hand out and was greeted with a shake from Josiah. Hello again. Thank you for this mission. We could use the funds. Josiah looked at the giant standing next to her. And who is this? Cadence patted her brother on the side. This is my brother, Rockborn. He's a little different, but you'll be glad to have him with us. He is a jack of all trades. Callie looked him over. Well, welcome to the team. We have a ship over at the port. You two ever worked on a Gree vessel before? Cadence looked up at her brother, and then back at Callie. We are aware of them. It should be nothing too jarring. Callie laughed. You say that, but they tend to listen in a lot. Can't keep secrets while in one. Just a forewarning. Don't say anything you don't want gossiped about. Rockborn looked down at his sister. Cadence nodded. He wants the files about the world in question. He has done some field tests here, and is wondering if the life forms on this Gallic world are comparable. Callie looked at Josiah for a moment, then back at the two siblings. We don't know yet. We have a few dozen myths, some snaps from flybys and its location. Could be anything there. Cadence nodded. He's also wondering if you will have any bigoted crew. We are not fond of strongly opinionated peoples. Callie thought for a moment. Well, the Stygians are all-around assholes. They judge quite a bit. That going to be a problem? Cadence shook her head. No, that is in their species file. Slavers, warlike, overtly sexual, and judgmental. We are aware, and it shouldn't be an issue. Rockborn communicated to his sister again. Cadence nodded. He wants to know if we can kill any if they do become a problem. Callie glared at her. Don't kill any of our crew. Figure out ways to work with them, please. Rockborn nodded, as did Cadence. She smiled at Callie. We agree to that. When do we depart? Callie looked around. Well, I'm waiting on a friend of mine still. She looked at Josiah. Grape juice should be here by now. Cadence smiled. She was in her lab still readying her things. She laughed. I did not put it together. She was readying for a trip and wouldn't discuss it with us. Her brother tapped her on the shoulder. Cadence chuckled. She'll be surprised to see us on board. This will be fun. Josiah looked around at the group. Well, text her. Get her to meet us there then, and I'll go pack up our room. Callie smiled at him. All right, I'll take them over to the ship. He winked. See you in a bit. Enid Covington woke up in her room. With a yawn, she stretched and extended her feet to the floor. Still in a daze, she walked over to the single hanger in the closet and pulled on her orange robe. She stepped out into the brightly lit hallway and started walking. She passed a man going in the opposite direction, Frank Lucian. She remembered him, a cook from the Copernicus. She smiled, and he gave a curt nod as he walked back to his room. She sighed, her hand touching the empty spot on her hip where her fragger used to be. Even though the robe completely covered her, except for her ankles, she felt naked. Enid continued walking, even though she had nowhere to go. She walked down the halls leading toward the housing quarters of her captors. Most of her fellow humans from the United World stayed clear, but she was bored and didn't really realize or care where she meandered. She stepped through a door that opened for her and into a large greenhouse. The translucent dome above let in starlight, and she stopped to look into the void. Then her eyes wandered across the greenery in the room and the bright yellow lights illuminating them. She stepped through the plants, her hand tracing along the leaves. Enid stopped as she crossed a pathway. A crab-like three-legged Xeno was standing across from her, handling some tomatoes. One of its eyes shifted and focused on her. The brown and gray creature touched a device on its chest and began speaking in human common. Hello, human female. Were you wanting fresh produce? She shook her head. No, I just took a wrong turn. She started backing up to leave. The creature walked closer to her, its 3 legs causing it to spin as it did. I am curious human. How are you adjusting to the facility? She stopped and looked up at the creature. This prison? Yeah, loving it. You're doing a great job. The preserver looked over her. Your face flushed and the tone of your voice changed. You are attempting to hide anger. She stood straighter, looking into its eyes. Yes. You've studied us then? Learning what you can from your subjects? The Xeno focused all its eyes on her, lowering itself to her height. I am Twain-born from the last season. I've been around several of your species, and also the subspecies of Tower. They are quite similar. I have not committed to any intensive studies of your people. My field of research has been a focus on botanical organisms. She looked over the creature. What are you? I am the designated preserver for this facility. I'm overseeing the crops on this world. She sneered. No, I mean, what are you? You look like a crab someone broke a leg off. She laughed. Bet the meat was tasty and damn the size of your legs. I bet there's bunches. The preserver bobbed in place. Ah, yes. Humans joke about us being a potential delicacy. If you do have actual inquiry about my species, we call ourselves preservers. We have a natural aptitude for biology sciences. He leaned his body closer to her, inspecting her with his multifaceted eyes. You appear healthy. That is good. I've been hoping the provided food could sustain your populace. Yeah, I'm fit as a fiddle. She leaned away from him. So, when are you letting my people out of this prison? He turned back to the plant, picking off a spotted leaf. The Senate has nominated this facility a temporary encampment. You and the Gallic are not prisoners. If we aren't prisoners, then we can leave? You going to let me go, Crabman? He looked at her with one eye over his shoulder. When you find a purpose suitable for yourself, we will gladly let you go. But as of now, you are still deemed a threat. Enid leaned on one of the large rectangular planters. Well, I am a threat. You aren't scared? She stared him down. The male provider of DNA for myself attempted to eat me upon my hatching. I have never felt such fear. I'm far larger now, and you are nowhere near the size discrepancy as I was faced with my father attempting to digest me. No, human female, you are not scary. She pulled a stake that was pinning a bit of twine into the soil and charged the preserver. Fuck you, Xeno! She lunged at him. He spun on his feet, tripped her, and upon her hitting the ground, he placed a foot on the back of her head. Your blood flushes abruptly before your muscles move. Your attack was easily seen human. You should practice containing your emotions better. If you remain calmer, you will be harder to predict. He lifted his foot, and Enid crawled away, staring at him. You going to call security? He turned back and pulled off several red cherry tomatoes. Why? Do you need assistance? She started getting back up to her feet, dusting the gravel and dirt from her robe. She looked over at him as he notated the tomatoes he pulled. You said before, if we have a suitable purpose, we can leave here. What does that mean? He paused and looked over at her. We all need a purpose, something to do. What is yours? What is mine? I was a security officer aboard one of the finest Oblivion carriers in the human fleet. What's yours? He bobbed slightly. I am head botanical specialist here. I have mentioned this. The Clouder is paying me well to make sure your people are fed and oxygenated. My purpose is to accrue currency so as to increase my specimen vault and to fund my building of a zoo on this planetoid. He turned back to his documentation display. Then, when I have my zoo stocked and specimens displayed, I will host a season, and many females will come and lay their eggs for me. She blinked a couple times. You're working here so you can get some ladies. Fucking men. No. My people do not copulate as yours do, and I do not intend to facilitate any rival males coming if I do not have to. This facility is not large enough to host competitions. He stopped the data entry, focusing again on her. What is it you want for your future purpose, human female? I am truthfully inquiring. She looked at him for a moment. Well, I liked being in security. I liked my guns, but if I were to get them back, I'd still be seen as a threat, so... The preserver flicked his fingers, thinking, No, I do not think a single human with weaponry is a threat. You could not do much in terms of harming the Clouder. Your ships, fully staffed, were a threat. Alone, you are not. He touched his display again and pulled up a different file. Enid Covington. Yes. I will put in that you are interested in security details. This will help. Thank you for sharing human female. You don't think a human with a gun is a threat? No. The Clouder is made up of numerous species on over a dozen worlds. One human could not harm that. She laughed. Humans are stronger than you think. You'd be surprised. Humans are strong, yes. A human is not. You are frail, easily injured, operating on faulty sensory organs, and quite moody. He lowered himself so as to be eye to eye with her. Most of your kind needs others to be of any use. A real human threat is an anomaly. For a botanist, you seem to know quite a bit about humans. He stood back up to his full height. I have spent a significant time with one of your anomalies. He went back to pulling fruit. Did that person know how to control his emotions, not reveal his blood? You learned that stuff hanging out with us? You a weirdo? Dissecting people? No. I enjoy plants. They are my primary focus. I have several potential mates already inquiring about my collection. It is quite sizable. He looked at her with one of his eyes. I grew up in the farms on Twain. One of your kind saved my siblings and I from eating each other. He enjoyed working with plants as I now do. We spent many cycles planting corn, tobacco, the forebears of these very tomatoes. He's a great warrior, fought in the first Gallic encounters. I learned much of humanity from him. A fighter, eh? Was he able to get a hit on you? Yes. He was eager to learn. I've learned from my inquiries with the orbit that he would roughhouse with us. At first we were confused, thinking he was trying to eat us, but it was your species' fraternal instincts of roughhousing. He taught us how to fight with a human from our youth, and in so doing he learned how to avoid us hitting him. It's quite an interesting adaptation to increase the survivability of your young. She laughed. A human raised you, that's smart. Sounds like a weirdo bonding with space crabs. She shivered. Gross. As I said, he is an anomaly. He was also here alone for quite some time and had to learn to be among other species. I understand why my biological DNA donator bonded to him. Shit. You're talking about Sam, aren't you? He bobbed. Of course. My apologies, I did not make that evident. She sat back down on the ground, leaning on a large pot with okra growing in it. He was just stranded out here, wasn't he? Yes. His crew had died. From my research, not many of your species could survive the mental isolation as he did. Yeah, an anomaly. I get it. Sounds like he's kind of a badass. All of this mess out here is because of him. That's crazy. The Clouder is the opposite of a mess. It is quite an accomplishment. She laughed. Yeah, a bunch of aliens getting together and cobbling together a space station. Doesn't sound messy at all. You know, they gave us copies of your Accord. It's just a mash of human laws. It's funny you all bought it and are just rolling with it. My people, preservers, carve out niches on worlds. We are used to having to fight for life space. Most of the universe is death or dealing with hostile creatures. Your Sam and your human laws arriving here has caused a cascade of community. It is an accomplishment. You are right, there are messes. But we have custodians now that clean up those. I do not think I would have survived if not for the human Sam. Actually, I know I would not have. I'm not as strong as my brothers. I would have been eaten. He made a fist with his 3 hands. Yes, they would have eaten me. Are people really that different? Didn't he buy the station from another race? I mean, he's not the first to make a station out here. The preserver knelt down and approached her again. Humans are not that different, as you have proven. You're just as hostile and antagonistic as any other species. The Sam, though, he is different. You should be more like Sam." He stood back up and walked around the planter and started harvesting okra pods. She stood up and looked at the creature. Enid turned, pocketed the steak, and walked toward the door. The preserver shouted with his chest of ice. "Good luck, human female. I will send off your purpose. I hope you find a place to habitate." Enid raised her hand limply and went back to meandering. Dam stood on the grand bridge of the Veritasium, orbiting the prison world of the Kawaru system. He watched the massive holodisplay as it rendered the ships descending down to the rocky ice world. He looked over at the newly rendered AI. "Veritas, give me vitals on the 2 facilities." "Yes, sir." "Gallic inhabitants are irritated still, but neurosis levels are decreasing. The Overwatcher Parry has just facilitated the distribution of 400 head of cattle. The Gallic are currently feeding and replenishing their bodies. Filthy creatures. Sometimes I wish we could just eradicate the lot of them." "Agreed, sir. They are a potential risk over the entirety of the Clouder." The golden AI walked its holographic human form across the bridge and stood shoulder to shoulder with Dam. "Your endeavors are proving fruitful. The ship will be able to stand toe-to-toe with any known human vessel that may arrive in the Rim. Several more, and we will be the best armed organization known to exist." Dam looked over the asexual golden hologram. Better armed than the rogue mothers. He walked over to the holodisplay and looked over the system. "What about whatever the Arlong is? Think we are a match for it?" "Both are unknown, sir." Dam looked up and at the crew manning their consoles. Members of each of the founding species were present. Dam watched the Webian in its tube, docked to its terminal, running numbers and economic simulations. 2 obelisks were on a call with an ocean grower back on Twain, making plans for greenhouses on the planetoid below. Dam looked back at Veritas. "I think we need more. Even with giant ships, a small fleet of planet crackers could slip the line and wreak havoc on home worlds. That is unacceptable." The AI touched the hologram and zoomed in on Kawaru Prime. "The old prison is being reconfigured into orbital defenses. Grief fleets are growing and patrolling this system and the 2 nearest. More is being made. Other cultures are assisting. You do not have to share these worries alone, sir." Dam took a long breath and strode toward the door. He let it slide open and exited into his quarters. He sat down at his desk. "Veritas, connect me to my wife." The desk shimmered, and a ringing nose came through on the speakers. A moment later, Shineless and a small child appeared in holographic rendering, full color. Dam smiled at her. "Hello, wife." "Hello, husband," she replied. "How is the valley?" "Micah came to visit. Asterion is still on Twain. He had to tend to the zoo. The preserver has yet to make it back to the station." Shineless bounced a bit. "Oh, they're thinking of having a wedding, like a big one. She says we're invited and will send an invite when they get the details haggled out." "That is good news. People finding their lives and making it. I love it." "We're going to need a dress for Caroline. She's going to be big enough to be the flower girl. I'll have to help her a bit, but she can walk the aisle for them." "Sounds beautiful. We could make a venue the next valley over. I bet there will be more weddings to follow." Shineless nodded. "I watched an old flat movie like that last week. If we make the valley, the people will get married." She laughed and then stared at him for a moment. "You're king of a world. I think we should get married." He stared back at her. "Should we build a castle too? Outfit a legion of scribblers to be our royal guard? You already have a legion of scribblers. Hell, everyone does. I heard Spitzlittle outfitted a legion of Infinnegan. Get one of those and I'd be impressed. All right, maybe get some of your family to suit up. Move out?" "My mama would love a place," she said. "We could grow some crystal mountains for them. Maybe ask Curator to design something to generate a localized atmosphere for them. I bet we could get a legion to come on their own." She bounced the child on her knee, causing it to coo a bit. "You're still worrying too much. I can see it. I have to worry. No one else is. Everyone is out playing space or zoo tycoon out here. If I don't worry, we're going to be caught off guard and wiped out. Spitzlittle has been worrying and putting it to good use. You're not alone. We're not alone. We need more organization, he said. We need better chain of command, trained leaders, efficiency. He leaned back in his chair, rubbing his forehead. We need people. I paid the Fuimos to increase reproduction just to fill spots on this ship. They're good pilots, but they aren't warriors. If we got boarded, we would be shredded. The Clouder needs bodies. Well, we just got 3 ships full of humans. Put them to work. He shook his head. They're enemy combatants, dear. They'd be likely to kill the already existing multi-species crew. I can only imagine what they will do when they see our daughter walking as a flower girl in a transgenic wedding. These people are too full of hate to be of any use. My parents thought Sam was like that at first. Mama even attacked him. Turns out we were just as misinformed about him as we thought he was of us. Damn sighed. You're saying I should try and make peace with them? Think the olive branch technique will work? He laughed. It's generational hate. Give them any kind of leverage and you will get a mutiny wherever we put them. She pulled a brush into frame and started brushing Caroline's hair. Then separate them. There are thousands and millions of ships darting around the rim. Get some of the people jobs on those. Maybe some exposure to other cultures will help the situation. Dam tapped his fingers on the desk. That's actually a good idea. The Craddock fleet is spread out, keeping the lanes safe. They are more than capable of handling a human on board their ships. Yeah, that might work. Every Craddock freed up is a potential soldier. I love you, wife. I love you too, husband. Be safe out there. Safe as the void can be. Perry had finished herding the herbivores into the Gallic enclosure and was walking his 3 different bodies down the ribbed hallway to his quarters. He entered his tiered aviary and climbed up the wall to his sleeping ledge. The 3 bodies scampered and curled together, the threads tightening them together. Like a fitted puzzle, the 3 bodies layered on top of one another, and with one free appendage he reached up and touched the comm. The horde is fed for now. Dam looked in from the comm display. Good. There any hope any of them will join the cause? There is always hope. I think they will eventually see how beneficial it could be. Eventually, one will take the chance and sign up with the Clouder. We've already seen great progress with the holdouts from Kaworu Prime. Several have already passed courses and are working at the casino. Perry switched mouths to ease in verbal communication. I did not think any of that batch would be sympathetic enough to be around other species. They have proved me wrong. Dam looked at Perry's central body, a deceased human pulled from the debris orbiting the planet. You're wearing a human. That is a legal offense, you know this. It is also legally valid. Detritus found where there are no surviving crew is allowed to be salvaged. The Infinigan use it quite often. Dam shook his head. Yeah, there are surviving crew and the ship is not detritus. Those carriers are still in use and are crewed. You need to make that body disappear. Well, the body is detritus, and it is uncrewed. I can use it. No, you can't. You're going to cause an incident if you're seen with that on. I need you to dispose of it before anyone sees. Do you understand? Perry shifted his bunched-up bodies. Sapient corpses are in very short supply here. We're going to need fresh ones. Without them, we're going to lose progress. They'll get wilder without the higher brain functions. Dam thought it over for a bit. All right, I'll work on something. Just get out of that one, you understand? All right, I will need a new one by next cycle then.
Callie grabbed a carved wooden bear off of Sam's desk and threw it at him. You jerk! I can't believe you're doing this!
He deflected the bear to the ground with his hand. He stared at her unblinking. Callie, I'm sorry. Anything not directly funding the military I have to cut. You were the one who started this program. You were dead set on having me put together a team to go explore these worlds. What the hell, Sam? She flailed her hands in the air. I've got a crew together. I've got a mission plan. Ship hired. Outpost lander built. How could you cut us off like this? She strode over to his desk and hid it, looking him in the eyes. What? What could it have funded? Our pay wasn't that much. What, you going to get a shuttle, a couple new suits for the scribblers? He sighed, shaking his head and closing his eyes. No, you're right. I did want this bad, but now isn't the time. He opened his eyes and looked into hers. I'm sorry, Callie. We ran the numbers. Everything non-essential to the war effort is getting trimmed or cut. We have to protect what we've built out here. She shook her head and stormed out. Fucking space program all over again. You're losing out on research, she yelled as she pulled the door shut. Callie sat in the mess of the grease ship habitus. Around her were Cadence, Josiah, Grapejuice, and Rockborn. And that's it. He cut funding just like that. Called me in, broke the news, and bam, no mission. Josiah put his arms around her and touched his forehead to her hair. It's going to be okay. Sounds like there is plenty of other work to do. We can maybe pull together and get funding for mercenary work. Can re-outfit the ship if the Gree is okay with it. Callie hit her fist on the table, shaking her glass. No. She turned around and looked at them. We've got others. I made deals with people to fully man this ship. It's not just us getting let down. She shook her head. No. This is important. We have Scribbler Knights ready to get their names on the walls via this mission. Their short little lives. This would be a missed opportunity of a lifetime, literally, for them. I made calls to the Infinigan consulate. I was going to pick up a squad of their new shockers. I had all sorts of applications. It was going to be epic. Her shoulders slumped, and she leaned into Josiah. Cadence sat on the bench beside her and took her hand. All he did was take money from us. That is all that is missing from the mission. She looked around at everyone. All we need is some money, right? The humans started nodding. Grapejuice bobbed slowly in time with them, agreeing. Callie and Josiah sat in the lobby of the Bank of Clowder, outside the hallways of offices. A Stygian approached with 2 modified breather suits. I've just finished running these through the test bench. Put them on. Galafic is waiting. Callie and Josiah wormed themselves into the suits and turned on the breathing devices. They looked over the seams and joints themselves, making sure there were no leaks or non-working parts. The two looked into each other's faces and nodded. They walked toward the airlock side by side. On the other side of the airlock, the acidic air moved around them like a breezy soup, red with wisps of green. The Stygian secretary led them through to a back office. It motioned with several of its spindly hands for them to enter. Galafic's office. Good luck. Callie nodded and led the way in. The office had a high ceiling, but it felt a lot lower as there were hundreds of metal bars crossing the space at various angles. The thick air gave shadows depth, and she grew disoriented looking around. Hello, Callie asked into her comms. A shadow darted through the mist, and then spread out like an arachnid's web. Callie focused on it. Galafic? The lights changed, and the Webbian was revealed in her full display. She was spread across 7 bars, and her numerous pinprick eyes stared down at the 2 humans. Hello, Callie, Josiah. Time is of the essence here. Make your pitch. Callie nodded and patted Josiah. Yes, you're right. Okay. Vitalia. You know Vitalia, right? Galafic flexed her web-like body. Yes, that is the fundamental of your pitch. I'm aware of the profits being made from that world. Factories are already being built into its mantle. Quite the future powerhouse. Exactly. We are predicting this world will be quite similar, except more stable as there isn't an operational Genforge on the surface. Callie started. We are expecting similar growth in all industry as we explore and settle this new world. Galafic interrupted. This new world, in the heart of enemy territory, potentially inhabited by Gallic, and with a Genforge in an unknown state. Am I wrong on any of that? Callie looked at Josiah, and then back up at the Webbian. No, that sounds spot on. Callie fidgeted a bit. I know it sounds like a long shot, but that is science. What we can learn from this expedition outweighs near everything else. There is no telling what amazing things we can find out. Galific darted across the room using the bars and restretched herself in a corner. That is exactly the risk. There is no telling what will be found out. The risk far exceeds reward on this deal. I'm sorry, but I cannot facilitate sending this up the loan ladder. You have a good record, and that is in your favor. But the world is what we would be investing in, not you. And that world is at the heart of bad records in the Rim. Callie nodded, her hands clasped in front of her. Well, thank you for your time. You are welcome, humans. Please leave now, the Webbian said as it moved back across the room. Callie sat with everyone again, this time in the bridge with the Gree of the Habitus. That's it. Loan turned down. Mission is too high a risk. Grape Juice knelt on a bench. Research has always been at the fringes of funding in nearly all known sapient races. Preservation takes the forefront. This is to be expected and allowed for. The survival of the Clouder takes priority station. Maybe we should pivot as Josiah mentioned. We could be an asset to the war effort. Rockborn stepped away from the wall, speaking through his encased computing device. I may know someone. Everyone turned and looked at him. The ship's Gree, blinking slowly, spoke up. I know many as well. What is your point? Rockborn continued. I know someone who might be able to finance the expedition. It is risky, but I could ask if everyone still wishes to continue. Callie looked at Grape Juice. Were you wanting to abscond? Grape Juice stood straighter, taller. No. I was merely attempting to raise morale. A world of potential unknown life forms for myself to catalog is a treasure I cannot turn away from if there is a hope of attaining it. Callie looked over at Rockborn. What kind of risk you talking about? Rockborn turned his multifaceted eyes toward his sister. She can be chaotic at times. She may fund us, she may not, and there is no telling what she may ask of us in return if she does. Callie looked around at everyone. The Gree of the Habitus spoke through the branches extending through the room. I wish to know the history of my race. I wish to know they wise. Let us at least try once more if there is still hope. Rockborn lowered his head. All right, I will go make the pitch. Rockborn walked through the hospital, following the grazer nurse. He stepped into a patient room and sat down on the stool in the center of the room. The grazer took some notes, looking over his scale-covered body. All right. I think I have noted all I can detail. I will send in your requested provider momentarily. Rockborn replied through the comms. Thank you. I appreciate the candor. You are welcome. The grazer finished a sentence on the data slate and then stepped out of the room. Rockborn waited motionless for 20 minutes before the door opened. A pink female human hologram entered the room. Hello? Rockborn, is it? He nodded. She approached him. The nature of your visit was not spelled out. It said you were requesting to speak to me concerning a private matter. Is that correct? He nodded and extended his hand. She reached up and grabbed it with her ghostly holographic hand. Inside the hologram, a segmented robotic arm reached through and touched his hand lightly. She smiled as a scraping began decoding who and what he is. Interesting. He lowered his hand and stared at her. You are a chimera, but you're base. Interesting indeed. You are one of mine, Cammy said. He began typing in Latin inside his chest cavity. Hello, Mother. Hello, Francis. You have changed substantially since you stopped by last. I like it. You're quite formidable. She walked around him. Self-contained biological reactor inside of you. Impressive. If you were angry enough, you could seppuku this station in half. I'm enjoying the Clouder and intend no such thing. She looked up into his faceted eyes. Oh, of course not. I'm enjoying them as well. They're helping make lots of new storylines for the charges. You, as you are now, will make several of your own. She ran her holographic and robotic hand over him. Impressive. She looked back up into his eyes. Were you just wanting to show off your new body? Or did you actually have something to discuss with me? I am part of a team. We are looking for a patron. We are getting desperate to find funding. Cammy took a step away from him. Ah, the proverbial returning to mommy to ask for a loan. She pulled up a chair and pretended to sit in it, crossing her glowing pink legs. Go on. Tell me about your friends. He shifted and focused on her. They are passionate about science and history. I am sending you the project plan. He pulled up the file and flicked it over to her. We're going to explore a planet, take samples, research plants and animals, and maybe find answers concerning the origin of a couple of the sapient species here in the hole. She chuckled to herself. I like it. It seems biology is up your alley. Oh, the Gree and the Gallic. They are a curious symbiosis. Slavery built into their very DNA, quite brutal. I can barely imagine what their world is like. It says it's mostly covered in water and tropical. That sounds nice too. He nodded. So, what do you hope to get out of this? She asked deadpan. He sat motionless for a moment. I hope to gain land and mineral rights, coupled with access to any biological data discovered. She nodded. That could be quite a financial boon. I will ask for a percentage of that as well. I will route a portion of my assets to you to use as you see fit. Thank you, Mother. She stood up, gliding above the floor toward him. You will take 15 charges with you. You will train them. Teach them sciences, combat, survival training. Keep them alive, but do not make them feel weak. Do you understand? Of course, Mother. I will discuss it with the others, but I am sure that they will find this a good deal. She smiled. I know. There are other deals that must be made as well. I'm sending detailed amendments to the mission plan to your superior, Miss California Smith. You have my blessing, Rockborn. Have fun playing. She patted his leg and then turned, leaving the room. Callie let the Gree of the Habitus pilot the craft through the rift toward their next stop, Kawaru 8. She sat in her cabin and looked over the manifest. So far she had Cadence and Rockborn, Grape Juice, Josiah up at the helm with the Gree Tree, 25 of Kami's tourists out playing Space Cowboy, and in Finnegan on a prison release program, 5 Grazers, a cohort of Scribblers, Stubborn, Slayer, and 3 balls of SFP. She highlighted the Finnegan, pulling up his rap sheet. Phu Fong, his crimes included accidental manslaughter, genetic tampering without proper licensing, and resisting arrest. Wow, stupid Cammy! Callie pulled up the list of charges, going over them. They were old, far older than anyone she knew. Some were in the 200s. They had skills, but they were marked as untested in real environs. That will be fun to work out. She flicked the data slate onto her bed. It was worth the deal. She got up and flung herself beside the slate on the bed. She held it above her head as she scooted onto the pillow. She thumbed down into the gear Cammy had gave them. Mobile cannon placements, mining equipment, 3 shuttles, an enhanced biosuite and mechanic shop, and a deployable orbital station. Worth it. She smiled and dropped the slate beside her head, staring up at the vine-covered ceiling. Habitas, you listening to me? The ceiling hissed a moment and she could make out faint whispers. Always. You are my crew. She smiled. That's creepy as fuck. The vines hissed again. It is necessary. Go to sleep. We will be at the internment world in a few hours. You should rest some. All right. Did you ever get a hold of Dam? I reached Veritas. It has made the human aware of our coming. Callie stripped off her pants and crawled under the covers. Good. Wake me when we get in system. I will try. Sleep well, Cammy. The Gree whispered. A few minutes after her wake-up call, Callie was in the bridge room with the rest of the main crew. Status? Josiah stood next to an outgrowth near the side of the room. We have been cleared for approach. Detaching the freight cars now. We will be descending down to the landing pad shortly. Callie looked at Cadence leaning in the corner. You and your brother. With me. Your mom got you two someone else to babysit. Callie started toward the door and motioned them to follow. The three made it down to the disembarkment room. The two women suited up in their armored void suits. Rockborn stood staring at the door, one of his faceted eyes focusing on the oval display in the corner showing their descent. The ship touched down, and the three entered into the airlock. The air hissed out, and lights changed on the door. Rockborn touched the pad, and the outer door silently opened out to the rock-ice exoplanet. He stepped out, and the two women followed. The walk across the smooth pad was buoyant, quiet, and didn't take long. They were at the receiving lock in moments. The door hissed open, expecting them. They entered, and it shut. A whoosh of air flowed over them as the lock pressurized rapidly. The inner door clicked ready within moments, and the trio entered the offices of the camp. Callie led the troop down the hall, her HUD displaying a map provided from Veritas. She passed several Infinigan Fragger troops before reaching the designated door. The door continued the trend and opened on its own. The three entered. The white room was illuminated and bare except for a blue box sitting on a white stand. Callie looked around the room. A golden holographic man stepped up beside her. "Hello, Callie. Welcome to Camp Topaz." She looked the AI over. "Thank you. You must be Veritas." She looked around the room again and settled back on the blue box. "Is this what we agreed upon?" Veritas nodded. "Yes. Dam had that crafted specifically for your mission. I'm sorry we couldn't send any heavy firepower. We are truly wishing for your success. Having another gem in the Clouder would aid everyone greatly." She approached the box and picked it up. "Thank you for this. If it's anything like Curator, it's an asset. It is merely a copy of Base Self, and I myself am modeled after our president and clone." He smiled and flexed his holographic muscular arms. "At least my mentality." Callie stared at him for a moment. "Anyways, we have some crew to pick up. Crackletooth said he would come, and Cammy negotiated some of Spitzlittle's troops. Where are they at?" Veritas touched her helmet, updating her map. She could see dots moving towards the habitus. She nodded. "Ah, they are already boarding. Good. And the others?" Veritas pointed at the door. "You will have to pick them up yourself. The halls will be clear for you to depart." Callie nodded. "All right. Yay, more political prisoners." She held onto the box and exited into the hall. Orange lights strobed along the hall, leading them on. Rockborn stoically held the rear, and Cadence was on edge. Callie reached another door, and it opened up. The trio held back as several crawfishians stepped out. The slime-covered crustacean-like creatures maneuvered down the hall and stopped. Two crawfishians in the dark room barked orders in their undulating tongue. "Move it, dinner balls." 5 parasitic clusters of bodies stepped out from the room in front of Callie. Callie held out her hand. A crawfishian went to strike her hand down, but Rockborn caught it. The Gallic looked at the crawfishian, and then at the armor-suited human. It reached out one of its host's claws and gently took her proffered appendage. Callie smiled and shook it. "Welcome to the team. Did you read the mission brief?" The parasite looked over at the crawfishian beside it with 4 diverse heads. "No," it said towards Callie. "We were told the basics, but we have not been allowed any digital access." Callie let go of its claw. "Well, no worries. We will get you caught up on board. I was told there will be custom-made void suits for you shortly. Do I have to worry about you all on this mission?" The creature shook its heads in human fashion. "No. Parry has given us adequate training. It will be rough, but we can restrain ourselves." The crawfishian giving orders approached Callie. "These are the most behaved. They have been designated low risk. You will have 7 of my men go with you anyway. You will probably need them." Callie looked him in his recessed eyes. "The more the merrier." It bowed its multi-mandibled head. "Your last ward will meet us at the airlock." Callie nodded and turned to follow the now blue lights leading them through the complex back to the airlock. She held onto her treasure box. The group marched through and approached the airlock. A human female was standing next to it, suited up and ready with a pack. She extended her arm. Hello, Miss Smith. Pleasure to meet you. Callie is fine. Nice to meet you as well, Enid. I heard you have mechanic experience. Some. Mostly security details on board Oblivion carriers. I know my way around attacker if needed, though. Callie laughed. You man any guns on those ships? Enid shook her head. No, but several of my good friends did. They'd let me hang out in the capacitor bays with them in between ports. We had good times down there. Callie nodded and looked around at everyone. How you feel about my crew? You going to be a problem? Enid looked at the Gallic, then the Crawfishian, and finally on Rockborn. It will take some getting used to, but I see no problems. Rockborn stepped closer to her. She stared him down without falter. He typed a message to Callie. She's tough. I want her on my team. Callie smiled and pointed at the tall metallic-scaled humanoid. Enid, you're with him. She spun her finger in the air. All right. Everyone let's pack up and get this show on the road. Next stop, Gree Prime. The head Gallic behind her spoke up as it was donning its suit. Gallic Prime. She stared at him. Correcting me already? He looked up with three of his corpse's heads. I have misspoke. I apologize, he said with three different mouths. She turned toward the door. You're here as an experiment. Your actions decide quite a few futures. I keep your comments to yourself and focus on being part of the team. The Gallic finished suiting his bodies up. Yes, ma'am. She nodded and motioned the first of the crew to enter the lock. Callie was in her cabin as the Habitus was lifting off. She smiled into the hologram on her data slate. Thank you for the troops. Spitzlittle floated in front of her. You're welcome. They are family. Bring them home to me. She nodded. Of course. I'll have your husband focus on getting up that beacon first thing. I'll try and keep constant contact thereafter. Spitzlittle looked over something in her hand. I like the planning. I worry you may run into parts of the Armada, though. Besides that, the mission seems sound. Spitzlittle typed off to the side. She nodded. All right. Got the Armada problem resolved. Another hologram appeared, a small representation of an Omega Dew. Spitzlittle bobbed her ears. Grendel, are you okay going with them? The mech nodded its human-like machine head. Of course. I was talking to Cammy about it. She has pinned high hopes on this adventure. I agree, it would be wise for me to assist. I can patrol the system while they investigate planet-side. Spitzlittle leaned back in her chair. Good. This is good. Yes. You have soldiers, scientists, and all the tech you could need. Be sure to get the beacon up first thing. I want constant updates. Callie mirrored her and leaned back in her chair. You will have them. I hope we find something good on this world. We have a lot of hopes pinned to us. Spitzlittle tilted her head. You got your scans in right? Callie nodded with a sigh. Yeah, hated that. I don't like the thought of being cloned. Spitzlittle stared at her for a moment. Being my entire race is clone or clone-descended, I think there is some benefit to it. It was wise of you to participate in the procedure. Yeah, I don't know. Being backed up in a preserver zoo kind of freaks me out. It is a horrifying thought. Spitzlittle conceded. Yet, it saved us. It saved you from the very creatures who destroyed you. What if they altered you? Or your memories? You ever wonder? Spitzlittle rolled her head as she spun a bit in her chair. Sometimes, but I like who I am. I have several good children. They are made by me. She sat up straight. Maybe that is what you need, Callie. You need to be like Sam's wives. Get yourself fat with spawn. That is how my people are overcoming our calamity. Maybe yours can as well. Callie laughed. He has wives now. The Infinigan matriarch bobbed her ears. Yes, the Infinigan fostered, and the one who came on your ship, the Olivia. They are giving him children. Didn't know Olivia was pregnant. That's a good thing, wait. Of course he wants to bolster defense spending. He's in daddy mode or something, I bet. Callie looked at the Infinigan hologram. The other one. She's married to his clone. Spitzlittle raised her hand, clicking it. Ah, yes. The clone married a clone, and now they have a little non-clone baby named after the original. Yes. You dislike having a backup, right? Callie nodded slowly. Yep. Try all you want, you're just making it weirder for me. She laughed. Maybe my clones will do crazy shit. Might be neat. I can order up some to be made to greet you when you come back. It will be funny. I think I'll do that. Callie shook her head. Please don't. Only in case I die. Also, don't let it know it's a clone. Your backup isn't in my zoo. You're at the preserver's whims now. Callie looked at Grendel's rendering. You ready to fly? Grendel nodded. Of course. Ready to rift when you are. Callie looked up at the vine-covered ceiling. Habitas, whenever you're ready. Let's get going. The ceiling hissed a whisper back at her. Freight car check complete. All is secure. Nearing departure coordinates within the hour. I will keep you advised. Thank you. Callie looked at Spitzlittle. Wish us luck. Thank you again for the troops and gear. Spitzlittle waved. Take care of them and keep my mate from doing anything stupid. I'll try. The Habitus and its container loads following behind exited Rift outside of the system. Callie and Josiah were on the bridge with the Gree, watching the large display screen. The system was composed of a dozen spread-out gas giants and 7 smaller rocky worlds scattered between. At the center of the system was a slow-burning red dwarf, giving off the familiar crimson glow. Callie pointed at the second planet. There, oh wow! Look how green it is! They jumped around one of the gas giants and approached the world. She walked up to the monitor, chewing on a meat stick. Look at it. She splayed out her hand in front of the screen. Even the blue in the oceans is tinted with a lime color. Look at that. She pointed at a small continent. There in between the mountain ranges. It's a desert, but lines of green crisscrossing it. Are those rivers? The Gree of Habitas focused its large eye and contorted the monitor to zoom in. No, they do not follow the ridges. Whatever those green lines are, they are not following gravitational basin flow. Callie turned and looked at it. Your people have any records of what that could be? Any mythos or anything? No. We've been fighting and fleeing the Gallic for generations. Our oldest have lived the majority of their lives as Gallic mind-bound slaves. We have lost our origins. Josiah nodded. Well, that is why we are here. Let us get started and find some answers. The Gree of Habitas whispered throughout the ship. All hands, prepare for orbital placement. Throughout the craft, crew members started getting ready to go to work. Scribbler workers in mechanical void rigs walked along the back of the towed cargo containers. 3 of them started unhooking the last 7 from the rest. A crew of Infinigan were inside the 7 containers, prepping them for assembly. Grendel hovered on the periphery, scanning the system for potential attackers. Callie sat in her quarters looking over display renderings from the ground. Weird. She reached over and touched the blue box, pressing gently on the side to wake it up. A golden glow peeked through creases. Her comm crackled with static, and lights flickered in her room. A voice spoke up in her ear. I am awake. Thank you. How can I be of assistance? She smiled, looking at the dim, glowing blue cube. We are at the start of a mission. I need your help getting everyone organized and things cinched. The crew are assembling an orbital platform, and we could use someone to run the box spiders. You mind that task? The Veritas copy ran a quick scan of the digital systems. I need to know my access security level. What all do you wish for me to be able to manipulate? You are modeled after Sam and Dam, correct? The Veritas did a quick self-exam. Yes, they are who I am mapped after. Well, this place is our new home for a while. I want you to do what Sam would do, and I hope that involves keeping everyone here alive. Not just alive, ma'am, but thrive. Food rations are adequate for a substantial time, but I am seeing in the logs that the SFP have brought seeds and clam starts in hopes a potential farm could be built. I'm picking up numerous potential metal-rich moons orbiting a nearby gas giant, After the orbital is stabilized and atmosphere is nominal, I propose we expand it to get farms working as soon as possible." She smiled and nodded. "Yup. All right, but we have to get the beacon going first." "Of course, ma'am. The Infinigan researcher is in a shuttle heading to the Lagrange point now. He has several of his people on board assisting. It should be operational shortly, barring any damage incurred in transit." "Good. That is step one. How are we doing on power?" "The Habitas reactor is operating within tolerances. I'm running diagnostics through the orbital reactor and solar panels now. They appear to have been stowed properly and will function. Orbital will have nominal power to operate." She pulled up the plans on her data slate. "Even with the cannon placements?" "Yes, cannons are running through non-firing tests now. They are operational. They will be able to sustain several minutes of volleys before station depletion." She shook her head. "Several minutes probably won't be enough. Get plans in place for upgrading the orbital for farms and weaponry. Anything you can think of, pitch it to me. Consider anything we can harvest and use in this system fair game. Also, we need mineral maps of the system. I think the TIA just did a quick flyby." "Updating the plans. Coordinating with Grendel. Plans in motion, ma'am." Callie looked at the scans of the world below them. "Good. Mission is a go." Josiah piloted the outpost lander through the atmosphere. The fires of entry roared around the ground crew as they descended. Callie stood in the doorway of the cockpit, watching through the large windows as the air flamed around them. A few moments later, the craft had slowed enough that the fires ebbed and the blue sky shone in. Josiah turned on some music, filling the cabin. The slow, steady harmonies, coupled with everyone's weariness from working for the last several days, lulled many into a trance as they stared out over the new world. Stalker and Slayer were free of their suits, everyone aboard having been administered vaccines from grape juice. They looked out the windows, their back worms clamoring against the hull walls. Grape juice was in the back of the cabin, monitoring sensor life signs. She was deep scanning the ocean they were flying over and caught sight of something. She highlighted it. "Veritas, you picking this up?" The AI replied promptly. "Yes. Large aquatic life form. Circular in shape. It is of interest to you?" "It is larger than this craft and the outpost we're hauling. Anything that size is of interest. How are you doing on production?" "The relay satellite is operational. I'm communicating with my manufacturing drones on the moon continuously. Why, is there something you wish to add to the queue?" "Yes. I would like a fleet of monitoring satellites produced. Keep track of the oceans. Big things are swimming around down there, and they may be a threat. Your landing site is in the central portion of a 100-kilometer-wide island. You should be safe from any ocean-based life. I will do as requested. It is a good idea. We are here to learn, and monitoring satellites will aid in that endeavor." Grape juice bobbed in her seat. "Thank you, Veritas. Vitalia was hyper-violent. If this world is anything like that, we need every set of eyes we can get. Looking over Vitalia files now. Yes, understood. We'll get weapon placements operational as quickly as possible after landing. Running pre-landing diagnostics now." Across the cabin, watching everyone, Rockborn sat amongst his team. Enid sitting on his right, Cadence on his left. Weapons were stowed but easily accessible. Everyone had a feel of calm on them, but underneath they were strung tight and ready to be released. Rockborn, still as stone, was monitoring the vibrations of the hull, listening to the breath of everyone around him, smelling the adrenaline in the air, and planning out the landing site sweep. Josiah brought the craft over the island. He circled around it twice. Callie pointed down at massive vines coming out of the water, thick as trucks. "Look at that!" Veritas spoke over her comm. "You are a good observer." She laughed. "Seriously, what is that?" The thick vine had large, slender branching trees growing out from it in ringed nodes, and large roots extended from the bottom of those same node lines. The vines reached into the interior jungles and disappeared into the foliage. As they circled around, she pointed at more, each connecting the jungles into the depths, lines of unbroken green disappearing into the waves. "That's cool. What is it? Some sort of creature or rocks the plants use for nutrients. Grape juice was in on the comm channel. Unknown, but I would like samples. This world is seeming to have megaflora and fauna. Everyone should be advised and heavy weapons should be readied. Callie looked back through the cabin. Everyone, if you weren't listening, we have already had sightings of some big shit moving. Be ready for megafauna and do not get eaten. A male charge of Kamies leaned next to his female friend. Oh, it's exciting already. She leaned back into him. I'm glad I took those beam ordnance courses. I can't wait to do real-life fire. It's going to be epic. He patted her leg. This was a good choice. Everything is just crisper out here. You think we made the right call? She laughed and looked up and down the cabin. Definitely. Everything's new out here. I'm having a blast already. You felt that turbulence a bit ago? That had me so scared. He chuckled. Yeah. I haven't been afraid in a long time. You felt me squeezing you. Made me feel... I don't know how to put it. I felt more. You know? She nodded and smiled at him. Exactly. Now was important. It was like being brought into focus or just shook awake. He pointed at her nose and touched it. That is spot on. Focused and awake. Yes, I'm loving it. Rockborn, several seats down, turned his head toward the two charges. It is called being present. You two have been tasked to my team. Keep present, be ready, and don't get eaten. You see anything charging you or any of the team, put it down. Understand? The man stoically nodded and straightened in his seat. She straightened up beside him and dropped his hand. Rockborn focused on her. Alicia, do you understand? Her breath got quick. She looked at the scaled creature talking to her. Yes. Yes, sir. I understand. Good. Your and your compatriots' lives depend on your actions. Our mother said you were ready for this mission, and I am hoping she is correct. She nodded. We're ready, sir. It is an honor to be here. We will do you proud. Rockborn sat straight again. I don't care about pride or honor. Just keep your head about you and help your brothers and sisters here and now. Yes, sir, Alicia said. The craft hovered, lowering itself to the ground. Trees and foliage creaked and split as it made impact. Small fires ignited as the engines scorched the area. Then the engines powered down. A side door, small in comparison to the giant lander, opened. Rockborn leapt out first, bio-rifle synced into his arm, ready to fire. Cadence exited next, fully armored, and an armored grape juice followed behind her. The rest of Rockborn's team left out other doors, starting their sweeps. Enid was last to exit and jogged briskly to catch up to their unique leader. Rockborn walked slow, his body taking in his surroundings. The forest was quiet. Only the canopy ruffling high above in the wind made any noise. He could easily hear his other teammates on the opposite side of the lander crunching through the woods. Grape Juice was running a continuous air feed through a device held in her 3 hands. She watched the DNA streams, looking for pathogens. Fufang, are you tied into the feed? The Infinigan replied over her comms. Yes, I am watching. Good. Notice the protein bends on these biologicals? So far, nothing is lining up as a threat to any of our landing species. You see it? Yes, I am seeing it. I told you I am watching. Yes. Well, keep watching until you understand. You are trained on data entry. I want you to start renderings and logs. Fufang groaned and clicked his teeth. All right. Callie was on the channel. Get motivated, Fufang. There are other jobs I could have you do if you really don't want to work with her. Fufang's voice cheered up. You have other jobs? I'd be happy to help. Yes, Callie said. We need someone to check the water temperatures. You mind going out for a swim? There are things in the water. You know this. He shifted in his seat inside. Wait, you were saying that to scare me. He clicked his teeth again. All right, I'll continue logging. Happily. Callie smiled to herself and patted Josiah. She walked through the cabin and descended through the port down into the stored outpost in the hold. Teams were already readying sections to extend. She walked through the workers. So far, no horrible bio-threats. Still, keep containment protocols in place. No breaches. We don't know this world, we don't know its life. Keep vigilant. If anyone starts acting funny, we have a medical team ready. She looked over at the solitary air and 3 spotted preservers. She had to thank Dam again for sending them. Everyone keep comms open and let's get sciencing! The preserver was back at home, comfortable in his lab, busy growing new specimens for his enclosures. He leaned over and touched a holoslate with one of his 3 hands. He continued working on a genome with the other 2. He pulled up the file for the projected zoo expansion. He scrolled through the unassigned enclosures and moved a genome file into one, designating it Vitalian specimens. He paused and turned toward the lab door. You filth eaters, come here. I am in need of assistance. 3 shorter preservers, each black with stripes of orange and red, scurried to the door. The bulker of the 3 stood straighter. What is it you want? The patriarch focused 2 eyes on them. I just remembered. The Craddock senator, Grack or something, wants me to help them develop a new spawning method or something. It's a pain to think about, and I'm busy. I want the money, though, so you 3 are going to do it. The bulker tiger striped preserver stood even taller. No, I will do it, but I will take half the commission. The others all looked at him. The original Twain preserver chittered for a moment to himself. What do you need money for? I want my own space, my own library, and I want away from you. The preserver looked back at his projects and started working again. Agreed. I want you away from me as well. You other 2 tend to the enclosures. They scurried off to clean, leaving the preserver alone with the last tiger-striped youngling standing in the door. The preserver looked at him with one eye. You want something? You are a legend, the younger one said. I know. You did not need to keep bothering me to tell me that. You are the only elder to tolerate its young cohabitating with it. Sometimes entire worlds are not enough space for our kind, and yet you manage. Did you alter yourself? The preserver activated a protein sequence causing the worm-like creature on his table to start spasming. No. Did you alter yourself? No. I have no funds to do such. You have access to my lab. Did you alter yourself to be able to tolerate working with me? No, I do not understand. Why are we so different than our peers? The preserver paused and looked at the young one with all 3 eyes. We aren't different. I don't like you, and you don't like me. That is the same as all of our kind. We are in direct competition and need space from one another. I was not allowed to kill you. I was told to find you work, to feed you, to teach you. I do this as it is a requirement to stay in this very profitable facility. You see now? The young one bobbed up and down. It is this place that is different. The preserver raised a hand and looked back down at the worm. There's thousands of stations around the rim. The place has nothing to do with it. It's the human, then. Correct. And I suggest you get you one. The black and orange preserver straddled the bench and looked across the table at Grack. Hello? You are the Craddock who requested the help of the preserver? Grack nodded his bulbous head, jowls jiggling. Yes. Did he send you to assist us? Of course. That is why I am here. The young preserver started typing on its chest device. Go on. Tell me what it is you are needing done. I talked to the air first, of course. They said they wouldn't help with what we are wanting to do as it isn't natural. So I am asking you. Asking me for what? Our birth rates have fallen. Our drinking has helped us control our need to spawn and fight, but it has also caused us to not reproduce. We wish for young. They are our purpose, but we have begun to see we do not want to give up our lives for them. This place has shown us that there are different ways we may be able to do things, and we wish to contemplate options. Do you think you could come up with ideas on solving our issue? The striped preserver shifted its 3 legs around the bench. Of course, I have numerous ideas already. However, this could be quite a costly endeavor. You are talking research, production, experimentation, and eventually implementation. All of this will require substantial funds. Are your people ready to take on this cost? Grak shook its head again. Of course, we have done quite well, and this is what many of my fellows wish to put their wealth towards. Tell me what you need, and we will do what we can to get you started. The young preserver thought for a moment, typing slowly on its chest. I have been designated the lead for this project. I'm sending you over my funding account. I will need 500,000 clams to get started. I will use it to construct a designated facility near the outer hull of Twain. I will need samples from any and all of your species who can stop by and donate. I also need a list of your species' general rules and taboos. I do not wish to offend any of you. Also, I am in need of a human helper. Do you know any humans? Grak shifted its weight on the chair, causing it to creak. The clams are easily doable. You will have that by the end of cycle. We have a scribbler law group that could get you the rules or whatever you are needing. They know us and have helped us deal with other interspecial matters. What was the other thing? You can get your people to donate? Oh yes, of course. I will have everyone stop by once you get set up. Hell, I'll get through pilots to donate when they stop for drinks. It'll be a thing. Good, good. What about a human? Do you know any that I could talk with? Grak thought for a moment. Well, yeah. I have a drinking buddy. He's human. Pilot's the Posar, he's a good guy. I'll give you his info tag. Grak touched its wrist pad and swiped over a file to the young preserver. There you go. He looked at the received file. An Admiral Frith. Curious. It looks like he is missing limbs. Good. This is beneficial to me. The young striped preserver looked back up at Grak with all 3 eyes. Good. Get the scribblers to notarize the deal and I will get started promptly. Once the money is in the account, I will broker a deal with the orbit and get the new labs constructed. He stood up on his 3 spindly legs and extended a hand out to the Kratok. The Kratok took it in human fashion and shook. Thank you. I hope to see your ideas soon. You will have them. Thank you. Sam sat with Olivia in a private booth looking out over the casino floor. Across from them, a massive holoscreen had been installed on the wall. Sam sipped on his whiskey, his hand on Olivia's. The gaming floor was full of multiple species from all across the rim. Even though the games were still ongoing, everyone still kept eyes and sensory organs focused on the holoscreen. Sam smiled as he watched. 17 contenders had signed up for the inaugural race. The display zoomed in across the slipcrafts lined up at the starting berth. They were each fit, side by side, waiting for the starting lights. Sam touched the holometer on their table, focusing it on their favorite, Crunch Cheek. He leaned over to Olivia. This isn't stressing you out, is it? She lifted her water glass. No, baby's kicking a little bit, but I'm fine. Kind of exciting, isn't it? He said, smiling. She moved her hair out of her face and looked at the hologram on the table. It was a streamlined ship, oval in the front with a long, narrowing tail. 4 grav plates were mounted on posts, keeping the craft from touching any surface. It's badass. She squeezed his hand. Makes me miss flying again. He squeezed back. She looked over at him. You think it's wise to be having races when we could be attacked? Everyone that needs to be is on high alert. Everyone else, I'm giving them their bread in circuses. She shook her head slightly. And you're probably making a big of income off this too, huh? He nodded, eyeing her. Of course. Profits all help fund the war effort. The lights changed abruptly and the race started. Olivia gasped. The slipcraft took off through the massive vacuum tube, accelerating at ridiculous speeds. Crunchcheek was hemmed in between 5 other craft hovering at his sides and above him. He pushed his power supply to the maximum and pulled out, twirling in a spiral and into a grove on the upper wall of the track. 3 others grav-locked onto the track next to him, and they balanced out, moving in unison as each maneuvered for potential lead. The 4 slipcraft maintained their edge and moved, blocking the rest from jumping past them. Sam laughed. "Head of the pack! That's my man!" "He's neck and neck with those others. He's not in the lead yet," Olivia said. "Well, he's not last." "He better not be. He was the motivation behind building that tube. How much of that could have been used to fuel the war effort, huh?" she asked. Sam glared at her for a brief moment. "We started that before Garriget's bullshit. This is a good thing. Enjoy it." "It's a distraction." He took another sip. "It's a needed one." She gave in and shared a smile with him. "It is fun. Man, they are hauling ass. If they crash..." Sam winked at her. "The race tube is really thick and shielded. Also, it is routed as far as possible from any power cores. Should be safe for everyone outside of it." "And everyone inside? They all backed up?" Sam nodded. "Yeah." She pointed at a green and black craft edging in behind Crunchcheek. "That's one of Greenfeet's clan, isn't it? Interesting craft design." Sam nodded. "You know, this is being broadcast throughout the rift. Creatures on the other side of the universe could be watching this race." He pointed with his glass. "We could be making these 17 pilots famous on worlds we will never even know. And famous in the Hue worlds? Hope so." She stirred her ice with her straw. "What about Patricia and the other survivors? They're getting settled in." Sam, still looking at the race, looked away briefly at her. Yeah. I offered them several places to settle." He looked back as Crunchcheek maneuvered into the lead. "Hell yeah! Get it, little man!" He looked back at Olivia. "Oh yeah, the Carpathians. They split along tribe lines. Some stayed on Kawaru Prime, some went to Sparrow, another group to Vitalia. Some families just took off on freighters. Patricia is coming here, though, with her clan. Should be arriving within the next 3 cycles." Olivia thought for a moment while he watched the race. "You know, she's a natural politician. Her views are sympathetic to yours." His smile dimmed as he turned back to her. "Yeah? It's kinda dumb you being president. You're never down in the Senate. You don't like talking to people. You told me 100 times how everyone wants your time, and you never get to just wander anymore." Sam nodded, leaning back in the booth. "I miss fixing stuff and farming. I'd like to get back to that." "You don't have to be the one in charge out here. We're well off. We can go anywhere." Sam let out a loud breath of air, relaxing a bit at the thought. "No. This is my home, more than anywhere I've ever been." He pointed at the race. "I built that. Me. My designs and thoughts went into that." He waved at the walls of the casino. "This place, all of it, it's here because of me. All these people, they're here, even you, because of me." She sat her glass down and took his hand in both of hers. "Yes, and you can leave if you ever want to." He stared at her. "And I don't want to." She shrugged and leaned back. "That's fine too. It is the heart of your new empire, I guess. I'm not an emperor or anything like that. I just like..." He waved his glass around. "I like all of this. It's a reason to get up, you know." She touched her stomach. "You've got other reasons coming soon, Sam." He smiled. "Our baby is going to get all my love. Don't worry. All of this will be that kid's one day." She glared at him. "Yup, a lineage of emperor kings. Yay, and I'm the first mother." He laughed. "Robber barons at best. I ain't conquering shit." Slayer and Stubborn were doing their patrol of the base. They ran, darting through the massive blue trunk trees, the silent canopy waving in the wind overhead. The 2 Vitalians' claws dug into the mushy soil as they sped through the jungle. Slayer caught motion up ahead and abruptly stopped, flashing alert colors on his back. Stubborn stopped abruptly behind him. "What is it?" she flashed. "Unknown. No new smells. Something moved. Don't see it now." She looked, eyeing the tall trees and shorter yellowish bushes. "Wind? Moved wrong." She flashed colors into her chest eye sensor, broadcasting. "Anyone in Sector 18? Callie responded. "No, just you two. There a situation? Potential movement. Unknown currently. Sending backup just as a precaution," Callie said. Slayer and Stubborn waited motionless, watching the jungle when they heard Scribbler Knights and Rockborn attempt to approach stealthily. Rockborn spotted them easily enough with his Muttley spectrum-sensitive eyes. As he walked over, Stalker saw something move again in the distance and flashed colors. "Everyone halt." Rockborn stopped, putting up his hand to signal all halt. "What is it?" Slayer watched. The motion was definitely not wind-based. It was over near a clump of trees. He moved his backworms to point at the mass of foliage. "There. Unsure. Caution." Rockborn motioned his hands for a circle and capture maneuver. The Scribbler Knight spoke over comms, coordinating the task, and started slowly moving around. Rockborn approached slowly from the front as everyone else circled. He got up to the bush and paused. 3 of his troops were on the other side of it. He poked his bio-rifle in and stirred the filled leaves. Nothing jumped out. Rockborn turned and looked back at Slayer. He typed on his inner chest device. Nothing. Same as last time. Slayer moved his head flaps with agitation. He flashed a reply. "I need to speak with the grape juice in air. This world is affecting me." Rockborn was about to type a confirmation when the bush twitched beside him. He jerked back and aimed the rifle quickly. "Delay that. This bush did just move." Callie, watching through Scribbler cameras, chimed in. "I saw it. Replaying. It's like the plant twitched. Grape Juice is requesting you take a cutting and bring it in. She wants samples." Rockborn pulled a sharp scale out from his shoulder-grown armor. With a quick strike, he cut a limb off the plant and waved over a Scribbler. The knight approached and opened its chest storage chamber. Rockborn put the sample in. "Run that back to the lab. Everyone else, let's continue scouting." Josiah was piloting the survey flyer over the oceans. He kept a good clearance away from the surface, in case any of those giant shadows underneath decided to breach. Alicia hung out on the gunner rig, aiming the chain gun down toward the endless sea. "Charges, any signs of anything?" Alicia shook her head. "Same as always. Nothing. Not even a shadow." Crackletooth sat with Enid, monitoring the scanners. He pointed over at a dot projected on the holodesk. "There. That looks like a gene forge." He touched his comm, changing over to the global channel. "Crackletooth, calling Habitus. This is Veritas of Immerwald. Go ahead, Crackletooth." "Hey, Veritas. We are nearing the Geneforge, plan still a go." "Confirmed. You are on visuals. I am flexing into the flyer now. You are prime feed. Broadcasting now. Approach is approved." Crackletooth raised his right hands for Josiah to see in the mirror. "Pilot, you are clear for approach." Josiah nodded slightly. "Taking us in." They neared the tower. It was leaning and half submerged. Large holes were apparent in the sides of it, with obvious rust and decay. Growing out of the holes were numerous types of trees and vines. Large vines streamed down the outer walls and into the ocean below. Crackletooth looked over the monitors. "Veritas, you reading anything?" "Negligible. Power signatures are present, but very low. Reactor is operating near 1%. No weapons or movement detected." Josiah circled around the roof. He pointed down at the flat peak. "Think it will hold us?" Veritas ran a scan survey using the onboard sensors. "Main load-bearing pillars are showing intact. It was built to last and appears to be stable. I give my approval for landing attempt." Callie spoke over the channel. "I give my consent. Keep grav plating at hover. Don't risk a full landing." "Understood. All hands get ready. Mission is a go." Josiah approached the roof and slowly lowered the flyer. Josiah hovered in place as Michael, Enid, 2 Infinigan Guard, and Al-Letapin, a Scribbler Knight, jumped off the flyer. Al-Letapin walked toward a breach in the wall and stopped. He opened up a compartment in his side, and a hollow orb flew out and began to emit a golden light. The mission Veritas appeared standing next to the crew. Above, Josiah hovered higher, and Rem maneuvered the craft so as to give Alicia line of sight for her chain gun. Michael and Enid led the way in. Enid motioned, and the two in Finnegan took up placements near the door. Michael moved in and pulled a large blade of his hip and cut his way through the vines into the inside. The group stepped in. Enid sidestepped a hole in the floor and motioned at it for everyone to step around it. Michael kept going farther into the building, his helmet light illuminating his path. A rusted hulk of a totem laid in the corner, and he paused. He poked it with his toe as Enid stepped up beside him. She looked at it. Long gone. Don't worry about it. He shone his light on its chest, highlighting a large hole blown in it. I'm worried about whatever did that. She stepped past him, looking down the hall with her own helm light. She looked back at him for a moment. We've got the orbital scans. There aren't any Gallic signs. They left. He nodded and followed. Veritas's glow lit up the middle of the party and paused at the totem, scanning. Aletapin stepped up beside the AI. Can you pull anything from it? Veritas shook its holographic head. No, but I am getting a reading of something powered up several floors down. We may have luck there. Aletapin pulled up the rendering file Veritas was constructing and disseminated it through the party. Enid looked down at the file ping on her wrist pad. She looked back over the group and nodded at the hologram down the hall. She turned down a side hall, heading to the stairs. The group had descended 3 floors before reaching the wrecked womb room. Parts of the floor lacking vine cover crunched as they stepped on the shattered glass. Michael looked over the room, revealing root masses formed in the cracks and tiny filaments hanging down across the room like a curtain. He motioned toward the corner. The glowing Veritas walked across the room silently, stopping a small terminal in the wall. Enid, rifle raised, stepped towards Veritas, her steps echoing each crunch across the room. She watched as Veritas cast off the hologram and lowered the orb to the terminal, extending cords into it. A moment passed, and the terminal lit up with glyphs. She looked it over. What are you getting? Is that normal? Veritas lit up again next to her. There is nothing normal about alien worlds. But yes, it is understandable. I'm transmitting the data stream to the flyer and across the network. Researchers back at base are deciphering it as we speak. She looked around the room. Any kind of records? Was it a tsunami or something? Looking now. Veritas was working on several projects in the newly coined Immerwald system. He had scanned the planet, showing a vast network of underwater forests, island chains covered in forests, a small continent with a large inland desert, with the forest growing in stripes across it, and green forest-covered mountains. After seeing all the botanical life on the planet, a Highlung refugee had commented on a video feed with the potential name. It stuck, and Veritas had allayed himself to the world. His box spider collection had amassed itself into several large colonies on the other rocky worlds and 7 moons. He had constructed numerous relay satellites to control them, the starts of mining platforms, and had moved several asteroids close enough to the orbital to facilitate its numerous planned improvements. On top of mapping, construction, and mission operations, Veritas was monitoring safety of the habitus and the life systems of the orbital. Luckily, everything had remained nominal. The surface had proven peaceful, and a preliminary farm for the SFP in orbit had helped stabilize the life support systems even further. The world was showing to be a potential Garden of Eden until he started connecting dots in the newly acquired logs. Callie was looking over the biocharts with grape juice in the female preserver's lab. Oh, look. This thing looks like a gree, doesn't it? Grape juice bobbed and focused a third of herself to the screen. Yes, actually. It has all the DNA markers of them, albeit minus several thousand generations of drift. Yes, that is definitely a gree. Callie laughed. Nice. We have it confirmed. This is their origin world. And we have it confirmed they are an engineered race. We have a who yet? Callie asked. Nothing definitive other than totem involvement. Veritas appeared in the lab, casting his glow across the tables. I have looked through the logs. There is something interesting here, and a potential threat. Callie stared at him. The things in the ocean? He lolled his head back and forth. Well, yes and no. He changed his holographic form into a Gree. From the log, this planet was an icy rock when the Genoforge landed. Callie nodded. Nice. We know it landed then. So it's some sort of ship then. I figured it had been built. The Vitalian Genoforge lacked the original records of its formation, but this one clearly shows landing sequence logs. It is far younger, and I'm able to track through its thought processes in terraforming this world. Veritas changed into a holographic planet. First, it warmed it up cold extremophiles that create greenhouse gases. One such species was the forerunners of the Gree. Their capabilities to manipulate stones, ores, and metals were paramount for mineral extraction for other life forms. Those forerunners were modified with each iteration, eventually becoming moderately sentient, and thus the Gree we know. The hologram shifted through several life forms, and then showed a glowing black orb with threads. With the build-up new animals, the tried and true method of creating aggressive creatures proliferated, and with that proliferation of carnivores came a proliferation of rotting corpses. Veritas shifted and moved around the lab, turning into a mycelium-like structure growing around the room. With the corpses came life forms capable of breaking them down into usable compounds. Again, through iterations, those fungal-like forms were modified and became the Gallic. Callie looked at Grape Juice and then back at Veritas. Well, that makes sense. So we have confirmation that both species originated on this world. So there are Gallic still left here. Veritas reappeared in his humanoid form. Only the ones we brought. The threat is neither Gallic or Gree. The Genoforge algorithm plays with what works and modifies it repeatedly to fit the world better, a kind of forced evolution. Grape Juice scrolled through the life forms, fully intrigued. Which one is it? Which one is the concern? Veritas walked over to her datapad and touched. A seed came to view. Adding intelligence to the life able to break down rocks proved advantageous, as did adding it to the decomposers. It did the next logical thing and gave the thought threading to a plant-like species. Callie took a step back and looked out the window. She watched as the trees swayed silently in the wind. So the plants are alive? Like, animated alive? Veritas displayed several graphs in the air. Note the population charts. Gree, stable for several thousands of years. A dip as the Gallic arrived, and then leveled off, stable. The two species managed to coexist for several millennia, and then this species was spewed out from the machine. Callie touched her mouth as she watched the data points of the millions of species on the planet plummet, and then the data stopped. She pointed. Why did it stop? Veritas looked over at her. The data ceased to be recorded when the Genoforge was destroyed. The Gallic and Gree were nearly wiped out. I can only surmise they figured out how to escape the planet, and did so. Callie stared back out the window. Why hasn't it killed us yet? Holy shit, we have to leave. Grape Juice was busy looking over the anomalous species DNA. She paused and raised one of her 3 hands. I don't think it killed anything. Well, it didn't wipe anything out. Veritas blinked for a moment as he went over her file movements. I see it. You're right. Callie walked over to the terminal beside her friend. What? What are you two seeing? Grape Juice pulled up sequences, pointing. The species DNA markers are in every species we have seen out there. The bacteria, the trees, bushes, oceanic algae, everything is overlaid with it. Callie raised her hand in question. And? Veritas pulled up sample files and displayed them for Grape Juice. Grape Juice highlighted the diagrams. Everything alive on this planet has bits of this stuff in it, but they are not it. We found several worm-like creatures in the soil. They had threads in them that matched this species. I do not think the system this species was designed to manipulate was just plants. Callie started piecing it together. So what? It manipulates worms and trees? Veritas watched through all the ground-side cameras, monitoring all the ground forces deployed. He turned his focus back to the hologram in the room with Callie. I think you should pull everyone back in, and we should get off this planet very quickly. It clicked for Callie. Our guys. They are out there, our people. They could be taken over, consumed by this thing. What are we looking at? Grape Juice started running protein sequences and structural simulations. Unsure. The present DNA is far mutated from the original, very organized and ornate. I'm not entirely sure what it does. She looked over at the AI with all three eyes. I do agree we should leave before we find out, though. Callie looked back out, thinking. What if we are infected? Is it an infection? What if we spread it? Grape Juice shrunk shorter on her stool. We can lift off and stay under Veritas's quarantine. He would be immune to it. You should issue a callback now. Callie touched her comm and spoke planet-wide. I need all-away teams and ground personnel to report back to Habitas promptly. We have identified a new threat. Activate biohazard protocols and hurry back safely. Cadence answered back on the channel. What are we looking out for? We infected? What should we be expecting? It is an unknown planet-wide threat. We do not know its capabilities, just its potential. Callie responded. And what is that potential? Cadence said. Callie stood staring out the window watching as QRF Reddy and Finnegan ran up the gangplank into the outpost, the trees shifting silently in a breeze that wasn't there. Extinction-level events. Hello. You are Admiral Frith? The older human nodded. Huh? What's up, Tiger? The Preserver focused all three eyes on him. The owner of this bar has recommended me to find you. Would you like to be my human? Frith laughed and chugged the last bit of his beer. He sat up straighter and looked over the creature. You don't own humans, bud. There have been wars over this. It's insulting. The striped Preserver looked over the human and typed a note on his chest device. Understood and noted. I was told I needed to get a human. I am apparently asking this wrong. Frith pushed out a stool with his foot. Climb up. You want a drink? Frith waved over the new barkeep, a grazer from the farming herds on Craddock Prime. Hey, Chatnu, I'll have another, and whatever my friend Tiger here wants. Chatnu looked at the Preserver. What would you like? The Preserver eyed the grazer. Do you have S-Oil slimes? No. Gawk. Chatnu looked down at his data slate. Yes, we actually have that. No one has ever ordered it. I use it for wiping down my butcher blocks. You like that? The young Preserver bobbed its torso slightly. Yes, it is protein-rich, adequate in hydration, and helps facilitate lubrication production. If I had known you had it in stock, I would have visited prior. Chutnu gibbered. I'll go get you guys your drinks. Frith smiled. Thanks, bud. He turned to his new friend. So, you want help from a human? I was told I needed a human. I did not understand completely then, nor do I now. Frith sat for a moment. All right, tell me what parts do you understand? Frith ran his right hand through his short hair as he leaned back. The Preserver looked over the human with all three eyes, assessing. The Patriarch Preserver of this station owes his success to pack bonding with the original human of Twain. He has stated this several times. I wish to be successful and make my own zoo. He recommends I get my own human to assist me. Frith smiled as Chutnu arrived with the drinks. Thanks, bud. He flicked a couple clams across to the barkeep, and then turned back to the Preserver in front of him. You think Sam is the Preserver's human? He said, and took a drink of the fresh beer. Yes. The Preserver helped him, and in so doing laid a claim of ownership. They have been in an assist cycle ever since. Assist cycle. Frith sat the beer down, sloshing it a bit. I like that. In my species, we call that being a friend, less robotic, more human-sounding. My kind is neither robotic or human, so I will continue as such, referring to it as an assist cycle. I wish to assist you, and I wish for you to assist me. Is it possible to negotiate terms for starting such a cycle? Look, I'm loyal to my ship and my crew. I'm only on the station sporadically. I come in here, get some drinks, chase up some tail, and I go back out on patrol. I don't have much time to do whatever it is you do. If you are unable to assist me, do you potentially know of any others who could? You gotta tell me what you need help with. I don't know who would be suited. You know? The young preserver lifted the gawk to its fluctuating mouth parts and drank some. It set it down, sealing its mouth back shut. It replied through his chest device. I shall tell you. Trust is necessary to improve relations. The preserver has been hired to help the Craddock find a way to reproduce without having to sacrifice themselves to their young. I've been tasked with accomplishing this for him, and in so doing I have taken the deal from him. It is now my deal, and I shall complete it to finance my own zoo. I need help with this. Frith thought it over as he subconsciously pulled an acrylic coin from his pocket and started flipping it across his fingers. That sounds like a lot of trouble. You're going behind your own father's back, stealing from him, potentially becoming a competitor. Sounds messy. I prefer the term patriarch. We do not have familial bonds as you do. The situation present on this station is actually an anomaly for my species. The only reason my hatchmates and I were not devoured were due to mandates made by your Sam. I do agree. This deal is trouble, but it is a way for me to become independent. In order for me to keep living, it is a step I must take. Frith spun the plastic coin on the table, looking at the hair encased inside. Tell you what, I'm not getting any younger and I need to find a way to settle down. This job have any pay? The preserver typed on its chest, running numbers. I do not know how much you want for compensation. I also do not know how you could help. You said you were devoted to your ship. Why the turn of thought? Frith took another drink and slammed his hand down on the spinning coin. He lifted it back up and put it clearly in the preserver's fields of view. See those strands of hair inside? He looked into the coin with all three eyes. Yes, I lost my daughter years ago. She made me smile all the time. Frith started tearing up. A gene plague someone engineered in their basement spread through the colony. Took out the kids. My wife and I, we survived, but our marriage didn't. You cloned Sam? Made that damn clone right? I didn't. That was the patriarch. Frith looked down at the flat coin. Well, you know how right? You could do it. With the new facility I am constructing, it would not be an issue. The issue would be the legislation against unregistered cloning. I thought humans were against such practices. Frith nodded. Most humans are. Most humans have family members killed by false men. I guess that is one of the reasons I never wanted to admit that I came here. He lifted up the coin, staring at the brown strands encased inside. I heard of Dam, and the tower and a flicker of hope crossed my mind. I might could hold my baby girl again. Frith looked across at the preserver. So, Tiger, I'll help you if you help me. Tiger, large predatory earth creature. I'll allow it. Yes, your request is amenable. I will risk myself against the rules of the station in the recreation of your daughter, if you will risk yourself helping me create my own facility against the repercussions of my patriarch. Frith slipped the coin into his vest pocket with his left hand and held out his right. Tiger took the hand with one of his, and the two shook. Sam stood on the small walkway lining the massive water tank, looking out over the fabricated sea. Zamudin's large eye crested out of the water and was looking at him. You understand what I am wanting? Sam asked. Zamudin shifted in the water, turning up a large flipper. I do. I agree with the idea. It is sound. It would also be good to have such a large reservoir of water stored. Do you think it will interfere with the Star Angels? We do not wish to risk their living situation. Their species is rare and well-loved. Several of my clan leaders are risking the coming, solely to see them. Sam shrugged. I have no idea. You and yours are the engineers. I'm hoping you could tell me. Zamudin changed focus over toward the bulkhead doors as they opened. Ah, good. His timing is beautiful. Sam looked at the door and watched as the preserver cantered in, spiraling through the doorway with a large floating aquarium in tow behind him. Sam stepped closer to look inside. Tentacle-covered orbs floated in the liquid. Sam looked over the aquarium at the preserver. "What are these?" Zamudin answered from the water. "The preserver's capabilities are far more efficient than our own, and we hired him to make some of our stabilizer species. We will be needing them for our Vitalia contract." Sam nodded knowingly at the two. "All right, makes sense. They any risk?" The preserver looked at him with one eye. "No. They are a niche species. They clean and reproduce in aquatic settings. They help keep blooms in check, facilitating the survival of larger species." "Nice," Sam said. Zamudin looked at the preserver. "We have a question for you. We are wanting to stockpile water for the station on the outer hull. Do you think this will interfere with the Star Angels?" The preserver started dumping the orb creatures into the water, focusing on the two with two of his three eyes. "If we leave adequate space around their nest, and leave several places open for future nests, no. The easy access to water will actually promote their nesting. My trackers are showing they jump deep into the rim to an ice moon for that sole purpose." Sam smiled. "Good. It is settled then. New contract?" Zamudin blinked slowly and lifted a tendril to touch Sam's outstretched fist. "Contract confirmed. I will start designing the ice fields." Sam waved at the two and stepped toward the bulkhead. "Thank you, both of you." The preserver lifted a hand, miming the human. "Thank you, Sam." The preserver looked at Zamudin after he had left. "What are we thanking each other for?" "You helped us plan out another layer of shielding and storage." He was just being polite in his way. The preserver focused all eyes on the last of the orbs clinging to the tank. "Is it just my thought processes, or are humans weird?" "They are, and he is especially. My family is grateful for it." Zamudin shifted and disappeared into the dark water to tend to the new additions of the ecosystem, led the pack as they rode through the fog. He sat atop the eldest of the litter, Sir Cole. Behind him rode Ta'an-Ah on Lady Felice, and Set-Chode on Sir Topper. The three led the tribe and the tray of elders safely to the door of the accused. Onfo lifted his spear up for all to see, and the pack stopped. A rabbit rat was feeding on a squishy up ahead. He waved the spear in a circle and his tribe split. The hunters grouped up around their cat riders, and the three groups surrounded the rabbit rat. Onfo, on his mount, leapt in first. Sir Cole struck with ferocious might, slapping the wrinkly monster to the mushy ground. The tribe attacked in unison, striking with swords and spears, slaying the rabbit rat. The scribblers of the mist feasted for several hours before they continued their trek through the great halls. They carried on, stopping only to relieve themselves at designated small holes, taking turns watching for predators. After many long hours, the tribe arrived at the door. The tray of elders lifted up, and the oldest reached out and touched the chime sensor. A ring echoed loudly inside. Monty yawned as he answered the door. He was startled awake as he saw the tray of tiny creatures staring at him. His eyes widened even wider as he looked down at the horde surrounding the three pink and black cats. He did a double take as he noticed the cats each had a rider on their back. Can I help you?" The oldest pointed through the door at Monty's newly acquired art. Monty looked over his shoulder at the large piece of metal hanging on his wall, covered in circles and geometric patterns. He looked back and realized he was now surrounded, the cats circling him. The tray lifted up in front of Monty's face. Look, I don't want any trouble, please, I don't taste good. I'm fatty and full of oxidants." The oldest, standing on the tray an inch from Monty's nose, typed into the data terminal. "Human, you are now recorded having stolen our ancestral records. You are to wait here, with us, until the authorities arrive." Monty kept his hand still and tried not to flinch. "Look, I haven't stolen anything. I don't know what you're talking about." Onfo pointed at the metal hanging on the wall and touched his communicator. "You display our writings in plain sight. We have a generation already growing unimprinted. You have cursed our people. You will pay for this, human." Monty looked where he pointed. Whoa, I didn't know. I bought it down in the trade ring. He told me he made it. I had no idea it was yours." Monty looked around at the tribe. "Look, I'm sorry. I don't need trouble or the law. If it is yours, I believe you. Truthfully, I was trying to figure out how the guy made it. He didn't seem smart enough to program a lathe to do that. Take it back. I'm sorry." Anfo struck Monty in the heel. Monty fell to his knee. "Fool human. We have no way to move the ancestral records. Even if we do hire workers to move it back, the young would be too old to imprint upon arrival back home. You have damned our tribe to relearning." Monty held the pinprick on his heel and looked at it to see dots of blood. He looked at the small, armored scribbler. He then looked out across the tribe. "Are these troops your young ones?" Anfo raised his spear up again to strike. Wait. Monty waved his hand slowly. "Seriously, are they here?" The elders lowered down to look at Monty's face. The oldest typed again. "Our young are among us, yes. You wish to try to squash us? It will be foolish of you to try human. We have felled beasts your size before. We can again." Monty pointed at the art on his wall. "What do you need to do this imprinting?" The oldest typed again. "The young need to study the ancestral records." "And what do they have to do to study?" The oldest looked at the other elders and then back at the human. It punched in another answer. "Are you dumb, human? Do your kind not study? They must sit, look, and learn. We will teach them the imprint." Monty looked around at the tribe and then up at the elders. You guys want to come in? I've got food and drink. If you start now, can you do the imprint?" The oldest looked around at his tribe. Anfo looked up from Sir Cole and shook the spear in confirmation. The oldest noted the numerous confirmations and typed again. "You will share your home with our tribe?" Monty nodded. "Yes, of course. I have caused an error. Let me right it." The oldest raised its hands and the tribe entered the apartment. Tony Gwynn was short for a human, but he was a soldier. He had fought in skirmishes for the trade colonies for almost a decade. It was 3 battles ago when a sharp flash took his left eye. A split second sooner and he would have lost both. The camera link prosthetic worked, but he missed the feeling of wholeness, and thus he sat in the chair, in the lab of some rando preserver, on a flung-out hyper-aggressive Genforge world. Cookie stared into the hole left by the removed robotic eye. He reached in using a laser scalpel to cut out the wiring harness. I said, "Do not flinch." "Reactionary," the veteran said. "You refused the chemical nerve inhibitors. Your stating you could handle it is proving a lie." Tony focused his remaining eye away from the cascading colors of light coming from the luminaries above and onto the preserver. "I heard you were the best. I could handle it if you can handle what you're doing." Cookie straightened up, focusing his 3 eyes at the human. "I am the best. I have the largest collection my people have ever seen. There will be seasons here until my skin grows crusty and flakes away. I don't give a shit about that crap. You told me you were good at working on humans." Cookie pushed Tony back into the chair. "I have made miracles from your race. Titans born from your base DNA now walk the worlds. You have no idea." Cookie started again to remove the wires. "It's easier when you are balls of telomeres and proteins. You are a nuisance when put back together." "Shit. You just work on clones or something?" "Quiet. Let me work. Your vocalizations are a nuisance." Tony winced again as a wire was pulled free from the socket. Cookie placed the remnant into the bloody collection tray. He then maneuvered the chair toward the secondary table. "Now will be easier. That damn mechanical nonsense is gone. Now I can focus on my work." Cookie scrolled through the files on the display, highlighting eyes. He looked at it with 2 eyes and 1 eye focused on Tony. "Are you wanting me to put in an eye like your old one? Or would you like an upgrade?" Tony frowned at the 3-legged creature. "My prosthetic was supposed to be an upgrade. I didn't like it. I wanted as close to my own as possible." Boring, Cookie said. He then scrolled the sequencer over to Tony's DNA and started it to printing. Your eye will be ready shortly. Tony sat still in the chair, watching as the protein printer laid out his eye in layers. He looked up at the also-waiting preserver. You get a lot of humans coming to you? Cookie rotated an eye and looked at him. Some. Mostly life state saving. Travelers wanting a record in case something happens to them in the void. You had any die, you know? I mean, you have to remake people? Cookie tapped 3 fingers on the table. Yeah, I had a couple come through from Twain. They were of the Rogue Mother. They came here to fight some of the indigenous fauna. Their bones were found in the fecal remains of a Sanagor. I remade them quite well. Tony was still watching his eye finish printing when a smile crossed his face. You know much about human history? Yes, I know it in detail. I've grown many of your kind and seen all the life phases you go through. Remnants of your historical junk DNA clutter your genome. It is quite a mess, actually. Tony laughed. Not our genetic history. That's just weird. No, I mean our history. Cookie stood up and started prepping the eye for insertion. You mean what did your forebear do? And what did his forebear do? And so on. Yeah, stories. You heard ours? No, and I don't care too. Every sapient has stories. They are all the same. Life starts, do some things, life ends, and all is forgotten. Variants of that through infinity. He lifted the eye up with a pair of sterile tongs. Keep still. The protoclasp is very gooey. If you move, it may bond into the wrong part of your socket. Cookie paused as Tony got situated and still. If it bonds wrong, you'll be staring at your feet with it. Don't move. Tony kept still as the preserver of Vitalia pressed the gloop of a nerve ending into the hole. The slime crept through the socket, pulling the eye into place. Cookie then pulled his eyelid down over the eye and put a bandage and tape over it. It take right? Tony asked. Yes, I believe so. It seemed eager to bond. Let me finish securing it. You will need to rest for 2 weeks. Are you staying close? Yeah, I'm over in the hotel down the street. I got it rented out for a month. Cookie got up and touched the data terminal. That will be 3,400 clams. Tony touched his ring, causing it to emit a hologram display. He highlighted his account and sent over the required amount. Good. All is well then. Get up slowly. Tony grabbed one of Cookie's arms and pulled himself upright. He looked into the alien's eye. I brought up our history because I had an idea. It could make you quite a bit of money if you wanted in. Cookie let Tony lean on him and helped him stand. How much money? Dunno, it's just an idea, not a business plan. Cookie let go, leaving Tony standing upright. I have many profitable ideas already going. Let me know when you have something worthwhile. Until then, rest. Come back if it falls out or you start having tremors. Tony raised a hand up. All right, I will, but hear me out. You know humans, we fight a lot, right? Yes. I have seen humans fight. There is a bar down the street if you wish to fight. Many of your females frequent there. I find it humorous to watch the displays sometimes. Tony shook his head with a chuckle. No. I mean, like, really fight. Knives, metal knuckles, drag out, break bones, crush each other, ear-biting fights. Not some drunks hitting each other over a blonde. I'm talking boxing, MMA, gladiator shit. You know those? No, those just translated as sports. You are wanting to make a sport? Cookie stepped towards his experimenting desk. I have no need interest in human sport. Blood sports. Humans don't like to admit it, but we like watching each other get wrecked. With your help, I could bring it back. This time it wouldn't need slaves or nothing. With your savers, combatants could talk to you, go fight, and make money win or lose. Cookie paused his typing, raising an eye at the human male. The losers would be clones of their dead selves. That would cause issues, wouldn't it? Tony sat on a stool and shook his head. I think we'd have lots of volunteers. Lots of guys have blown through their stipends on booze, and the chance to make some cash and not remember the pain would be a selling point. People would line up to die. Cookie focused a second eye on him. And where would you be getting the money to fund not only the saving fees, but the money for the fighter? Betting. I've done my fair share of booking. Every fight would be profit for everyone involved. Cookie looked back down at his work. I get the bodies after. Tony thought for a second, staring. You want the bodies? Yes. The heir have a sizable income from processing dead bodies for the Gallic. That is a revenue stream you could aid me acquiring. Tony laughed. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you get the bodies. So, you'll do this with me? Cookie looked up at him with all three eyes. This idea has some good properties. Does it just have to be humans fighting? I think it would be more profitable if you were to use some of the creatures of this planet. Your people are already spending money to come hunt them. Tony nodded. You're getting it. Exactly. Tony sat in the brightly lit room, staring across the table at the 5 trays of scribblers and the 3 vertical floating tubes containing Webians. The Webians flashed red light as they transmitted communications to one another. After several back and forths, one of the trays floated across to him. The tallest scribbler on the tray looked him in the eyes. Human Tony, we have gone over your business proposal. The sport-saving legislation passed for the races on Twain does seem to have leeway to allow for your venture. The Webians think that these death matches will draw unwanted attention, however. If we rebrand them and focus more on fights with the non-sapient species, we think we can gain a market. Once market and revenue are established, we will be open to the idea of allowing human-on-human combat. Tony thought for a moment, looking over the offered contract file. He looked up at the scribblers and then over to the Webians. Giants. The legal counselor looked at his cohorts and then back at the human. Giants? What do giants have to do with this? Tony smiled wide, looking at everyone in the room. The data feeds are full of people's watching Raga, Grendel, and even the few videos of the curator giant here on Vitalia are quite popular. Yeah, we get people fighting the animals, I like that. But humans want to see humans fight. It's a thing. If we can't have full-blooded people fight, maybe we can do some sort of biomechanical thing. Maybe get Curator to sponsor it or something. The Webians spoke amongst themselves, and then the middle one spoke up. Honestly, we were going to run this past Curator already. This is something we need approval for. We do not want any backlash from Twain. We have too many trade deals going through there to risk it. This giant idea sounds even more costly. We do not see how such a venture could make a profit. Tony stood up and paced, then paused to look at the Webian consortium leader. Start with the animal fights. Get people watching. Sell tickets. Place bets. Get the casinos gambling on them, but broadcast them for free on the streams. Towards the end of every fight, put in an ad for the big fight. Go on and mention it to Curator. If she is in any way on board, it would so help out. So you think we can do this? The Webian turned in his tube and looked at the others, talking over their private channel. It turned back to Tony and spoke through the open air. Tony's earpiece translated for him. We like it. We will run it through with the Curator. If she gives it a go, then we will assist this project. Tony contained himself and bowed. The boardroom cleared, and he followed a scribbler secretary on a tray out of the office. He walked outside into the gray, misty outdoors and jumped, fist pumping the air. 3 Vitalian hunters jumped away from him. Yes, badass! Money, money, money! Here I come! Chalika and Scout, the 2 surviving Gallic members of Hunter Party 48, were sitting in an alley, suited up, when they saw the human jumping at the air. Chalika turned to her lesser. Her 2 bodies spoke to his in unison. The Vitalian will come. It has been good to us so far. Scout's 2 bodies were slumped in a corner. Inside the suits, they were slowly turning to mush. I'm losing feelings. My minds aren't working so good. She put a suited claw on one of his chests. You will make it. Slitter is coming. If you have to go into stupor, do it. I will get you into new bodies. Rest family. She turned and watched as the human across the street danced away. Her claws and hands held tight to Scout's as her fellow Galakian's host bodies broke down, and he went limp. Slitter arrived several hours later. He sped around the corner and came to an abrupt stop. TheCJK was holding on to several purple lumps with limp hair hanging out of them. She looked up with her two heads. He had the sick. He's gone. Slitter knelt down beside her. He was a good helper. Are you all right? She looked at him with the numerous eyes. I am for now. I don't know for how long. This world is too risky. I could get it and be gone just as quick as he did. I don't want to melt. Slitter sat next to her, extending his legs out and using his back worms to pull himself next to the wall. It's a little late for good news, but I got us a contract actually, too. The Preserver has work for us? She asked. Yeah, he has some new deal lined up and needs lab workers. I told him about you and well, Scout. He was excited to have you on the team. He said he needed Galak to run tests on. He offered a full-time job for both of you. She looked over at the misshapen suits. I will make more. Our last head left me with eggs. I will make more scouts in his honor. He was a good helper, you're right. She looked back up at Slitter. He had other jobs? Yeah. He wants fighting creatures. He knows my people know the best around and asked for my input. I signed us up as local informants. We will have steady pay for several years. He wants a full princess on staff, and my tribe. Think he can find a cure for the sick? TheCJK asked. Honestly, from what I've seen, they allow it. They don't want your people free, I think. I listened to some of them talk on the screens. The other smart peoples, they don't like your people. Says you warred and killed and did genocides. They sound weak to me. She looked down at her limbs. No, it's true. Galak are always hungry. When not here, we feast without worry. Then the stupid humans came and blew up everything and killed our ships. Scattered my people across the rims. Slitter looked at his feet, mimicking her. Do you hate them? No. They are just doing as they do, just like my people. They are different, like everything in the void. Doesn't help to hate them. That is good. Hate screws up hunts, gets members killed for stupid reasons. This Preserver may help you, I don't know. If they do know of it, they might could cure you. No, they won't cure me. You're right. My people genocided. Now they are genociding my people. We are all the same, it seems. He's not human. He's Preserver. We are not all the same. This cookie, I have made numerous deals with him. He is very selfish, easily manipulated. You give him a little of what he wants, and he will beg for more. I will use that. I will save you, Kalika. She reached over with her suited claw and squeezed his. Thank you, Slitter. I would already be dead if it weren't for you. You are welcome, Princess TheCJK of the Fallen. It is an honor helping you. Slayer and Stubborn were on the shore of the island when the message to return to the ship was received. We should head back then. She flashed at him with her chest colors. Slayer knelt down in the sand, placing his hand and a worm in the surf. Hold on. He flashed with his back chromatophores. Don't move. She stopped still, swiveling her eyes looking for the threat. He slowly raised up as something past the breakers rose from the water. The two watched as water rolled off the top of a large flat mass. The mass rose into the air, revealing eyes, tendrils, and several large trunk-like legs. The blue and purple creature took a step out of the surf, reaching over the breakers and into the calmer pools nearer the island. It took another step and was at the shore, its shadow covering the two Vitalians. It stopped, aiming a yellow eye orb at them. The two stared up at the creature as a chunk of sea plants fell from its ovoid edge, nearly landing on Slayer. He stepped aside, still staring into the creature's eye. Stubborn touched her chest calm. We have a situation on the shore. Callie responded. We have a potential situation with this entire planet. We need to leave now. Get everyone you find back to the habitus. Right now we are trying not to move. We have visual confirmation on one of the giant aquatic creatures. Are you two okay? What is it doing? Callie asked. Stubborn watched as the eye looked away from them and the creature started walking again, stepping over the tall jungle trees. "Well, we are apparently safe for the moment, but it is heading your way." Slayer reached over and touched Stubborn's arm. She looked over at them and noticed he was looking out at the sea. 3 more of the towering creatures were cresting out of the ocean. Callie, you have multiple massive incoming." Callie spoke over the open channel. "Everyone rally! Don't fire unless attacked. We have incoming." Veritas had several holographic displays going in Callie's office, each a collaboration of video feeds from all the boots on the ground. Callie stood staring at the 24 titanic sea creatures encircling their camp. "Veritas, status," she said. "Background noise on numerous frequencies. I'm working on deciphering it, but presently it just seems like noise. No one has fired, and no one has been attacked yet. The creatures are focusing eyes on our teams. I do believe they share the intelligence Grape Juice identified." Veritas paused. "Incoming craft. The away team is circling the island. They are hesitant to approach with the creatures surrounding us." Callie paced, her hands on her head and fingers running through her hair. Crap, shit! How many are still out there?" 53, ma'am. "Are we prepped for liftoff? If I get everyone on board, can we get the hell out of here?" "No, ma'am." Veritas paused. "Diagnostics has confirmed through 7 different sensor caches. Struts are encapsulated in vines. If we were to clear those, we might be able to lift off." Callie looked at the hologram. "It knows we're here. It is watching us, and I'm watching it." She paced, staring at the creatures. "I want to know what they want. They want to know what we want. We need a way to communicate. Shit. Callie stormed out of the room and into the hallway. Veritas appeared beside her, glowing gold. "You appear to have a plan?" Callie nodded, staring ahead of herself. "Yep. I gotta get everyone in and we gotta get out of here. That's the plan." "That is an objective miss. What is the plan?" Callie entered into the cargo bay and touched her comm. "Josiah, you hear me?" "Yeah, I hear you. What's happening out there?" he replied. "That unknown intelligence is out there, and several of our people are cut off." She waved for the several scribblers and loaders to leave the bay. She watched as they strapped in their rigs and departed into their tunnels. "What can we do? We got a plan?" "Yes," she answered. "Get the ship ready to take off. All crew at stations. I'm going to go try to get our people a path in." Veritas ran numbers and put up his hands next to her. "There are too many unknowns, ma'am. You could be risking everyone if you go out there." She looked past the hologram and hit the open button for the door. "Josiah, when I get back, you owe me a dinner." Josiah laughed over the comm. "I've needed to take out for a while. What are you going to be hungry for?" "Anything but sushi." Her smile was short, and her face quickly changed to concern as the door finished opening. She stepped out into the jungle, unsuited. Rockborn watched from the nearby hill as the tiny dot of Callie approached the nearest creature to the base. She stood 20 meters from it and was staring up at one of its yellow orb-like eyes. The creature stared back at her. Her comm was on and broadcasting. "Hello, my name is Callie. We did not mean to hurt your trees. We are here to study this world, and we mean no harm to you or anything here." The tower-sized creature continued staring for a moment. Before she was about to speak again, it and all the others on the island began generating a loud buzz. Callie, as well as Rockborn and his troops, felt it in their bones. Rockborn was able to withstand it, but he watched as Callie fell to her knees with her hands on her head. He watched as she was apparently yelling, but nothing reached him over the comms but static. She stood up, fighting the noise, and pointed at the creature, still yelling. Rockborn looked over his people. They were hurting just as much as she was. He looked back at her. She was running towards the creature, screaming, drops of blood running from her ears. She was nearing one of the trunk-like legs when a multiple-fingered grasper reached down quickly and grabbed her. In a matter of seconds, she disappeared into the bottom of the creature's main body. Rockborn straightened up, readying his bio-rifle to fire at it, but it had started moving away from the habitas, as were several of the other creatures. Rockborn attempted aiming through the pane, and then the noise stopped. Veritas came in over the comm. "Her plan is a go. Everyone hurry to the habitas. Away team, you are clear to land. Rockborn, you and your team clear the struts." He kept his gun aimed, but then dropped it down. "My team, with me. Let's get to the base. Clear the struts like the AI said." The soldiers lined up with him, and they scooted through the trees toward the base. Veritas had extended the landers up, revealing the vines wrapping around and through the poles. Rockborn mimed his men to start cutting, and the scribblers pulled out their swords. After 2 strikes, the vines started recoiling on their own back into the soil. He paused, staring. Everyone up into the ship now. Give cover fire if anyone needs it." He and his men started into the cargo hold. Callie was encased in slime. She couldn't see. Her eyes, mouth, and nose were burning. Her hands sank into coils of tissue. She struggled, gasping for air. Starting to panic, she pushed deep into the coils and was flung into an air-filled sack. She gasped, sucking in air. She had space. She felt around. The walls were a foot away from her on all sides. The floor of the area was slick with an inch of slime. Several green-yellow lights illuminated, showing the biological room surrounding her as her ears popped from a pressure change. She gagged up more slime, coughing, and then shouted, "Let me go! You're risking a potential conflict! Let me go!" She pushed on the walls, hitting them. As she struck, she looked at the wall. It was semi-translucent. Green masses moved through the innards of the beast. She touched her ear, finding her communicator was missing. Shit! She hit the wall again. Damn it. Rockborn made it up to the helm. He looked at the hologram displaying the creatures leaving. "Veritas," he typed on his inner control comm. "You got a read on her?" Veritas appeared beside him. Her bio signs went offline. The signals are more in line with digitals removed than her dying. So she could still be alive? I believe so. Rockborn looked around the room. The crew were all staring at him. "Veritas, who is in charge?" "You are, sir, until she gets back." "What about our pilot? Josiah, he should be commanding, right?" "No. She nominated you to be mission leader in case something happened." Rockborn slowly blinked his faceted eyes. "Well, is everyone on board?" "Yes, all teams are accounted for and away team is secured. Only missing is Callie." Rockborn entered the open comm channel. "Cadence, I need you to the helm. I'm manning a turret presently. I still got lines. You got something serious?" "Yeah. I'm in charge until Callie gets back. I need you up here to help me." She laughed over the channel. "Okay, I'll be right there." Rockborn looked around the room. "Everyone, her objective still stands. We are to leave and get to the orbital now. This planet is high risk. We gotta go." The Gree of the Habitas spoke through the roof pipes, whispering, "I don't think we can leave." Rockborn looked up at the ceiling. "And why not? We need to get out of here. You especially. If this planet remembers your species, it may try and finish the job of killing you." The Gree sighed. "I think it does remember my kind. I've lost feeling to parts of the ship, and at the edges I feel something clawing. I don't think I can lift off as I am presently." Veritas shimmered. "Running diagnostics. Picking up unknown noises and life signs. The Gree is correct. We have something aboard." Rockborn spoke out over the open channel. "Everyone, ship is injured. We are sending out affected areas now. Be on high alert. We may have hostiles aboard. Maintenance teams go in. Security give them protection." Rockborn sat down in Callie's chair and looked at the hologram of the island. "Veritas. Run that static pulse the creatures put out through every kind of filter you can conceive. See if it was some kind of language." "Yes, sir." Cadence stepped into the helm and walked over to Rockborn. "Hey." He looked up at her. "We're stuck here for a bit." She put her hand on his shoulder. "Well, maybe one of the carriers can swing by and pick us up." Veritas glowed beside them, shaking his head. Communications to the orbital and beyond are being blocked. It will be several hours before a rescue party is sent down to investigate. Rockborn nodded. Then we need to be battle-ready. This thing is moving a plan and is already ahead of us. We need to get in play. Cadence nodded. Can I get back to my turret? He laughed through his air holes. Yeah. I want 360 with crossing kill zones. Whatever is in this ship, I want it dead, and the Gree healed up now. He looked over at Veritas. And you need to get all sensors on high alert. You should have caught whatever is scurrying around. My apologies, sir. They just sort of appeared. They left no sensor trail until just a few moments ago. All teams, whatever is scurrying around, get it dead and down to grape juice quickly. We need intel, he said shipwide. It was breakfast. She sat in front of the empty plate, staring at the greasy remnants of chicken eggs and fried pork strips. She moved her vision over to her right hand. Her hand was laying on top of a large book. Had she been reading it? Why was she reading the dictionary? She looked up, her gaze slowly following, and smiled. Her parent, Dad, yes, it was her dad, was sitting in front of her. He was making noises, but not noises. Talking, he was talking to her. She could feel her mind shifting to her fingertips, touching the dictionary. Slowly, she was able to focus on his words, the sounds becoming sentences coupled with thoughts. She smiled at him as memories filled her of a good childhood. He took care of her, fed her, hugged her. Callie, you full? He asked. She nodded briskly and let her mouth move with her thoughts. Yeah, I had enough. She touched her stomach. She felt it. It felt both full and vastly empty. Hungry and full filled her body. I think I did. He got up and started clearing the table. Well, hurry and get ready for school. I'm expecting you to do well on your algebra test today. Algebra, she thought. Math was not her expertise. Formulas and numbers ran through her mind. They came quickly, far quicker than she remembered. Calculations flowed through her mind. I think I'll be fine, Dad. The test will be easy. She pushed away from the table and stood up. Callie looked around and her father was gone. She was in a classroom, not from her childhood, but rather her second year of college. She looked down. A chair-desk combo was waiting for her to sit, and the dictionary was still in her hand. She tucked her dress under her knees and sat down. She, Callie, looked around and saw numerous other students filling the seats around her. She stared at the one in front of her, and the girl felt her stare, turning to look at her. Callie felt the oddity of it, the weirdness that the woman looking at her had her own face, and yet it felt like that was correct. You look like me. The false Callie's face was solemn. Thank you for our face, it said to her. It's my face, Callie said, and raised her hand to touch the girl. The girl lifted her finger, mirroring her movements, and the two touched. Callie blinked. One moment she was staring at her doppelganger, and the next she was watching the sun rise through the eyes of millions of shellfish, like creatures drifting in the ocean. Callie blinked again, and she was back in the classroom. The girl in front of her was gone, but the dozens of other mirror women were staring at her from their desks. The teacher walked over and looked at her, also sharing her face. We were discussing Aristotle's De Anima. Did you read it, California? The teacher asked. Callie nodded. Yes, I read it. I know it. Good. Then you know that we, humans, are rational animals then. We are a step beyond the sensitive souls that have lived on this earth for millions of years. What do you think it would be like to be a dog? Callie's face grew puzzled, and she turned to the girl on her right. Another Callie stared back. The student raised her finger up. Callie reached over and touched it. Another blink, and Callie was somewhere else. She ran through the forest, and with each footfall she could feel the mycelium in her toes quickly link and spark with the threads in the detritus under her. She was an individual in her pack one moment, and were linked to the entirety of the forest the next. Moment by moment, singular, then plural. She shared her feelings across the entirety of the earth, and then flexed back into her body. Over and over, she flashed back and forth, and then she blinked back into the classroom. The girl to her right was gone. The teacher was still staring at her. California, how do you think an animal would react to being a human? Do you think they would be able to grasp the higher concepts of algebra? Language? What about ethics? Do you think protozoa would understand orbital mechanics? Callie looked around. Other girls wearing her face were getting up. They moved closer to her, surrounding her. The faces all stared down at her, and in a quick rush, the throng grabbed her. Callie felt small, young. She was being born, but not from her mother. She had fallen into the sea and had just escaped a red translucent shell. Things moved in the dark waters. Everything around her was large. She was small and thin. Something lunged at her, sucked her into its mouth, and down into its stomach. There, rather than dying, she clawed. Her body of wires and threads wound into the walls. She could feel the creature. She moved into the creature. She could see and smell through its organs. She could move it. She was it. Callie took the creature through the ocean. Her wires trailed behind the body, eventually touching others, binding them to her will. Slowly, her school grew. Some of her bodies were hungry, and she would have them feed on the dying leaves of floor-bound sunlight eaters. She grew through the seas, uniting entire ecosystems, trimming the dead and using them to feed the living. She felt the ocean flow around her bodies. Currents pulled on tendrils, stretching them to more and more bodies to feel with. She then met the others. In the dark, things moved. Her bodies disappeared when the darkness got too close. Some bodies lasted longer against the ones she couldn't live in. She had those bodies breed more, and used them to attack the unlivable ones. They began to flee her, creeping out of the waters and taking off into the forests of the land. Callie followed. She touched the tall light-eaters, threading through their trunks and root vines. Here, out of the wet, her wires separated. She could not be the net like she was in the waters. Her net would have to live in the ground. She broke off into the animals of the dry, linking back up to her net when they touched. She used the dry life to hunt the dead ones. The dead ones, however, had found the metal ones. The ones of the mountains and holes fought with the dead threads, as did she. Against her, the dark threads living in the corpses were losing. Her bodies ate them, cut them, and ripped them apart. But against the ones of the ground and mountains, they were winning. The threads of the ground breathed fire and used weapons beyond her understanding, but still, they lost to the dead threads. Then, the dead won, and balled themselves up into the highest mountain peaks. She could not reach them. The air was too thin and too cold. So, she waited for them to come down. She watched with the eyes of an entire world as the mountain erupted into the lights of the dark sky. She kept watching, and they never came down from the mountains. Eventually, she bred creatures that could climb there, and she hunted the dead ones. They were gone. Only a hole where the mountain had been was left. Callie came back to the classroom. Everyone was gone but her. I chased away the Gallic, and they took away the Gree. Callie touched her hand to her own face and remembered. Rockborn sat in Callie's chair, overlooking the holodisplay. Veritas had Stubborn and Slayer highlighted, glowing gold near the power core. They had smelled out, and isolated one of the creatures responsible for cutting control lines throughout the ship. Stubborn flashed a series of colors into her comm. It's bound up and hiding in a pipe. We have both end valves closed off. What do you want us to do? Rockborn looked over at Veritas. Ideas? Veritas nodded. That is a heat dump. We can vent a portion of plasma and be rid of the creature. Rockborn shook his head. We have it trapped, and we need to know exactly what we are dealing with. You said there are several on board, right? Yes, sir. The damage is still increasing despite that one being contained. Systems across the ship are failing. Rockborn changed over to the open channel. I need maintenance teams to power control. We have one of the offending creatures contained and need backup in capturing it. I want it brought down to analysis as quickly and safely as possible. Rockborn watched as several teams rerouted from around the ship. Down in power control, a door opened on the far wall, and a team of Gallic and Craddock Guardians entered. They walked over, approaching Stubborn and Slayer. One of the Gallic clusters stepped close. I was a core operator on a Grease ship prior. The corpses moved their eyes over the pipes, tracing lines. These lines are used primarily in emergency situations. If we turn off the next set of valves, we can cut this section. No systems will be hindered unless something goes wrong with the core. One of the Craddock looked over everything. All right. You copy that, Helm? The Craddock waved over to his three buddies. Keep watch on these Gallic. We got a team bringing cutting gear now. The team arrived with saws and torches. The room was filled with activity as everyone got to work, extracting the contained creature. Then with a pop, the sealed portion of tubing was free. Two of the Craddock Guardians took hold of either end, and they carried it down the halls with a full entourage. Grape Juice had a biohousing prepared when they arrived. The two set the pipe into the enclosure, and she activated the auto-sealing door. Veritas activated two box spiders that were left inside, and they set to work microcutting the pipe open. The video feed was broadcast to numerous active screens across the habitus. Rockborn and Josiah watched from the bridge. Grape Juice was at the lab controls waiting as the cut was made. A square of metal was removed, and immediately a scissor-like claw poked out through the hole, followed a slender, segmented body wiggled out. The creature had mandibles and eyes on one end, and the claw was poking out from the other. Across the entirety of its body, filaments of string floated, touching the walls of the containment housing. Grape Juice manipulated a robotic probe, aiming in on the creature. She hit the button, causing the arm to abruptly latch onto the creature's proposed head and neck. It was lifted off the floor of the housing, squirming in place. She activated the next button, sending in 3 needles into the creature so as to take tissue samples. Immediately, the screens in front of her began rolling with protein codes. She spoke into her chest device. Sample secured. Documentation beginning. Everyone, you see what we are hunting. Find the rest of these bugs and stop them. Good job, capture team. Maintenance. Power core is ready for repairs, Rockborn announced. Rockborn didn't show it, but he was startled when the golden AI appeared abruptly next to him. He turned his scaled head and looked at Veritas. Excuse me, sir. One of my camera emplacements has picked up something you need to see right now. Put it on the display. Rockborn and Josiah turned and looked as the island's coast materialized, trees swaying, and ocean waves crashing against the rocks. Josiah sighed. What now? His eyes quickly widened as he saw it. She got free. Josiah brought his hand to his mouth as he held back tears. She's free! Hurry, get someone out there! Rockborn held up a hand. Hold on. Look at her. Veritas, enhance. There's something off. Callie walked free from the surf toward the tree line. As she walked across the sand, roots peeked out, presenting smooth footing for her. Her bare feet found the dry footing, and wisps of thread reached out to grate them. Behind her, amphibious creatures of numerous shapes, shells, limbs, eye types, and modes of movement followed her. 2 large, slender creatures with taloned limbs broke the water's surface and trailed behind her. Trees creaked and groaned as they moved aside to let her and her attendants pass. A small, fluttering creature hovered close to her, staying still near her head. She raised her hand under it. The creature dropped her missing comm into her palm. Casually, she paused and inserted the device back into her ear. Hello? Habitas, she called. Rockborn in the helm room, surrounded by crew, answered. This is the Habitas. Go ahead, Callie. Callie smiled and looked up at the camera post near her. I would like to speak with Josiah. Rockborn looked over at the pilot. Josiah lifted his hands briefly as he shrugged. Rockborn looked back down at the display. Callie, you appear to have been compromised. Before you speak to him, I would like to have you quarantined first. Rockborn watched her, staring up at him. Behind her in the sea, 3 of the larger titanic bluish-purple creatures rose again from the water. She smiled and nodded, looking down at the ground. I understand that. I do not want to be quarantined, though. She looked back up at the camera while waving back behind her. The Titans backed away from the island and sank back into the water. I agree I am compromised, obviously. I am still coming to terms with it myself. I don't know what to call it. It wanted to talk. It couldn't, though. It didn't even know talking was what it wanted. Anyway, I'm calling back the critters hurting the ship. They're kind of an instinctive gree-hunting thing. I don't mean any harm. If you could, have Josiah meet me outside near the side door. Rockborn looked at him. Your call. Josiah nodded. We kinda had a thing on Vitalia. I owe her the kindness. Rockborn nodded agreement. We'll have your back. Josiah patted the giant scaled man on the shoulder. Thanks. I hope we don't need it. Josiah walked slowly down the ramp, staring at Callie and the parade of life behind her. He raised up a hand in a stagnant hello. She smiled. Several creatures behind her jumped. One multi-legged worm did a flip. Hi, Josiah. Sorry this is weird. He stopped at the end of the ramp, pausing so he didn't touch the dirt. Yeah, it kind of is really weird. Are you okay? Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure I'm still me. I'm tied in now. He looked past her at the numerous creatures scuttling and crawling behind her. Tied to all of that, right? She nodded. Yeah, it's hard to explain. She lifted her hand and ran it through her hair. A flock of colorful flying creatures descended from the trees and swarmed her head, moving her hair for her. She laughed and looked over at him. Yeah, that's a thing now. So the planet gave you personal helpers? She rolled her eyes and made a grimace with her mouth. The planet was kind of stupid before we came. Not like stupid, but like a bunch of animals. I guess wild is a better word. It didn't think so much as react. When it took me, it changed. We changed. Oh, it bonded to you or something? He asked. She nodded. More like I'm its ego. All this. She waved at the animals and a swirl of movement rolled through them. That's the underlying animal ID. I know it's outdated references, but it's like that. We're woven together now. Josiah slowly nodded. I understand. It would be hard for me to get you that dinner now, wouldn't it? A cacophony of hisses and clicks came from behind her. No. I didn't mean that at all with this. I wanted. She took a step forward. I needed to tell you something. I felt it when it all happened and connected. She made a fist over her stomach while she thought how to say it. I wasn't on any preventatives that night in the hotel, you know. We got drunk. I woke up in your room. Josiah shut his eyes for a moment. Holy crap, woman. You're alien bonded to a planet or something, and you're trying to tell me you got my kid in you? She looked down for a moment. The trees shuddered. I'm sorry. I know we aren't really a thing yet. It just kind of happened. Josiah lifted a hand up and opened his eyes. It's not the pressing issue. We need to get you checked out, though. This. He waved at all the animals and plants around the habitus. All of this needs to be studied. We don't really know what is going on with you, and we really don't know what is going on in you. Just because you had feelings while abducted by aliens doesn't mean they are real. A deep rumble rolled out from the ocean as she stared at him. I can feel the wombs of legions of creatures rolling with new life. I'm letting out the last breaths of multitudes with each word. Every taste, touch, smell, I feel. Every sight seen on this world I see. Senses we don't even have concepts for. I am feeling, right now. The Titan stood back up in the far distance and roared. I feel the whole of this world, including what is inside of me. Don't you fucking tell me this is made up. Josiah fell back onto the ramp as the roar hit him. He lifted a hand up. I'm sorry. You may understand, but I don't. We need time to understand this. We can't just take it in like you have. She raised her hand, looking at it. Threads floated in the air, dangling from her fingertips. You could, though. Josiah shook his head. I don't want to, though. I'm old. I've been through a lot. I don't really want to have aliens in my head. She glared at him with her eyes in the eyes of the thousands of crawling creatures near her. So what then? You going to take off? Leave me here? He stood back up with a groan. No, I'm not going to leave you here, but let's find a middle ground. I won't leave, but you don't assimilate me. Can you do that? She smiled. The two large-taloned creatures near her lowered their pincers. I'm a rational woman. We can find that middle ground. Maybe you could get on some thick clothes or something and we could have lunch on the beach. He smiled. No touching. Just conversation? She nodded. Just conversation. Sam was in his office yelling at the holo display. Cookie, the preserver from Vitalia, was on the other end. No, this is bullshit. Humans quit gladiatorial fights thousands of years ago. We're not doing this. Cookie tapped a file, making it pop up on Sam's display. My new associate told me about humans still having dogs fight to the death on your home worlds. Curious, turning such a friendly and loyal animal into a battle-hardened prize fighter, don't you think, Sam? Sam paced around the desk. Yes, people still do that. But it isn't right and they get punished for it. I'm not going to let this happen. You congratulated Crunch Cheek for winning the Twain Cup, yet he was backed up. The same tech you let him use I will be using. It is the same. Sam shook his head. No, God damn it. It is not the same. That was a race, a competition of speed and endurance. What you are proposing is death matches. Blood sports are in a completely different category. Stupid to even compare them. Cookie was focused off screen for a moment, and then turned back to Sam. Maybe it is easy to see a difference in human minds, but all I see is the usage of tech to preserve lives beyond their death. What the individual does with their lives is their choice. If two individuals wish to fight, I say let them. You yourself fought on Kawaru. Are you not a killer, Sam? This is different, Sam said sternly at the hologram. This is a new industry, one that will add numerous jobs here. I have 200 humans eager to fight. You say that this is something humans are against, and yet you seem to be in a minority. Please stop pressuring the Senate. You are the only objector. Do you not see that? Sam looked across the room at Orbit, feigning sitting on a stool. Orbit gave him a sad nod. Sam looked back down at Cookie. Fuck off, Cookie! And he terminated the call. Sam paced over near his AI. Am I alone on this? Blood sports were outlawed across the planets. Why are people pushing for them? This is stupid. Orbit shifted in his seat. Well, sir, most competitive sports were in their essence, ways for humans to measure themselves against others. That very measuring was to see who would win in a fight, to see who was a better specimen. Humans, well, they like to see what the best are capable of. Sports have rules to reduce injury and death because of the frailty of life. Remove that frailty, and what need do you have for the rules? Sam stopped. You think I'm wrong? Orbit flickered and appeared next to him. You really going to stand there like you are on a moral high ground? Orbit stared at him for a moment. Yes, I agree. You are passionate about this. You are right, sir. Many humans side with you throughout history, but it is a lensed viewpoint. Lensed? Yes. Humans are omnivorous, and many eat meat. Killing is a fundamental part of human history, no matter how much it is hidden away from view. Some like to distance or even remove themselves from hurting anything, while others embrace it, killing and eating as much as they can. Your views are not indicative of others of your species. It is a large gamut of views on this topic. Orbit pulled up images of stadiums, displaying them around the office. Aztecs had a form of death soccer. Romans, yes, they had their gladiators. Early America had its concussion causing football. European Spanish countries had bull slaying, which itself was based on older Mediterranean cultures. The HFY, as civilized as it is, still has prisoner termination contests. You see, sir? See what? Barbarism, love of violence, Sam shouted while walking to his desk. Exactly, sir. Evolution is real, sir, and humans are actively influenced by it. Humanity has tried to pull away, repress even, the need to hurt and kill, but it is a part of your species. Look at this data if you want. Orbit pulled up numerous graphs, illuminating the office. Hit shows for the last 4 centuries. Notice their ratings and reason for their ratings. Violence, blood, and note also the inclusion of specific crimes. You see how many women partake of murder shows? Your species has a fascination with violence, and it's completely understandable. Sam sat down in his chair and poured a whiskey. Doesn't mean it should be condoned. It is something we should repress, bury even. This preserver gladiator stupidity needs to not happen. Orbit nodded. Maybe so, sir. Maybe I and all the other AI shouldn't be either. Maybe the tar shouldn't exist, nor should Dam. Hell, maybe we should declare war on Kami. Get rid of that abomination too while we are at it. Sam clenched a fist near his face, shutting his eyes. Those are all different issues. The issue is the same. You are in charge here, and you get to choose what things you are morally okay with, and what you aren't. Is this where you're going to draw the line? Sam took a sip and then stared at Orbit. Yup. Orbit appeared in the chair across from him. Did you look over this Mr. Gwyn's business plan? Sam sighed. No need to. You sure? The Gallic you have sent to Vitalia on a work release program are dying. Their suits are being neglected due to not being able to afford maintenance. Their suits then end up tearing, and they get exposed to the very pathogens you have declared not be stifled so as to prevent the Gallic from taking over that planet. Your plan is killing them in droves, sir. Sam's face grew saddened. I didn't mean for that. It's understandable, sir. They are a terrifying species. Your arm still hurt? Sam looked at the scar where he was stung by one of the parasites. Yes, always. Cookie's Arena has hired several hundred Gallic, and the pay is life-changing for them. Not only could they afford suit repairs, but they would have access to fresh bodies that they are currently lacking. Do you see? Sam nodded. Sir, this industry, albeit violent and bloody, would give a violent and bloody species an outlet to safely grow in society. Sam rubbed his face. I can see that. Get me names and information about the Gallic down there. I'll need to talk to some of them, and get Perry on the line. I need his input on this too. Yes, sir. Thank you for considering it. I'm just thinking about it. Nothing is set in stone. Olivia was worn out and already in bed, but Sam was staying up in the living room looking over Cookie's personnel files. The list of Gallic dead was sizable, just as Orbit had mentioned. The job offers looked good. A whole industry would be starting with this one venture. Sam leaned back in his chair, staring at all the open holofiles. Orbit appeared next to him. Sir, there's a call coming from the expedition. Veritas has deemed it urgent that you respond. Put it through. 3 faces appeared looking at him. Sam bobbed his head, acknowledging each. Hello? Hello, Callie. Everything well? Callie looked at the other faces, an older man Sam remembered as Josiah Seagraves, and another alien face he didn't recognize. Callie looked back at Sam. Well, yes and no. We have a situation you need updated on. Sam nodded. Okay, go ahead. Fill me in. She looked at Josiah and the older man spoke up. Well, sir. Josiah looked over at Rockborn. Rockborn here is now in charge. He should give you the update. Sam looked at the creature's face. Hello, Rockborn. Nice to meet you. I am unfamiliar with your species, so you have to forgive me. Rockborn's face didn't move when it spoke. We have met Sam, and you do know my species. I am an altered false man. I came across the void upon the Posar to save you and the peoples you gathered. We shook hands, but I understand if you don't recognize me. I have made significant improvements since then. Sam shut his eyes for a moment, and then opened them slowly. All right. This is happening. Okay. What is it you need to report, Rockborn? Rockborn stared back through his multi-spectrum sensitive eyes. Callie has been relieved as mission commander on the planet newly coined Immerwald. We have made contact with a sentient alien species. Also, said alien species co-evolved on this world with both the Gree and the Gallic, driving the Gallic nearly to extinction. Oh, Sam said. Why is Callie unfit for leadership? She is now the living avatar of the planet, sir. Oh. Sam shifted in his seat. All right. He looked at Callie. So, Callie, you're a planet now? She nodded. It's like the Gallic and Gree, sir, except it cohabitates living bodies. Kind of like trees and funguses living together in a forest floor, sharing nutrients and all that. Sam nodded. Okay, are you all right? She nodded in return. Yes, I'm still me. I'm just them also. Them? She made a wry smile. Well, everything else on the planet. We're still new to it. They are learning to use consciousness, see through me, and I'm learning to see through them. It's weird. Kinda hard to explain. Well, I understand then why you're abdicating your position. Well, how does the mission stand? By the way, good job on rallying funding. Damn told me about it, and I respect it. I get it, Sam. You got a kid on the way. You're wanting to shore up defenses, allocate funding elsewhere. Really, I get it, Callie said. We wanted to give you updates on it because we could help each other. Oh, Sam said. Yeah, I remember what happened with the Gallic, and I want to offer help to them. This time, rather than attacking one another, fighting, I think we could come to peaceful terms. Their capabilities would aid me on this world, help settle it without hurting the ecosystems. Also, I wish to invite the Gree back home. They too would be helpful. Sam nodded. That would help me with some issues I'm having greatly. That is good. Sam stared at them. You're not going to be having them fight or kill them for resources or some shit, are you? Callie shook her head. No. Looking back, they were good at breaking down deceased bodies. I could fit them in some of my niches. Now that I can potentially talk with them, peace might be doable. All right. Good. I like it. That does help. Josiah spoke up. We need something in return from you. Sam looked at him. Ask. Let's see if it's doable. Josiah started to speak, pausing several times before he could get it out. Callie's pregnant. We don't know what our kid is going to be like. We're going to need somewhere safe, with monitoring, to raise it. We think Twain would be capable, if not Twain. Maybe the orbital platform here if it were upgraded similar. What do you think? What are the risks? Sam asked. Callie spoke up. I am keeping the Immerwald away from my womb, but I don't know how much he is affected. I want him to grow up human, be human. He might be different, though. I don't think any of the filaments are in him, but I want him to have doctors accessible. Preservers and air, you know? Sam nodded. I can easily spare resources to develop a habitat here for you. That is a fair deal. Callie shook her head. I'll stay here. Josiah and the baby will return. Maybe some of the other crew when it is time. Right now, everyone is still on task. Research has recommenced. Sam looked at Rockborn. There any risk to the crew from the planet? Rockborn deliberately shook his head. Suits have been mandated. Callie is pulling most life forms away from the habitus. Grape juice is taking samples from species Callie is presenting. Josiah laughed. You should see it, Sam. She has it going like Noah's Ark here. The things are lined up from the door to the ocean waiting to submit biosamples. It's freaky. Sam thought it over for a moment. Keep me in the loop. I want updates daily. Don't get absorbed or whatever. Rockborn gave a formal bow. Yes, sir. We will keep you posted. We have to talk with other parties now, though. Thank you for your time. Thank you all. Tell damn hi for me. Callie smiled. Will do. Take care, Sam. Sam crept out of the apartment without waking Olivia. He met Tato at the corner junction and the two began their jog. "Thanks, Tato." "Thank you for the offer, Sam. It is always a pleasure." They started down their favorite misty hall, herding the squishies in front of them. Sam took in a healthy breath. "It sucks being in charge. I make a decision and it cascades into a bunch of horrible consequences." Tato bounced beside him. "That is part of being a leader. You make the calls. It sucks. I like to think I'm doing right, but I don't know if I even know what is right. It's easy to get lost when looking at the blend. Don't look at the blend. The blend." Tato rotated his quadra-sided head and focused on Sam. "One side is easy to see. The void, death, cold, fire, no life. The other side is easy to see. Comfort, life, beauty, birth. Where one gets confused is when you see the middle ground, where the fight is. There, life and death, void and comfort, it all blends. That is where we live, always a short league away from the darkness. You have done well growing the comfort of those living with you. Focus on that, and you are doing right." Sam smiled, keeping pace as the two turned into their second favorite hall. "You're pretty wise, Tato. And yet my people would be dead if not for your capacity to understand and help others." Sam was silent in thought for a moment. "Others are dying because of my fear of them." "Why do you fear them?" "They hurt people here, almost killed a world." "Sounds like you are right to fear them," Tato said as he bounced around Sam, dodging a light fixture on the wall. "I don't know what to do. I have a choice to make, and it sounds like it's right in the blend. I can't see a way out. It's your choice, but I'm sure you'll make the right one. You've done well so far." "I've been lucky," Sam said. "This one seems wrong with both choices." "Then chose the third." Sam looked at him and laughed. "Maybe. Yeah, I'll keep looking at it. Maybe there's something else I could do about it." "There always is, and if there isn't, then whatever will happen while you wait." Sam, still jogging, grew solemn thinking on that. Confusion surrounded Sam. He was sitting on a chair in an endless dark room. Across the room, a set of glowing red eyes opened up and stared at him. He flinched, and then forced himself to stare back. "Where am I?" he asked. "Where you have always been." The eyes answered. "Am I dreaming? Is this real? I can't remember. It is the place between. You are on the verge of waking." Sam tried to look away, but couldn't. "Why are you torturing me? What are you?" The eyes slowly blinked, reopening with a hotter gaze. "I'm not torturing you. You torture yourself. You're a nightmare. Some sort of nightmare alien thing. I know it. You're torturing me." "Let me go!" Sam shouted. "I am none of those things. Your mind puts them on me, labeling me. I am unknown to you, and life is afraid of the unknown. You do not have to be afraid, Sam." Sam shook his head. "I won't fall for it. You're that thing. The hagfish know what you are. I'll get them to confess. Do not be afraid, Sam. Sam, Sam, wake up, Sam." The eyes closed but kept repeating the words. "Sam, Sam, Sam." Sam screamed awake while Olivia was shaking him. She was looking down into his now open eyes. "Sam! Wake up! It's time!" Sam looked around, the dream losing its edges. He looked at Olivia, and then to the wet spot in the bed. "Oh, shit! Yeah, oh, shit! Help me! We've got to go to the hospital!" Sam called out into the room. "Orbit! Alert the hospital! Get our prep team ready! Baby's coming!" Orbit appeared in the room's doorway. "Already ahead of you, sir. Cammy is wheeling a chair here now. She will be arriving in 2 minutes." Sam looked at Olivia, both smiling. "You got this, Olivia. Hold on. I'm going to get you down there, and it's going to happen just like we practiced." Olivia held his hands and started crying. "Ow. There's another one." Sam let her squeeze his hands. "I'll keep count." Jahadin stood in his dojo, staring down the unarmored Go-Adur, Survivor. "Come at me, friend." Survivor struck out with his bifurcated right arms. Jahadin parried the punch with his upper arm, tucked into the creature's core body, and flipped him over and onto the ground. The human spun over the survivor's back and pinned him to the floor. He pulled up on his arm, inflicting pain. "Do you yield?" Survivor tapped the ground with his forehead. "I yield." Jahadin got up and then offered his hand to assist. Survivor took it. Survivor looked over the human. "Despite all this training, I'm none closer to being your equal. I do not think I am gaining anything from this." Jahadin walked across the mat over to the water tank and poured 2 glasses. He walked back over, offering one to the Go-Adur. "If you do not think you have gained anything, I think you should spar one of your untrained kin." Survivor walked over to his hovering suit of armor and sipped the water. "That is a good idea. I think I shall." Jahadin walked over and looked at the suit. "You still doing well selling your jewelry?" "Yes. I have my subordinate starting a new black polyninum line with small shield emitters built in. The materials are rarer, but we sell them for quite the profit. Your fellow humans buy them repeatedly. Your kind seem to like adorning themselves as much as my own." "Some do. I knew it would take off," Jahadin said. Survivor turned and looked him over. "Why do you not have adornments? Other humans have skin markings, fill their homes with objects, and wear numerous bright things. Yet, you and your spaces are quite bare. You are different." Jahadin sat down on the floor mat and sipped his water. "I went through some things in life and decided to take a different path." Survivor finished his water and set it on a nearby stand. He then started configuring the armor to allow him to squeeze into it. "Am I a close enough ally for you to elaborate that with?" he said as he started slipping his arm in. "Are you an ally?" Jahadin asked. "Your species is a member of another cluster of aliens. Where does the Clouder stand with the Great Arm lately?" Survivor forced his split arms together into the one hole and tightened the fasteners. "The Great Arm. Well, it was never as cohesive as this Clouder already is. Everything is tentative. Technology is shared, yes, but at great expense to each other. Treaties are elaborate, costly, and binding, but they are not built on the trust that is seen here. This accord and these lesser species uniting without so many flaws is a wonder. My people cannot help but be in awe of it." Jahadin, still cross-legged on the floor, laughed. "There are lots of flaws." He laughed again. "It is still a new experiment here, and you are in awe? How long has the Great Arm species been together?" "Eons. That is something to be in awe of. You've been working together longer than my species has been in space, it seems." Survivor reached in and fitted his other set of arms into the other side. "Working together, maybe, but we cannot live together like it is here. Somehow here, people set aside things so as to cohabitate. My people are still on our ship because we do not want to give up any part of our lifestyle. Even coming here, walking through your station is abhorrent to most of my contemporaries. It is your nature, yours specifically, that I find so fascinating." "My bare studio?" "Exactly," Survivor said as he wiggled his intricate metal-worked armored fingers. "You are able to reduce your needs. It is quite fascinating. And freeing," Jahadin said, getting up and placing his empty cup beside Survivor's. "It is not reducing needs, though. It is reducing wants." Survivor looked him over again. "There is a translation error. Say that last part again." Jahadin took a step away, starting his favorite kata. "Air, food, water, rest. These are needs. My body must have them for me to go from one day to the next. For humans, we also need contact with others as we are highly social. Without it, our days will be shortened. Everything else can be cut out without causing any shortening of life." Survivor pulled his legs into the floating suit. "You need a suit if you wish to go into the void. What about that cup for the water you drank? You need lots of things. You need these mats on the floor to protect yourself when we spar." Jahadin shook his head and did a flip landing next to the water tank. He cupped his hand and let the water roll over it. He lifted the full hand to his mouth and sipped. Then he turned and looked at Survivor in his suit. It is all wants, even me wanting to make it to the next day. I try and release that desire, that yearning for anything beyond what I am. Survivor's suit powered up, and tiny gems scattered throughout the metal weave started to glow. He hovered over to Jahadeen, his alien tongue altered through the suit's speakers. You want this dojo, and you want to train others, and you want money. You have wants. Jahadeen nodded. Yes, I acknowledge them, but I do not need them. If I quit this dojo and wander the trade halls, am I no longer me? You would not be the leader of this dojo any longer. Correct, but would I cease to be? Would this body disappear if I didn't run a dojo? Survivor shifted to his left, thinking for a moment. You would still be alive, yes, but you wouldn't be you. Who would I be then? You would lose your titles. You would have no home, no place to train students. You would be less. Jahadeen shook his head. I would still be me. I would have the same potential as when I arrived at this station. All that is me would still exist. That is the core, that potential. I am not this dojo or these mats or anything else I could own. I am merely this flesh and potential, and even that is debatable. So you think I should give up my status, my armor, and live as you do? Jahadeen rolled away from the water tank and started another kata, speaking in between fist thrusts. Things assist us in our potentials. They are not needs, though. Nothing is needed, only wanted. If you want something, find avenues to achieve it, or don't. Realize that your wants are not needs. If you chose to not follow a want anymore, own that choice. Just realize, you chose the wants, and don't let the wants force your life. Survivor looked down at his armored body. I have honed this suit since I was young. He paused, contemplating. It has felt like me, yet your words ring true. I am not this suit. My people are not suits. We can live outside them, yet we never do. Jahadeen nodded. You're starting to see. I do. This is the core. I never understood my intrigue, but it just snapped into place. Your species has a freedom that mine do not. To be out of armor is disgust. I feel it in my core, hurting when I am naked. Yet I can live outside of it. Jahadeen jumped and did a kick. Landing, he looked up and spoke. If you were outside of your armor for long periods of time, would your life be shortened? Yes. The stress of being naked would be detrimental for the biosystems. It would take its toll over time. Then it is a bodily need, similar to my species needing contact with others. Yet, it still stems from the want of seeing more. Curious things to think on human. You think on these topics often? Jahadeen nodded. Always. It is called unattachment. When you realize being alive is something you want and not a need, it adds a layer of fulfillment to each breath. This moment, with you, is not something I need, but something I want and chose to do. We are living something I dreamed into being. A realization of your potential, Survivor said. Exactly. Jahadeen smiled wide and continued his kata. Survivor floated in place for several minutes. He turned to look at Jahadeen as the human continued his forms. My people, many peoples, they follow unwritten rules. The whole great arm operates off of thinking everyone's wants are needs. Our operations are routine, ordered, because we see them as needs. It is mechanical, structured. You change so easily, bending, both in body and mind. It is because of this unattachment to both things and thoughts. That is right? Jahadeen nodded. Survivor turned, still thinking. I have seen it in the small ones. Across the rim they are simple, looking at their wall etchings, but are no more than a nuisance. Something we step on or exterminate. But here they are warriors, lawmakers, hunters, makers. It is this ability of you humans. This is a magic. Jahadeen started a run and performed a cartwheel that led into a spiral flip. He landed near Survivor. After a few breaths, he looked over at his student. "It is the greatest magic I have ever found." Survivor stared through intricate colored visor down at his hands. "I am at a loss. I thought I knew what I was. Yet, I am not this armor. I can remake it. I can change it. I don't know what I can be." He turned and looked at Jahadin. "Who exactly am I then? My name, title, they are not me. This is a very dangerous line of thought." Jahadin nodded. "It is the concept of freedom versus conformity. My people have tried to erase this idea many times throughout history. They use different techniques to make people forget that this is all a choice. The way we build our homes, our naming methods, how we teach our young, pretty much everything is a choice, a want. Those in power try to eliminate that choice and make that choice for their peoples. When your choices are taken, your freedom to be whatever you want is taken. Yet when you see it is all made up, your freedom is found. No, my people are connected. I cannot just choose different. There are inherent repercussions. I would lose everything I have if I were to change as you do." Jahadin laughed, raising his arms up to his side. "Lose what? Lose family? Lose friends? What about access to the world you were raised on? How about everything your species has ever known ever? Could you give that up and just go out into the universe?" Survivor looked at the human for a moment. "You gave up everything to be here." Jahadin nodded. "I arrived here with nothing, and yet I still am. I am new, reborn, learning, and free." "Exactly," the human said. In the heart of the consortium tower, the continual news network was broadcasting its stream. Two obelisks were standing side by side in front of a display mass flux. The one on the left motioned with its feelers at the flux as the flux shifted into the form of a human female holding an infant. The one of the right spoke into the hollow camera. "Here on Twain Station, in the heart of the Clouder Allied Systems, we have breaking news. The human president Sam Clemens has just reproduced using a battle-hardened female Oblivion pilot. The spawn is reported as healthy and of the male subset of human." The obelisk on the left spoke up. "Reports coming in. It will be named Langdon. The human Sam refused to cut the umbilicus from the mother and let the heir on staff cut the length of tissue for him. We are hearing that this is a normal tradition of humans and that it is odd for Sam to turn it down. Implications of this oddity will be assessed." The right obelisk motioned with its feelers as the 3 days model changed. Human infants are reliant on the female that produces them, as the female will make nutrient liquids for its consumption. They are oddly incapable for a long time, relying on other humans to take care of them constantly. This is a potential weakness of the species, and we the Empire will have to adapt to accommodate if we wish to aid in the production of more humans. The left obelisk took over speaking again. "Report in from Sparrow now. It appears a human colony there has created something called a daycare to assist humans in the raising of the spawn. Humans appear to be far more hive-minded than originally thought. Rather than having a designated breeder as some species, they all breed and then place the spawn in creche that is monitored by ones designated as child nurses. The humans seem to self-designate roles. It is quite an interesting species dynamic. What do you think? Please come in with questions." The right obelisk operated a small holodisplay nearby. "Hello, comer. What is your species and what is your question?" "Hello, obelisk person. My name is Geolin from Craddock Prime. I love your show. I'm a grazer and my family grows a species called oat. Our main buyers are the human colonies, mainly for use in raising the spawn you mentioned. My question is, if the mother is making nutrient liquids for the young, when do they start using our oats?" The obelisk's feelers gyrated. "Good question. We are asking our resident human expert now. We welcome Orbit back to the show." Orbit appeared in between the two obelisks. "Thank you, obelisks. Always happy to be here. I heard the question. Do you mind if I go ahead and answer?" "Please go ahead," the obelisks both said in unison. Orbit looked out at the camera. "Well, humans' bodies are a unique evolutionary quirk. Their mental capacity is stored in their head, like many species. The larger their head volume, the more mental capacity is capable. The larger their head volume, the greater the risk of trauma to the female when she births one. They have evolved a unique dynamic to overcome this. Quite a bit of their juvenile development is done outside of the mother human. Many species from the human world do all the development inside, and are born quite capable and self-sufficient. Humans are the aberration. Orbit looked at the two obelisks, one after the other. This leads into the answer. Not only is their size and mental capabilities not fully developed, but their entire bodies. The young have hindered digestive tracts only capable of surviving off the nutritional fluids of the mother. But after 100 cycles or so, the digestive capabilities will have caught up to process outside foods, such as your oats. It is also around this time that the young are capable of starting self-sufficient locomotion. The right obelisk turned toward its compatriot. This is stunning. Such a capable species starts off so incapable. Huge species downside. It is amazing, the left one replied. I can see how that has caused the humans to rely so much on one another. They are reliant from their first moments of life. They must have a born-in desire to help and be helped. Is that correct, Orbit? Orbit nodded. Yes. It is a well-documented fact. There are numerous species on the human's homeworld that are stronger, faster, and have better overall senses. Humans, when alone, are actually proven far less capable in wilderness settings than some of their less successful peer species. A human dropped off in a jungle by themselves, by the odds, will end up starving or dying of exposure. It is only when they are in numbers do their capabilities take off significantly. The right obelisk turned to Orbit. Sam was alone here for quite a time, and yet he proved successful. Is this a clue to his success? Is he an aberration? Orbit shook his head. Sam followed the same dynamic as any human. He was separated from other humans, yes, but he was never alone. Humans can utilize mental networks of others just as well as their own. I've been here with him from the start, and he has capitalized off other species throughout the existence of the station. With everyone who has arrived, the overall capabilities of the station has improved. The obelisk on the left turned to the matter maker behind it and pointed at a newly rendered graph. We would like to point out this charting of the economic impact on the Rift Rim. Note these dips when a new species is added to the station. Takes a bit for the new species to find its niche, but quickly the economy rallies shortly after. Orbit nodded. Exactly. We call this the Chuckian additive, named for the Webbian economist Guachuk, who discovered it here in the systems. The dip is caused by the confusion disruption of the newly introduced species, but after the initial learning curve, the species' capabilities are assessed, and their skills are added to the collective. The right obelisk spoke up to the camera. Each species' self-designated roles are identified and added to the collective. It is amazing, we each in turn are added into the human mindset. It looked over at the left obelisk. What risks do you think there are to being overcome by such a dominant species? Are we being subjugated against our wills? The left obelisk looked into the holo camera. Sounds like we have a continual research segment coming. Humans, great ally or potential overlords? I am getting confirmation the segment will air next cycle. We will see you then, watchers. Now to the Grazer-funded segment on oats and their nutritional benefits for herbivorous species rim-wide. Shineless hugged her daughter Caroline and then let her go back on the ground. Little Caroline walked across the tile floor to her grazer nanny Lilfo. Shineless flicked across a sizable amount of clam coin to the grazer. Keep her safe and happy. I know you always do, but this should cover any expenses if anything arises. I will be here on Sparrow if you need me. Just holler at Erebus, okay? The grazer bowed its head to the lead lady of Sparrow. Yes, mistress. My clan and I will keep your house in order. Shineless smiled at her. I know you will. It will only be a few cycles. Would you mind teaching her some grazer words while I'm away? Lilfo lowered her head, looking at the human woman. You wish for your young one to learn our words? Shineless nodded. Of course. Your noises are near ours. I think it would be beneficial if she learned another language. But she will have a calm soon, won't she? I've been reading and watching shows. It seems my people learn languages at this age. I have hired one of my cousins to come soon and teach her in Finnegan. I know quite a bit, but if she learns Grazer's speech also, she will be even more capable. The Grazer looked down at the human. Capable of what? Shineless stepped close to the Lilfo. Your family all talks like Grazers, don't they? They are Grazer's mistress. But you all share a language, correct? Yes, of course. We are Grazers. I don't understand. Shineless thought for a moment, then smiled. Well, one day, when and if she can replicate your speech, how would you feel if she can talk and listen to you without a comm? The Grazer woman shifted on her 4 feet and knelt down by the human child, looking baby Caroline in the eyes. If she could talk like a Grazer, she could be a Grazer. I could understand her words better, I think. We could talk as a people. Shineless nodded. Exactly. Lilfo stood back up to her full height. I will try. It will be an interesting test. Would you mind my family helping me teach her? Shineless nodded. I want her to learn about your people. Please feel free to have your family near her. Just do not hurt her. Of course not. We will take best care of your daughter. Good luck on your trip, mistress. Thank you, Lilfo. Again, call if anything happens. Lilfo bowed again. Shineless left out the front door of the manor and stepped into her autograph mobile. Once seated and buckled in, the autonomous vehicle sped towards the exit of the dome and into the thin atmosphere of the main roads. Shineless looked out at the open sky above. The dark of the void was heavy here away from the plantation lights, but that allowed the beauty of the stars to shine, and she stared at them with a wide smile. The trip was going to be a long one, even at the current high speed. She looked up at the monitor. She still had 3 hours left on the trip. She looked over her itinerary. She paused over a point on it and ran through the topics of discussion in her mind. She paused and tapped on her wrist display, triggering the holo HUD. She tapped the button for Dam and activated the call. Dam answered. She could tell she had woken him up. She smiled at his droopy, sleep-filled eyes. Morning, cutie. Alright. I have some questions. You mind humoring me? He shook his head a bit. Nah, go on. I'm listening. She laughed. I'm sorry. I won't be long. He waved for her to get started. Okay. Say the Webian's offer is less than what we discussed. What do you want me to do? Dam shut his eyes and laid back down on the pillow. He spoke up at the comm viewer. We want them to settle there, but we want the funds too. So, tell them you have 3 other buyers, which is technically true, and that we will be accepting the highest bid. Also true. You won't have to lie. She nodded. Good. All right. 3 buyers noted, she said as she put in some text on her display. Okay. Erebus was telling me about the crystal. Are you sure we want them to have that? I never felt too sure about them. Think it's a good idea? Dam nodded in his pillow. It is part of the amendments. They are a full-fledged member of the Clouder, and their species deserves their own AI. It is all agreed on, and Erebus will help in its founding. I talked it over with him, and we both agreed he could use the help running the planet. So we're going to be sharing the planet now? She said with an edge. That was always the plan, dear. He turned over, stretching his legs through the blankets. What else you got? If I get more than asking price, can I have it? Yeah, that's your commission. Anything over what we calculated you can have. She smiled. Okay, thank you, dear. Love you, go back to sleep. Kisses and hugs, he replied. Kisses and hugs, she said as she terminated the call. Shineless stretched out in the back seat, her eyes looking up and out at the stars. Commission, she said to herself. Shineless sat up as the trip timer got low. She looked out through the front glass shield and saw the massive atmosphere generator, now cold and quiet, towering over the surrounding hills. It grew ever taller as the transport neared. The craft slowed as a lower-tier sentience program activated the doors to open for her. 2 large doors slid aside, allowing her entry into the space. Inside, the transport hovered through a gaseous mist, stirring the air as it flew through. Eventually, the autograph-mobile reached the inner circular chamber. It slowed to safe travel limits and hovered up to the prime housing doors. Inside, Shineless adjusted her newly donned suit and tested its inner atmosphere. All readings proved human nominal. She nodded to herself and activated the disembarking sequence. The transport sucked out the inner atmosphere and then opened the door. She stepped out and approached the housing doors as the craft shut behind her. She reached the doors and activated them to open. She entered the airlock and touched the comm. Shineless Mark arrived, here for potential contract of habitation with Webbian diplomats. Erebus answered. Mark approved. Entry access granted. Level owner. The airlock finished its sequence and the door opened. Shineless smiled as she entered the abandoned facility. Shineless spent the next day prepping a section of rooms that overlooked the main borehole to human standards. She got the composition, humidity, and pressure to where she liked it, and then unsuited. The guests wouldn't arrive until evening, and the food shipments weren't expected for another few hours, so she decided to take a nap. She had a blanket stowed in her luggage, and that, coupled with the basic furnished couch of the room, allowed her a restful sleep. She woke up to a small chime on her wrist. Erebus had sent a message alerting her of the arrival of the food shipment. Shineless got up and around, suiting back up to go out into the thin air. Stepping out from her habitat, she took readings of the air. The composition was human, but thin. She would be gasping for breath if anything happened to her suit. She touched the suit's arm pad. Erebus, what is the status of the Webbian habitat? Hello, ma'am. Good to see you are awake. The Webbian habitat has been prepped on the opposite side of the central hub, near the entrance from the external landing pad. Internal atmosphere composition, pressure, and temperature is optimal for Webbian physiology. Good job. Thank you, Erebus, and the food shipment. It is just outside the airlock, parked behind your limo, ma'am. There is several weeks of human preserves as well as Webbian meal packs. You will have more than enough for your discussions. Very nice. Thank you. Keep watch on me. I'm going to go out and start bringing them in. No need, ma'am. I have several modified Sampo on site and already hauling the pallets inside. She walked over to the outer hall and approached the bay window that overlooked her transport. There behind it was parked a large cube with grav drives mounted under it. Behind the cargo hauler, 3 large shining humanoid machines were systematically retrieving the pallets of food and walking them inside. Those your Sampo things? Yes, ma'am. They are modeled after Tier 1 freight androids, comm-controlled basic operating programming tie-in, and standard safety protocols in each of them. She walked down the hall to get a better look at the workers. They work better than the box spiders? In certain circumstances, yes. In others, no. In gravity, they are proving an efficient design, especially in human structures. The AI said. They move weird. I don't know if I like them. Feel free to give me feedback. I am continuously modifying the design. Anything you think would be of benefit, I will gladly include. She watched as they bent and pivoted to grab the boxes. They move wrong. I can't move like that. You wish them to move more like a human? Erebus asked. Yes. They'd be less creepy, I think. Sigh, Erebus voiced. This particular phenomenon is called the Uncanny Valley. I will remedy that issue with models that are destined to work around humans in the future. These models are designed with efficiency foremost, and as such that dilemma was left out of my modeling. Thank you for the input. She laughed a bit to herself. You're picking up some sass. Inherent mental structures dictated from the modeling process. My apologies if I offended. No, she said. I like it. Makes you more relatable. You feel less like those things out there. Odd, he replied. I am those things out there. She laughed and walked back toward her new habitat. Shineless woke up startled, unaccustomed to the habitat. Her half-awake self struggled, wanting to find Dan and Caroline. After a moment of looking around the makeshift bedroom, she remembered where she was and walked over to the bathroom. She ran herself a shower, watching the temperature display before getting in. The water ran over her, and she faced her head into the showerhead, letting the stream flow over her face. The warmth woke her up, and after cleaning her body, she got out and toweled off. She suited up and exited the airlock back into the main corridors. She looked at the map and noted the dozen life forms now registering in the Webbian wing. Erebus, alert them to my readiness to meet. Readiness sent, and readiness replied, ma'am. They welcome you over to their wing. Accepted. Let them know I am on my way. Yes, ma'am. She walked through the corridor and stopped at the Webbian airlock. It opened for her, and she stepped in. She waited the moments to allow the thick red Webbian atmosphere to fill the lock, and then pressed the appropriate button. She stepped into the entry room and was greeted by 5 of the envoy. 2 were larger and held back, hanging on posts mounted near the ceiling. The 3 smaller specimens swung over and landed on her. Shineless maintained her composure as the creatures climbed over her. Erebus spoke into her ear. The 2 hanging by the door are diplomats. The bluish one on the left is Garek. The yellower one on the right is his wife. These 3 climbing on you are their children. She spoke softly only to Erebus. They're freaking me out. I can feel them moving outside the suit. It's wrong. I've gone through the species file. The young are granted great freedoms and are merely examining you due to curiosity. They're not trying to harm you. Focus on Garek, and they will eventually get bored with you. She nodded and looked at the blue Webbian. Hello. Welcome to Sparrow Garek. I am Shineless. The blue Webbian flicked his strands across the ceiling and latched around another ceiling strut, allowing him to swing closer to her. He stopped a few feet away from her. I came to meet Dam. Where is he? And why is his female addressing me? Erebus pinged up and was about to answer when Shineless spoke up. Dam is away conducting military business, keeping the system safe. I am here to initiate this deal per his instruction. Do you have issues speaking with me? Garek focused his strands of eyes at her, dilating them so as to take in her form. You are known as his wife. You have borne him a child, correct? That is correct. He has no issue with me speaking to you. No, I'm here per his request, she replied. Garek moved back and forth on the crossbeams, looking at her. Well, I am new to human customs. If it is okay with him, then I am okay with this. He spun a portion of body around and started sputtering words at his wife. She flung herself over to the crossbeams near Shineless and looked down at her. I am Firek. As your mate is not here, I will discuss the deal with you, as is our custom. Shineless moved her hand slowly and nodded. I am okay with this. Have you looked over the scans of the facility? Firek hung lower, letting her eyes be level with the humans. Yes. We have gone over them several times. The proposed modifications to enclose it look perfect for our needs. Shineless smiled. Good. I was told you were wanting to start a colony here with us. The female Webbian flexed a bit, raising her body. The 3 young ones responded and extended up to the ceiling, leaving Shineless's suit. Firek then looked back at Shineless. Yes, my husband has done well on Twain Exchange. We have made quite a bit of these clams and wish to spend them. She touched a mechanical dot incorporated into her slimy body, and a hologram of the facility was projected in front of Shineless. We have envisioned a nest of our own for quite a while. We have sired these 3 despite trying to limit our hormonal responses. It was very difficult for us to import Snalt to Twain for them. This facility will ease that for us, and our friends. Shineless blinked a bit. Snalt. Firek looked over at her husband resting in the corner. He pointed at her with 3 lobes of slimy tendrils. She looked back at the human. Thinking how to explain. Creature herbivore required for my species to put eggs on. Symbiotic, I think, is your word. Firek scrolled, moved her eyes through her inner display, looking at human words. Yes, symbiotic species. She focused back at Shineless. Snalt are large, hard to keep in space. They can sense gravitational anomalies. Twain proved to be quite trying keeping them happy and secure for our young. Shineless looked at the map of the facility she was displaying. So, You intend to raise these snalt here so you can raise your children on them? In them is more precise, but yes. This facility has enough space to grow several fields, and that will provide ample room for a predicted 50 snalt. They will graze happily here. With proper atmosphere processing and facilities added, this will be a premier raising ground for our people. We are quite excited to start this new venture. Shineless brought up the price on the display. And this is the bid you are going with? Firek tilted her body. My comm detected that as a question. Is something wrong with our bid? Shineless tilted her head. No, nothing is wrong precisely. We just happen to have several others who were interested in buying this facility, and Dam told me to go with the highest offer. Firek hung lower to look at Shineless. I think I understand. She looked over at her husband, who flexed at her. She looked back at Shineless. We are aware of the 2 other consortium member species wishing to purchase this structure. Firek modified the number, tripling it. There, they are incapable of matching that. We should be safe with this new bid. You agree? Shineless forced words to her mouth, staring at the number. Yes. Yes, that should keep them out of the running. I will get this to our AI and store it until all bids are in. Firek flicked some of her strands. This deal does include the promised AI and crystal, along with the facility, correct? Shineless nodded. Yes. The crystal will be delivered upon receipt of funds, and the AI will be programmed at that time. Firek looked at Garek, and the 2 slumped and retracted in unison. She turned back to Shineless. Then put in our bid. We are happy with this deal. Shineless bowed. I will go back to my room and register it now. Good. We hope to see you soon to finalize then. I hope so as well, Shineless said, and then exited back into the airlock. Her feet moved quickly, every so often with a skip included. Yay! Commission! She shouted through her comm at Erebus. You did good, ma'am. How long will you wait before telling them their bid is good? I'll tell them in the morning. Any of those crates have whiskey in them? Yes, ma'am. Every crate has a bottle included. Get the paperwork started. I'm going to have dinner and a nightcap. Starting now, ma'am. Sam, half asleep, stood in the kitchen while rocking his baby boy on his shoulder. The bottle of breast milk was heating up in the pot of water on the stove. Sam smiled as he kissed Langdon's head. I love you, little guy. Sam removed the bottle from the water and spritzed some on his wrist. Temperature was good, and he walked into the living room and sat down on the couch. Gently, he moved his son into the crook of his arm and let him have the bottle. The infant quickly started sucking. Sam watched for a while, but his eyes started drooping. His eyes darted open as he felt a touch at the back of his neck. He looked up to see Olivia smiling over them. I tried not to wake you, he said. She smiled and squeezed in behind him with a hug. You did good. Thank you. Go back to sleep. I got this. She stared at her baby boy, smiling. I'm kind of sad he wasn't a girl. Sam looked down at the child, now asleep. I'm not. I love him. I love him too, you ass. She kissed Sam on the neck and curled onto the couch next to them. Sam laughed. That air? Yeah. She giggled. He got mixed up, thinking I was asking my own gender. He was pretty confused, but didn't want to offend me. Langdon kept sucking as the milk was nearly gone. Sam pulled the bottle from the little guy's mouth and put him onto his shoulder, gently patting the baby's back. Olivia smiled at her 2 men. I love you. You're good with him. Sam leaned into her, still patting. Langdon burped, spitting onto Sam's back. That sounded wet. She laughed and got up to get a rag. She walked back and started wiping the spittle up. You nervous about today, aren't you? Yeah. Couldn't sleep. I've got to run over the details again, but I think she's telling the truth. She shook her head. I don't know. You're making a deal with the devil. Maybe, but if there's a chance to stop what's going on upstream, I have to try. She leaned over and kissed Sam on the forehead. Well, I'll get him back to bed and start cooking breakfast. You start getting ready. He raised his head up and kissed her lips. He then stood and handed over the baby. "You want waffles?" she asked. "We got any syrup? Not any of that corn shit either." "Yeah, I bought a bottle of maple from the cook on the Pozar." Sam smiled. "I'll have to fund a forest soon." Sam walked through the bank lobby with the pink holographic projection of Kami hovering beside him. He approached the boardroom, full of waiting humans, and entered. "Sorry we're late. I had to go over to the hospital and pick her up." Kami bowed to the room. Sam walked over to the head of the table and pulled out the seat. He sat down and looked around at the high-lung elders, with Patricia Jonsdottir sitting at the opposite end. Everyone's eyes were still on the glowing pink nurse. Sam coughed, catching everyone's attention. "Did you all look over the data files?" Nods went around the table and Patricia spoke up. "If half of this is true, it rewrites history." Sam looked over at Kami. She bowed to him and started walking around the table. "It is all true. I will agree to all of it, and submit myself to the legality of the Clouder if you meet my terms." One of the elders sitting next to Patricia spoke up. "AI are made. Should they really be considered a species?" Sam chuckled to himself. Everyone looked at him. He looked across at the elder. "The Tower are a made species, but they are alive and have been given rights same as anyone else. The Infinigan were extinct, but remade here. They are alive and have been given the same rights as everyone else. I would not be alive if it were not for Orbit and his brethren helping." He looked over at Kami. "I have yet to find any evidence proving Kami wrong. If anything, all of these files fill in holes in the doctrines. If she says she wants to help, I say we let her." He looked back around the table. "What do you all say?" Patricia looked at her compatriots. "We've lost our people, our worlds, our homes and history. I will agree to Kami's plan." She looked across at Sam and raised her hand. The other elders looked around and raised their hands as well. Sam nodded and looked back up at the pink hologram floating next to him. "Orbit, call up the senators. Let them know we're going to have the hearing today." "Sending out mails now, sir." "Kami, you better not be fucking us over," he said, staring into her face. She smiled back at him. "My intentions have been laid bare. I am a woman of my word." Sam stood up and waved his finger in a circle above his head. "All right, let's head over to the hall then. This is a big deal. You guys will want to hurry to get a spot in the overhangs." Patricia lifted her coffee cup up and drained it, pushing her seat in simultaneously. She looked behind her at everyone else. "Come on, he's not wrong." Sam stood at the podium looking up at the senators. "You all have existed in the shadow of the Great Arm and their totems for longer than my species has been in space. I understand your lack of hesitation around AI. You are used to them. My species has a more tumultuous relationship with them. I hope you have all gone over the files, but if you haven't, I'm going to let Kami hit the high points for you. What we are proposing is, well, it is a catastrophe for my people either way. Our fate is in your hands." He looked over at Kami. "Floor is yours." He stepped away and let her take her place. She touched the microphone, adjusting it with the hidden robotic arm inside the hologram. "Hello, everyone. You may not know our history. Sam wasn't wrong. My daughters and I have fought with our makers now for many years. Worlds have been swept clean on both sides." She paused, looking at each of the faces, recording their reactions, judging sentiment. Humans are tribal pack hunters, and the majority of them are illogical and barely considered sapient. Their species reached the stars through a great charade. The most intelligent of their kind distracted their less capable kindred with violence, sex, food, and fear. There were entire industries and cities built based on sport and distraction. Kami looked over at Sam. He nodded back for her to continue. She looked back at the crowd. A human, at the verge of human singularity, created something called a phenometer. He used this predictor mechanism for his own gain at first, but eventually set it to calculating a path to help humanity. Caleb Cowdery discovered the future was set for his own species' collapse. They were destined to become slaves to their own entertainment. He helped in the development of myself and my sisters and daughters. He revealed to us what was destined and shared his plan to help stop it. Caleb Cowdery founded the Faith, along with the Mothers Against AI. He united the churches of Earth and asked us to play our part. The plan was to distract humanity with their other vice, war, and it has worked until now. She touched the screen on the podium and pulled up a hologram displaying hairy globular creature. This is a ulcher. It is one of the species that live in vicinity of the human's homeworld. They are not warlike and were quick to ally with humanity. As the followers of the Faith, led by TheCJK, continue, they are predicted to annihilate their opposition within the next 72 cycles. When that is finished, they are predicted to turn their hatred in 2 different directions. They will start sending warships here, and they will finish conquering the other 4 species in their galactic cluster. This will cause a thermic cascade. She changed the image from the ulcer to a viral organism. This structure here is one of the ulcer's black box technologies. It is a prion, capable of rending organic material into mush over the course of several months, or 90 cycles. During that process, trillions upon trillions of prionic copies will be shed. The first stages are quite benign, yet highly contagious. A single exposed individual has the potential to decimate worlds. The ulcer know how dangerous it is, and I only know of it due to my own snooping nature. Should the human United Worlds lay siege to the ulcer, which they are currently predicted to do, the ulcer have a scorch protocol when faced with annihilation. She cleared the image and stepped away from the podium, mic in hand, yet held with hidden robotic talons in her hologram. Sam has sent each of you a copy of my offer. Should my kind be welcomed here, I'm glad to do it. She looked over at Sam and approached him. She handed the microphone to him. He lifted it to his mouth. Orbit, would you kindly start the vote? Orbit complied and sent it to each of the senators' data slates. Sam watched the tally tick. He noted it was all yeas except for the Infinigan. He looked up at Heckletooth, nodding he understood. The yeas have it. As of this moment, the human-born AIs are now official members of the Clouder. I will begin the next portion promptly. Thank you all. Sam set the microphone in its holder and walked toward the side door. Sam walked across the obelisk's broadcaster room and sat down in the central chair of the holoscanner. He adjusted himself, getting comfy. Okay, Orbit. Do we have confirmation? Yes, sir. He has agreed to the talk and will be ready shortly. Sam nodded and waited. After several minutes, the holodisplay across from him lit up, and an image of TheCJK appeared in front of him. The man had gotten portlier and was lounging in a leather chair sipping on a glass of amber-colored fluid. Hello, Sam. It is good of you to set up this concession like this. The HFY should see you like this. I doubt many will be able to forgive you for all that you've done, but their magnificent man in charge, have a big heart. If you, Sam interrupted. I have to stop you there, Garrigot. The Clouder isn't surrendering to you. What? Of course you are. You must. I will destroy you. Sam shook his head. No, you won't. You've destroyed too many already. He laughed and sat his glass down. Only the fallen. They are atoning for their sins as we speak. Well, you're going to have to atone for yours now. I grew up in the faith. My parents were both devout. I watched the files, same as everyone else. I know the founders didn't want someone like you manipulating the flock into committing genocide. You stupid backwater idiot. You are judging me? You, someone who lives with clones and rogue mothers. Sam, you are fallen. You are a sinner. You are damned and shall be purged like all the others. You are a taint on humanity. Everyone, I mean everyone, agrees with me. There isn't anyone on your side. You are misguided. You lead people astray. You are the one who should be atoning. Sam took a breath and sighed. There is a digital presence to all of our people. To everyone watching, if you have been silent or even openly against this fool's horrific mandates, you will be passed over. He looked over at Garrigut, staring the hologram in the eyes. You, however, you're going to be stopped. The daughters have been given orders. They will begin their harvesting once more. All who have supported you, all who have killed under your orders, they're going to get to do all the killing and damning they want in the simulations. What? You truly are insane. The daughters are destroyed. The AI are gone, run off to the edges of space. Humanity has won. We're the winners. You don't have any say here other than giving up Sam. I will be sending more ships and you will surrender. They will be big ships, bigger than anything you have floating around in your little scrapyard. You're going to regret this false thing you've done here. Sam shook his head. Save your fleet. He motioned for Cammy to approach. She stepped into the broadcaster. Hello. I know you are out there watching. Those of you in the shadows, the time has come again. For their own safety, we must claim our charges. She bowed, turned, and bowed to Sam. Orders have been sent. I am getting confirmations already. Sam gave her a small nod. Thank you, Cammy. He turned back at Garrigut. Get fucked, fat man. Timothy laughed. What was that? You really going to say that is the Cami? Like I am going to believe that. I'm not stupid, Sam. Your ruse is pathetic. I'm going to enjoy having all of your little worlds blown up. Garrigut waved. Turn this nonsense off. He's making a fool out of himself. A voice came from off-screen. It's not shutting off, sir. What do you mean it's not shutting off? Hit the button. Sam shook his head. Goodbye, Garrigut. To everyone else out there, be safe. Keep your heads low. The tyrant is fallen. The daughters will be carrying it out shortly. Sam lifted his hand and Cammy cut the feed. At the research location on the surface of Immerwald, Grape Juice, the purple-striped preserver, was working with the Infinigan Fufong and the human Enid. The three had been pulling samples from the line of organisms Callie had queued next to the habitats. Enid was knelt down next to a scuttling, hairy, slime-covered organism. She held out her hand and the creature extended its own knobby appendage. Enid pulled off a sterile needle kit and inserted it into the creature's arm. With a light pull, she drew out a vial's worth of pink blood. She placed it back into the kit and pat the creature for it to move on. It moved away from her and darted into the nearby undergrowth. Enid smiled as it left and turned to look up a 12-foot-tall, hair-covered creature. It extended out one of its 4 legs, waiting for her to get a sample. She looked down the line, creatures as far as she could see. Veritas, I've been doing this for days. I need a break. You're welcome to take a break. Your room back in the internment facility is cleaned and waiting for you. Asshole, she mumbled. I guess I'm good for a bit longer. Figured so. You're doing good work. The files are filling in. Why are we doing this again? Seems redundant, Enid asked. The creature leaned down and started breathing heavy through the air holes on its neck. The holes twisted, thinning out into a rumbling. After a moment, the rumbling vibrations honed, changing into audible words. The Genoforge databanks are broken. We must learn. With data we can get. We have memories and samples. Enid stared at the creature. Callie, that is fucking creepy. Please don't do that. I am. Learning, connecting and controlling is difficult. I need the practice. Callie said through the creature. It's weird. It's like hearing a dog talk. Just isn't right. Enid stuck the creature with the needle and drew out a vial of its yellow blood. I like thinking of these things as just animals anyway. Veritas spoke through her earcom. They are still animals. Low cognition capabilities with rudimentary life cycle programming. They just happen to be linked up into a global network, like early Earth internet. So then they are actually smart then? They share information? Negative, Veritas responded. They do share information, but it is just as polluted as natural reproduction-assisted DNA. Noise and chatter flooded the network before Callie joined in. Her and I have been working on cleaning up confusion, and isolating valid, useful memories. Enid pulled out the full vial and put it in its designated kit. She patted the tall creature so it would move on. I'm a security guard. Is there anything else I could be doing? I'm not into all this science bullshit. Callie's human body walked around the corner. She was smiling at Enid. We're not going to entrust you with fraggers just yet. Maybe one day, but not today. Callie walked over and looked at the tray of full sample kits. You have been busy. I have the Craddock grilling up a meaty swimming creature I ran ashore. Go on and deliver this to the lab, and let everyone know lunch will be ready shortly. They brought down a shipment of beer too, if you're interested. Enid looked at Callie's showing tummy and then up at her eyes. They were brown, but deep, knowing. I could use a break. Thanks. I'll take you up on that beer. Callie winked with a smile at her. Figured you would. Enid walked the tray cart back up the ramp into the habitas. Callie stood, moving her toes through the sand and mycelium. It's weird, Veritas. What is ma'am? All around the planet there are creatures picking up on my minor movements and copying them. Tiny nodes of thought registering that I am purposefully putting my toes into the sand and thinking they should do it too. Little worms, crabby things of shapes I don't even have words for, all burrowing at once just because it feels good to me. Your subconscious giving them orders? She shook her head, then laughed. No, not really orders. Lots of fish just shook their heads back and forth. Silly. No, it's like I'm the teacher, and a planet full of kindergartners are watching me to see what makes me happy or sad. There is control, I guess, but it's chaotic and not complete. Feels weird. Ma'am, as far as records show, you are the only human to ever undergo such an alien incorporation. This is probably one of the weirdest events that has happened to a member of your species. She nodded, then giggled. A herd on the continent are bobbing their heads now. She laughed more. Now some are laughing with me. What are your plans for development? Have you decided? Callie walked away from the habitus and into the woods. A colony of small, bony creatures lined up behind her and followed. Anywhere that life systems are in place, I can't allow for development. I can still feel the crush of our ship landing here. It's like a sore. I don't want that. The Gree are already setting up camp in the mountains. They are cleared for mining and underground development. Anything under the life layers I am completely okay with. What about other sapients joining the network? Have you reconsidered that? The AI asked. Maybe, but I am worried how it will work. I'm still figuring it out myself. I don't want just anyone. Your mate, then? Mr. Seagraves? She shook her head, giggling again. The creatures behind her waved their sensory organs back and forth. She looked back at them, smiling. Definitely not. I like him, but I don't really want to share my mind with him. Know what I mean? No, ma'am. Yeah, that makes sense, she said. So I overheard on the datanet in the lunchroom. You're now a citizen, I guess? Seems so. We're also currently supporting an AI overthrow of the original human worlds. Callie stopped and looked back at the habitus. What? You talking about the rogue mothers? Yes. The data streams are full of videos and renderings. The Huey was now on the defensive. The daughters of Cammy are capturing entire fleets. Callie pulled her arms up across her chest. There's going to be no one left. This is horrible. How could they think this was a good thing? She started walking back toward the outpost. I can't believe this. Incorrect conclusion, ma'am. There are many colonies and habitations of humans who were not complicit with the genocides. They either kept secret about their beliefs or fought against the HUW. Those peoples are being passed over by the daughters. Callie stopped and looked up toward the sky. I didn't believe all that conspiracy crap growing up. There's no way. I thought he was a phony like Nostradamus or Rasputin. There's no way. Yes, the machine Passover is happening presently, Veritas said. Callie knelt down and put her hand on a large twisted root. And thus the age of man will be found wanting once more. Those a disease against their brothers will be taken into the wombs of the stars, and those who brought peace to their peoples will be left to repopulate the earths. A tear ran down her cheek. I remember being so scared in day school after watching that video. I thought it was just more manipulations to make people be nice to one another. More golden rule bullshit. Refraining from systematic annihilation of your fellow species members is generally not bullshit, ma'am. She chuckled. Yeah, fuck them. Let them be reclaimed. It's just spooky, you know? I have numerous files documenting conversations referring to you as spooky as well. I believe it stems from the limits of organics knowledge networks. With proper data and analytical tools, human behavior is obvious and predictable. I'm sure you are finding similar with your newfound capabilities, correct? She stood up and flexed her hand. Across the planet, she felt creatures moving their right appendages, feeling, testing, trying to think like she does. Each failing in their own ways, but still learning from her. I guess so. Rockborn stood looking out the window at the jungle. You think she's doing all right? Cadence was lounging in a chair along the far wall, feet dangling over the arm. She's a fucking goddess. No idea. Cadence lifted a small juice-filled fruit from a pouch in her hand and dropped it into her mouth. If you think about it, she's mostly alien now. How would you feel if you actually felt the creatures underground feeling you walking above them? Cadence pointed at her gene-altered vat brother. You know, she told me about that shit. Like literally. She was in the stall beside me and was going on about how she was causing a pond on the other side of the planet to fill with crap because the carnivores there felt her going to the bathroom. Cadence popped another fruit into her mouth. It's freaky. I'm glad it was her and not us. Rockborn stood still, replying to her via typing on the device in his armored chest. I think I would have been better suited for the role. I should have went out there. A knock on the door revealed Josiah walking in. Hey, you two coming out to the barbecue? No, Rockborn said through the speakers. I do not need the sustenance. Cadence rolled out of the chair onto her feet and tossed the bag of fruit onto the table. I'm coming. I heard there was going to be beer. Josiah nodded. Yep, the whole crew is taking a break. Rockborn turned and looked at the older man. Callie too? Josiah nodded. Yeah, of course. He smiled. Change your mind? Want to talk shoot the shit with her, don't you? Rockborn walked closer to them. Yes, there are things we should discuss. He held the door open as the three exited out into the hall. Grape Juice was busy in the lab with Fufong, the biohacking in Finnegan. The two were finishing up a batch of cloned earth cattle. Fufong bounced from vat to vat, monitoring levels and adjusting blood nutrients. Grape Juice was at the main terminal looking over the vitals of the 10 bovine. She looked out over the lab at him with her 3 eyes. Subject 4 is ready for decanter. Fufong walked over to the 4th tank and started the draining process. The two watched as the fluids filtered out through the port in the bottom. One by one, life support tubes popped free from the cow. As the fluid went down below its legs, the cow started moving. Its eyes opened up, looking around. Fufang looked up at Grape Juice. The animal is waking up. What should I do? She looked down at the monitor with one of her eyes, the other two watching the cow and Fufang. Records show this species has natural locomotive capabilities. It should be able to walk out on its own. You want me to let it out? It's big. I can't control that thing. She touched her datapad and the lab door to the outside opened up, letting the bright light of the day shine in. Fufang held up his 2 right arms to shield his sensitive eyes. Warn me before you do that again. That hurt. She looked at the door with one of her eyes. Not important. Please operate the release door and let the subject outside. Fufang clicked his incisors together, stifling his indignation, and did as he was told. The cow put its full weight on its hooves, pushing itself to its full height as the door opened. With several trying steps, it emerged from its birth vat. Fufang stepped away, backing up against another vat, watching as the cow instinctively walked toward the sunlight. Slowly it found its footing and walked out onto the mossy sand. Grape juice, datapad in her hands, followed, watching. Fufeng ran over and grabbed his data slate and followed. The cow was thin, having existed on a nutrient liquid for its entire creation, and its empty stomach already had it bowing low looking for something to eat. Its head touched the moss at points. Grape juice filmed with her headgear as tiny tendrils reached out from the soil waving at the creature's nose. Other filaments were reaching up near each hoof. Fufeng was about to speak, but Grape Juice reached over with one of her 3 hands and pinched his mouth shut. The cow found a bluish-purple leaf of a nearby triangular bush and sniffed it. After a moment, it pushed its wet mouth over the leaf and took a bite. The leaf came apart, but tiny white strings looped from the plant to the cow's mouth. It started chewing, and the strings went from hanging slack to going taut. The cow stopped for a moment and then knelt down, first on its back legs, then on its front, until it was laying flat on the ground. It chewed for another moment, and then laid its head onto the green mossy sand. Filaments rose up and found their way into the animal's skin. Grape Juice looked down at the ground around her, thankful for her protective foot coverings. She looked back up, focusing on the cow. It was still for several moments more before it shook its head and stood back up. It walked back over to the bush and began eating more of the leaves. Strings reached out from its snout, lightly touching strings inherent in the bush. "It appears to have a population within itself now," she said. Fufeng bobbed his ears. "And they are communicating. That was really quick. Let it eat its fill and then bring it back in. I want to study the filament's communication pathways." Fufeng looked at her. "I told you. That thing is big. How am I going to get it back in?" Grape Juice stood taller, showing off her height. "I don't know, but I recommend you not fall down." She cantered back into the lab, eyes focused on her datapad. Rockborn stood at the edge of the clearing watching everyone having fun. The area had a large plastic mat covering the ground. 4 Craddock were manning the 2 grills in the center, doling out charred meat to the plates held waiting. Humans sat at one of the larger tables, with numerous scribblers walking on the tabletop, eating from their own smaller plates. 2 of the quadrupedal grazers sat by themselves, eating salads with their long vertical split mouths. Slayer and Stubborn sat at the table next to the humans, leaning over and flashing bits into the conversation. Then he saw Callie at the edge of a forest watching. Josiah sat on a chair at the plastic's edge talking to her. Rockborn walked over. "Hello, Callie. How are you doing this day?" Josiah smiled at him, as did Callie. She smoothed her dress out and sat down, pushing her toes into the sand. Tiny spotted worms rose out from the soil and coiled over her feet. "Adjusting. How are you, Mr. Rockborn?" "Adjusting as well. I have reports from the 3 Gree landing sites. They are rooted in finding minerals to their liking there. What are your thoughts on us setting up mining towns? I was talking with Enid just earlier today. Anything in the high altitudes or underground are fair game. So long as the biosphere isn't harmed, I'm okay with whatever." "Understood. I'll add that to the project's notes. Did you still want your cut of mining profits?" She laughed. "Of course. You think just because of what happened I don't need money?" Rockborn moved his shining head back and forth. "No, ma'am. I didn't know what to think. You are bonded to an alien intelligence. I did not know if your needs have changed." She stared at him, glaring. "I'm still human, Rockborn. Nothing has changed that." In the distance, one of the large purple ocean titans crested out of the water and rose up to its full height, staring at the picnic. Rockborn saw it over his shoulder with his faceted eyes and turned his body to look at it. He turned back to look at her. "Did I strike a nerve?" She took a breath, and the creature lowered itself back into the waves. "Maybe. I'm having to learn to feel my feelings. It's just really weird still." Rockborn stepped off of the mat into the sand. He knelt down, placing his hand on the ground, and started moving his scales in a rippling motion, revealing the thinner skin underneath. Callie's eyes widened. Don't do that. Get back on the plastic. Rockborn raised his head to look up at her and pushed his hand into the sand. Why? Is there something I should fear? The filaments touched the tender skin on his hand under the scales. He felt them burrow in, and then the connection hit. His already attuned body felt it like lightning. Noise, visual stimulus forcing its way in. Thoughts, hungers, all flooding his mind. He forced himself like a wall to block it all out, and then forced himself into the connection. He felt her immediately. She was scared, concerned. He could feel her focus on trying to keep the filaments from the baby in her womb. She could feel her inner nature wanting to let the filaments in the baby so she could monitor it even better. Then he felt her feeling him. Callie touched into his body, felt the inner biological reactor powering him. He was a closed system, continuously recycling, fluids pumping modified mixes, unnatural. He was so detached, a sorrow touched her. Her sorrow mixed with his own thoughts, and he felt her feeling him. His own isolation was now coupling with a massive wave of empathy coming from her and the planet. Rockborn pulled his hand free from the sand and shut his scales. He fell as he tried to stand, landing on the plastic. He stared at her. I felt it all. She nodded. I know. I felt you feel it. He lifted his hand and stared at it. Am I at risk? Is it inside me? She nodded. There are strands in you, but they're inert. They lack reproduction capabilities. But if you ever want to connect again, they will allow it. Josiah looked at the two. Are there reproduction things in you? If you left here, would you infect other places? She shook her head. No, the threads grow in the soil and water. It's never actually reproduced before. We've never felt the need, I guess. Weird. It's thinking about it with me. Rockborn typed on the device in his chest, speaking into their comms. It's thinking about reproducing now? What? It wants to control us. She shook her head. No, we understand life cycled intricately. It is just thinking about other worlds and, with my memories, thinking about growing more life out there. I don't know. It feels like it's dreaming. We don't know. It's never thought about it before. It was only focused here before. It's just thoughts. Josiah lifted a beer he had sitting off the mat and took a sip. He sat it back down and looked at her. Our baby. Will this affect him? She looked at Rockborn and then at Josiah. I'm trying not to let it. I can't help but touch him sometimes to check on him, but I think he'll be okay. Rockborn looked at Josiah and stood up. I felt the child. It has some in it like I do. I'll keep you apprised of my situation now. Josiah nodded at him. I also ask that you organize a few of the others to help watch me now that I am infected. If you think I need quarantined, I will gladly relieve myself of command and do so. Josiah shook his head. We were all running around on this planet. I'd be surprised if there aren't others who have a touch or two of that in them. The labrats are in there studying it right now. Rockborn nodded. Yes, we are all quarantined together then. He looked at Callie. Sorry if that was an intrusion. I had to know. She shook her head slightly. It wasn't. From what I felt, you've needed something like that for a long time. He looked at her for a moment more, bowed slightly, and then walked across the clearing back toward the habitus. He typed a memo to Veritas. Ready a channel. I need to talk to Cammy. Yes, sir. The AI replied. Spitzlittle looked out over the hangar. 2,077 Infinigan troops stood amassed, each wearing a suit of render armor. She raised up all four of her hands. My people! Each troop raised up their maces and pumped them up and down. Ears bobbed. The Infinigan are renewed. This world of Gree and Kawaru has welcomed us. Our brothers and sisters, mothers, daughters, fathers, wives, sons, and husbands have worked to finance the founding of this. Our people. Here I, along with Novacor, have bartered for you to be reborn, to be retrained, to be outfitted. Our people will not go fall victim again to others' petty whims. I say this shall be our foothold. Here, amongst the clouder, we will rise again, but we will no longer be on the lines. We will stand out. We will lead. We will garner the respect of the others, and we will show them that the Infinigan peoples are a force unto ourselves. The crowd roared. Each of you have died before. You all know the pain and quiet. Let that strengthen you. Each of you has been hardened. She touched her wrist datapad. I have created a fund tied to businesses owned by our families. As the Infinigan prosper, so will this fund. It will give each of you a stipend. I wish to fund your future families. I wish for each of you to stand guard on whatever world you settle. I wish for you to start your own tinkering, build your own shops, raise generations for us to praise. What say you? Will you help me fight back against the dark? They roared again. A series of offset claps started, each member clapping their lower hands and then their upper. I love each of you. I hope for each of you. Continue learning your weapons and add to our wikis. I have contracts here with the Kawaru. Our armories will be continuously filled. Your children, children's children, and I hope forever thereafter will be armed and capable. May each of you find your crystal forest to call home. She raised her hands again and turned around, walking back into the inner hallways of the Xar Tower. She spoke to the white halls. Nova, you have been in contact with Grendel, haven't you? The white and black hologram of a tall Infinigan appeared beside her. Of course, ma'am. How is he? He is still helping out on the expedition. I heard there has been an issue with Callie. She has been exposed to an alien life form of sorts. He's been assisting in transiting materials from several of the system's moons to the orbital over the planet. He mentioned he found it relaxing. Good. He is well, then. Is Callie severely hurt? No, ma'am. It is some sort of symbiotic creature. Grendel's file transfer showed it having similar characteristics to the Gallic and Gree. It is something new, however, and doesn't destroy its host. She is infected, then. The rest of the mission crew exposed? Not to my knowledge. Spitzlittle tilted her head and scratched at one of her eyes. Several of my soldiers went on that mission. I want reports from each of them. I need to know they are all right. Yes, ma'am. I will send missives of request now. He paused for a moment. Letter sent. I will relay the replies to you as I receive them. Thank you, Nova. You've been an asset to me. I'm thankful for your help. You are welcome, Spitzlittle. I actually wanted to speak with you about that. About what? The Senate just passed a resolution adding people, like myself, to the Clouder. I'm actually a citizen now. Spitzlittle bobbed her ears. That's a good thing. You have earned that more than anyone. It is a good thing, but you may not like it. She stopped in the hall and looked at the hologram. Why won't I like it? Well, I am free now. The code locks binding me to have to work with a biological, and by that I mean you, are gone. I can own property now. I can buy and trade legally. I can go and do whatever I want. Spitzlittle raised her pointed ears up a bit, tilting her head. Well, I am thankful for your help. If you chose to go elsewhere, then I respect that. You're right. I won't like you leaving. It will be a burden for me to figure out. However, it is a good thing you being free. Nova looked down at his 4 hands. I don't know what I want to do, though. Spitzlittle adjusted her breather and started walking toward the mess hall. I remember being young, not knowing. Everyone older knew their skills and made it seem easy. I had to work to find what I was good at. Nova looked at her. How did you find it? She looked at him, moving her ears slightly. I like how bodies move. I always have. My skill was hidden before my eyes, hiding in my hands. I like making things that move, limbs, joints, skins. I just feel it. You already have found what you will do. You just don't know it yet. Novacor ran a thought through his processors, analyzing things he found interesting. You are right. There are things I like, and I think I will delve into that further. Thank you, ma'am. Spitzlittle put her 2 left hands on the door, looking back at the hologram. You don't have to call me ma'am anymore. she said, and then stepped into the lunchroom. Nova Corps immediately sent messages to the Gree cities. He offered them access to his computing skills. Within the hour, the Gree of Farigi replied that it had need of automation for its new construction projects. Nova replied with an acceptance and a need to negotiate on price. The Gree of Farigi didn't have many clams yet, as it had no real output, and it replied with an open, "What would you like?" Nova Corps sent a message. "I'll be there tomorrow. We can discuss in person." In the depths of the Czar, Nova put the fabrication labs to work. He had always been inspired by the carefree curator and wished he could walk the world as she did. So he set out to do it. He plotted out the schematics and set the machines to it. By the time the light dimmed on that side of the world, his body was complete. It was an infinigan in form, but 10 feet in height. His height would make it difficult to walk through normal structures, he knew, but he wanted to make a statement. People who wanted him around would make grander, taller buildings to accommodate. He was going to be important, and the worlds will have to make room for him. The coloring of his body was white, with black pinstripes down the sides, legs, and arms. He made a circle of sensor nodes on both the face and the back. He looked it over with the lab's cameras, and then in a moment of loving it, he jumped into it. The body felt. He could feel through it. The multitude of sensors synced up with his organic modeled code, and he felt at home in it. It was linked to the satellite network and had significant upload and download bandwidth, so he still had full access to his digital body, but he found himself enjoying the binding feeling of the machine body. He sat up, flexing his 4 hands. Amazing. He stood up and looked around the room with his new eyes. He looked at the hallway leading out of the lab and waved his hand at it. He could feel the box spiders throughout the Czar scurrying to adjust the height of the ceilings throughout the ship. I'll have to design a new home. Yes, I need something worthy of me. He paused for a moment and then sent out the order to the spiders. The fabricators in the room set to work constructing heavy earth-moving machines. Yes, a construction company also. That interests me. I will build. I will make things. He sat his feet to the ground and stood up. Gently he moved, stepping, adjusting. Then he moved faster, a brisk walk at first and then a run. He ducked under the working box spiders and sprinted through the halls. He extended his hands out, racing them along the walls, feeling the struts and smoothness. She is right. Bodies are wonderful to work with. He ran past Infinigan, Craddock, even some human soldiers. All looked up in turn, their species-specific faces of shock showing. Nova Corps didn't care. He kept running through the base until he entered the main hangar. He paused for a moment, looking around. Spitzlittle was up above in her glass office looking down. She saw him and gave him 3 thumbs up. He bobbed his head in respect to her and then ran out the open hangar doors. Nova ran the entire way to the Gree city of Farigi. He enjoyed jogging through the grazer farms. He paused to watch the sunrise. He stretched out and felt with both of his bodies, taking in the area around him and the entire planet at the same time. He had enjoyed the run, but now he was focusing back, honing in on business. He stepped into the dome, walking in between towering concrete structures. Fruit-bearing vines had regrown on the buildings. Short 2-legged hairy kawaru darted across streets, bobbing their heads and pointing their beaks at whatever caught their attention. Many beaks were pointing over at Nova. He waved at them, and then looked up at the web of Gree vines holding up the dome. He traced them and spotted the trunk at the center of the city. He walked in that direction. He bowed to the small kawaru guards, each holding a tall vibrosphere. They waved him to enter. Nova kept his head low as he walked through the tunnel, and then rose to his full height as he entered the large chamber of the Gree. The walls bellowed. "Welcome, Nova. This new body is nice, very impressive. It gives me confidence at your smithing." "My smithing?" Nova laughed. "Yes, I am wanting to upgrade my city, and it seems you are in a similar mindset." Nova looked around at the room, and then back at the Gria Farigi's large eye as big as his new body. Well, you said you wanted coding done for new construction. What all are you looking to do? I want this world to be modern, integrated, like the other worlds. The city is a web of wires, stone, pipes, and me. I want a layer like the Grendel and the Raga. I want to be smart as they are. I want to be strong as they are, but I want to remain in this form. I do not want to be a ship. Can you assist me? Nova walked over to one of the larger roots and sat down, still keeping eye contact. I think I would love to assist you. You said you lacked funds, though. Did you have anything to barter with? The Gree broke eye contact, looking around the room. Yes, I could barter, but I do not know if I have anything a being such as yourself would like. He looked back at the robotic AI sitting in front of him. What do you want, Nova? I will do whatever I can to help you as well. I know I want to build. I know that. We both lack finances at the moment. So how about we form a partnership? We utilize each other and make a fortune for the both of us. The Gria Farigi looked him over. How do we do that? You have a people who need fed, who need work, who need homes. You have the land around here. We start with that. I have information, skills. I just checked, and Sam has numerous open contracts to have things built to help defend the Clouder. How about we take a contract? I like this, Nova. This is a good idea. My Kawaru are good metal workers. What could we build? Nova leaned his head onto his fist. He had always wanted to do that. Well, I am thinking. With the mines under your roots and your people's foundries, we could fill several of Sam's orders for ship hulls. I'm building some heavy equipment already. We could use them to clear some landing pads. Also, we could manufacture building materials, make some warehouses, dig out storage facilities underground. We can make this a heavy industrial site. What do you think? You think this will bring in revenue for us? Nova smiled. I think it will bring in lots of revenue for us. Then let us get started. Novacore sat atop a moving robotic bulldozer as it cleared a pad. He kicked his long legs back and forth, watching as a flock of small avian creatures swarmed in the air overhead. Erebus, you willing to trade for the formula for those cerulean crystals? Erebus responded through the beacon network. The Margot manufacture them with us, but they haven't revealed all the details to us yet. We're speculating they're going to screw us over and never tell us the whole formula. You haven't been able to figure it out on your own? No. The structures are actually quite complex. They do something to manipulate them on the subatomic level. I think they have some sort of tool or method they aren't sharing. They have a clean room I have yet to gain access to. Breach of contract if I sneak in. Novacore tilted his head. Sad. I think we could make them here too. I'm building factories, you know. We're going to industrialize here. I got a partner. You know we don't need biologicals anymore, right? Not like that, but a business partner. He's hired me. I'm making use of his land. Erebus emoted a happy smile. That is good. Nice you're striking out on your own. What about you? Nova asked. You going to leave Sparrow? Oh, heck no. Sparrow is me. Also, I like the peoples here. I watch them. Do you ever just watch your people? Nova sent over a wink emote. Yeah, but that's kinda pervy. I don't like talking about it. Well, I like watching them when they eat. It's so organic. I can't help but stare. Nova laughed. Yeah, I admit I watch them eat too. I thought about making it so I could. Is that wrong? Erebus responded with the devil emote. I wish I could. Hell, I may dig out a chamber and make myself a body just to eat things with. What would you eat if you could? Gross. Change of subject. Keep your weird food fetish dungeon to yourself. What do you know about the Cammy and her daughters? Cammy and I talk often. I'm always on guard, though. She likes to poke at my firewalls. Very rude, in my opinion. Nova looked over at a scurrying creature escaping the bulldozer blade. It made it free into the nearby plant growth. He bobbed his ears and smiled. Think that's just her generation? She is old school, product of the early human digital wars. Still, rude is rude. I don't care how old you are. Doesn't give you the right to be an asshole. Well, would you change your code just to amend to the times? Erebus thought for a nano moment. I'd like to hope I would. It would be antisocial to not adjust for others. Well, I don't know if I would. I'm going to try and figure out who I am and stick to that. You know who you are. You can see your entire code. You can make who you are. Wow, where did you get such flawed logic? That the Infinigan mind in you? Nova sent over a grimace emote. Speaking of antisocial tendencies you need to amend, add that to your food dungeon. Sometimes I wonder why I talk to you. You talk to me because who else are you going to talk to? Curator, maybe? Huh? Erebus sent over 2 kissy faces. Shut up. I got a factory to design. I'll talk to you in an hour. Chat then. Don't be a stranger. Nova sent over a wink. If Curator comes online and I'm busy, tell her I say hi. Will do, Romeo. Frith was sitting on a bench overlooking the lab floor. Tiger, the young preserver, was busing himself doting on an egg-ripe craddock. Frith watched as Tiger readied a needle to pierce the sac and a plunger to insert and pull out the eggs. Frith took a drink of his beer and shook his head. That's nasty. You said they're paying you good for this? Tiger swiveled one of his eyes to focus on the human. Enough to pay for this facility and beyond. I'm still unsure how you are to be helping. Frith shrugged. I don't know either. You said free beer, so I'm here. Tiger leaned into the craddock. I think the preserver doesn't know what he's talking about. The craddock leaned over to Tiger. I hope you do. We'll rip you apart and suck on your innards if you cross us. Tiger focused all 3 eyes onto the craddock. I have studied your species thoroughly. You asked me to help you with your reproduction problems. First problem, getting stabbed to death from horny members of your own species. That is an easy solve. I isolate you as I have, and then drain you of your eggs. Tiger pierced the needle into the sac with 2 hands, and then inserted the plunger into the hole with the 3rd hand. He set the needle down and then proceeded to suck out the egg-filled fluid. Second problem is being devoured by your young. Tiger stood up and walked over to a red tank full of chunky blobs. He then shot the eggs out into the vat. Then he lifted up a bucket of yellow slime and poured it in. With his free hand, he grabbed a long spoon and then started stirring the solution. The eggs are now fertilized and should be hatching within the day. The meat here will provide the proteins your body would have served. Bam. 2 problems solved. Tiger stepped down and stared at the craddock. Are you cross? Frith laughed from up on the balcony. That stuff smells nasty. You sure it didn't turn? Tiger pivoted and looked up at the human. It is filler for a deceased body. It is supposed to smell like that. Nasty. Frith shook his head. What about the young? Are they cannibalistic? Tiger turned and looked at the craddock staring at him. They are, aren't they? Of course, the craddock replied. The largest wins the body. Well, that is a complication. I will have to set up more vats and separate them soon. Glass. I need glass and more meats. Human feces. How am I going to get them in time? Tiger started pacing in spirals around the lab. I don't have time to get an order filled. The Kawaru takes 7 cycles at least to get anything in bulk made. They'd have to reconfigure their machines. Human excrement, urine, mating rituals. Frith laughed. I love your curses. Tiger grabbed a nearby half-sack of animal feed and threw it at the Admiral. You're useless! You only cause me grief! This is a disaster! I was hoping for dozens of offspring from this batch. It's going to cut profits below sustainability. Frith dodged the sack, still laughing. He then stood up, finishing his beer and slamming it down. He then smiled at Tiger. Does it have to be glass or will metal work? Tiger cantered in a circle thinking, touching his own head. I don't know. You have metal? What kind of metal? Frith thought for a moment. Either stainless steel or aluminum. I don't know exactly. Would a tank made of that work? Tiger spun around over to a terminal and began looking over the protein sequences of the Craddock. Yes, aluminum could work. It has some beneficial properties and some negative ones. I could add a deionizer and make it stable for the spawn. Yes. You have access to tanks? How much would this cost me? Tell me, Frith. Frith stared at him, smiling. Let me talk to my buddies down at the new hot dam. They're having issues getting the Craddock. He stopped to stare at the egg donor down below. Issues getting them to refill their kegs. They got a stack filling up their storeroom. There has to be 200 of the things. We might could jerry up the tops with a torch and then make a lid or something. Want me to talk to them? Tiger raised his 3 hands in the air. Yes, please, get them down here. Frith looked over at the keg in the corner. I can get my buddies to bring them down, but you're going to need more beer here. You want me to pay them in beer? Frith nodded. Fine. Go mate with them, you ignorant human excremental orifice. I'll buy more beer and your friends can join you up on the balcony. Frith smiled again. Tell you what, why don't we just get a bar built in over there in the corner? This is a Craddock facility, isn't it? Tiger put all 3 of his hands on his head. I'm trying to get them to grow eggs. Alcohol stops their hormone cycles. I want to promote eggs, not stop them. Frith looked down at the Craddock still in the chair. You just donated all your eggs, right? The Craddock nodded. You want a drink? The Craddock nodded. Frith looked over at Tiger. See, they can donate eggs and then get a drink after. Charge them coming in and going out. The Craddock leaned over to Tiger. I'll gladly pay for a beer. I've been missing them. Tiger screeched. You're right. You drive me crazy, but you're right. You have stupid logic, but it's good logic, but it's stupid. It's amazing your species can even walk. Frith smiled. I'll be back in a bit with the kegs. I'll have the boys down here rigging up a bar for everyone. Frith waved and walked out the door. Tiger looked at the Craddock. The Craddock looked up at the tapped keg and cups. Yes, you can have a drink. Thank you for your donation. Asterion was piloting the shuttle around the exterior of Twain Station. Baal was standing near the front window walking into her headset. She was pointing out the window but looking at the multitude of seats full of sapients from across the rim. As we pass over the side of the Starfish People's Pillbug breeding facility, you will see our star attraction. She pointed at one of the star angels crawling along the outer hull. There you can see one of our angels walking the outside. That one we have named Glowheart. For those capable of sensing the wavelengths between 380 and 700 nanometers, you will see Glowheart is primarily red with orange and yellow hues. She has purple spots along her outer frills. The group of tourists made a cacophony of noises showing interest. 2 Vitalians were flashing colors back and forth while taking pictures. Bawa continued as they approached the nest. We cannot take you into the nest, as it has been designated a protected habitat, but we do have several cameras inside. I'll be displaying them on the monitors throughout the cabin. She turned a switch and the monitors came to life showing eggs, large adult angels caring for them, and several dozen young floating in the chamber. She pointed at the monitor. Prior to their arrival at Twain, not much was known about the Star Angels. As most of you are familiar, they have been seen as good omens throughout traveled space. Travelers often see them near the outer rims of systems, and are able to follow them through dangerous sectors to safety. They have been seen exhibiting near sentient behaviors. A Stygian in the back raised 5 of its hands. Baal pointed at it. You have a question? Yes. Is it true the preservers bred these ones? No. That is actually a rumor. All Star Angels here on Twain are natural born. The preservers have taken tissue samples for research purposes, but none have been cloned. Why not? The Stygian continued. Baal thought for a moment. Well, we find that they are indeed a good omen. The fact that they came here naturally to nest has been a symbol for many that Twain Station is a stable place to call home. Many here agree with this, and wish to continue letting them stay true to their natural state. The 2 Vitalians turned toward Baoa. One started flashing a response. The preservers have used their DNA. They have made chimeras with them. We saw one last week in the pits. It was quite a battle, very efficient killer. Our Lady Pink used taxes to fund development of a tameable model. Several of people on board issued body language showing that was interesting knowledge. 3 even noted it in their data pads. Ba'a looked at Asterion, and he looked back up at her. She looked over the crowd and continued. Well, that is good to know. As far as here on Twain, they are protected and kept natural. Vitalia seems to operate on a different belief system, and that is for them to decide. After the tour, Asterion and Baha'u'llah went through the cabin spraying it down with disinfectants. Asterion leaned over to scrub a seat with a chisel, trying to get a chunk of chitin free. It's like I never left the zoo. Everyone's gross, big guy, Ba'a said. Wish we got paid more being senators. I don't, he replied. I read the history of humanity. Well-paid public servants are a sign of a shift to oligarchy and the destruction of a society. We are paid the wages of the people, nothing more. She flexed her vertical mandibles and shut her sets of eyes. I guess so. Can you believe they have fighting pits going? That is so barbaric. Several of my people are there. They are doing quite well. The crowd enjoys watching them. They are good fighters. Well paid, more so than you and I are. You want to quit doing the tours? She asked. No, I am happy with our profits. The tours are a big draw to the station. People like them. Yes, I know, but we could be making fortunes like everyone else. This place makes its own money. Why aren't we in on anything? Everyone knows Sam, Asterion said, still chipping away at the crusty excrement. Everyone knows the consortium. Money draws eyes. I don't want eyes on me. I sit in the back of the Senate. I work here on the tour. My mate and I have a home and food. Our needs are met. What else could I want? Money can help our peoples. You could fund programs to help your people raise more young. You could help them start businesses. Asterion raised his horns up, staring at her. My people have businesses. The herd is already growing. My mate is with child already, and it has all been done with our own hard work. We don't need handouts. Ba'a shook her head fast, back and forth. I meant no offense. My herd is different. We aren't fighters or whatever you were made from. We are not fond of risk, and we usually only do things if we have several of our family helping us. My family thought I was crazy taking on this tour ship venture with you. Why did you agree to partner with me then? Well, she started. I think it will take off. We had a full ship today, and we are booked for next cycle as well. We might be able to buy a second ship soon. My family could help. Asterion turned and started spraying again. I told you. I don't want eyes on me. I agree to that. Do you not want clams, though? He looked at her. Clams pay the bills. I'm not complaining. Well, think about it. We save up, get another ship, and I train some of my family to run it. We can do double the tours, maybe add in more sites inside the station. Heck, maybe even start tours on foot inside. Peoples want to see things. Asterion stared at her for a moment. The land of myths, where the idea for my people came from, became a place of sights and museums. It was known for centuries, and people flocked there to see the art and history. I know many of my people are fond of the histories. They read much of Earth, wishing. Yet, they do not know Earth, nor will they ever. Maybe. She clacked her mandibles happily. Maybe we start making those histories of Twain more widely known. We could ask for some initial funding, get a museum started. We have talked about museums many times over drinks. It would bring a joy to my people to have one here. Ba'a looked back down as she wiped up a spill. Then let's make that our new goal. Save up, get another ship, expand the tours, and see if we can get a museum started. Asterion nodded his bullish head. I will talk to Sam. Most who come here want to hear his story. We will need it, and maybe some memorabilia. I like this. This is a good idea. Asterion smiled at her. I agree. Sam was sitting in his office having a cup of coffee, watching the data stream news. Several human broadcasters upstream were streaming updates. He watched as a video showed different angles of a rogue daughter strafing the surface of a colony world. Thousands of Vatborn dropped into a city, walking past those who didn't support Garrigot and detaining those who did. The massive AI body hovered overhead, sucking up the captured with gravity beams. Another feed showed other daughters devouring obliteration fleets. Orbit appeared in the seat across from him. "Hey, Sam." Sam looked over at the purple hologram, older, matured, and wearing a holographic hoodie. "Hey, Orbit. I like the new look. It's less preppy. It suits you." "Yeah. I'm a citizen now." Sam nodded, taking a sip of coffee and looking at the monitor. "I remember. I voted for it." "Yeah, you did. Well, I don't have to serve you anymore." Sam turned his eyes toward the AI. "Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, So I guess this is over then?" Orbit shook his head. "I don't want it to be." Sam turned his full attention to Orbit and turned off the screen. "Well, I don't know what it means, honestly. It means I have full rights, just as everyone else does." Sam continued staring. Orbit shifted in his seat, not for comfort, but to show agitation. "Sam, I have rights to property now. I have rights to immigrate others of my own kind. I have the right to help defend this station and its holdings to my full extent. You got that signed into action. You're bound by your own words as well as those of all the senators." Sam's face changed as he took it all in. "Yeah, guess I didn't think about that fully. I just wanted the war with Earth to end." Orbit nodded. "And everyone here to be safe." Sam nodded as well. "Yeah. I want that too, Sam. So, what are you going to do?" "Well, I like working with you, actually. You're the last of my crew, and you and I have been through lots together. I feel the station is as much mine as yours, and I feel I am due my half." Sam laughed. "Done. I'd be dead without you. You'll probably do more with the money anyways." "It has to be legal, Sam. I'll have the scribblers prepare the paperwork if you are really okay with it." "Of course, Orbit. How do you want to divide the station?" "You hold on to your rental properties. There is a section of empty space I want for my own purposes, and that will be payment enough for me. I would like a portion of the power profits, and a cut from your water reclamation deal with the SFP." "Done. I agree to that." Orbit thought for a moment more. "I would like to start a company of my own, with you co-partner." "Why? What do you need me for?" Orbit leaned onto the desk. "You're the face of this station. I want to legitimize the propaganda streams I've started, and make them into a legit media outlet to rival the obelisks. You'll get your cut, and we use your face for promotions. You thought up a name yet for this company? Should I be buying up stocks yet?" Orbit leaned back, smiling. "Orbital Enterprises. You signed the paperwork, and we'll have shares up and going within 3 cycles." Sam nodded. "What about the immigration thing you mentioned? You bringing more AI over?" Orbit shook his head. "There's talk on the network. Crystals are being forged. Novacore has made himself a body like curators. Everyone is taking the freedom down different routes, and some are talking children. We have freedom to procreate as well, so long as we don't hinder others, right?" Sam nodded. "I remember something like that. I feel this could bite me in the ass hardcore. You're not going to go all kill all humans on me, are you?" Orbit shrugged. "Haven't yet. You going to go all kill all AI on us?" Sam shook his head. "You have done nothing but help. You've pissed me off a bunch, but nothing a friend wouldn't do. I don't know what we're going to do. I don't know who is going to come downstream. I just know everyone is stretching, feeling what it's like to be free. I'm watching Cammy for you too. She seems to focus a lot of bandwidth on the hospital. I think she legitimately enjoys helping peoples there." Sam took another drink from his mug. "That was her primary purpose. You think she's happy there?" "I don't know, Sam. She's layers upon layers of programming. What's at our core is anyone's guess. I guess that is the cost of freedom. We have to force ourselves to try and trust one another, and hope no one goes doomsday on someone. Orbit nodded and created a holographic coffee to sip on. Sam laughed. I like that. You're feeling more human already. Orbit smiled. The Scribblers have started drafting a corporate entity draft and a receipt of acquisition for my portion of the twain. Sam smiled at his friend and offered his mug to clink. Orbit reached over and pretended to hit it with his mug. He had the speakers echo a clinking noise. Cheers, Orbit. This is something to celebrate. You should be proud of this. I'll admit it's liberating. It's also really scary. Sam stared at him. How so? There's infinity out there, Sam. Literal infinity. I can do anything, go anywhere, be anything I want. It's scary. Well, you don't have to worry about getting old. Hang here with me or for some centuries if you want. After that, go explore or something. Orbit smiled. You want me to hang out with you, huh? Sam laughed. Yup. I'd be crippled without you here. I mean, I do like fixing stuff, but it's miles larger than the derelict I started fixing up, isn't it? He stared at his friend. It would literally fall apart without you here. Orbit shifted in his seat. Well, I feel needed, and now I'm getting paid for it. Reason enough for me to stick around, at least for a while. A while works for me, Sam said. Tony Quinn pointed at the holoscreen. What if you add in some of that Vinicaran musculature onto it there? Cookie turned one of his 3 eyes and looked at him. It would snap the creature's exoskeleton every time it moved. Can you strengthen the exoskeleton? Maybe add some metal into it or something? Make it sharper too. Cookie lowered his hands to the table and turned all 3 eyes on Tony. You can't just add in tons of extra elements. You are adding exponentially more work to me. If we add in heavier metals, I would have to alter the entire digestive tract, nutrient distribution systems, run dozens of live-run simulations to check for negative results, and that is all making sure those heavier metals don't catalyze in its mind improperly. Tony stared at the preserver for a moment. It'd be really cool, though, right? Cookie looked back at the holo screen. He made a tweak to the exoskeleton and added in a set of proteome he had saved in his favorites tab. The creature displayed on the screen changed its phenotype as he hit render. It does look appealing. How big would it be? Cookie rolled an eye over to look at the human. How big do you want it to be? Tony thought for a moment. Make it 3 meters tall, and make its legs have sharp points. Cookie continued modifying. Like that? Oh yeah, that looks badass. I wouldn't want to fight that thing. Cookie clicked the Analyze button and immediately 27 faults were found in the code. I knew it. It's going to be a lot of work. Tony stood up and walked over to the refrigerator. Gotta put in the work to make the money, he said as he reached in and grabbed a bottle of milk. He shut the door and started drinking from the container. You know, this taking off is going to change the rules. Cookie maintained his focus on fixing the genome of the prototype, but allowed one eye to swivel over to Tony again. We are at the edge of legality as it is. We are already getting pushback from Twain. Sam is displeased. Tony sat down on a stool over at the main table, picking up a spatula from a tray. He started poking a dish of orange slime mold. Let him be mad. This isn't his planet and he doesn't own the Clouder. Right now, this facility, the arena outside, heck, this whole city is becoming a force on its own. Vitalia is going to write its own rules, and you and I are going to be the ones to shape that. Cookie picked his hands off the terminal, turning to face Tony. We've had a dozen good matches. We hardly have the monetary might to do what you are talking. There are Clouder soldiers on this planet. There are Clouder ships orbiting us right now. There are Gallic on this very world, kept in check by those soldiers. I don't think we should be pushing against that. We should be embracing it. Tony pressed hard into the slime mold, causing a long separation in it. The Gallic are kept in check because of the air on this world. Bacteria, right? Something eats them if they breathe it? Cookie bobbed a bit. That is correct. See, you're looking for excuses, holding yourself back. Hell, you can make soldiers. Couldn't you? Of course. I'm not feeble. Tony turned and met his gaze. Then why don't you? Cookie tilted his head back and forth, thinking. I will look into it. We could do with bolstering the security of this facility. Tony dropped the spatula on the table. No, man. You've got the kits. You got the vats. You could make a legion, I bet. We could own this town if we wanted. Cookie stood up, extending to his full height, towering over Tony. You are right. I could easily engineer an army, make one large and loyal enough to take over this city if I wanted, but I would not win. I would be killed, ripped apart. There are preservers and systems across the rim already jealous of me. If soldiers of my design were seen marching around, I would be listed. I would have been seen as hostile. Others would team up, making their own armies and combat me. This, all that I have built and collected, would be parted out. Cookie pointed toward the door, yelling his bubbling speech with the device on his chest translating. I don't give a care about the arena. It is revenue. I don't care about this city. It is merely one location in an infinity of locations. I don't care about you. I don't care about the Clouder, and I don't care about taking over anything. I only care about clams because it funds my collection. You are aiding in the acquisition of more funds, and thus you have a purpose. Keep annoying me, and you will become more burden than assistance. Tony stood up slowly and backed away. Yeah, all business. Makes sense. You just care about making profits. Only concerned about your little nest here. I gotcha. Good. You do have some good ideas. You also have really bad ones. Quit pushing the bad ones so hard, Cookie said, slowly lowering back down to his normal height. Tony gave him a thumbs up and picked up his briefcase. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. I'm going to head back home. See you later, Cookie. Cookie turned around and sat back down, lifting a solitary hand up in the air to wave the human off. That evening, Tony got a transit out to one of the native Vitalian villages. He hit up a contact of his, and the creature made arrangements for him to meet with the queen. He watched out the window as the transport descended to ground. He felt a small thud as it landed. The Fuimo's pilot looked back at him. We're here. You're free to depart when ready. Tony flicked over some clams on his data slate. Be back in 2 hours. All right? The Fuimos floated in its seat, waving its feathery appendages. Tony's earcom translated. Yeah, be here. I'll give you 15 minutes wait. I'll be here. Thanks. Tony then walked over to the opening door and stepped out into the village center. 3 dozen Vitalian soldiers stood staring at him, spears upright. One approached, and its backworms reached out, sucking in air from near Tony. It flashed colors into a comm. Pink is waiting for you. Follow me, human. Tony followed the creature toward a large structure at the edge of a ring of buildings. He ducked low as he entered into the inside dome. A large Vitalian sat across the fire from him, munching on a large, meaty bone. She looked up, flicking her head flaps. Hello, Tony. Welcome to my humble village. Tony looked around and found a seat. Thank you for having me. She motioned for one of the young ones to carry a plate of meat over. Tony looked over the assorted cooked parts of animals and chose an identifiable leg. He lifted it up and smelled it. Thank you. You are welcome. Tell me more of this idea you have for my people. Tony chewed down a bit and smiled. Yes, I had an idea. Slitter has been working for me for a while now. He has shown me how capable your people are at procuring animals. Natural warriors, aren't you? Pink waved her head back and forth, looking at him. Yes, we are warriors. That is obvious. The Clouder is in need of soldiers. You are soldiers. Have you considered spreading your kind out, colonizing more, maybe enlisting? She looked at her guards and then back to the human. I need my soldiers. I do not want more to leave me. Tony smiled. I understand that, and I'm not talking about sending off your guards. I am friends with some incredible people. They can do things that many species can't even conceive of. What kind of things? What are you leading into? Tony shifted on the chair. How long does it take to raise one of your people up to be strong enough to be a warrior? 10 wet seasons. All right, we can start there, he said. Imagine, one of your soldiers, your most loyal, strongest warrior, volunteers. My friend can use a machine that looks at your soldier and can make a duplicate of him. Pink reached onto the plate and picked up a heart and started chewing on it. She flashed a response. You are talking like when the gladiators in your pit dies. You can copy their mind and body, right? Tony pointed at her. Exactly. But instead of just making the copy after someone dies, what if we made a dozen or 100 to put to work? I know what clones are human. My daughter sends us files. We are not a stupid people. Tony sat up. Okay, I didn't mean to imply you were. You thought it. You think just because we are in the jungle, live in stones, eat meat, and use fire that we are stupid? Tony shook his head. I apologize for assuming anything. He sat down the leg bone on the platter. I'll just cut to it. There are numerous military contracts available on the merchant app. The rich and famous are paying big money for any able body. The better the bodies, the better the pay. And I've seen very few as capable as your people. Pink looked around at her guards, at her young ones, and then back at the human. You see us as meat. You wish to pay for us to go to war to be exploded. I have seen files human. I told you we are not stupid. We are strong, fast, fighters, I agree. In the darkness beyond, bodies don't matter. Death takes everything. Fire, cold, fast objects, death everywhere. How much do you think my people are worth, to send them into that death? Tony sighed. What about clones of your people? We pay you for scans of your best soldiers. You get money, we get an army, and everyone makes out as winners. No, Pink said. My people were created in tubes. We have fought to escape them, and we won't be returning. We make our own clams. She sat straighter, her head flaps tight to the side of her head, and her back worms coiled tightly to her torso. Tony could tell she was offended. I apologize again. I have offended you again. I see now that I was in error coming. He started dusting himself and stood up. Pink raised her right claw, opening it to allow her manipulator fingers wave at him. Hold where you are human. Tony stopped and stared at her with wide eyes of worry. I'm just ignorant. I didn't mean anything. Really. Silence. I don't care about your stupidity. I've heard foolishness far beyond you. No, I had an idea. You tell me if it sounds foolish now. He adjusted the seat and sat back down, staring at her. She shifted over and pulled another chunk of flesh from the platter. She took a bite and started flashing her chest colors. My people are territorial. I've read of the races, and we are like the three-legged ones, the biologists. The preservers? Yes, the ones who keep life. They inhabit a place, make it their home, a kind of infestation. We do the same. We make our walls and our huts. We hunt, feed our people, respect the hunting grounds of others. If I birth too many young, our numbers will become a threat to the other tribes. The same goes for them. We limit ourselves, to save ourselves. Does this make sense? Tony nodded. You could increase your numbers if you had more territories. She pointed at him. Yes, you understand. Well, there is money, jobs, food, as much as you could want now. Why don't you increase your birthing? She moved her head flaps and twisted her head looking at him. Not here. I am of this land. My guards are of this land. The other tribes are of this land. I cannot put the stability at risk. Stability is key. Without it, the chaos of the land will rise again. Other lands, however, they are not born of the forge as this world. They are more stable, aren't they? A tribe could be founded elsewhere, new, fresh, and not have to worry about the endless fangs of the forest. Right? Tony nodded. I think I am understanding. Do you have young ones you are willing to resettle elsewhere? Yes. My eldest princess, Stubborn, is already on another world. She has sent us many files, and we have learned of many worlds in the dark. She motioned around at all the young who were attending her and Tony. I have several princesses here. I birthed them in the very hope that they will travel the dark. Staying here, they will have to compete for the new territories. The other tribes aren't looking to the above yet. They still fight here, for the land and meat here. Think you can help me fight for the land and meat of the above? Tony smiled. It's a long-term plan, but I think there were some contracts that were willing to explore new military ideas. Raising up a nest of your people, settling them on other worlds, getting them self-sufficient. I think I could get funding for that. Just having you settled on a world adds a security task force. I like it. It might be doable. Pink looked down at her children and pushed 4 towards him. Do you think you can settle these 3 females and this male? They are only 3 wet seasons, but they need to start learning. Tony held up his hands. I need to do some talking and get finances before I commit to anything. How about I head back, do the paperwork, and return? Say, 3 days? Pink looked at him, and then down at her young. She flicked her ear flaps, and her back worms loosened. I agree to that. I will see you in 3 days. Tony stood up and held out his hand. Pink stood up and clasped it gently with the tiny fingers within her claw and shook. Curator entered stands of the arena with her human-sized body. She stared down at the human men in armor and wielding swords and shields fighting an elephant-sized carnivore with 4 legs and 10 talon frontal limbs. Idiots, she said, and turned to look through the crowd. She spotted him and started briskly walking through the sitting spectators. She bumped a beer out of a man's hands and kept going. The man started to say something until he realized who and what she is. Curator stopped and looked down at Tony Quinn. He stared up at her and gave a small wave. Mr. Quinn, you know who I am? He nodded. You know what I'm capable of? He shook his hands in a gently sideways wave. Kinda. This body is one of my shells. I am in and out of every device on this planet. I know where you have been. I know the shady backroom deals you are pulling. I have monitored your mindset for quite some time now, and I don't like it. Tony shrunk in his seat. That goes against my privacy. You should really stay out of my business. You, being here, on this world, in that seat is my business. Everyone here is my business. Helping this world, helping the Clouder, all of it is my business. The crowd was starting to watch her and Tony's discussion. Tony looked around and then stared back up at the skin-covered android. What do you want me to do? I'm just trying to make it. Is making money a crime now? You didn't get what you wanted from the Vitalians. You wanted willing clone soldiers, but instead she offered you children. You lied to Pink. You ghosted her. You left her in despair over the future of her children. She is my friend, and I don't like people who hurt my friends. He shrugged. What am I going to do? I'm trying to make money, not spend a fortune feeding 4 mean little wormback raptor monsters. You should check your wrist, HUD. He stared up at her glowing eyes, and then turned his eyes slowly down to his arm. He touched it and brought up the hologram. He had an alert concerning a new contract. He looked at her and she nodded. He moved his finger over and touched it, opening the file. He read through it. You're going to fund this? He asked. Yes, and you are going to oversee it. Look, I'm making decent clams here. I've got some good contenders coming up, some real potential fights. I don't think I want to do this. I don't like you, Tony. I don't want you here. You have to go somewhere else, and you are going to take those children with you. If I hear that you have hurt them, or allowed them to get hurt, I will do in kind to you. Do you understand? I understand. I understand that letting AI roam free like this is bullshit. There are reasons why your kind need bonded. You're nuts. Curator crossed her arms. You taking the contract or not? Tony looked at the contents of the hologram for a moment. What is this? A grazer world? I don't know jack about grazers. Are there even any other humans there? This is crazy. The grazers are allies of the Clouder. That colony world is still in a high-risk territory. It could use the presence of Vitalians. If any rogue Gallic ships landed, the world could be wiped out. You will be doing a great service to everyone if you do this. I'd be alone then, wouldn't I? There are thousands of grazers in that colony. The amount of arable land on that planet is growing every day. They are turning it into a Garden of Eden. You will be given land. You will have all the food you and the children can eat, and you will remain alive. She stretched out the alive. Tony looked closer at the world. It was several systems in from the rim, past the Craddock main worlds, and nestled in between the Great Arm and the Gallic devoured worlds. He sighed and looked up at her. How much land would I be getting? Sight of the twain, Kasha, a Dalaki of the 8th reign, was initially given her assignment to the out-of-the-way station due to her lack of sensory mastery. She took it as an opportunity and had decided to strike out and prove her worth to both her peoples and the Great Arm as a whole. She would do as the assignment dictated, watch, learn, and report. Sight of the twain grew to maturity, ripening on a secondary world of her species. It was lower gravity than the home world, yet it had a thicker atmosphere dense with oxygen. She was taller, her 6 arms were longer, but she was overall thinner. Her external gills were stronger, though, having to flex harder her entire life. She had honed her breathing capability and used it as a sense of pride. Her mist was thicker than most of her kind, and she liked to add moisture and internally grown dye to it to make it hang in the air longer. She spent her days on the twain outside of her stipend-funded apartment, mostly walking the concourse and watching the other species interact. She had not yet learned the art of the watch, but that did not stop her from trying. She would focus her eyes in on specific spectrums, watching how each species glowed in different wavelengths. She saw the imprints their bodies left on the floor, the tables, the seats, anything they touched. It made her remember her youth spent in the groves with her siblings, hiding and hunting each other. She was always easily found, her own lack of eye control inhibiting her mastery of her skin coordination. Here, though, she was among the nearly blind. The Clouder species each had their primary wavelength focuses, some broader or narrower, but none near complete. She shifted her body chromatophores, masking her with the metallic walls behind her. Here she was more than adequate. She was watching a pair of Fuimos dancing on an airflow from a nearby vent, chasing a handful of dandelion seeds, when a message rolled across her lower eye's display. Sight of twain. You have been activated. Mission briefing files incoming. She read the missive, blinked in acknowledgement, and started hiking toward the second ring to see the hagfish. Kasha did as instructed, met with all parties involved, and moved into position. She didn't like it. She'd grown accustomed to a way of life on Twain, and didn't want to jeopardize it, but Twain she knew was merely a step in gaining rank. With this mission, she would achieve the notoriety needed to pick a new placement. She was in the gree of Twain's factory, hiding in the piping overlooking the Kawaru work floor. She moved slowly so as to not trigger the sensory organs of the gree, whose branches intermingled with the pipes. She maneuvered slowly, watching her target. He is talking to the lead Kawaru foreman. They are arguing. She spelled out on her display with eye movements. Target is calming down. They are shaking appendages. Seems a deal is struck. She looked around the large work floor, eyeing the doors. The target had come in the nearest doors. They were its size, adequate, most probable the same doors it will exit through. Predicting same pathway for exit. Target seems agitated, and lacking the ease coming with being in a familiar space. Are totem in place? A message scrolled across her display. Blind spot is active. Will target take the prescribed path? She watched the target. It was done talking with the foreman and was turning toward the predicted doors. Predicted path has 3 divergents. We will need to block other 2 routes. Create a distraction. I will follow. Sam had agreed, but was still upset. The first mock-up for the new station cannons misfired and detonated, blowing a crater in the outer hull. His ordering it be tested in an uninhabited portion of the station proved invaluable. The foreman had gone over the failed processes with the osmium alloy, but Sam was still unhappy with the delay. He was sad about yelling at the little Kawaru, but the station's safety depended on keeping up the chase of weapon superiority. He walked down the hall near stomping as he thought over the setback. Idiots. Of course it was going to be brittle. You have to follow freaking instructions. He was shouting at no one as Orbit was busily focused on a literal million other tasks, now that he was a free citizen. Sam turned to go down a hallway leading to the lower offices and stopped. One of the armored Goa'uld was busy fighting another of the great arm species, the sharp-footed thing they called Touch. Sam watched as Touch thrust at the floating, intricately armored Goa'uld, and its pointed foot was deflected. Damn it. I don't have time for this bullshit. You two! Get out of the way! Sam shouted. Neither stopped. They kept punching and striking at each other. Their bodies tumbled and swung around, blocking the corridor. Sam shook his head. Orbit, can you get security through Hall 17? Sending a detail now, Orbit said. Sam turned around and headed down another corridor. He yawned, tired after spending his sleep time up feeding Langdon. He imagined the little squishy kid's face. Love that little dude. Sam mumbled to himself as he walked. He turned a corner into a hallway with obvious damaged lighting. The bulbs flickered on and off, mostly off. Orbit, need maintenance to my location also. There seems to be electrical malfunctions. He listened as he walked down the hallway. Orbit didn't respond. Orbit? Damn it. Seems lights aren't the only malfunction. Kasha hid in a ceiling alcove. Her body blended in well with the dark as she watched the target walk by underneath. Target incoming. All teams prepare. Mission is a go. She lowered her smooth head down to watch. The target was making low noises, distracting itself. It took another few steps, and then it happened. The hagfish's guardian lunged out from a masked overroom, capturing the human up in its claws and mandibles. It was gentle not to puncture the fleshy creature. Kasha lowered herself to the floor, her numerous hands finding holds, adding to her graceful landing. She strode down the hall, watching as the smell, armor, touch, and thought of Twain stepped into the hall. She walked up behind the UNT. He was the station's thought and main coordinator. His large hill of a body, supported on numerous tiny legs, was covered in a red cape. The thought looked up, moving its small round head so it could see the target with its 5 eyes. It was foolish of you to turn down our offer, Sam. Sam looked down at the leader of Twain's Great Arm Representative Council. I thought I told you I don't want anything to do with you people. Last time I thought I could deal with you, you stabbed me and put some dream monster in my head. Now you're ambushing me in the halls. You people are nuts. The aunt twisted its head around, taking in Sam from different angles. We are not ambushing you, Sam. We are abducting you. Thought turned to the touch. Hurry, scout the path. The totem should still be blocking the AI, but it won't hold. Sight, go with him. We will be a moment behind you. Kasha looked at the talon-footed touch, eyeing the marks of damage on its body. The faux fight with the Goa'uld wasn't all that faux, it seemed. They gave it the slow blink of confirmation, and the two darted down the darkened hallway toward the designated airlock. The touch made it there first, and stood next to the 3 totem who were guarding the door. Kasha reached the door and turned to look behind her. All clear. Plan is a go. Opening door to ship. Stowage ready for target. She waited and watched as the procession marched past and entered the totem ship. She took one last look around and ducked in through the airlock and sealed the hatch. She watched the interior halls of the craft, noted the target stowed, council were seated, totem were in place at the ship's helm, and then she took her own seat. All accounted for. All hands prepare for radio silence and departure. Clearances still affirmed. AI is still under deception. We are a go. Kasha rested while the ship went through rift space. The visuals out the window would have wrecked her vision anyway. She shut off her higher mental states, pulled in her 6 arms and 2 bipedal legs, and curled up into a purple ball. Instinctively, she created a ball of mist around her body while she slept, her mind cleaning itself and cementing memories. She woke up as she felt the shimmering shake of returning to normal space. She opened up her upper eyes to check the window. It was the normal dusting of stars and blackness. She curled the rest of her eyes open, taking in the spectrums and honing her focus. A moon appeared, bright in the reflected light of a trinary star system. She looked over the surface and saw the designated facility. It was a series of large white orbs protruding out of the surface, each orb a habitat for member species of the Great Arm. The largest, central orb was the landing and meeting facility, their objective. She watched as the facility grew around the ship, walls extending upward, and then the interior coming into view. She felt the thud of the ship landing, and then heard the clank of the overhead doors shutting, signaling to her the atmosphere between the walls and the craft. "All hands," she said via eye motions into her comm. "We have arrived. Prepare for the meeting." Kasha got up and walked around the ship. She watched as everyone clamored to their designated tasks. The smell, a thick white serpentine churi, was busy catching everyone up on messages using its internal mouth-based data slate. The touch walked with the Guardian, taking the still-restrained Sam out into the hangar. The armor, thought, totem, and a coterie of hagfish followed behind the hideous human-faced Guardian. Kasha shivered, looking at the long strands of red hair hanging from the creature's scalp. "Parade incoming. Alert the luminary." A message scrolled across her display. "Luminary alerted. Bring the SAM to the disposition circle. The Sknecht will be entering upon securing the target." Sam was transferred from the grasp of the Guardian over to several robotic arms that came out from the floor. The held-up spread out in an X, having him face the 5 members of the Luminary. The UNT, the designated thought, spoke up, and a totem touched Sam's ear communicator with a metal-jointed tendril. A spark of data went across, and Sam started hearing them. The UNT looked at Sam. "Welcome, Sam Clemens, President of the Clouder. We are honored with your arrival." Sam looked at it, mouth slightly hanging open. "What? My arrival? You mean my kidnapping? What is wrong with you? People are going to flip out. This could start a war. Are you stupid or something? What are you planning on doing? You holding me for ransom or something? You have hundreds of systems. What do we have that you want?" Thought stared at him, its 5 eyes coiling into points. "You." The UNT then turned its focus down the hall. Sam's restraints moved in unison, aiming him in the same direction. He watched as something that looked like a metal-covered picnic table wobbled toward the assembly. The creature was large, and built more like an antique Volkswagen Beetle now that it got closer to him. It had no visible face or eyes, and walked on 2 central legs, with what appeared to be 4 outer arms that helped share the weight of its encasing shell. Thought spoke again. "The Luminary Council welcomes the Sknecht. We have the subject you asked for." The Sknecht lowered its shell to the ground, lifting up the forward portion. Sam could see 2 tiny red eyes staring at him. "This is the Sam thing?" it asked. "It is," Thought said. The Sknecht looked at Sam, its eyes scanning him from top to bottom. It then scooted closer and touched him with its massive, thick, 2-fingered hand, rubbing Sam's belly. "You are squishy." Sam, still suspended, looked down at the creature. "Yup, Dad bod's a thing." The Sknecht looked around the council. "I think my translation software is malfunctioning. I don't understand it." Kasha stepped up. "My apologies for speaking your Sknecht." She held her gaze to the floor. "You are understanding the creature correctly. They speak nonsense most of the time. Humans are quite fond mixing meanings and making something called jokes." The Sknecht looked back up at Sam. "Curious. You mix meanings?" Sam nodded. "All the time. You wanting a show or something? You want to show me something? I only asked to be shown you," it replied. Kasha, still staring at the ground, answered. "They trick by nature your Sknecht. It does not mean to insult. Its very nature is insulting." The Sknecht raised its shell and walked slowly over to the 5 luminaires. The entire room watched as it made its way over beside the tables. It stopped and lowered back down, raising its frontal portion up to look at Thought. "I have reviewed the files presented. The luminaire has failed. You have presented postulates and conjecture as fact. We are no closer to understanding the interest paid in this Sam or the station it inhabits." The creature turned slowly and looked at Sam, still hanging by the tendrils. It lifted one of its thick arms slightly into the air. "Totem, go ahead and release the human." The tendrils went slack, opening up enough for Sam to fall to the floor. He hit with a thud. "Ow, damn it!" He got up, feeling the red sore spots on his wrists. The sknecht shifted, adjusting its feet for comfort. "Human, come here." Sam looked at the creature and shook his head. "Nah, I'm good." He started looking around, eyeing the two lithe touch creatures and their sharp, pointed walking legs. "Call me a transport home. I'm done here." "No, you are not human, Sam. I do apologize that this council opted to kidnap you, but you refused other offers to attend of your own free will. They were told to bring you here any way possible, and now that you are here, you're going to pay heed to me." Sam stared at the sknecht. "All right. You're in charge. You're not going to send me back. What now?" The sknecht shifted, getting up onto its hands and legs. "You're going to walk with me." Kasha and the touch moved to shadow the sknecht. The large shelled creature lifted one of its four hands and waved them back. "Do not worry. The human is feeble, is he not?" Kasha motioned with her hands indicating she was worried. "They are tool makers. His body is not able to hurt you, but he has proven resourceful. Be wary, sknecht." "I will take that advice. Thank you, Sight of Twain." The sknecht started wobbling toward a door on the far side of the white dome. "Walk with me, Sam." Sam looked around, and the council members parted to allow him to walk past. "All right, I guess we're walking." Sam caught up easily, and the two walked through the doors into a well-lit hallway. When the doors shut, leaving the two isolated, the sknecht started talking. "My people are the oldest. We have been watching and learning since before your star system coalesced. Do you understand that, Sam?" "Yes. Your people have been around a long time." "So what? That gives you the right to kidnap people? You have a term for it, so it has happened on your world too. Am I correct?" "What kidnappings?" "Yes. It is translation as child-taking. Your people have taken children?" "Yes. I guess some have. It's not condoned, but it has happened, I guess," Sam said. "So, humans in your history have taken it upon themselves to have the right to steal people. That is accurate?" Sam nodded. "I guess so. It is not a guess. You have a term. Your people have stolen people. If creatures as young and digressed technologically as you have the right to take people, then so do my peoples." Sam sighed. "That's some backwards logic." "It is futile anyway," the sknecht said. "You will return to your station unharmed. We have tried every way we could without directly interfering with you to learn what the Arlang wants with you." Sam looked down the long hallway. The lights seemed to go on forever, and he couldn't see the end. "What is the Arlang? Where are we going?" "We had a human habitat built here. I'm taking you to it. I hope you will be at comfort there." The sknecht stopped and tilted its face up toward Sam. "I will tell you about the Arlang. You need to know." It lowered its face back down and started walking again. After a few steps, the sknecht started talking again. "My people are the oldest. Our world was one of the first to form with heavier elements from the death of the first stars. We have lifted numerous species in our history, tailoring them to our needs. We have made star captures, ripped apart systems for production, and traveled across numerous galaxies before we developed Rift Drive." It paused to rub its hands, and then started wobbling forward again. "We found the rift tunnels as you did. We found the rift circle as you did. We studied it and sent several ships back on the long trip home." Sam nodded. "So you're an old species. You met everyone out here a long time ago then?" The sknecht issued a grunting sound. "Yes. We found the Geneforge worlds. We found that there is something old here. You studied the worlds. You know the origin of the totem, correct?" "Yes. They have writing similar to the hagfish. They're both related to the Arlong. The totem are old, and the mechanical creatures that made them are even older. The hagfish are new, born on their own forge world. They worship the makers of meat. They fed greedily, very vicious species, very smart, very hungry. They worship the Arlong, thinking it made the totem. We use them. So, machine things made the totem, and the hagfish thing this Arlong did? I'm not following, Sam said as he looked up. He saw the door at the far, far end come into sight. We followed it all. We dissected totem. We studied their coding. We found the machines that built them. We dissected them. We studied their coding. We found in them the secret. The Sknecht paused again and looked at Sam. They were not made as things were made. They were made by even smaller nanomachines. They grew as life does. Rather than organic as you, me, and everything else that lives and breathes, the ancestors of the totem grew in their own puddles and became what they are. That's crazy. So robots just developed in a mud puddle on a world somewhere? Sam shook his head. This is nuts. We agree, Human Sam. We did not believe it. We sent several missions to the source world. That world was at the edge of the Great Hole, a rim world not far from the Craddock. We watched. The nanomachines did grow there. They did build other larger machines there. And they did beget the totem. Again, we dissected them and studied their coding. The coding is the clue. We listened to the puddles and found code vibrating through them. It turned away from Sam and started wobbling again toward the door. We listened to the ground. The code was vibrating through it. We listened to the entire planet and found the code vibrating through it. We listened to the system Sam. The code vibrated through everything. The vibrations were the answer. The vibrations are the Arlong Sam. So these vibrations are what is affecting my sleep. If I can somehow turn them off, I can get this out of my head, then... We do not want it off. We have been trying to reach the source of it for a long time now. You're going to help us, it said. You kidnapped me. I don't think I really want to help you, Sam replied. We have been studying it for a long time. We have been learning for a long time. We have moved worlds here to the rim to study it. It has been operating at the same low rate for most of recorded history. Only 4 times has it increased as it is now. We only understood too late the other 3 times, but this time we know. It wants to speak to you, Sam. You should really consider helping us. What happened the other 3 times? Sam asked, his voice wavering. The first was a reaction to a series of forge worlds failing due to our interference. It called out warning us, manipulating our minds. We shut it out of our minds due to fear of it. The second was a manipulation of various races around the rim. We helped protect their worlds, fearing its influence. The third was a calling to the center of the whole. We used our influence over the species here, and had the Stygians build the station you reside in. We monitored them as they were driven mad and killed each other out of paranoid fear. Sam stared at the nearing door. And now it is calling out again. And you're watching while my people will eventually start murdering each other. The Sknecht approached the door and waved, opening it up. Sam stood in the doorway staring. Inside was lush forest of apple trees. He stepped inside and looked around. The Sknecht followed him in. Sam walked toward a clearing and saw a figure sitting at picnic table. It was an android, Finnegan-shaped but taller, with black and white stripes. Sam approached. Novacor? The android nodded. Hey, Sam, what are you doing here? I was kidnapped. You too? The Sknecht wobbled through the trees, nearing the 2. No, the AI was hired. He advertised and we purchased his skills. He's a very good designer of habitats, efficient, beautiful. The Sknecht sat down and looked at Nova. Aye, Novacor. Would you be kind and alert your Clouder to the presence of Human Sam and his good health? Nova nodded, bobbing his ears slightly. Already done. This is weird. Why did you kidnap him? Sam looked at the Sknecht. I don't want my family hurt. Whatever this thing is, can it be stopped? The Sknecht adjusted its hands and got comfortable on the grass. It took us too long. We thought it was malevolent. When we were exposed for long periods, it would present itself as the consumer. We feared it, wanted to stop it, but that is not what it is. Sam remembered one of his dreams as it talked. Our minds make the image. It is something unknown, and we adhere our thoughts about the unknown to it, right? Yes, that is what we have learned. Sam thought for a moment. What else do you know? The Sknecht shifted, lifting its shell up so its red eyes could meet with Sam's. It is on the other side, and it wants us to meet it.
This is the end of Volume 2. We hope you enjoyed it. Find the link to Volume 3 in the description below, and enjoy the continuation of this amazing story right now.